The little mute suddenly spoke. Today, the residence of the governor of Guangzhou, Song Jianming, is adorned with festive decorations, exuding an air of joy. The servants move about in a flurry, while carriages come and go in a ceaseless stream at the entrance. Madame He, who has just emerged from confinement, sits before a bronze mirror, carefully examining her visage. With a hint of concern, she inquires of the wet nurse, Qin Mama, standing beside her. Qin Mama, have I gained weight? Qin Mama, wielding a comb dipped in osmanthus oil, meticulously styles her glossy black hair, her face beaming with delight as she responds. Not at all. Madame possesses the visage of fortune. Who in the 10 miles and 8 townships does not speak of your good fortune? Just look at how the master has organized a grand feast for our children. Today, what a multitude of guests. Did the master ever say anything when the spring and autumn concubines gave birth? It is clear that the master cherishes you. Upon hearing this, Madame He beams with sweet delight. Indeed, the 3rd young lady and the 5th young master were both born in Guangzhou, a time when Lord Song had only just come in. Set his governorship a year prior. Back then, she was still in her boudoir, unaware of the commotion around her. Today, a grand banquet is held in celebration of her pair of dragon and phoenix twins, a testament to the master's affection for her. Seeing her young lattice bashful smile, Qin Mama continues to flatter. In our household, you reign supreme. Above you, there are no mother-in-laws or mistresses, and below, no younger sisters-in-law or concubines. The spring and autumn concubines dare not even breathe in your presence. Look, even this early, they have eagerly sent gifts to congratulate you. Madame He scoffs lightly, dismissively retorting, what could those 2 wretches possibly offer? Madame Qin promptly presented 2 gifts for concubine He to behold. One was an exquisite jade bracelet, while the other was a finely embroidered infant's belly band. Concubine He scoffed, casting the belly band onto the ground, her lips curling downward as she coldly inquired, who sent this? Is this meant to appease beggars? Nearby, the maid Lu Zhu immediately stepped on the belly band with disdain, retorting, who else could it be but that incessantly wailing concubine Shun, that foolish creature, who has allowed monks and Taoists to swindle her of her wealth. I reckon 3rd sister is simply cursed. Neither the Buddha nor the heavenly Lord wishes to intervene. Recently, she has become infatuated with a foreign Taoist, and this morning she ventured to that place called the church to worship foreign deities. Another maid, Zijing, remarked with derision. Concubine He smiled faintly, submerging her hands in rose water as Madame Qin massaged them. With her long lashes cast down, she glanced at her fair and delicate hands, letting out a sigh. As for that 3rd sister, I believe she is a harbinger of misfortune. The master spends so much on medicine each year, yet there is no sign of improvement. Alas, that girl must have fallen ill again last night. Madame Qin, please assist me in sending some birds' nests to the Bai Chui pavilion shortly. Your humble servant obeys. Our lady is indeed beautiful and kind-hearted, praised Madame Qin. Hearing herself addressed as lady-filled concubine, he with a sense of comfort. She was the legitimate daughter of the He family, yet her parents had sent her to serve as a concubine for Lord Song. Fortunately, the primary wife remained in the capital for the sake of their 3 sons' education, while the other 2 concubines were mere bed warmers who had borne children. Their contracts of servitude were still held tightly by the lady of the capital. Put it plainly, they were still slaves. How could they ever be compared to her? In the southern outskirts, a mere mile from the Mazu temple of Baiyun Mountain, stood a dilapidated shrine. The original tablet of the local deity had long vanished, supplanted by a crucifix upon which hung a scantily clad man, his near nudity eliciting blushes and hastily covered by a company. Ours piece of sackcloth. The nearby villagers disdained to approach, considering it an affront to decency, utterly improper. Father Ai, a missionary with curly hair and a full beard, clad in a mended black robe, knelt before the crucifix with Aunt Shun, offering prayers. Upon completing his devotions, he would tend to the potatoes and maize in the yard. His cheeks were sunken, his complexion sallow, appearing even more destitute than a fisherman. Were it not for his female devotee, he would have faced starvation this month. Having resided here for nearly 15 years, he could converse in Chinese with relative ease. Yet, converts remained scarce. The incense from the neighboring Mazu temple wafted over from half a kilometer away, while Father Ai remained perplexed as to why the people of Thistle, and remained unconvinced by the teachings of God. Aunt Shun, having concluded her prayers with a foreign priest, continued to shed tears. Father Ai consoled her, asserting that all was divinely ordained. He assured her that if she steadfastly believed in God and persevered in daily prayer, her daughter would undoubtedly be saved. Aunt Shun expressed her gratitude to the foreign priest, depositing a few silver fragments in the donation box before preparing to leave with her daughter. Suddenly, the gravely ill 3-year-old child muttered, "What utter nonsense! Alas, novels could be the death of one, but how could she have succumbed to the whims of her best friend, opening this reborn power fantasy? Now, she herself was reaping the consequences. Behold, where had she been transported? 3 years ago, a woman named Chuna gave birth to a baby girl. This infant, born prematurely, frequently fell ill. The doctors proclaimed that the child would not survive, and Aunt Chun, likely suffering from postpartum depression, wept incessantly, her days consumed by sorrow. In her desperation, she turned to superstition, exhausting her meager savings in fervent prayers and rituals, ultimately leading her to a forsaken chapel that had long been neglected. The priest there, a mere amateur in the medical field, fortuitously revived the unconscious infant on one occasion, which instilled in Aunt Chun an unwavering faith in Father Ai. Approximately half a month ago, the infant likely perished, and in her place, the soul of Song Qingyue emerged, subsequently causing the frail body of the baby to traverse into this literary realm. During these past 2 weeks, Song Qingyue endured the torment of her spirit, occasionally leaving her body, spending most of her time in a state of unconsciousness. Today, however, she regained a faint awareness, listening to the priest's nonsensical ramblings. As an atheist, her thoughts crystallized into a singular word. Yue. Did you just speak? What did you say? Can you call me mother just once? Yeah. The infant sighed with an air of wisdom beyond her years, wishing only to cast a scornful glance at her foolish mother, choosing to close her eyes and ignore her. Aunt Chun, at the tender age of 18, still resembled a youthful girl in Qingyue's eyes, making it impossible for her to utter the word mother. Yet, that single sigh filled Aunt Chun with immense joy regardless of the situation. Her daughter had indeed spoken. She immediately knelt down and fervently bowed her head several times before the statue of Jesus, causing her forehead to bleed, and cast all her silver into the donation box with her. Tia's second thought. Alas, Song Qingyue shook her head in dismay. She should have kept her eyes closed. Look at what has transpired, another loss of wealth. Meanwhile, Song Sai was receiving guests in his study, guarded at the entrance by a throng of armed attendants who barred concubine Chun from entering. Yet, driven by an inexplicable frenzy, perhaps stemming from prolonged melancholy that had affected her mind, concubine Chun began to shout at the door of the study. Master, fourth master, come quickly and see third sister. She has finally spoken. It is true. Chu and He did not deceive you. Could you please come and see third sister? Chapter 2. Cast down from the tree by mischievous children. Upon observing the situation, Song Quan, the steward of the Song residence, furrowed his brow in dismay and signaled to the household servants on either side. Instantly, several attendants approached, attempting to drag Aunt Chun outside. However, Aunt Chun summoned an unexpected strength, and the 2 servants found themselves unable to subdue her. A few armed guards, muttering curses under their breath, advanced and forcefully kicked the raucous Aunt Chun to the ground, sternly admonishing, "What are you shouting about? Do you not realize you disturbed the esteemed guest? Are you prepared to bear the consequences?" Aunt Chun tumbled to the ground, rolling over, with Song Qingyue cradled in her arms, also ending up in a similar predicament. Just clung to Aunt Chun's skirt as she continued to murmur, but, let me see the master, let me see him. Third sister can speak now. She truly can speak. Seeing this woman persist in her entanglement, a guard placed his hand on his sword, ready to draw it. Hold on. What nonsense is this, kicking people at will? Despite his diminutive stature, he was merely a child himself, yet he reprimanded the guards with an air of authority. Leaning down, he scrutinized the chubby infant cradled in Aunt Chun's arms. The 2, with their pairs of dark, grape-like eyes, stared at each other intently. The young master reached out and playfully poked the baby's soft, round cheeks, delighting in the sensation. With a grin, he asked, "Hey there, how old are you? Can you talk now?" 3 years old, and just beginning to speak? The young master exclaimed in astonishment. At 3, I was already reciting the 3-character classic. How can you be so foolish? You are the foolish one. The sudden retort from the infant startled both the steward, Song Quan, and the surrounding maids and matrons, leaving them utterly taken aback. Behind the young lad stood a slender, fair-skinned youth who sharply admonished, "How audacious of you." It was evident he was but a petty official. A small child nearby nodded in agreement, while the young eunuch, feeling wronged, pouted and retreated to the side. The young gentleman playfully pinched the child's cheek with considerable force, causing Song Qingyue great discomfort. Truly a mischievous child, lacking in gentleness. She exclaimed, "Be gentler." Her voice was bright and clear, capturing the attention of the surrounding servants of the Song household, who were taken aback, murmuring in astonishment. The young gentleman burst into hearty laughter, squatting before Aunt Chun, and inquired of Song Quan, "Has she never spoken before? Is that so?" He stroked his chin, gazing intently into the child's eyes, which sparkled with a lively intelligence. As if she understood their conversation, he extended his hands, requesting, "May I hold you?" Aunt Chun hesitated, but Song Quan promptly made the decision for her. lifting Song Qingyue from her arms and placing her into the young gentleman's embrace. "Come now, little one, call me brother and let us hear it." The young gentleman rose, cradling her, his beautiful eyes seemingly alight with the brilliance of stars. Song Qingyue found herself unable to utter a sound. This little rascal, surely still a schoolboy, needed to hold her more securely lest he drop her. She quietly muttered her discontent, believing her voice too soft to be heard clearly. However, the young gentleman understood, arching his brow in curiosity. "Who taught you to speak thus?" The threat in his gaze was unmistakable. "No, don't drop me." Song Qingyue quickly capitulated, obediently calling out, "Brother, this is indeed correct. Would you allow me to take you on an adventure?" The young gentleman, with a visage resembling white jade and eyebrows like swords, possesses eyes that twinkle like stars. His smile is reminiscent of the gentle spring breeze in April, and he bears the appearance of an angel. Surely, when he matures, he will be the cause of many a maiden's heartache, thought Song Qingyue. However, she swiftly grew so infuriated that she longed to curse. He was no angel. He was a veritable demon, a complete fiend. Noticing her lethargy, as if disinterested in his company, the young gentleman recalled what the steward of the Song family had said, that this child had not cried at birth. How could that be? He poked her cheeks, pinched her soft flesh, tousled her hair, and even tossed her playfully. Good heavens, it was a matter of life and death. Amidst the gasps of the surrounding maids and matrons, Song Qingyue found herself clasped under his arm and hoisted up the 3-meter-high old locust tree. "Well, is it high enough? Are you afraid?" The young gentleman, observing her face scrunched up like a steamed bun, felt his own face flush with indignation, yet her eyes held no trace of tears. Could it be that she truly could not cry? He pondered whether to engage in something even more thrilling. At that moment, a voice thundered from below, "Unfilial child, come down at once." Father was calling him. He glanced down, flashed a toothy grin, and suddenly loosened his grip. Amidst the gasps of the infant and the surrounding maids, matrons, and servants, Song Qingyue was unceremoniously hurled from the 3-meter height of the tree. Alas, a curse nearly escaped her lips. Aunt Chun fainted from sheer fright, collapsing into the arms of a robust matron. Fortunately, amidst the chaos, Song Qingyue was safely caught by the sturdy and handsome gentleman who had chastised the mischievous boy below. In an instant, Song Qingyue's fury was quelled by the sight of the strikingly handsome man before her. This dashing figure seemed to possess extraordinary agility, soaring gracefully to catch her with unwavering steadiness, ensuring that she remained unharmed. Moments later, she found herself gently placed into the arms of another charming gentleman. If the earlier gentleman was a robust embodiment of masculine vigor, this one radiated the ethereal elegance of moonlight. But this celestial being was none other than her own father, the esteemed governor of Guangzhou, Song Jianming, aged 29. Nevertheless, this revelation did not diminish her admiration for handsome men. It was, in fact, her first experience of observing her refined father from such a close distance, as he had never embraced her before. Meanwhile, the valiant and robust gentleman, displaying his remarkable agility, leapt up a tree and seized the mischievous child by the collar, yanking him down to the ground with considerable force. Drawing a whip from his waist, he prepared to strike. The young lad, however, moved with astonishing swiftness, akin to a monkey, darting several meters away, leaving the whip to crack against the earth with a resounding snap. Enraged, the sturdy gentleman pursued him, brandishing the whip and shouting, "You little rascal, you seek your own demise. Just wait until I peel your skin off today." The young lad, fleeing in panic, cried out, "Oh dear, father, spare me. You'll kill your son." "Oh, father, how could you be so ruthless? It pains me greatly." His cries echoed loudly, though in reality, the whip had not grazed a single hair on his body. The sound of the whip gradually faded into the distance, while the guards, with expressions of indifference, seemed unfazed by the commotion. Several swift-footed attendants followed closely behind, evidently skilled in their own right. Song Jianming held Song Qingyue in his arms, both gazing speechlessly at the departing father and son as they let out a simultaneous sigh. Upon hearing the infant's sigh in his embrace, Song Jianming chuckled and looked down at her. To his amusement, the baby rolled her eyes at him, her demeanor nonchalant, yet her voice was sweetly melodic. "Greetings, Master Song." Chapter 3. Song Laozi's spicy chili sauce 3 years later. Yet, fate did not align with their desires. At that moment, far away in the eastern lands of Japan, the nation was teetering on the brink of collapse, plunging into a chaotic era marked by widespread civil strife among the villagers. A multitude of defeated lords, nobles, and samurai from the internal conflicts fled to the seas, turning to piracy. Along the coastal regions of the Great Zhou, from Zhejiang to Fujian and down to Guangdong, pirate threats were rampant. Just 3 days prior, a horrific incident occurred in Huizhou County, where over 100 villagers were slaughtered by pirates, an act of extreme brutality. The magistrate of Huizhou dispatched urgent messengers to Guangzhou, informing Lord Song Qingyue and Governor Shun of Guangdong. Song Jianming, accompanied by his entourage, made his way to the governor's office to discuss strategies with Lord Shen. Meanwhile, in the Song residence, 6-year-old Song San, Song Qingyue, was diligently writing in her room with a specially crafted ink-dipping steel pen. The subject of her writing was a comparative chart of traditional and simplified characters. At the entrance of the courtyard, Aunt Chun, carrying a box of pastries, intended to visit her daughter but was halted by the gatekeeper. Aunt, the young lady has instructed that no one is to disturb her while she is busy. And he, accompanied by a pair of twins, trailed by Aunt Xiao, who cradled the 5th young master, along with a gaggle of maids and servants, passed by and could not suppress their laughter at Aunt Chun's predicament. What does it matter if the master favors the 3rd young lady? Alas, we are not close at all, you say? Aunt Xiao mocked. Aunt Chun lowered her head in silence, placing the food box in the hands of the gatekeeper, her eyes brimming with tears, leaving with an overwhelming sense of grievance and sorrow. And he gazed enviously at the spacious and bright MOU pavilion where the 3rd young lady resided. With a pond and a swing and slide crafted by their father himself, her eyes reddening with jealousy. Granny Qin immediately remarked in a sarcastic tone, "This girl is truly peculiar, spending all her time locked away in her room, never going out. I consider her a freak." "Indeed," echoed others. "She lacks any semblance of a child, with a foul temper and obstinate nature. The master might as well be raising a white-eyed wolf." Aunt Xiao chimed in with Granny Qin. Aunt He bit her lip, twisting her handkerchief, feeling a tumultuous storm of emotions within her. Ever since the day 3 years ago, during the full moon celebration of her pair of dragon and phoenix twins, when the 3rd young lady unexpectedly spoke after 3 years of silence, Master Song began to dote upon her obsessively. Not only did he grant her exclusive residence in the best and closest MOU pavilion, but he also took her everywhere with him, even allowing her free access to the study that the 5th and 6th young masters were forbidden to enter. Lord Song exhibited little patience in teaching the 5th and 6th young masters, resorting to frequent scoldings and beatings. Yet he would daily hold the 3rd young lady on his lap, teaching her to read, to such an extent that his infatuation caused him to lose interest in women altogether. Madame Chun spent her days in a state of constant murmur, and Lord Song had grown weary of her presence, unwilling to step foot into her courtyard. Yet, he rarely visited the chambers of Madame He and Madame Xiao either. And the 2 concubines brought from the capital, Summer Wind and Winter Plum, had completely lost favor. This 3rd miss was nothing short of a cunning little vixen. One could not help but wonder if Lord For harbored feelings for her. Madame He twisted her handkerchief anxiously, her expression twisted with disdain. Granny Qin quickly intervened, her voice tinged with urgency. "Oh dear madam, please do not speak recklessly. Be cautious lest Lord For hears you." Madame He, vexed, waved the handkerchief in front of herself, not out of frivolity, but rather due to the alarming degree of affection Lord Song had for the 3rd miss. Unbeknownst to her, 3 years prior, Song Qingyue had exchanged her pocket money with the old priest for the potatoes, corn, and peppers grown in the courtyard, which she handed over to the charming elder. Consequently, Lord Song experimented with cultivating these crops on the estate that accompanied Madame He's dowry for a year, and it turned out that the yield of potatoes could astonishingly reach 800 to 900 jin per mu. The corn yield could also soar to 500 to 600 jin, with the kernels and husks proving to be excellent feed for chickens, pigs, and cattle alike. Lord Song's farming endeavors flourished, prompting the farmers near Guangzhou to adopt his methods of feeding chickens and pigs with corn. Moreover, corn yielded significantly more than soybeans and was drought-resistant, making it highly suitable for equine nourishment. With the court's vigorous promotion, the army's horses began to consume a mixture of beans and corn, drastically reducing the costs of horse rearing. Through Lord Shen, Song Jianming reported the exceptional results of these crops to the court, astonishing all within its ranks. The emperor commanded individuals to experiment with cultivation in the imperial farm for a season, and it was discovered that the esteemed gentlemen, Song and Shun, had not exaggerated their claims. It is said that the emperor, upon realizing this, laughed heartily in the Golden Yuan Hall and bestowed numerous gold and silver rewards upon Governor Shun of Guangdong and Prefect Song of Guangzhou. Furthermore, the spicy sauce produced by Song's fourth son has been exceptionally successful in the market. Over the course of 2 years, he has amassed a fortune, no longer resembling the impoverished offshoot of the Song family. In his youth, the gifted Song Xilang was a standout among the Song clan of Jianming. At the age of 16, he achieved the status of a scholar, yet his family detained him for 3 years before allowing him to take the imperial examination. By 19, he was appointed as the flower of the court by the emperor himself. Thus, Song Xilang thrived in the capital, frequently summoned to the emperor's study during his tenure as a junior scholar, where he even lectured the crown prince and various princes. After 3 fruitful years in the Hanlin Academy, with the aid of the Yu family, Song Jianming ascended to the position of chief officer of the water department within the Ministry of Works, owing to his remarkable contributions to flood control and embankment construction. In just 2 years, he was promoted to the rank of deputy minister, enjoying an unparalleled rate of advancement. However, as Song Xilang basked in his success, believing he could continue his rise in the capital, he was forced to relocate to the far-flung region of Lingnan, serving as the prefect of Guangzhou to make way for the direct descendants of the Song family. There exists an unwritten rule in the court that officials from the same family cannot simultaneously hold high positions in the central government. One must be reassigned externally. Such external postings are typically located far from the capital, diminishing opportunities to maintain visibility before the emperor, thereby slowing the ascent to higher ranks, with the looming uncertainty of being forgotten in some distant corner of the realm. Thus, upon arriving in the esteemed city of Guangzhou, Lord Song was burdened with a sense of frustration and indignation. Who could have predicted that he, Song Xilang, was destined for greatness? He was blessed with a precious daughter, not only a prodigy but also his fortunate star. Even from 1,000 miles away in the Lingnan region, Song Xilang could still present himself before His Majesty with distinction. With hands on his hips and a proud demeanor, how could he not revere his little lucky charm as one would a deity? Chapter 4. A chance encounter in the small courtyard of the provincial governor's office. Song Qingyue was idly crouched by a flower pot, employing her newly acquired glass magnifying glass to amuse herself by setting fire to caterpillars. It was said that the original translator from the East, who was to assist in the interrogation of captured criminals, had suddenly fallen ill, prompting her father to summon her, who possessed a modicum of knowledge of the Japanese language. However, upon her arrival at the office, she discovered that there were 2 other translators present, rendering her assistance unnecessary. Thus, her father allowed her to indulge in her own amusement in the courtyard. As for the glass magnifying glass, it was a gift for her 6th birthday. Why? Despite feeling as if she were nearing 30, did she still find such childish antics to be so delightful? Song Qingyue pondered silently. Men remain youthful until death, and women remain maidens until their last breath, do they not? A young gentleman perched on a tree, engrossed in a book, found himself captivated by Song Qingyue's unconventional pastime. He had likely long forgotten the grievances he had caused 3 years prior, and now all he could see was the adorable, rosy-cheeked girl beneath the tree, so endearing and soft, with an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. His hands itched with the desire to touch her face. What to do? He called out. Song Qingyue lifted her head, meeting the gaze of the handsome youth. In an instant, her round little face scrunched up like a bun. She recognized him. He was the mischievous boy who had tossed her from the tree. What do you want? She asked warily. The beautiful young gentleman leaped down from the branch with a flourish and smiled. Which family do you belong to? Why does it concern you? Hey, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Song Qingyue rolled her eyes. I couldn't care less who you are. Well, you appear rather soft, yet your words are sharp, Li Zhao retorted, stepping forward. He placed his hands under her armpits and effortlessly lifted her up. Song Qingyue gasped, her little legs flailing as she exclaimed, What are you doing? Put me down. Call me brother. Little brother. Hey, you little girl. Call me brother. You old man. The young gentleman burst into laughter, his mirth as vibrant as blooming peach blossoms, undeniably charming, yet with a heart too dark. Song Qingyue huffed, reaching out to pat the young gentleman's head. Behave, and put your sister down. Li Zhao, the young heir of the Duke of Su, was momentarily stunned by her peculiar behavior. After setting her down, he gaped at her with wide eyes. Call me brother. Ignoring him, Song Qingyue turned to leave. What difference does it make if I call you? Li Zhao followed closely behind, mimicking her steps. Hey, which family are you from? I find you rather pleasing to the eye. Would you like to come play on the boat? We could see the sea and go fishing. What do you say? Am I annoying you? Let me tell you, I am the heir of the Duke of Su. Don't be ungrateful. The Prince of Su, the heir apparent. Why does this feel somewhat familiar? Suddenly, a chill ran down Song Qingyue's spine, and she recalled something. Instinctively, she braced herself and took 2 steps back, exclaiming, "Stop. You are not allowed to come any closer. Stay away from me." The more she insisted, the more the mischievous boy wanted to approach her. What an annoying habit. Wait, don't come over. Stay back, and I will call you brother. Li Zhao pondered for a moment, then took 2 steps back, a smile breaking across his face as he said, "All right then, call me brother." Brother. Song Qingyue uttered the 2 words in a rush before sprinting towards the magistrate's office. Help. She needed to find her father. In the eerie dungeon of the provincial governor's office, several officials were attending the interrogation of a captured pirate. A few dignitaries, along with His Highness the Prince of Su, were leisurely sipping tea in this place that reeked of blood. From the adjacent room, the pirate's unintelligible shrieks in a foreign tongue could be heard. Song Qingyue was led to the dungeon door by a clerk, who instructed her to wait there while he went inside to summon Master Song. However, curiosity got the better of her, and she ventured inside uninvited. The guards recognized her and paid her no mind, allowing her to meander through the dungeon. This location indeed evoked the sensation of wandering through a haunted house from her past life. Before her transmigration, she was also named Song Qingyue, and her family, the Song clan, was a prestigious lineage in the Jianming region. Her great-great-grandfather had once joined grandfather's son in the establishment of the Restoration Society in Japan. Her great-grandfather was one of the compilers of language textbooks during the Republic of China, proficient in 7 languages, including Greek. Her grandfather was a renowned oil painter who had studied in the former Soviet Union, while her father is a physics professor at a national defense university, and her mother a mathematics lecturer at the same institution. Her uncle is a scholar in the humanities, having authored numerous popular historical works. And both her aunt and uncle are university lecturers, making her family a lineage of intellectuals. In stark contrast to her illustrious ancestors, she felt rather inadequate. After performing poorly in the college entrance examination, she attended a respectable university abroad. Fortunately, her intellect proved sufficient, allowing her to pursue a continuous education, culminating in a doctoral degree by the age of 25. While her peers opted for positions in national laboratories or sought research opportunities at prestigious universities to publish papers and become professors, she found herself disinterested in academia. Under her parents' guidance, she spent 4 years as a corporate employee in a large chemical enterprise. Though clever, she was rather indolent and lacked ambition. As for her leisurely exploration of the dungeon, the captured Japanese had been thoroughly beaten and could no longer withstand the torture, eventually revealing the hiding place of his accomplices. Governor Shun, his beard turning white with fury, exclaimed in outrage, "How outrageous! Assisting a foreign enemy in betraying one's own people is nothing short of being worse than a beast." Governor Shun was a commendable superior, and with Mr. Song being quite agreeable, he never took advantage of profits, always keeping Governor Shun informed when establishing chicken farms and chili sauce factories. He even inquired if Mrs. Shun would like to invest. Governor Shun was quite pleased with Mr. Song and was inclined to promote him further. The Shun family is a prominent lineage of Lingnan, and the elder gentleman is a native of this region, feeling utterly at ease in the vast expanse of Guangdong. At his advanced age, he harbors no desire to serve as an official in the capital. However, he recognizes the necessity of having someone in the court, and Songxi emerges as an excellent candidate. Thus, each time the esteemed Shin dares to present his achievements to the emperor, he never fails to mention Songxi. Consequently, Songxi receives the imperial commendation, which assures him that he will undoubtedly become a crucial pillar of the nation. Overjoyed, he kneels in the north, clutching the memorial, unable to sleep for several nights. In her chamber, Song Qingyue bows her head, scribbling on a sheet of white paper. The words inscribed include lime, cement, rubber, coal mines, pu'er tea, oolong tea, cotton, steam engines, gas lamps, newspapers, pencils, fountain pens, and sugar from sugarcane. As she gazes at the myriad of terms she has penned, she eventually encircles 4, rubber, lime, sugar from sugarcane, and newspapers, annotating the latter with simplified characters and pinyin. After surveying the words once more, She lets out a heavy sigh, crosses them all out in a sweeping motion, and discards the paper into the charcoal basin to be consumed by flames. Chapter 5. Returning to the capital for reporting duties. Upon his return to the capital, Master Songxi is filled with a sense of accomplishment. He believes that, given his contributions of potatoes and corn, he is entitled to stand up to those of the legitimate branch. He does not perceive himself as inferior to them. After all, he has been a prodigy since childhood, and now the heavens have rewarded him with the moon. Why should he yield to the legitimate branch? In his hometown of Jianming, he was the illegitimate son of his father, born to a concubine, yet did he not rise above his circumstances through sheer determination, surpassing his legitimate brothers? He believed that upon arriving in the capital, he too could eliminate his legitimate cousins and uncles to ascend to power. At the very least, among his legitimate peers, none could rival him in capability. When the servants of the Song family went to the southern dock to welcome him, they were evidently taken aback by the vast quantity of goods he brought, as well as the large entourage. He had not anticipated that Songxi would arrive with such an abundance of items in the capital. Alas, the horse-drawn carriages and the servants designated for transporting goods were utterly insufficient. Upon hearing this news, Qingyue, the steward of the Song estate, immediately furrowed his brow, pondering, what is Songxi up to? Does he truly believe that presenting a mere assortment of potatoes and corn will secure his place in the capital? How utterly presumptuous! Thus, he promptly reported this matter to the venerable Song Laote, who was leisurely fishing for koi by the family pond. Before his retirement, Song Laote had served as a deputy in the cabinet. Due to health reasons, he had stepped down. Yet the emperor honored him with an honorary title of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, as a mark of respect. The legitimate line of the Song family was undoubtedly among the preeminent aristocracy in the capital, possessing profound heritage. Countless members of the Song lineage had achieved the title of Jinshi, and even those who merely attained the status of Jiren would consider it impolite to boast. Emir Xiaocai was regarded as illiterate within the Song family. The Song family academy was highly coveted by other aristocratic families in the capital. Any clan lacking sufficient prestige sought various means to establish connections, eager to send their children to the Song family for tutelage. Consequently, the Song Academy had transcended the realm of a mere family school, its scale now comparable to that of a formal institute of learning. When Song Jianming wed the legitimate daughter of the Assistant Minister of Personnel, he was merely a side branch of the Song family, outwardly appearing prosperous but inwardly impoverished. The funds in his pocket were only sufficient for a respectable appearance, yet he could not afford to purchase a decent residence in the capital. The residence was procured with the assistance of the Liang family, while her father from Jiangling contributed a mere 800 taels of silver. In contrast, the paternal line in the capital displayed a generosity surpassing that of her own father, as the venerable Song patriarch endowed her with 5,000 taels of silver, a sum that scarcely sufficed for the renovations. In a bid to ensure that her 3 legitimate sons could pursue their studies within the Song family's esteemed academy, Liang made the resolute decision to forego accompanying Song Jianming to Lingnan, enduring nearly 6 years of separation from her husband, a period that stirred both excitement and trepidation within her heart. Song Jianming had alluded in his letters to the pregnancies of Qingyue and Qingyue, the 2 concubines, and he informed her of the arrival of Aunt He into their household. He conveyed that taking in Aunt He was merely a pragmatic measure. As he was unfamiliar with Guangzhou and the He family was a local affluent merchant clan, it was a strategy to establish his foothold swiftly, and he urged his wife not to be overly suspicious, assuring her that his heart belonged to her. Such were the sentiments expressed in his correspondence. Fortunately, this letter did not fall into the hands of Song Qingyue. Had it done so, she would undoubtedly have scolded her father for his unfaithfulness, branding him a scoundrel and a master of psychological manipulation. Liang perused this family missive time and again, fixating on that particular phrase. Over the past 6 years, she had wavered countless times, uncertain if her choice was right or wrong. Yet, her mother and grandmother continually reassured her that a woman's latter years could only rely on her sons, for men were inherently unreliable. Consider this. Your sons are graduates of the Song Family Academy. How can the little bastards born in Lingnan compare to them? Even if you followed Songxi to Lingnan, do you truly believe you could achieve a harmonious and blissful life together? Countless predecessors had offered her such counsel. The Liang family has navigated these years with a blend of contradiction, entanglement, and a sense of ease. There are no in-laws to serve above her, nor sisters-in-law or sisters below. In the household, apart from her as the primary wife, there exists only Lin, the concubine who bore the second daughter. Lin is a niece of the legitimate mother of Song Sai, and Song Sai harbors no affection for Lin, feeling no familial bond whatsoever. The arrangements made by Song Sai's legitimate mother for the concubines and personal maids have all been dismissed by her, leaving only the seasonal gifts from Liang's family that she brought with her from her maternal home, all easily manipulated. Meanwhile, he, the concubine, anxiously twisted her handkerchief in the carriage, having already ruined two along the way. At the dock, she attempted to persuade Song Sai to share a carriage with her. But he simply said, "Enough, don't fuss. You can ride with Qin Mama." His tone was as gentle as his heart was cold. It was an order that brooked no refusal. He had initially intended to invite his third sister, Song Qingyue, to join him, but upon reflection, he feared that his wife, Liang, might be disturbed by the sight of him escorting a strange young girl, leading to future animosity towards Song Qingyue. He aspired to elevate Song San to the status of a legitimate daughter. Such a precious gem should not be squandered on a lesser marriage. He also hoped that Liang would provide a generous dowry for Song Qingyue, were Song Qingyue to discover her father's intentions. She would undoubtedly retaliate by hurling a bowl of beef noodles at his head. For the notion of relying on her legitimate mother to fund the dowry for a daughter born of a concubine was utterly absurd. She believed she could accumulate her own dowry without seeking anyone's assistance. Now, she possesses nearly 1,000 taels of silver from the profits of her chicken farm and chili sauce factory, with an anticipated annual dividend of approximately 500 taels. With such capital at her disposal, she is certainly capable of arranging her dowry before marriage. Inside the carriage, her younger brother, Song Qinfei, who is merely a month her junior, is nestled in Aunt Xiu's embrace, soundly asleep. Song Qingyue does not share a close bond with her biological mother, Aunt Chun. This stepmother is not only illiterate, but also exhibits tendencies towards melancholy. Song Qingyue had not intended to be so distant from Aunt Chun, as she had consistently devoted herself to caring for her during her bouts of illness and unconsciousness. However, every time they spent time together, Aunt Chun would treat her as an emotional dumping ground, incessantly pouring forth her negative sentiments and sorrows. After numerous attempts to offer solace proved futile, Song Qingyue resolutely withdrew. While she felt pity for her, she realized that cohabiting with Aunt Chun would surely drive her to madness. Furthermore, Aunt Chun persistently attempted to impart her rudimentary Christian beliefs to this avowed atheist, leading to a clash of values that rendered communication impossible. Thus, she proposed to Lord Song that she desired a separate courtyard in which to reside, and to her astonishment, her handsome father acquiesced without hesitation. Seated beside Aunt Chun, she found herself facing Aunt Xiu, who stared at her in bewilderment. She distinctly recalled that upon learning of Aunt He giving birth to twins, the fourth master had been exceedingly pleased, proclaiming it a good omen. He had even carved a small figurine of Aunt He with her two children from peach wood, a gesture that had profoundly touched Aunt He at the time. As time passed, the old master gradually became less warm towards Aunt He, focusing instead on showering affection upon the third daughter born of Aunt Chun. Why was this so? What could be the reason behind such a shift? Song Qingyue felt uncomfortable under Aunt Xiu's scrutinizing gaze and turned to lift the curtain, gazing at the street scene outside. It is said that the capital is bustling, however. This particular area is reserved for the affluent and the powerful, where pedestrians are scarce. The surroundings are dominated by uniform high walls and azure tiles, leaving one to wonder what the gardens within might reveal about extravagant excess. Chapter 6. Song Sailing's ambition. The eldest son, Song Qinhai, is 12 years old. The second son, Song Qinxiu, is 10. The eldest daughter, Song Yaxin, is 8. And the fourth son, Song Qinrui, is 6. All four are born of the legitimate line. In truth, there was a third son before the fourth, also of the Liang family, but he was born prematurely and sadly did not survive long after birth. Among the children remaining in the capital, only the 7-year-old second daughter, Song Yushi, is the offspring of Aunt Lin. From the ages of the children, it is evident that during their years in the capital, Master Song was exceedingly fond of Lady Liang. Except for the initial 3 months of her pregnancy and the routine of daily life, Master Song spent nearly all his time resting in the main residence, where Lady Liang, in good health, bore child after child. At this moment, a tall figure appeared at the end of the corridor, dressed in a dove gray, finely woven cotton round-collared shirt with large sleeves. He approached gracefully, reminiscent of their first meeting, tall and upright, scholarly and handsome. Tears streamed down Lady Liang's face upon seeing him. Noticing her distress, Song Jianming hurried forward a few steps and embraced Lady Liang tightly. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Mama, the wet nurse behind Liang, felt an immense satisfaction, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. She thought to herself that heaven truly had eyes. The son-in-law was a commendable man, not having betrayed the affections of their beloved young lady, thus allowing the matriarchs of the Liang family to rest easy. The three concubines soon followed, with Qingyue and Qingyue being born into the Liang household, their fates intertwined with the matron's whims. For them, the lady's favor was not necessarily a misfortune. As long as they remained obedient, the Liang family would not treat them harshly. They felt a numbing indifference in the face of the unfolding drama. Only he sure bore the weight of discomfort. At her age, having given birth to so many children, how could she still behave with the immaturity of a newlywed? Though her words carried a tone of reproach, they were laced with affection. Master Song's gaze brimmed with tenderness, nearly overflowing, as he reached out to wipe Liang's tears, leaning in to gently nibble her ear while whispering, "The children are all watching." Liang's face flushed crimson, and she playfully swatted her husband's chest, her heart fluttering with joy as if it might leap from her chest and dance upon the beams of the room. He sure grasped the hands of her two children, an overwhelming wave of sorrow rising within her, nearly making her retch. Song Qingyue glanced at He Shure's pallid visage, cleared her throat, and softly inquired, "Are you all right, Aunt He?" "No." "Ugh." He Shure truly retched, releasing her children's hands to rush to the railing, dry heaving violently over the flower beds below. She believed that being unkind to her would somehow ease the lady's heart. In truth, she had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Aunt He. After all, they were both concubines. Who could claim superiority? It was utterly vexing that she consistently adopted an air of superiority. Madame He's attendant, Granny Qin, hurried over, filled with concern. "Oh dear, what has happened to our mistress?" Suddenly, a spark of realization struck her. Could it be that she was with child? With suspicion clouding her gaze, she observed Madame He. Meanwhile, Su Mama, beside Lady Liang, glared fiercely at Madame He, who was leaning against the corridor pillar and retching. The sight of the dragon and phoenix twins unsettled her immensely. Madame He waved dismissively at Granny Qin, explaining that the fourth master had not stepped foot into her chamber for 6 months, even if she desired to conceive. With whom would she do so? The current nausea was merely a result of the exhausting journey and the distressing scene she had just witnessed. It was often said that wives were inferior to concubines, and concubines even less than mistresses. Madame He was a full decade younger than Lady Liang, who had already borne 5 children, a process that severely drained one's vitality. Lady Liang's once youthful visage had faded, rendering her appearance far less appealing compared to Madame He's. Yet, it seemed that when fourth Master Song beheld his wife, he was oblivious to everyone else. Reflecting on the tender and considerate manner in which he had treated her when she first entered the Song household in Guangzhou, Madame He could not fathom why he now could not spare her even a glance. Her father was a vice minister, and with Lord Wang, the Minister of Personnel, advancing in years, it was uncertain when her father might ascend further in rank. This was pivotal for his career. As Spring Ant and Autumn Ant entered the main hall, they bowed their heads submissively to the mistress. Madame He, her complexion pale and supported by Granny Qin, entered the hall, and, upon seeing Spring He and Autumn Yu bowing, felt that standing idly was inappropriate, and reluctantly knelt as well. Song Jianming seemed oblivious to their presence, even with the tea table separating him from Liang. He grasped her hand and, tilting his head, fixed his gaze upon her for an extended moment before finally turning to his 3 concubines and coldly instructing, "Each of you should pay your respects to the mistress with tea." Liang, held firmly by her husband, smiled gently, her lips pursed, as she lowered her head slightly to conceal her embarrassment with a handkerchief. Observing her father's theatrics, Song Qingyue understood his true sentiments. She felt compelled to commend him for his acting prowess. However, if he genuinely cared for Liang, he ought to keep her close. Was it not beneath a distinguished scholar to manage a few children? If he truly cherished Liang, he would not indulge in the company of other women. This was clearly a performance intended for the Liang family. Nevertheless, if Song Sai could maintain this charade for a lifetime, it would be rather commendable, far better than those foolish men who, blinded by lust, favor concubines over their wives. Chapter 7. Model Farmers and New Compendiums of Agricultural Texts. After the 3 concubines and 4 illegitimate children had paid their respects to the matriarch, Song Sai waved them away. Allowing Mama Su, who was close to the mistress, to arrange accommodations for the group. Concubine He, a favored consort who bore Song Si a pair of twins, might not have been favored by Mama Su, yet she would certainly receive the proper treatment and be assigned to the Nansong Pavilion. While the location was somewhat distant from the main house and the front courtyard, it was otherwise quite satisfactory. In contrast, concubines Chun and Xiao, still classified as slaves and therefore considered lowly servants, were placed in the Zizhu courtyard, which, while closer to the main residence, was rather cramped, only marginally better than the quarters reserved for maids and servants. After Lord Song settled in, he was attended to by the Liang family for a refreshing bath and change of attire. Subsequently, he took his 4 legitimate children to pay respects to the elder master and matriarch of the Song family. Upon hearing that Lord Song was only accompanied by his wife and their 4 legitimate offspring, concubine, he grew anxious. Her health was already frail and with a pallid complexion. She grasped the hand of Nurse Qin, asking, "But Chunsheng is also the master's son. Surely he cannot neglect his illegitimate child?" Nurse Qin gently patted concubine He's hand in a soothing manner, saying, "Rest assured, our master surely has his own arrangements. There is no need for you to fret. How can I not be anxious? Chunsheng is approaching the age for education. Before our journey, my mother specifically sent someone to remind me that once we enter the capital, I should do my utmost to arrange for Chunsheng to be admitted into the Song Family Academy. As for finances, the He family lacks for nothing. If we can cultivate Chunsheng properly, he may one day assist his maternal grandfather." At this point, Nurse Qin felt somewhat out of her depth. While she was well versed in the intrigues of the inner residence, matters concerning the outer court were beyond her comprehension. In the southern merchant circles, the rules were not as stringent, and the distinctions between genders were not as rigidly enforced as in the capital, which indeed posed a cause for concern. The matriarch of the He family had initially consented to marry her legitimate daughter to Lord Song, attracted by the Song family's illustrious heritage. It is an arduous endeavor for a merchant from Lingnan to nurture an exceptional scholar. In any household, the emergence of a successful candidate is celebrated with great reverence. Concubine He vividly recalled that prior to her marriage, her cousin, nearing middle age, had attained the rank of a provincial scholar, prompting their entire family, spanning 3 to 4 generations, to bestow him with lavish red envelopes. From the founding of the dynasty to the present, the He family of Guangdong had yet to produce a single successful candidate, where resembles the Song family. When Madame He first married Master Song, she was astonished by the presence of several young servants and the stewardess in the backyard, all of whom were remarkably literate and numerate. Sighing softly, Madame He summoned Nurse Qin to attend to her as she sought rest, plagued by a severe headache and considerable gastrointestinal discomfort. Observing her distress, Nurse Qin intended to step out and fetch a doctor for Madame He, but was halted by her. Understanding the unspoken plea, Nurse Qin felt a wave of frustration for her young mistress, her eyes reddening. He Shiner had been raised under her watchful eye, cherished as the beloved daughter of the He family. Yet now, as a concubine in the Song household, she was forced to tread so cautiously. The two had devised their strategy well, a method that had proven successful in Guangzhou, where Master Song would personally check on her at the slightest hint of illness, regardless of his busy schedule. However, the mistress's entourage was not to be underestimated. Hardly had Madame He settled down when Su Mama, a confidant of the mistress, arrived with the doctor. This doctor, a resident physician supported by the direct branch of the Song family, was not particularly skilled but was known for his promptness in emergencies. "What seems to be the matter with Madame He?" Su Mama inquired, having noticed her pallor in the hall. "The mistress specifically instructed me to summon a doctor for her." Nurse Qin replied courteously, "I appreciate the mistress's concern." In response, Su Mama stood upright, her chin slightly elevated, and smiled. "It is only right, after all. As the mistress of this household, it is her duty to ensure the well-being of the women in the inner chambers." This was a clear assertion of authority and a subtle warning. Madame Qin, suppressing her indignation, bowed respectfully to Madame Su and expressed her gratitude once more, saying, "Thank you for your concern for my family's concubine." After taking the pulse, Dr. Ma slightly shook his head towards Madame Su, allowing her to finally release the tension that had gripped her heart. "Thank you, Doctor," came the voice of concubine He from behind the gauze curtain. The stewardess of the legitimate Song family was well aware of the financial constraints faced by Song Si, and thus did not concern herself with the amount of silver exchanged. After all, the two families were related by blood. Song Si, still in his early 30s, had already held a position of the 4th rank for 6 years, having previously distinguished himself in Lingnan, and his future prospects were indeed promising. In the eastern wing of Qingyue Pavilion, Song Qingyue produced a uniquely crafted oil lamp featuring 5 wicks, each accompanied by a small oil reservoir beneath it. The cotton wicks protruded slightly, topped with glass windshields. The lamp's most remarkable feature was the white porcelain reflector that Song Qingyue had added, which ensured that the brightness surpassed that of ordinary oil lamps and candles by several-fold when reading at night. With enhanced illumination, it alleviated the strain on the eyes. Otherwise, reading by the dim light of standard oil lamps or candles would surely lead to visual impairment. This oil lamp was conceived by Song Qingyue, and Master Song had expended some funds to commission its custom creation, producing a total of 5. 1 for Song Qingyue, 1 for himself, and 3 intended as gifts for others. While the lamp was not excessively expensive, it was certainly not inexpensive either, especially considering the rarity of glass, the materials for which were imported from overseas. In all of Guangdong, there were perhaps only 1 or 2 artisans skilled in glassmaking. It remained uncertain how one would even begin to establish a glass factory. She propped her head on her hand, pondering for a long time, as if recalling that the ancient Egyptians had already mastered the art of glassmaking, and that glass had become quite popular in Europe and Persia. How delightful it would be to inquire with the merchant caravans from the northwest. Resolute in her decision, she resumed her reading, searching for characters that she had not included in her traditional and simplified character comparison chart. Aunt Chun sat by the bed, embroidering, having already stifled several yawns. Yet, Song Qingyue, refusing to succumb to sleep, remained awake, desiring only to keep her company. Presently, unable to sit still, she approached Song Qingyue and brewed a pot of light tea, then ventured out to seek the housekeeper, hoping to procure some snacks for Song Qingyue. Aunt, do not trouble yourself, Song Qingyue finally declared, unable to bear the distraction any longer. Shall I teach you to recognize characters instead? Recognize characters? Chuanha shook her head vigorously. No, I cannot learn to read. Besides, what use is it for a woman to know so many characters and read so many books? What about you? When did you begin to learn the feminine arts? Forget it, Song Qingyue conceded, simply stating, it is my diligent studies that please Master Song. Chuanha paused, seemingly sensing her daughter's discontent. Her tone shifted to one of caution and grievance as she remarked, Fourth Master has not visited me in quite some time. Noticing that Song Qingyue was entirely indifferent to her, she began to lament. I am indeed unfortunate, sold into servitude by my father since childhood. This is my fate. The master is preoccupied with his wife, and I am merely a concubine. I ought not to harbor any delusions, and thus, she resumed her murmuring. Spring He, though still young, was merely 17 when she accompanied Song Si to Lingnan, and now at the age of 23, her appearance bore the marks of childhood malnutrition, rendering her delicate and youthful. Song Qingyue, having lived until the age of 29 in her previous life, spent 4 years as a diligent worker after obtaining her doctorate. As she observed Aunt Spring, she could not help but perceive her more as a younger sister than as a mother. No matter how she attempted, she could never adjust her mindset to that of a true 6-year-old child. In her heart, she always felt like a mere spectator, an outsider, coldly observing the joys and sorrows of those around her. Song Si held a preference for women who were well-read and literate. As Song Qingyue made a suggestion, Aunt Spring's incessant chatter was abruptly interrupted. She gazed into her 6-year-old daughter's eyes, which reflected a chilling indifference, causing her heart to ache once more. With tears welling in her eyes, she choked out, But I am merely a concubine, while the lady of the house is the one who receives an education. How could we possibly learn? Ah, so stubborn and unteachable, it seems futile, compared to the group of concubines in the backyard. Song Qingyue felt a stronger emotional affinity towards the legitimate wife, even feeling sympathy for Lady Liang. As for the concubines and their ilk, it was best to refrain from mentioning them. After all, she herself was born of a concubine. In the main residence of the Song family, after paying respects to the matriarch and several aunts, sisters-in-law, and younger siblings, Song Si dined with the men of the Song family. Following the meal, he was summoned by the esteemed Song Laoshe to the study for an extended conversation. Even the distinguished uncle, who held the title of Right Vice Minister of the 3rd rank, was called to speak before Song Laoshe. Upon exiting the study of old Master Song, Song Si's countenance remained tense. Once he stepped out of the Song residence, he could no longer contain himself, his expression contorting into a grimace. Liang, filled with concern, gazed at him, wishing to offer words of comfort but unsure how to begin. She had anticipated an evening of tender moments with her husband. Yet Song Si was entirely devoid of such sentiment, instructing Su Mama to attend to his wife while he sat in the study, brooding for half the night. Outside the study, Song Quan stood vigil, anxious for his master, feeling both sympathy and indignation on his behalf. At dawn the following day, Song Si escorted Liang to the Liang residence to pay respects to her father. No sooner had they departed than the Song family dispatched a messenger to the Liang household, inviting Minister Liang to their estate for a discussion, showing a blatant disregard for the presence of Song Jianming. 3 days later, the emperor summoned Song Jianming to the palace for a performance review, alongside several esteemed members of the cabinet. The primary agenda was to inquire about the coastal threat posed by the Japanese pirates, as the court was embroiled in heated debates over the potential maritime ban. Song Jianming, well prepared for this matter, presented a dossier to the emperor's aide, Master Yin, respectfully stating, "This document is also intended for your majesty by Lord Shun, the provincial governor." As the emperor perused the pages, his eyes brightened with increasing interest. The document primarily contained a series of statistical data detailing the population of Guangdong, the cultivated land area, the acreage of mountainous versus arable land, the number of fishermen relying on the sea for their livelihood, the annual trade volume of maritime goods from Guangdong to several other provinces, and the cargo throughput and trade value of Guangdong's major ports. Upon reaching the section outlining the total annual customs and commercial taxes from maritime trade in Guangdong, the emperor, who had been leaning toward the implementation of a maritime ban, found himself wavering once again, as the military pressures in the north intensified and the national treasury lay bare. With the Ministry of Revenue's granaries empty enough to allow a mouse to scurry through, he had initially presumed that Lingnan was a remote region of little significance compared to Jiangnan. To his astonishment, he discovered that the annual tax revenues from Guangdong alone were remarkably substantial. Why had no one informed him of this? Casting a glance around the 7 ministers of the cabinet, an unexpected surge of anger welled up within him. Yet, the emperor maintained an impassive demeanor, gently closing the ledger and commanding, "Summon son Wayman to see me." The 6 ministries were not far from the cabinet, and within the span of half a tea's time, the Minister of Revenue, son Wayman, entered, panting, accompanied by 2 deputy ministers and 4 officials. At just over 50 years of age, Master Sun appeared well preserved, his hair still entirely black, giving him a youthful appearance. "I pay my respects to your majesty. Minister Sun, there is no need for excessive formalities. I have summoned you today to inquire about the tax revenues from Guangdong, Fujian, and Zhejiang provinces." The emperor lowered his gaze to scrutinize the ledger, gesturing for him to proceed swiftly. The account book presented by Sun Wayman spanned a decade, clearly indicating a marked increase in tax revenues during the 6 years since Song Jianming was reassigned to Guangzhou. This year, the tax collected had surged by an astonishing 40% compared to when he first arrived in Guangzhou. What a capable official. Following this, the emperor inquired further about Song Jianming, who then recounted how he personally cultivated corn and raised chickens and pigs, with an increase in the poultry and livestock. The resulting manure provided ample fertilizer for the fields, enabling the crops to flourish even more abundantly. Song Jianming summoned those skilled in cultivation to the government office, bestowing upon each a monetary reward and a banner as a symbol of excellence in agriculture. He encouraged them to accompany officials into the countryside to share their cultivation expertise. Furthermore, he instituted a policy prioritizing exemplary farmers for future elections of village leaders and other local positions. In addition, he organized a team to rewrite the essential techniques of the common people from the 5 dynasties and the essential compendium of the 4 seasons from the late Tang dynasty using the vernacular commonly spoken by the people of Dezhou. This compilation, entitled Essential Agricultural Techniques of Dezhou, a compilation for Lingnan, documented the region's advanced agricultural practices and innovative planting methods. Given that the cultivation experiences recorded were predominantly applicable to the climate and soil conditions of Lingnan, the title was aptly appended with Lingnan edition. Once completed, Lord Song personally financed the printing of over 100 copies, distributing them to the villages and farms under his jurisdiction. These initiatives were inspired by his cherished daughter, Song Qingyue. When the emperor perused the volume written in the accessible vernacular of Dezhou, he expressed great admiration. Upon learning that the monetary rewards and banners had been personally funded by Lord Song, the emperor felt a profound emotional stir, nearly moved to tears. He promptly summoned several members of the Hanlin Academy through eunuch Yin, asserting that if there existed a Lingnan edition, then there ought to be editions for Jiangnan, South China, Northwest, and Northeast regions as well. He pondered whether a separate edition for the Bashu region was also warranted. The undertaking of compiling agricultural literature was indeed a contribution to the present and a legacy for the ages. The emperor cast a glance at the officials assembled before him, suddenly struck by the thought that the court had squandered such substantial salaries on a cadre of ineffectual sycophants, and he felt an overwhelming urge to strip them of their ornate hats. What a brilliant notion! How had it not occurred to anyone over the years? Why could there not be more pragmatic talents like Song Jianming? Meanwhile, the gazes of several senior ministers in the cabinet turned grave as they regarded Song Si, particularly those who supported maritime restrictions, who nearly wished to dispatch Song Jianming with a single, forceful blow. An inconsequential little fly, utterly unaware of its own insignificance. Chapter 8. The New Year. What of Song Laotai's pronouncements? Song Si was resolute. He would neither concede defeat nor relent until the final moment. Politics, after all, is merely a dance of reciprocal interests. When Lord Sun summoned him, it was surely not merely for tea. He meticulously contemplated the leverage he possessed and the incriminating evidence that could be wielded against him. Indeed, he had something of substance, should one wish to investigate. It was not impossible to uncover, yet the severity of such matters hinged entirely on whether those in power chose to overlook them, as fate would have it. At Lord Sun's hot spring villa, he encountered the Minister of Justice, Lord Huang, as well as the Grand Inspector, Lord Qiu. Being of lesser rank in youth, he adopted a notably humble demeanor. In truth, upon meeting Lord Qiu, he felt a thrilling tremor in his hands. For this gentleman was the direct superior of Song's esteemed granduncle. With a respectful bow, Song Si presented the exquisite purple gold cicada tea from Heiyuan, embellishing its purported benefits with grandiloquence, personally brewing tea for the venerable officials. Due to the fact that the Zijing tea is not a tribute tea, several esteemed elders were tasting it for the first time. After sampling, they discovered its flavor to be distinctly unique. The tea was golden in hue, rich and mellow in taste, devoid of any astringency, and upon careful savoring, there lingered a special honey-like fragrance. As the conversation meandered, Master Song realized that the primary concern among them remained the threat posed by the pirates. Thus, regarding this issue, he chose to downplay its severity, likening the marauders to mere disorganized bandits, as if a mere gesture from the court could swiftly eliminate them like bothersome flies. Throughout the new year, Master Song experienced a sense of unease. Aside from his main residence, he often secluded himself in his study, occasionally summoning a few of his sons to quiz them on their studies. Meanwhile, Lady Liang beamed with joy, reassured by her husband's unwavering affection, thus maintaining a cordial demeanor towards the concubines. On the day of the Little New Year, Lady Liang gathered everyone in the main hall to make dumplings, cut window decorations, and write spring festival couplets. Master Song's cursive script was expansive and elegant, destined to adorn the entrance and the main hall. His eldest son, Song Chenhai, now 12, had already passed the imperial examinations for children, demonstrating genuine scholarly prowess, embodying the demeanor of a noble scion in every word and action. Song Qingyue approached, admiring her brother's calligraphy, exclaiming in awe, "He is still just a sixth grader," not to mention her second brother, Song Qingyue, whose handwriting, when compared to their elder brothers, was equally impressive. Is a fourth grader truly this remarkable? Oh dear, children in ancient times are truly exceptional. After all, he is the son of a 19-year-old top scholar. The lineage is indeed splendid. Upon noticing his new sister gazing at his writing with wide-eyed admiration, Song Qingyue cleared his throat and inquired, "What is the matter? Has the third sister learned to recognize characters?" Song Qingyue nodded, lifting her face in exaggerated admiration. "Elder brother. Second brother, you are truly remarkable. Your calligraphy is exquisite. How many hours a day must you practice to reach such a level?" "Ah, it's not that impressive. Compared to our esteemed father, it falls short." Song Qingyue, flattered by the praise, felt his ears grow warm and inquired, "Why isn't third sister making dumplings or knitting?" With an air of nonchalance, Song Qingyue candidly replied, "I cannot." "Well, the dumplings I make are quite unsightly." Song Qingyue chuckled, "The more you make, the better you will become." Song Si observed the delightful interaction between his siblings, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he approached with hands clasped behind his back. He leaned down to examine the spring festival couplets written by Song Chenhai and Song Qingyue, nodding in approval. He then picked up a finer brush, dipped it in ink, and handed it to Song Qingyue, saying, "Yue, you should write a couplet too." The others looked on in surprise, particularly the second brother Song Qingyue and the eldest sister Song Yaxin. Third sister is only 6 years old, and she can write couplets already? Song Qingyue, the fourth brother, who was only a few months older than her, still struggled with writing large characters, often causing chaos and receiving reprimands daily. Song Qingyue did not shy away from the challenge. In her previous life, she hailed from a scholarly family. She began practicing calligraphy with a brush at the age of 4, started ballet at 5, took up the guzheng in the 2nd grade, and learned sketching from her grandfather in middle school. In addition, she studied advanced mathematics, English, and computer science. In short, her childhood in her past life was devoid of leisure, filled only with classes or the journeys to them. But enough of this, speaking too much only brings tears. The hobby of calligraphy has been persistently pursued even after entering the workforce. However, she does not exert herself as diligently as the children, Song Chenhai and Song Chenxiu. She writes whenever the mood strikes her, yet her current physique is rather frail, her wrists weak and unsteady. Although she can manage to produce something passable to impress the untrained eye, she is merely 6 years old and should not be expected to write exceptionally well. A servant approached with 2 small sheets of red paper, and Song Qingyue composed a couplet. May you sail smoothly and enjoy prosperity year after year, with all things going your way and advancing step by step. The horizontal inscription read, May auspicious stars shine brightly. Upon seeing her completion, Master Song could not help but smile broadly for the first time in days. Lifting her into his arms and planting a kiss on her cherubic face, "Our Yue is truly remarkable." Song Qingyue, feeling somewhat disdainful, tilted her head to evade the affection. Having no desire to receive such a familiar kiss from her father, Master Song found her disdainful expression even more amusing. This child had always possessed an air of indifference, behaving like a little adult. Alas, Song Qingyue had inherited her father's striking beauty, appearing incredibly lovely, and every glance at her brought forth an overwhelming sense of charm, with her myriad of expressions being delightfully entertaining. "Are you truly disdainful of your own father?" Master Song feigned a glare. "Not at all. There's a saying about propriety in relationships," Song Qingyue retorted helplessly. "Pfft. Ha ha, who taught you that? You little rascal. How old are you to already know about propriety in relationships?" Master Song laughed uncontrollably, his amusement contagious, as the servants in the room were equally entertained by Song Qingyue's antics. Such a tiny girl, yet she possessed a spirit far greater than her size. Miss Song Yaxin gazed enviously and with a tinge of jealousy at her father, who was laughing heartily while cradling her younger sister. She cast a glance at her mother, who, with an encouraging nudge, whispered, "Go on, that is your father." Shyly, she approached Song Sai, her mouth opening as if to speak, yet words eluded her. Observing the eager gaze of her friend, Song Qingyue immediately struggled to extricate herself from Song Sai's embrace. Reluctantly, Song Sai released her, bending down to gently pat his eldest daughter's head, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings as the little girl appeared utterly at a loss. "Look, my dear, how much you have grown," Song Sai remarked with a smile. "How old are you this year, Yaxin? What books have you read?" I've read the book of songs and internal training," she replied. And besides those, Song Sai, a man of progressive views, did not subscribe to the notion that a woman's lack of talent equates to virtue. He himself favored well-read women, valuing the ability to engage in meaningful conversation. For instance, he found Liang Shi more satisfying than his concubines, as she could not only converse, but also keep him informed about the happenings in the capital, as well as the various family intrigues, all of which held great significance for him. Glancing at her mother, who nodded in encouragement, Song Yaxin blushed and said, "I enjoy the book of songs, the 300 Tang poems, and I have also perused the song lyrics, memorizing a few pieces of Hanfu." "Is that so?" "My dear Yaxin enjoys poetry and prose." Song Yaxin nodded gracefully, her nodding executed with a deliberate elegance, as the jade earrings dangling from her ears remained remarkably still. Song Qingyue silently admired her, recalling the ancient time travel novels she had perused, which often remarked that these noble young ladies appeared to have been sculpted from the same mold. This uniformity left the various male leads feeling somewhat disenchanted, while the spirited and whimsical time-traveling heroines captured their hearts with their distinct charm. However, Song Qingyue found the refined demeanor cultivated through years of training to be truly captivating. "What is my third sister staring at?" Song Yaqin was adorned in a gown of crimson silk interwoven with gold threads, complemented by a pristine white rabbit fur scarf around her neck and a set of ruby hairpins gracing her head. Her wrist bore a bracelet of pigeon blood ruby, exuding an air of festivity and opulence. In comparison, while the fabric of Song Qingyue's attire was indeed of commendable quality, being a gift from Madame Liang, it lacked the lavish adornments that her elder sister possessed. After all, Song's size, financial constraints, and insufficient lineage rendered such treasures unattainable. The jewelry worn by her elder sister, Song Yaqin, comprised part of Madame Liang's dowry, with many gemstones passed down through generations, treasures that would never be bestowed upon illegitimate children. Song Yaqin assumed that her third sister admired her jewelry, much like Song Yushi, the second daughter born of concubine Lin, who frequently lamented to her mother about her own ornaments being inferior to those of her elder sister. With a hint of reluctance, she touched her pigeon blood ruby bracelet and said, "Third sister, these are all part of my mother's dowry. It would be inappropriate to give them away." Song Qingyue felt somewhat exasperated. Was she truly so shallow as to covet such things? She waved her hand and said, "I do not envy my sister's attire. Rather, it is only upon meeting her that I truly comprehend what it means to be a genuine lady of high society. Every gesture and word she utters is a delight to behold. I believe that even if she were to don a mere sack, one would still recognize her as a distinguished lady." Song Yaqin, overwhelmed by Song Qingyue's praise, widened her eyes and lowered her gaze. Her ears and cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. After a while, she shyly replied, "You truly have a way with words, third sister. I speak from the heart." Song Qingyue responded. Song Yaqin nodded obediently. "The daughter is fortunate." Mrs. Liang beckoned Song Qingyue to come over for a chat. As she grasped the slender wrist of the young girl, she realized that the girl was so thin she seemed almost a mere collection of bones. Frowning, she inquired, "How is it that you are so emaciated? Has Aunt Spring not taken good care of you?" Song Qingyue immediately shook her head and explained, "I was born prematurely and have been frail since birth, suffering from illness for nearly the first 3 years of my life. Fortunately, Annie took great care of me, enabling me to survive." "Alas, how pitiable," Mrs. Liang sighed, observing Song Qingyue's hair styled simply with colorful ribbons. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Mama Su and said, "Bring forth that pair of butterfly hairpins adorned with emeralds. It is the new year, and one ought to wear something presentable. After all, she is the child of our fourth master." "Thank you, Mother." Song Qingyue expressed her gratitude gracefully, her demeanor composed, devoid of excessive pride or obsequiousness. Mrs. Liang was inwardly astonished. This child was truly remarkable. At such a tender age, her composure surpassed even that of Yaqin. She glanced at the timid and withdrawn Xuanha. Her eyes filled with confusion. Song Qingyue said, "I am in poor health and fear that my ailments may affect my aunt. While in Guangzhou, I lived alone." "Oh, I see. What about your nurse?" Liang inquired further. "It is Do Mama, but she is quite elderly, and her children reside in Guangzhou. So she did not accompany us to the capital this time," Song Qingyue replied. "Did fourth master arrange for a tutor while in Guangzhou?" Liang continued to ask. "Yes. My father engaged a scholar to teach us reading and writing, but most of the time, that gentleman merely assisted us with revisions. My father personally instructed us." Song Qingyue responded. "That explains it." Liang clenched her fist, perceiving the distance between fourth master and their children, as well as the children's unfamiliarity with their father. "Oh dear, what shall we do?" She inquired about the situation in Guangzhou and discovered that there was indeed a dearth of competent tutors and reputable academies. In recent days, she sensed fourth master Song's restlessness, especially since the Song family's legitimate branch had made their stance quite clear. They opposed fourth master remaining in the capital. While Liang naturally wished for her husband to stay, she also needed to contemplate the path ahead. The household registrations of their 3 legitimate sons were all in the capital, and participation in the imperial examination would inevitably require them to be based there. The Lingnan region, although commercially prosperous, was not known for its literary culture. Thus, pursuing a scholarly path necessitated remaining in the capital. She was afraid, truly afraid, of enduring another prolonged separation from her husband. Chapter 9. Unfathomable Fortune. Liang was the carefully nurtured eldest daughter of the Liang family, possessing both intelligence and resourcefulness. Coupled with the affection and respect shown by fourth master Song, Liang, as the head matriarch, could afford to be particularly magnanimous and benevolent. After the first day of the Lunar New Year, the Liang family arranged for a separate small courtyard for Song Qingyue. providing her with servants according to the standards of Guangzhou Prefecture, including a nurse and 2 maids for her service. Under her mother's guidance, Song Yaxin frequently sought out her younger sister to converse. Song Qingyue observed that although the young girl was quite young, she was eager to impart knowledge. Upon casually complimenting her on her proficiency in poetry, the little girl launched into an enthusiastic discourse, discussing poetry for 2 whole hours. Remarkably, despite being only 8 years old, she possessed a wealth of knowledge. Although her speech lacked coherence and organization, often meandering from one thought to another, she shared many insights that Song Qingyue herself was not aware of, particularly regarding the Book of Songs, of which she had limited understanding. During their time in Guangzhou Prefecture, Song Sai primarily delighted in narrating tales from the records of the grand historian and Mencius to the children, occasionally touching upon the comprehensive mirror to aid in government and Zhuozhuan when he had the opportunity to give Song Qingyue special instruction. The knowledge of a top scholar was indeed remarkable. He spoke engagingly and profoundly, and Song Qingyue greatly enjoyed listening to her handsome father's lessons. Seeing his student so engrossed only fueled his enthusiasm, and teaching her brought him immense satisfaction. That evening, while nestled in her mother's embrace, Song Yaxin whispered, "Mother, sister is truly impressive. She can recite the lengthy parallel prose of Prelude to the Pavilion of Prince Ting'an to the Apeng Palace without missing a word. And she is only 6. Liang sighed. "That is the result of your father's personal instruction. Of course, she is exceptional." "Is that so? During the time in Guangzhou, did grandfather personally instruct third sister?" "Mother." Song Yaxin clung to her mother's arm, playfully expressing her desire to hear her father's lectures. "All right, you can speak with your third sister. And from now on, your father will teach her, and you may join in to listen." However, these past few days, Master Song was exceedingly busy, attending numerous social engagements. Minister Sun, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, also frequently summoned him for discussions and introduced him to many of his own acquaintances. Master Song was a man of remarkable ability, skilled in social interactions, and possessed a commendable drive, which seemed to earn him the admiration of Minister Sunday. Master Song was keenly aware that Minister Sun intended to bring him into his fold. He inquired of Minister Sun, "Sir, I have a matter that puzzles me. Is there to be a personnel change in the cabinet?" Minister Sun chuckled, acknowledging Master Song's political acuity. He leaned closer and whispered, "Last year was a drought year. The northern border defense is under strain." Master Song was taken aback and asked, "What does His Majesty intend?" Minister Sun lowered his voice further. "His Majesty is rather ambitious. Is this an indication of a desire for war?" Yet, to Master Song's knowledge, the Crown Prince advocated for peace. Could it be that there are ties to the Eastern Palace? That night, Master Song found himself unable to sleep, pondering the flourishing reign of the Emperor, while the princes beneath him were already restless. Which faction did Minister Sun belong to? Would he draw Master Song into the fray? With Empress Su present, would these individuals presume they had a chance to alter the succession of the Eastern Palace? Empress Su and His Majesty were youthful spouses, and the Su family had rendered remarkable service during His Majesty's ascent to the throne. The Empress's elder brother was honored by His Majesty with the hereditary title of Duke of Wei. Throughout the years, His Majesty has placed immense trust and reliance on Empress Su and her family, establishing an unassailable position for the Eastern Palace. Who, then, is Lord Sun aligned with? Or are they merely staunch advocates of war, unrelated to the princes? Contemplating this, I tossed and turned, unable to find sleep throughout the night. The next day, Lord Song, bearing the weight of 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, ventured out with Lady Liang, indulging in various banquets. At that moment, he unexpectedly entertained thoughts of retreat, not out of reluctance to gamble or a lack of ambition, but rather because he deemed the timing premature. After 3 days of reflection, he returned to their main quarters to rest, grasping Lady Liang's hand and softly calling her by her pet name. "Ew, my dear, it seems I may need to seek external reassignment." "Is it so? Has fourth young master already made his decision?" Lady Liang's tone remained calm, yet her heart was tumultuous, and she felt a slight tremor in the hand held by her husband. Lord Song himself was not at ease. It was the first time he spoke this thought aloud, and sharing it with his wife nearly drained him of all his strength. After a considerable time, as both of their emotions settled, Lord Song turned to embrace Lady Liang, his voice hoarse as he confessed, "I too find it hard to part. Truly hard to part." Tears instantly blurred Lady Liang's vision as she clung to her husband, weeping uncontrollably. My husband, I too find it difficult to part from my esteemed husband." Should Song Qingyue have the opportunity to eavesdrop, she would undoubtedly voice her disdain for her father, who is infatuated with his official status. It is not the Liang family he is reluctant to leave behind. Rather, it is the capital city and the illustrious, open road to success that he cherishes. He never imagined that the legitimate branch could be so heartless and unyielding. When the venerable Song patriarch presented him with a stack of incriminating evidence against him, Song Sai broke out in a cold sweat. Much of this evidence consisted of traps cleverly laid for him long ago, and some were fabricated from dubious claims. They had prepared so meticulously that it seemed the noose had been tightening around his neck since the day he achieved the rank of Jianming. They had been wary of him for quite some time. If he were to stubbornly pursue connections in a futile attempt to remain in the capital, the Song patriarch and several uncles would likely not hesitate to strip him of his dignity. With a frustrated kick, Song Sai overturned a small stool, consumed by rage. Yet, at this moment, he could only vent his frustration with no means to retaliate. "Father!" A knock sounded at the door, and it swung open. "Father!" called a sweet voice belonging to the young girl, soothing the turmoil within Song Sai. He propped himself up with his arms, gazing ungracefully at the approaching third daughter. "Is that truly how you feel?" Upon hearing the term father from her lips, Song Sai felt a rush of relief coursing through his veins. "Yes, my daughter sincerely thinks this way." From the second rank, upon receiving the imperial decree, Song Sai trembled with excitement. The one who came to convey the decree was little Master Deng, a disciple of Master Ain. With a beaming smile, he extended his congratulations to Lord Song, who repeatedly expressed his humility. Lady Liang presented a gift box to little Master Deng. Upon opening it, they found 3 modest ginseng roots. Little Master Deng chuckled and politely declined, saying, "How can I accept this? It is truly unnecessary. The esteemed noble consort has made a considerable effort. Please do not refuse." Lord Song, overwhelmed with courtesy, insisted, "It is but a trivial herb. I implore you to accept it." Little Master Deng was elated at the mention of the noble consort, grinning broadly, and waved his hands dismissively, exclaiming, "Oh dear, such a title is too much. Please, do not say that. It is too much honor for me." Lord Song, yielding to the moment, remarked, "You have worked hard, Master Deng. This is but a small token. Please accept it." However, Lord Song had a matter that puzzled him. "Might I inquire where the esteemed Governor Yan of Guangdong has gone?" "Oh, Governor Yan's mother has passed away, and he has taken leave to mourn," little Master Deng replied. Understanding dawned upon Lord Song, and he struggled to suppress the smile that threatened to break forth. Were it not for little Master Deng's presence, he would have laughed aloud. For this was indeed a stroke of fortune. With a grin, he pressed the box into little Master Deng's hands and discreetly slipped a pouch into his sleeve, insisting, "Please do not decline. It is the new year, and the cold outside warrants your visit. I truly feel remiss." Little Master Deng, seemingly unable to refuse, reluctantly accepted the ginseng and then quietly informed Lord Song, "Before you depart, His Majesty may wish to summon you once more." "Do you know what matters His Majesty will inquire about?" "The threat of the Hua people remains, causing great unease in your Majesty's heart. I am grateful for your counsel, my lord." Lord Song respectfully clasped his hands together and personally escorted him out of the palace. Eunuchine squinted, curling his lips. Compared to the profits made in maritime trade, this was insignificant. Song Jianming, humph. He withdrew 10 banknotes of 100 taels each and handed them to little eunuch Deng, saying, "You've worked hard on this journey. This is for you." "Hee, thank you, master." Little eunuch Deng exclaimed excitedly as he accepted the banknotes. "Indeed, following you, master. My good days lie ahead." "Yes, thank you for your guidance, master." Chapter 10. The Past of the Handsome Father. 3 days later, early in the morning, Lord Song was summoned to the emperor's study, and it was not until evening that he exited the palace. As he entered the residence, he strode with vigor, head held high. The children stifled their laughter. The eldest, Song Chenhai, took his 2 younger brothers to do their homework, while the 4th brother, Song Chenrui, merely 6 years old, was still nibbling on his fingers. Upon hearing the term homework, his little face immediately fell. The second brother, Song Qingyue, wearing a mischievous grin, tugged at his younger brother's collar and dragged him toward the study. "Elder brother, will mother give us another brother or sister this year?" Song Qingyue inquired. Looking up at Song Chenhai, Song Chenhai raised an eyebrow and playfully tapped his second brother's forehead. "What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal?" "Brother, I'm not wrong." Song Qingyue muttered, "I actually hope we have another brother." "Why?" Song Chenhai asked good-naturedly. "Hee, then I can make him practice writing big characters, and if he misbehaves, I can smack his palm and spank his bottom. Song Qinyue brandished his tiny fists, exuding an air of authority as he spoke. Beside him, the fourth brother, Song Qingyue, pouted with a tearful expression, inwardly nodding in agreement. Indeed, if a child were to be born, it must be a younger brother. He could then relish the role of an elder sibling, relishing the opportunity to playfully torment his younger brother. Song Qingyue twitched his lips. Could it be that he, as an elder brother, had been excessively fierce towards his younger sibling? Just how profound was this child's resentment? Meanwhile, in the neighboring Song family, the atmosphere was rather tense. Old Master Song never anticipated that His Majesty would place such significance on Song Si. At a mere 30 years of age, he had already risen to the esteemed rank of a second-grade official. This was truly unprecedented in the annals of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Father, it seems that this regard extends beyond just a few cabinet elders. His Majesty genuinely values Song Si. Uncle Song felt a twinge of discomfort within. As a man nearing 50, he found himself overshadowed by a cousin from a collateral branch, and this was achieved despite their family's deliberate attempts to suppress him. How could he not feel indignant? Old Master Song cradled his teacup, his gaze fixed on the swirling tea leaves within. He too pondered, had he truly grown old? Had he ever misjudged the situation? The illegitimate grandson of his third brother was rumored to be surrounded by a cadre of absurd individuals. Could it be that amidst such folly, a rare talent had emerged, surpassing anyone from his own branch? After a prolonged silence, Old Master Song finally spoke, inquiring, "How many years has Jianming been in Jianming?" Song Jianming, the legitimate eldest son of Uncle Song, and the rightful heir of the main branch of the Song family, had been personally tutored by Old Master Song since childhood. He had previously been selected by His Majesty to serve as a companion to the Crown Prince, and now held the position of governor of Zhenjiang Prefecture. It had been over 5 years. Upon hearing the mention of his legitimate eldest son, Song Jianming, Master Song immediately tensed up. The elder gentleman gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Select the finest position for him. After 5 years in office, he has achieved nothing, rendering my efforts utterly in vain." "Father, Jianming has not been entirely unproductive." Master Song hastily clarified, "It is merely that Song Jianming has been exceedingly fortunate. Indeed, luck played a role. The matter of potatoes and corn could barely be deemed serendipitous. Moreover, the emperor wished to retain Song Si in the capital for greater responsibilities, yet faced considerable obstacles, with no suitable openings available. However, with the vacancy arising from the provincial governor Yan Chaoen's mourning, the emperor's desire for Song Si's promotion coincided perfectly. Truly, it is fate, destiny, and fortune. Song Si's son is extraordinarily fortunate." Realizing he had lost his composure, the elder scholar closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, then stated, "Go inform Song Jianming that before he departs, I wish to meet him once more." "What luck! I believe that old man has lost his senses. Has my performance over the past 6 years in Guangzhou been merely a fabrication? I can personally reward the farmers and soldiers. Can they? Can they?" As Song Si drank, he vented his frustrations vehemently against the elder scholar. Liang poured him more wine, her eyes filled with adoration for her husband. "My father is pleased and says I have good taste." With a flushed face and slightly intoxicated, Song Si pulled Liang close, resting his forehead against hers, the warmth of the alcohol wafting towards her. He gazed at her intently for a long moment before suddenly kissing her passionately. Without finishing their meal, Song Si carried his wife into the bedroom. Cousin Song Jianming is 5 years the senior of Song Si, the legitimate eldest grandson of Master Song, who personally nurtured him. At the age of 15, he achieved the distinction of a minor degree, establishing himself as a paragon within the Song clan. In his youth, Song Si had heard tales of this esteemed elder cousin from the family's ancestral home in Jiangling. As the legitimate eldest son of his household, Song Si's birth mother was merely a concubine, a remnant of his father's youthful indiscretions. His legitimate mother regarded him as a rival, and his grandfather was no less reckless, with the entire family steeped in folly. Yet, who could have anticipated that amidst such errant lineage, a remarkable talent would emerge? Song Si, possessing an extraordinary memory and keen intellect, unexpectedly excelled at the age of 13, attaining the title of Shotsai. His younger siblings fell short in comparison. Without so much as a farewell, he took the 50 taels of silver gifted by his maternal grandfather and journeyed alone to the capital, seeking refuge and support from his legitimate relatives. In the Song clan, it was not uncommon for younger branches to seek assistance in the capital, although not all were welcomed. However, Given that Song Jianming had excelled as a shotsai at 13, the direct branch of the Song family readily accepted him. They merely offered him a place to sleep and an extra pair of chopsticks, a trifling matter for a family of such stature. Yet, the Song family in the capital could not have foreseen that merely 3 years later, at the tender age of 16, Song Jianming would clandestinely participate in the imperial examination and astonishingly succeed, becoming the youngest jinshi of the Great Zhou Dynasty. In the same year, Song Jianshua, who had also passed the examination, was already 21. Although he ranked highly among the jinshi at 21, he was still considered quite young. However, with Song Jianming's remarkable achievement, all discussions gravitated towards the prodigious 16-year-old. In that autumn examination, all the attention was seized by the newcomer, Song Xiling. Consequently, Song Jianming was compelled by the elder of the Song family to postpone his participation in the imperial examination for 3 more years. Song Jianming was aware that, following Song Jianshua's remarkable success, the Liang family had intentions of an alliance with the Song family. Liang Huayu, the most cherished daughter of the Liang family, was also a renowned beauty in the capital. However, it was Liang Huayu who had her heart set on Song Jianming. With his striking appearance and status as a 16-year-old successful candidate, she caused quite a stir at home, compelling her father to approach the Song family for a marriage proposal. After waiting 3 years for Song Jianming to attain the rank of third-place scholar, the Liang family finally consented to the union. When Song Jianming found himself in a position of dominance over Liang, he could not suppress his pride, for he had triumphed over Song Jianshua. Whether it be in matters of women, the imperial examinations, or his official career, this distant branch of the family had managed to overshadow the legitimate line. Outside, the dawn was breaking. It was not until the sun began to set that the household finally received hot water. In the evening, having treated the children to some tang yuan, the jubilant and radiant Song Darren declared that the entire family should venture into the streets to enjoy the festivities. Chapter 11. A branch too far removed except for the young dragon and phoenix twins of concubine who were still too small. Song Xiling instructed the 3 of them to remain at home. The other 7 children and 4 women, along with the servants, made for a grand total of 32. A vibrant and bustling entourage. Although Chun Yang was initially reluctant to go out, Song Qingyue insisted on dragging her along. A person as melancholic as Chun Yang needed to venture out more often to lift her spirits. Remaining in the cramped courtyard would only deepen her gloom. The children, as they walked, bought and sampled various treats, while the streets were alive with an array of stalls and performers showcasing their tricks and feats. For young boys were filled with exuberance. Throughout the entire year, apart from the eve of the new year, today was the only day devoid of homework. The 5th son, Song Chenfei, dashed about like a lively monkey, his excitement palpable as he spotted the snow piled along the roadside. He leaped onto a snowbank, rolling about like a little madman, much to the chagrin of Aunt Xiao, who struggled to rein him in, ultimately resorting to pulling on the nape of his neck and scolding him publicly. Lord Song Si, witnessing this spectacle, merely chuckled, standing to the side with an amused smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Song Qingyue holding Aunt Chun's hand, quietly watching her brother tumble in the snow, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This child truly lived up to her name, serene and distant, as if she had never indulged in such rowdiness, resembling a cold, luminous moon in the depths of an autumn-winter night. Lord Song Si approached and lifted Song Qingyue into his arms, inquiring, "Is this your first encounter with snow, Yuer? Why are you not excited?" Song Qingyue replied rather coolly, "I played in the snow a few days ago when it fell. I even built a snowman with the nurse and the maidens." "Indeed. Did the lady accompany you?" "She could not, as your 3 brothers are studying in the capital." Song Qingyue pondered for a moment and added, "Actually, they could take a trip to Guangdong every 2 years. Is it not said that one should read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles? Remaining in the capital, solely immersed in books, is not ideal." Every time little Song Qingyue earnestly articulated her profound thoughts with a serious expression, Lord Song Si found it exceedingly amusing. He playfully pinched her nose, saying, "Your reasoning is quite astute. Such a small person, yet you presume to advise your brothers." However, Song Qingyue paid no heed to his remarks and continued, "Lord Song, though you have achieved a promotion, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Moreover, one cannot wrong the lady. Her affections for you run deep. Lord Song must not behave like a heartless scoundrel." Song Jianming turned his head, exchanging fierce glares with Song Qingyue. What nonsense fills this girl's mind? He deliberately adopted a stern expression and reprimanded, Is it not enough to manage your brother? Now you seek to govern your father as well? Song Qingyue huffed. I am indeed your lucky star, Lord Song. Should you disregard my counsel, beware of misfortune. Oh my, the little girl dares to issue threats. Master Song Si erupted into hearty laughter, drawing the attention of passers-by. On the second floor of a tea house by the street, a strikingly handsome young gentleman, adorned in fine attire, sat by the window, accompanied by several notorious rakes of the capital. He rested his chin on his hand, observing the father-daughter duo below with great interest. Another rake leaned in, stretching his neck to inquire, "What captivates your attention so intently?" The handsome young lord pointed downward and said, "Do you know who that is?" "Who?" "The recently celebrated young Lord Song, the newly appointed governor of Guangdong province." "Oh, I know. They say he is just over 30. Another rake craned his neck to join the view. 3 heads crowded together at the narrow window. "Indeed, he is remarkably gifted in appearance, rivaling that of your royal father." The rake referred to none other than the 3rd prince of the current emperor, His Royal Highness, the Prince of Su. The trio of rakes comprised the Prince of Su's heir, Li Zhao, the son of Princess Ping'an, Huang Huaid, and the legitimate youngest son of the Duke of Jinbei, Ning Yuan. Li Zhao, the young heir, squinted intently at the girl cradled in the arms of Lord Song. To his surprise, this adorable little rice dumpling was the same girl who had scolded him for being a mere child when she was still an infant. How she had grown in 3 years. Truly delightful, yet she still bore that cold, expressionless visage. Oh, how amusing it was to see Lord Song affectionately kiss her cheek, only for her to respond with a look of disdain. Li Zhao laughed heartily, finding her utterly entertaining. He recalled the time he had asked her to call him brother, and her eye roll had been unforgettable. His hands itched to pinch her cheeks, to provoke tears and perhaps witness her frantic, exasperated antics, which would undoubtedly be a source of great amusement. Meanwhile, Song Qingyue sneezed, unaware that she had caught the attention of a mischievous youth. The family had departed, leaving behind only concubine Lin. While he had taken the second young lady, Song Yushi, with him, concubine Lin remained. The 4th Master Song harbored deep resentment towards his legitimate mother, Lin, who had once forced him to accept concubine Lin into their household. He had already allowed her to bear him a child, and she ought to be grateful for that. Presently, Lord Song wished to avoid seeing concubine Lin altogether, as her presence only reminded him of the past, those days of being tormented by his legitimate mother and overlooked by his father. Out of sight, out of mind, he thought, to preserve his own peace of mind. The Song family in Jianming received the news of Song Jianming's promotion to governor of Guangdong. The messenger, apart from being a servant from the main branch of the Song family, was a bodyguard named Zhao San, one of Song Jianming's trusted confidants. After paying respects to Old Master Song and Madame Lin, he promptly offered to escort Lord Song's birth mother, concubine Chun, along with his maternal grandfather, Old Dr. Chun, to Guangzhou. Madame Lin, incensed, forcefully smashed the teacup at Zhao San's feet. Zhao San, immediately adopting a stern countenance, spoke with an air of menace. "Madam, are you truly intent on opposing our esteemed master?" Lin, seething with rage, panted heavily, her chest rising and falling tumultuously. "That ungrateful wretch. I shall report him for his filial disobedience." Zhao San, undeterred, let out a cold laugh. "Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner, madam?" Lin, momentarily intimidated by Zhao San's imposing presence, still retorted defiantly, "I am his rightful mother. How could he dare to defy me?" Without further ado, Zhao San produced a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to the matron beside Lin. Upon reading its contents, Lin's complexion drained of color, and in her fury, she shattered a vase from the antique shelf behind her, biting down hard on her teeth as a metallic taste of blood surged in her throat. The document contained damning evidence against her 2 sons. How could she have underestimated that vile wretch who dared to investigate her children? Finally, Master Song, stroking his ruddy, wine-stained nose, emerged to mediate the situation, soothing Lin while instructing someone to serve tea to the guard Zhao. After a round of pleasantries, he acquiesced to Zhao, permitting him to take concubine Chen away. Consequently, Lin unleashed her fury upon Old Master Song, berating him throughout the night until his face bore the marks of her ire, resembling that of a battered swine. Song Jianming's grandfather was the 3rd illegitimate son of the esteemed Song Laoshi in the capital, and his father was also a son of his grandfather's unrecognized lineage. Thus, Song Jianming himself could be deemed as thoroughly illegitimate as one could be. After attaining the status of a scholar, Song Laodai failed to pass several local examinations, leading him to abandon his aspirations for the imperial examination. Lacking proficiency in mundane affairs, he settled into a life of indulgence, engaging in cockfighting and dog racing, and cultivating a plethora of vices. Following the division of the family estate, the meager inheritance he received was squandered in no time, and for these past years, he has relied on the dowry of the Lin family for sustenance. Chapter 12. Conversations at the academy. The next morning, while Lin Shi remained asleep, Song Laodai, with a face bruised and swollen, stealthily approached Zhao San, rubbing his hands together. He feigned a cheerful demeanor and inquired, Zhao, my son did not send anything for me, did he? What is it? Zhao San queried. This. Song Laodai gestured to signify money. Zhao San shot him a disdainful look, thinking to himself what an unreliable father he had, and wondered how such a father had managed to raise a son, with a father so imprudent and a stepmother who seemed ready to do him harm. Life was no easy feat for their master. With an eye roll that nearly reached the heavens, Zhao San placed 6,000 taels of silver on the table and stated, Our master has instructed me to return the 800 taels you provided as a marriage settlement, along with interest. He now repays you 6,000 taels. I implore you, do not seek further financial assistance from him. Our master is also using Madame's dowry. He is quite impoverished. Subsequently, Zhao San produced a promissory note, requesting Song Laodai to affix his thumbprint. Song Laodai pursed his lips, inwardly cursing the unfilial wretch. Yet he maintained a jovial facade as he pressed his thumb on the document. 6,000 taels. Ha ha ha. At last, he could enjoy a carefree existence for another 2 months. As they journeyed forth, Lord Song, accompanied by several young boys and the lovely Song Qingyue, explored the surroundings, allowing the children to familiarize themselves with various grain crops. They strolled through the towns they passed, during which Lord Song assigned tasks to his sons, instructing them to document their thoughts and feelings of the day. Song Yashin also yearned to accompany her father on this adventure, but upon learning that her brothers would have to complete assignments, her expression fell, and she indignantly inquired, Must third sister also write assignments? Of course. Your third sister pens a travelogue daily, came the reply. In truth, not only did Song Qingyue write travelogues, but she also excelled at sketching. In her previous life, she had nurtured a passion for comics from a young age, studying drawing under her grandfather, a professor of oil painting, since middle school. She furthered her knowledge by seeking online tutorials, mastering the art of manga with remarkable speed and skill. During her high school and university years, she often clandestinely created less than innocent fan art. However, the landscape sketches rendered in charcoal remained hidden, shared only with Lord Song, so as not to arouse suspicion. After traversing past Jianming Prefecture, the canal was no longer frozen, allowing them to board a vessel. They continued to explore several cities along the way, including Suzhou, Huayan, and Yangzhou. When they passed through Zhenjiang, Lord Song took special care to hold the hand of his wife, Lady Liang, as they paid a visit to his cousin, Song Jianque, the eldest son of the main branch of the Song family who served as the governor of Zhenjiang. This was purely an act of boasting. Song Qingyue shook her head in disapproval, thinking, Lord Song may be getting carried away. If this continues, he should beware of capsizing in the gutter. In contrast, Song Jianque remained relatively unperturbed. He had recognized his cousin's remarkable talents when they had entered school together, acknowledging him as an exceptional individual blessed with fortuitous luck. However, one can never be certain. The struggle within the court has always been fierce. A tall tree attracts the wind, and the bird that stands out is the one that gets shot. At a young age, Song Jianming occupies a prominent position, making it inevitable that he may encounter setbacks. He is quite eager to see what the future holds for himself and his brother, wondering who will ultimately emerge victorious. Upon arriving in Hangzhou, the group rested for 5 days in the city. Song Qingyue expressed her desire to visit the silk factory and the paper mill. It was winter, and the silkworms had long been harvested, causing the silk factory to halt its operations. Nevertheless, local wealthy merchants were quite willing to host high-ranking officials from the court, guiding Master Song and the children through the idle spinning mill. Upon hearing that a second-rank official wished to visit, the owner of the paper mill nearly suffered a heart attack. However, upon learning that Master Song merely wanted to show the children the paper-making process, he breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly led Master Song, along with several young masters and a young lady from the Song family, to his paper mill. In the end, he invited Master Song to a meal, thus establishing a favorable connection. After returning home, Master Song read through the travel journal of the third young lady and inquired, Little Imp, where else would you like to go? After contemplating, Song Qingyue replied. The bookstore and the printing house. Very well. Master Song readily agreed. Hangzhou is a place of great literary culture, and purchasing more books to take back to Lingnan is indeed a splendid idea. Thus, under the protection of Song Quan, Song Qingyue immersed herself in the bookstore, acquiring a plethora of eclectic novels, travelogues, cookbooks, medical texts, agricultural treatises, and engineering manuals, among others. In total, she amassed an entire trunk full of assorted books, each ranging from 1 to 3 taels in price, costing Master Song several hundred taels of silver. However, Lord Song felt no sorrow. He understood that Song Qingyue was a spirited individual with grand ideas. Perhaps one day she would devise a stroke of genius akin to that of potatoes or corn, allowing him to enhance his reputation before the emperor. Lord Song, accompanied by his eldest son, Song Chenhai, and his second son, Song Chenxiu, visited the renowned Wansong Academy in Hangzhou to pay respects to the headmaster. There, he engaged in a profound conversation with the venerable headmaster, allowing his sons to attend as observers and take notes. During his tenure as the governor of Guangzhou, Lord Song often disguised himself as a merchant to delve into the rural sentiments of the people. Despite his youth, he possessed a wealth of experience and was a distinguished graduate of the highest imperial examination. His inquiries left the old headmaster momentarily speechless. The students who came to listen were thoroughly captivated and expressed a desire for Lord Song to return the following day for another enlightening discussion. Upon returning home, Song Chenhai and Song Chenxiu organized their notes from the lecture, with Lord Song insisting that they each compose a reflective piece. In a rare moment, Song Chenxiu struggled to articulate his thoughts, discarding several drafts in frustration as he toiled through the night without clarity. Seeking guidance from his father, Lord Song gently patted his son's head, advising him to rest and accompany him back to Wansong Academy the next day. Song Qingyue joined in the excitement, insisting on attending. When Lord Song returned to Wansong Academy the following day, he discovered that the headmaster had also invited 2 esteemed scholars from Chongwen Academy and Xiang Academy. The discussion was set to take place in a pavilion nestled in the academy's rear mountains, with a throng of eager students gathered outside, including those from Wansong Academy as well as the other 2 institutions. Lord Song had become exceedingly famous. At 19, he was the top scholar, and at 32, he held the esteemed rank of a second-grade official, serving as a paragon for all scholars. People have come here out of admiration. A discourse unfolded around tradition and innovation, with 3 venerable elders, once officials themselves, engaging in conversation. After their discussions, they discovered that Lord Song was not only well-versed in the ways of governance and adept at maneuvering, but also a man of action. The phrase crossing the river by feeling for stones was a novel concept to them, given that many policies yield unpredictable outcomes upon implementation, and every matter carries both advantages and disadvantages. It is far more prudent to conduct small-scale trials rather than engage in endless debates that stifle progress. Any flaws can be addressed and refined, and once a policy is perfected, it can be widely adopted. Indeed, this is the secret formula behind Lord Song's successful administration over the 6 years as the governor of Guangzhou. After descending the mountain with the children, the old gentleman felt a lingering sense of awe, exclaiming, "The youth are formidable, truly formidable." Upon leaving Hangzhou, the group traveled by carriage to Yongshan County. Situated opposite the Zhoushan Islands, Yongshan County experiences the winter winds predominantly from the northwest, making it ideal to set sail by sea, navigating the eastern coastline with favorable winds towards Guangzhou. This was the first encounter with the sea for the children, as well as for the Liang family, and the vast expanse of azure left everyone profoundly moved. It mirrored the moment years prior when Lord Song, burdened by resentment from being suppressed by old Master Song, arrived in Lingnan, Guangzhou, and felt an overwhelming clarity upon witnessing the sea. He realized just how insignificant he was within the grand tapestry of existence. In the fleeting span of his ephemeral life, everything was merely a passing triviality. 20 days later, the group finally arrived at the port of Chaozhou. Most of the inhabitants from the capital were utterly exhausted from seasickness, particularly Liang and the young lady, Song Yaxin. Unable to delay his official appointment, Master Song decided to leave his seasick family members in Chaozhou to recuperate while he proceeded alone to Guangzhou to assume his duties at the government office. Chapter 13. Chaozhou City. The governor of Chaozhou, Master Yuan, received Master Song's family with great warmth and eagerness to curry favor. However, the guests were utterly devoid of spirit, having been tormented by seasickness. Upon arriving at the Yuan residence, Liang fell ill, and Master Yuan's wife, unfortunately, had no opportunity to engage in pleasantries with her, instead dedicating herself to her care in hopes of leaving a favorable impression on Madame Song, hoping that in due time, Master Song would speak kindly of her husband. She had heard that when Master Song was in charge of Guangzhou, he shared an exceptionally close relationship with the provincial governor, Master Shin, who often mentioned Master Song in his reports to the emperor. Now that their family had finally secured a chance to shine before the governor, they certainly did not wish to squander it. The unfamiliar environment, coupled with their first experience on a sea vessel, resulted in the residents from the capital enduring over 10 days in Chaozhou. In contrast, the few children born in Guangzhou, after a brief rest, sprang back to life, with Song Qingyue particularly lively as she roamed the streets of Chaozhou with her guard, Qi Xiaowu. Qi Xiaowu was one of the more distinguished guards assigned specifically to the third young lady. Initially, he questioned whether serving as a young lady's protector was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, he soon realized that attending to the third young lady was indeed quite demanding. She had an insatiable appetite for exploration. For 5 consecutive days, they have wandered through bustling streets, relentlessly seeking out crowded places. Even the seafood market has not been spared. Qi Shiwu remains on high alert, fearing that any misstep by the third young lady would provoke Lord Song's wrath. The primary source of Song Qingyue's exuberance over the past few days stems from indulging in a plethora of delectable dishes reminiscent of her previous life. The Chaozhou region predominantly features Hakka cuisine, which she adores, particularly the fish balls and stuffed tofu. However, she has yet to discover the elusive sauté sauce, likely due to the limited dissemination of chili peppers in South Asia, which will take several decades, if not centuries, to achieve widespread popularity. Beef meatballs are utterly non-existent. In this era, cattle are crucial commodities, and the slaughter of a cow requires government approval, let alone the consumption of beef. In the north, lamb is abundant, whereas in Lingnan, protein primarily derives from seafood. Nevertheless, since Lord Song advocated for the cultivation of pigs and chickens, dishes such as medicinal chicken soup, marinated eggs, assorted chicken delicacies, pig trotter rice, and claypot rice with preserved meats have gradually gained popularity. At the entrance of the local apothecary, herbal tea is being brewed with a rhythmic bubbling, each establishment boasting its unique blend of flavors and secret recipes. Not far from the apothecary, there is inevitably a shop specializing in spicy and sour noodles. Following the launch of Song Leodad's chili sauce by Lord Song, this dish has become a local culinary sensation. The leftover fish bones and trimmings from fishball preparation are simmered with pickled vegetables to create a broth, enhanced by a spoonful of Song Laoxi's chili sauce and a sprinkle of crushed peanuts. Some find it irresistible, while others become increasingly addicted with each bite. After savoring the spicy and sour noodles, a bowl of herbal tea offers a delightful finish, truly refreshing. Song Qingyue had a small appetite, yet she was beset by cravings. Consequently, whatever she could not consume was devoured by the vigilant guard, Qi. After a few days, as Qi patted his gradually protruding belly, he resolved that he must forcibly escort the third young lady to Guangzhou, lest he suffer a decline in his martial prowess due to his burgeoning waistline. However, fate played a cruel trick. The very next day, he lost track of the young lady. In a fleeting moment at a jade shop, she vanished without a trace. Chapter 14. Abduction. When Song Qingyue regained consciousness, she found herself bound within a dimly lit chamber, her feet shackled by iron chains. Oh no! Could she have been kidnapped? Where was Qi Xiaowu? Was he not a master of martial arts? Alas, had she known, she would have obediently remained at home. Anger surged through her. Cursed traffickers! She scanned her surroundings and glanced down at the coarse ropes binding her, which exhibited an alarming expertise in their craftsmanship. After a futile attempt to struggle, she resigned herself, sighed deeply, and closed her eyes to drift back into slumber. Outside, 3 guards stood in astonishment, hurriedly rushing to report to the young lord. My lord, the young lady, she has awakened. Is that so? What is her condition? Li Zhao inquired eagerly, setting his legs down from the table. The palace guard hesitated momentarily before responding. The young lady merely glanced around before lying down to sleep again. Sleeping? Li Zhao slammed his palm upon the table, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into hearty laughter. The guard, scratching his nose, thought to himself that the young lady from the Song family was indeed extraordinary, possessing an astonishingly carefree spirit. Such a petite girl, upon realizing she had been abducted, did not weep or wail. Instead, she calmly surveyed her surroundings, and upon concluding that escape was futile, opted to resume her slumber. leaving the band of kidnappers feeling utterly unaccomplished. Prince Su's heir, Li Zhao, now 12 years of age, had grown considerably taller. Yet his temperament remained as unruly as ever. He toyed with a dagger, his fingers deftly performing various tricks with it, while he reclined with an air of dissatisfaction, directing his ire at the guard. "You lot," he commanded, "find a way to frighten her. If she doesn't cry, you shall not dine." The palace guard swallowed hard, feeling as though his very saliva was bitter. What madness had overtaken the young master? Did he not fear the wrath of the prince? He chuckled to himself. "It has been over a month since I last had meat. I wonder if it will be braised or steamed. I find roasted to be the most delectable." Meanwhile, imprisoned within, Song Qingyue felt a chill run down her spine, her heart racing with dread as she thought, "Goodness, could the prey they speak of be me? This is far too grim. I cannot perish here." Thus, she wriggled like a worm towards the door and called out, "Noble gentleman, spare my life. Please, please, sell me instead. I am quite valuable. As a charming young lady, I could fetch quite a sum in the marketplace. If nothing else, selling me to a brothel would yield 50 taels of silver. Consider this, 50 taels could buy you 60 or 70 chickens. Nurture them, and you could feast on meat every day henceforth. Today, consume me, and thereafter I shall cease to exist." Li Zhao stood outside, seething with indignation. How could this girl so willingly seek to sell herself into a brothel? Such self-degradation infuriated him. With a resounding crash, the door to the woodshed was kicked open, and a figure clad entirely in black, their face obscured by a dark cloth, strode in, brandishing a knife, with the sheath pressed menacingly against Song Qingyue's chest. The figure growled, "What did you say? Dare to repeat that?" Song Qingyue's complexion drained of color in sheer terror, stammering in a whisper, "Hero, spare me, please. Do not consume me. Eating human flesh leads to damnation." "Huh, I've taken lives since my youth without a flicker of an eye. Do you think I fear hell?" A melodious voice emerged, reminiscent of a boy yet to reach manhood. Could it be that she had encountered a merciless, deranged killer? "All right, dear brother," she implored. "As long as you spare my life, I shall heed your every command. Well, I am not unappealing in appearance. I possess skills in writing and arithmetic, and I learn swiftly. If need be, considering your youth, you could take me as a child bride, and when I mature, I shall serve as your wife. After all, I am the daughter of a noble family. My father holds the rank of a second-grade official." A second-grade official, do you comprehend? A significant official. How prestigious it would be for you to wed the daughter of a second-grade official as your wife. It would elevate your status among bandits and traffickers, placing you at the pinnacle. Having poured out her heart in a single breath, Song Qingyue felt parched. She licked her lips and gazed up at the masked bandit with a pitiful expression. The bandit lowered their gaze, scrutinizing her for a considerable time, before suddenly breaking into laughter, a hearty guffaw that echoed through the air. "Ha ha 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 ha. All right, today I shall grant you a reprieve. When you have matured, perhaps I shall consider you as my consort." Ha ha ha. Is this truly how she is to be spared? Before Song Qingyue could revel in her momentary joy, a sharp pain struck her neck, causing her to lose consciousness once more. Just before her eyes fluttered shut, she caught a glimpse of the ornate patterns on the sheaths of the swords held by the guards at the doorway. She strained to engrave the designs in her memory before succumbing to darkness. Upon awakening, she found herself in the familiar confines of her home in Guangzhou. Miss, you have finally awoken." Two maidservants, Mo Xiang and Mo Yun, what as they surrounded her. Bai Momo rushed in from outside, and upon seeing Song Qingyue conscious, she clasped her hands in gratitude, thanking the heavens. "Ah, it hurts terribly." Song Qingyue gingerly touched the swollen lumps at the back of her neck. Realizing the assailants had been quite ruthless, she could wager that those individuals were no ordinary brigands. They had targeted her father, certainly not mere mountain thieves or human traffickers. Such exquisite weapons could hardly belong to common bandits. Mo Xiang, fetch me paper and a writing brush, quickly. Seeing her mistress in haste, Mo Xiang nodded and hurried to retrieve rice paper and a brush. Song Qingyue, bemused, complained, "A brush? How am I to write with that?" Oh. Mo Xiang dashed back to the study to procure a charcoal pencil. She had only been assigned to serve the third miss after the new year, and initially, she felt somewhat discontented, believing it better to serve as a second-tier maid for the eldest miss than to be a personal attendant for an illegitimate daughter raised by a concubine. Recently, however, she had come to realize that the third miss received more allowance than the eldest and was favored by their elders. Miss Sam possesses a rather carefree disposition and displays a somewhat lax adherence to rules. However, she is exceptionally intelligent and has encountered numerous peculiar and extraordinary items. For instance, she has come across charcoal pins and a unique bamboo tube with a steel nib, both of which are unfamiliar to her. Regardless of the thoughts of her maid, Song Qingyue intends to capture the decorative patterns from the guard's scabbard while the impressions linger in her mind. She hands her drawing to Granny Bai, instructing her to seek out her father and convey that she observed this on the scabbard of the knife belonging to her captor. He will certainly know how to address the matter. In the study of Lord Song, His Highness the Prince of Su, disguised as an ordinary guard, raised an eyebrow at the decorative drawing of the scabbard created by Song Qingyue, a gentle smile gracing his face. Lord Song has indeed been blessed with a remarkable daughter. What a pity she is merely a girl. The Prince of Su idly toyed with a charcoal pin resting on Lord Song's desk, chuckling nonchalantly. Indeed, this young man is in dire need of a lesson. Rest assured, I shall provide Lord Song with an appropriate resolution. Lord Song grunted in response, pouring tea and signaling for his guest to depart. The Prince of Su cast a sidelong glance at him, surreptitiously slipping the charcoal pin into his sleeve before departing with an air of elegance. Bandit, Lord Song muttered under his breath. A month later, a significant uproar erupted in the court due to a memorial submitted by the governor of Guangdong, Song Jianming, who accused the Prince of Su of failing in his duties as a guardian, allowing the heir to brazenly abduct his daughter. 13 years prior, His Highness had been tasked with establishing a naval force in the southern seas while stationed in Guangdong and Fujian. As long as the coffers were not excessively empty, the ambitious emperor sought to indulge in grand exploits, forming an army to confront the likes of the Wara and the Tatars, essentially stirring the pot. Before setting off, Master Song was specifically summoned to the imperial study by His Majesty, who insisted that he diligently cooperate with Prince Su in establishing the naval camp. Of course, there was an underlying intention of monitoring and restraining involved. The matter of princes wielding military power has always been a sensitive issue. Furthermore, the governor of Guangdong, Shen Qiuhan, and the prosecutor Yang Yechen were not held in high regard by the emperor, which prompted Song Jianming to discreetly keep a close watch on Prince Su's movements. As it turned out, Song Jianming did not disappoint His Majesty. Within 2 months, he managed to uncover a significant piece of evidence against Prince Su. The incident garnered considerable attention, as the heir of Prince Su, Li Xiao, had the audacity to abduct the 6-year-old daughter of Master Song, all for mere amusement. In his memorial, Song Jianming expressed his outrage, vehemently denouncing Li Xiao as a vile creature unworthy of his position as heir. This scathing indictment incited a fervent backlash from the censors, who magnified Prince Su's various minor faults and unleashed a torrent of criticism, accusing him of being indolent, lecherous, and immoral. They condemned the prince for maintaining a harem of numerous concubines and entertainers, while his soldiers lacked respect, showing contempt for civil officials across the regions. They argued that the errant behavior of heir Li Xiao was merely a reflection of his upbringing under such a flawed role model, devoid of decorum. Chapter 15. The prodigy of child-rearing. Ultimately, the blame could be laid squarely at the feet of His Highness Prince Su, whose penchant for debauchery and reckless behavior was offset by his remarkable capabilities. He had never faltered in his duties, which left His Majesty reluctant to forego the services of such a talented individual. The emperor, having reviewed the punishment, felt a degree of satisfaction. He discreetly instructed the imperial physician to tend to Li Xiao's injuries and sent a personal letter to his beloved grandson. I have been deeply pained by the news concerning Zhao. I had intended to visit the ancestral court personally, yet this matter touches upon the dignity of the court's civil officials, necessitating punishment and forbidding my visit. I hope Zhao can recuperate in the ancestral court without haste. Thus, I pen this edict to convey my regards. Upon reading his grandfather's letter, Li Xiao struggled to rise from his bed to prostrate himself towards the palace hall, only to be supported by the imperial physician, who consoled him. His Majesty holds the heir in such high esteem. It is incumbent upon the heir to reflect carefully and act with greater prudence henceforth. Li Xiao nodded repeatedly, his eyes glistening with emotion. Once the physician departed, he rolled his eyes and signaled to his attendant, Lin Wanfu, to take the letter away, harboring a sense of disdain. This was an age-old tactic of the old man, striking with one hand while offering sweet comforts with the other. When it came to nurturing their offspring, none surpassed the current emperor. If only his father would behave with sincerity, for the sake of cordiality with Song Jianming, the old man would surely be restless. Having vented his frustrations regarding his grandfather and lamented the shortcomings of his father, Prince Su, he mused on the irony of it all. The prince could indulge in merriment with concubines in Guangdong and Fujian, leaving his son to bear the brunt of punishment and confinement. Who among the imperial grandsons suffers more than I? He exclaimed, sneezing repeatedly in agitation. Who dares to insult this imperial grandson? Yet, he quickly flashed a grin, shaking his legs triumphantly, confident that it was undoubtedly his beloved little wife, pondering over her gifts. 2,000 miles away in the city of Guangzhou, Song Qingyue cast a cold gaze upon the jeweled dagger she held, while Mo Xiang and Granny Bai stood anxiously to the side. This dagger had mysteriously appeared beside the young lady's bed that very morning, and to their astonishment, none of the servants on duty had noticed its presence. This was a grave dereliction of duty. The third young lady was typically stern and unsmiling, and her current demeanor was even more fearsome. She was a daughter of great importance to her father. If he were to learn that a thief had entered her chamber in the dead of night, none of them would escape unscathed. Yet the question lingered, what kind of thief would inexplicably deliver such a precious dagger? The various gems adorning the sheath and the blade's exquisite craftsmanship suggested it was an invaluable treasure. After all, this was steel. In an era where even fine iron was cherished, steel was far rarer than the ostentatious gems on the dagger's hilt. For some reason, she was suddenly reminded of that masked young man in black. Could this possibly be the token of a bandit leader? Madness. Granny Bai, procure a leather belt for me to hang this dagger from. The design is of no consequence, as long as it can be worn at the waist. Mo Xiang, please inquire about Qi Xiao Wu's whereabouts. It has been quite some time since I last saw him. Indeed, it is known. However, the third young lady has truly spent the last fortnight playing in the mud. Not only has she engaged in this pastime, but she has also constructed a sizable brick kiln in the courtyard to fire the clay. Yet, she has produced no more than mere lumps of mud. After all, mud remains mud, does it not? Even the second young lady is aware of the importance of vying for the lady's favor to enjoy a day out. Yet our own young miss spends her days wallowing in mud, much to the distress of Granny Bai. Granny Bai feels tormented and on the verge of tears. How can there be such a fierce little girl? So young yet devoid of the innocent exuberance typical of childhood. She shows no interest in play or food, and is exceedingly difficult to appease. With a perpetually stern expression, she engages in peculiar antics, and at the slightest dissatisfaction, she threatens to replace those around her. Alas, Lord Song indulges her whims. But why, one wonders? Chapter 16. The arrival of concubine Chao in the courtyard of Dinging. Concubine He's life is equally trying. This is not due to stringent treatment from Lady Liang or incessant demands for adherence to rules, but rather her own stubbornness and internal strife. Initially, she took pride in being able to accompany Lord Song, as the rear courtyard was under her management. With the lady residing over 2,000 miles away, she felt her presence was of little consequence, believing she was no different from the primary wife. It was only upon Lady Liang's arrival that she realized the primary wife hosted numerous gatherings and banquets previously. She had not been invited because the other ladies looked down upon mingling with a concubine, deeming it beneath their dignity. Granny Qin, observing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy. However, in this household, Lord Song's word is law, and his decisions are beyond reproach. All one can do is offer gentle counsel. Concubine, remember, the master has his thoughts on sixth young master, hoping he will become a person of merit. I have heard of many who wish to send their children to Song's family academy, but cannot gain entry. Moreover, I observe that the lady is quite generous and would not neglect Xingguo. Upon hearing her wet nurse speak on behalf of the Liang family, and he immediately felt a surge of displeasure and shouted at Qin's nurse, who can say for certain? Who knows if she is truly amiable on the surface, yet harbors a heart of malice? I observe her extreme indifference towards the several illegitimate sons and daughters. Entrusting Xingguo to her fills me with unease. Half a month later, the biological mother of Lord Song, Madame Chen, arrived at Guangzhou Prefecture. Seizing the opportunity with both the mother and the lady present, Lord Song took a new concubine, a daughter of a wealthy merchant from Guangdong, named Chao. This Chao was selected by Liang, being a legitimate daughter from the Chao family. She possessed a fair appearance, though lacking remarkable talents in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Yet she excelled in financial management. On the night of her marriage, Lord Song dined only in Chao's chambers and retired to his study to sleep. The following morning, Chao respectfully presented tea to Liang, after which Lord Song remained at Liang's side until she departed Guangzhou Prefecture with several young boys. At which point he consummated his marriage with concubine Chao. Hearing the new maid Xiao Tsui chattering animatedly about the gossip she had gathered, Song Qingyue shook her head and sighed. Lord Song's performance is indeed commendable. If he does not rise in status and wealth, who shall? It must be noted that concubine Xiao arrived with a dowry of 100,000 taels. When he entered the family, her dowry was merely 40,000 taels. What can be said of Lord Song's elevation? His worth has certainly increased. A fourth-rank governor cannot possibly be compared to a second-rank magistrate. It is simply not feasible. In other households, concubines typically arrive without dowries. The moment a concubine is brought into the home, she becomes the property of her husband's family, and all she brings is forfeited. Thus, no family is inclined to provide significant dowries for the daughters of concubines. However, the situation with Lord Song is quite different. The dowry serves as a testament to the sincerity with which the Chao family approaches him. It is evident that the Chao family possesses both intelligence and eloquence, excelling in the art of social conduct. In terms of appearance, she is notably inferior to Lady He, and initially, Lord Song exhibited a rather indifferent demeanor towards her. The various courtyards in the rear were visited in a seemingly equitable manner, yet gradually, his visits to concubine Xiao's quarters increased, and her influence in the rear courtyard grew significantly, suggesting a burgeoning dominance over Lady He. Lord Song's biological mother, Lady Chun, is characterized by her gentle temperament and reticence. Having been melancholic during her time in Jianming Prefecture, with little improvement after relocating to Guangzhou Prefecture, which troubled Lord Song greatly. In search of solace, he visited the Muyu Pavilion to observe his daughter, Song Qingyue, playing in the mud, and sought her counsel. Song Qingyue suggested, "Isn't great-grandfather arriving in a few days? Perhaps you could prepare a shop for him to sell medicine and consult with patients, allowing grandmother to assist there. Engaging in meaningful work might uplift her spirits." Lord Song nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in her advice. Lady Qin had been well-versed in medical texts since childhood and possessed considerable skills in gynecology. Had she not been deceived by Lord Song's father and sullied her reputation, she would never have found herself in the position of a concubine. 10 days later, Nurse Bai was heartened to discover that her young mistress had finally ceased her muddy play and taken on the role of an apprentice at old Dr. Chin's herbal medicine clinic. However, her duties as an apprentice were not physically demanding. She had little knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and primarily spent her time engaging great-grandfather in lively discussions, urging him to document the various cases he encountered during his travels over the years. Dr. Chun maintained a portion of records himself, yet his constant travels rendered it inconvenient for him to carry writing materials. Moreover, Dr. Chun possessed a remarkable memory, while others exhibited a certain laziness. Thus, the documented cases constituted merely a small fraction of the entirety. Song Qingyue diligently focused on transcribing the cases narrated by Dr. Chun, meticulously documenting them. Upon completing the records, she categorized and organized them for further analysis. However, these tasks proved to be rather specialized, and as Song Qingyue was a novice in the field, she requested Lord Song to recruit 2 young apprentices already familiar with pharmacology to assist the elder gentleman in sorting the cases. It was indeed preferable to entrust such record-keeping and summarization to professionals. Chapter 17. The cement road. In early May, the sun blazed down on the Guangdong province, where the first harvest of rice had been completed and preparations were underway for the sowing of the second crop. The heads of the He and Chao families were summoned by Lord Song to the Bureau of Revenue, where they were presented with 2 peculiar large stones. Interestingly, these stones were neither bluestone nor did they belong to any type they had previously encountered. They bore strange patterns and, although not as strong as bluestone or granite, were remarkably hard. The 2 family heads scrutinized the stones for a considerable time, incredulously asking Lord Song if they were perhaps man-made. With a slight smile, Lord Song replied, "Indeed, this substance is known as concrete. I am considering the renovation of the official roads within Guangdong. Do you believe this material would be viable?" The head of the Chao family stroked his chin and remarked, "I have heard that the bricks used by the founding emperor to construct the walls of Nanjing were made from kaolin, clay, and sand, which, while extraordinarily durable, incurred significant costs. May I inquire, my lord, what is the expense associated with this concrete?" Lord Song extended 2 fingers and proclaimed, 21 per stone. The 2 family heads gasped in unison, incredulously exclaiming, "Is it truly so inexpensive?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Lord Song smiled enigmatically and remarked, "If you 2 are interested in this item, I possess the formula." Upon hearing this, the 2 men thought to themselves, the daughters were not given in vain, nor the dowries. Initially, they had merely wished to pay their respects to the local Minister of Civil Affairs, hoping to avoid his scrutiny. Yet they had not anticipated such a delightful surprise from Lord Song. It was agreeable for Lord Song to hand over the formula, but he insisted on claiming 40% of the shares. Additionally, 20% of the shares were to be allocated at the rate of 60,000 taels of silver each to the Inspector Qian, Commander Liao, Governor Shun of Guangdong, and Governor O of Fujian, each receiving half of a share. The remaining 40% would be equally divided between the Chao and He families. When the Guangdong provincial government undertook road construction, they would purchase at the rate of 22 per stone, while the selling price to other provinces or merchants would be beyond the jurisdiction of the Board of Revenue. One day, Lord Song observed his daughter Song Qingyue in the courtyard tending to a small stove, busily boiling something in a ceramic pot. What was she concocting this time? Lord Song felt an instinctive sense of foreboding, as if his daughter radiated a golden aura, hinting at yet another of her remarkable creations. Song Qingyue approached her father with a small bowl and said, "Father, do give this a taste." Upon inspecting the bowl, Lord Song noticed it contained finely crushed white powder. Could it possibly be salt? After taking a sip, he confirmed, indeed, it was salt. Following this, Song Qingyue produced a slip of paper from her sleeve and handed it to her father, suggesting, "Shall we disseminate the method of extraction? It could save the common folk a considerable amount of silver." Upon hearing this, Lord Song felt a chill run down his spine and hastily covered the child's mouth, exclaiming, "No, no, this simply cannot happen. It would endanger our entire family." The little girl furrowed her brow in response, "But it's merely a method of extraction. We are not selling salt. That is still unacceptable. Give that to me." With a swift motion, Song Jianming snatched the paper away and tucked it into his chest, commanding his servants, "Quickly clean this place up. Not a single word must escape. Do you hear me?" Song Qingyue, feeling indignant, countered, "Is it truly impossible? Beware of your little head." Lord Song threatened her. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Fine then. If I cannot contribute to the welfare of the people, I shall devise another plan." In August, the fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the air. The heir of the Duke of Su, Li Zhao, finally emerged from the imperial clan court and set off without delay toward Lingnan. Upon entering Zhejiang, he frequently heard discussions regarding recruitment and road construction in Guangdong and Fujian. While resting at a relay station near Fenghua, the station master, with an air of sycophancy, eagerly provided information. "I know the most about the recruitment. They offer 2 meals a day, with no gender restrictions, and a daily wage of 10 won. For children aged 10 to 15, the pay is 5 won a day, and those younger are not accepted." Li Zhao raised an eyebrow. Have these 2 provinces struck a new vein of wealth? Where does all this money for road construction originate? You may leave now. The matter of road construction was of significant magnitude, yet there seemed to be no whispers of it within the court. However, since the station master mentioned that the workers were being paid, it implied that corvée labor had not been enacted. Could it be that even the treasury of the state had not been tapped? Is it truly feasible? With a multitude of uncertainties weighing upon him, Li Zhao hastened his journey to Guangzhou Prefecture. Just as he intended to inquire about the location of he happened upon a colossal notice at the city gate. The announcement explicitly detailed the time and place of while soldiers stationed at the gate diligently beat drums and called out to promote the event. Upon closer inspection, Li Zhao realized that this was not merely a singular affair, but rather a series of over a dozen gatherings. 5 had already taken place, with an additional 15 scheduled, occurring every 3 days at the grandest establishment in Guangzhou, the Yonghe restaurant, with the next event set for just 2 days hence. Desiring not to disturb the local officials, Li Zhao sought a place to rest, yet found himself unable to secure accommodations. The finer inns had been fully booked. With no other recourse, he resolved to visit the new governor at the prefectural office. The thought of facing Lord Song was daunting, especially since he had not forewarned him about the abduction of his daughter. Nevertheless, he would not concede any hint of guilt regarding the matter. The newly appointed governor of Guangzhou, Lord Peng, was a recommendation from Duke Su of the Wei family, who was closely tied to the royal lineage through his maternal connection. Originally, Lord Song had intended to propose Lord Gu, the governor of Jianzhou, to His Majesty, but with the East Palace's interests now at play, Lord Gu was merely reassigned to a similar position as the current deputy governor of Guangzhou. The reigning emperor expertly wielded the art of balance, often indulging in sentimental, effusive correspondence with his sons and grandsons, leading the princes to mistakenly believe they were deeply favored by their father, while the emperor remained untroubled by the prospect of future conflicts among them. As Li Zhao pondered these troubling thoughts, he sighed and succumbed to slumber. As the sun began to ascend, Li Xiao, accompanied by a yellow-clad attendant and 6 guards, arrived at the Yonghe Tavern. They had already commenced. With the grand hall filled to capacity with affluent merchants from various regions, yet an air of hushed whispers enveloped the room. Prior to this moment, attendees were free to roam, converse, and even explore the vicinity in pairs, as long as they submitted their bids before the designated time. The central notice board updated the latest offers every quarter hour, adhering to the principle that the highest bidder would prevail. Observing Li Xiao's attire and the intricate embroidery upon his garments, officials of the Bureau of Revenue promptly escorted him to a private chamber on the 2nd floor. The tavern's proprietor personally attended to the serving of dishes and pouring of wine, while officials from the Bureau of Revenue were stirred into action. However, they were acutely aware of the enmity between their superior, Lord Song, and the heir of the Su King, thus refraining from overtly ingratiating themselves with Li Xiao. "What does the notice board at the city gate signify?" Li Xiao inquired. "A notice board? If only there were an situated between these two counties. It would be splendid." Chapter 18. Monthly examination at the Song residence. In the exquisite MOU pavilion, Song Qingyue had recently celebrated her 7th birthday. 2 days prior, Lord Song presented her with a shareholding contract for cement and concrete, along with a sum of 60,000 taels in silver notes, representing the 3% of shares he had acquired from her. Although the price of 20,000 taels per share was somewhat modest, it was a familial concession in light of Lord Song's assistance in securing a market and manufacturer for her. Besides the 60,000 taels, there was also a red envelope containing 300 taels in silver notes, representing the profits from the chili sauce factory's previous quarter. Song Qingyue gazed at her name on the equity contract multiple times, her eyes transforming into crescent moons, and even her typically cold, coffin-like visage finally bore a smile. Granny Bai stood beside her, observing as Song Qingyue used a steel-tipped pen to inscribe incomprehensible symbols in her uniquely personalized ledger. After completing her entries, Song Qingyue meticulously counted the banknotes, silver ingots, and copper coins within the box. Upon finishing, she grinned broadly, only to lift her gaze and find her maids, Mo Xiang and Mo Yun, watching her intently. She clicked her tongue in delight, producing 2 5-tael silver ingots, and declared, take these. In appreciation for your assistance with the clay, I bestow them upon you." "Thank you, miss. You are truly generous." "Thank you, miss. You are remarkable. Even playing with clay can yield such wealth." Granny Bai, having contributed nothing yet occasionally displaying disdain, could only lament her misfortune, regretting her lack of reward and stamping her foot in frustration. Who would have imagined that the young lady could generate tens of thousands of taels from mere clay? No wonder Lord Song advised against interfering with the 3rd Miss S endeavors. She is indeed the daughter of the god of wealth. Noticing Granny Bai's chagrin, Song Qingyue propped her chin on her hand and said, "Granny, I am aware of your loyalty to Madam. Initially, you harbored disdain for me, but now, can you pledge your fidelity to me?" "Mississippi, what do you mean?" "If you can assure me of your commitment to serve solely under my command from now on, I shall impart some skills to you. However, should you continue to communicate with the capital and report my affairs to Madam, I advise you to resign promptly, lest I take matters into my own hands." "Would you prefer that?" The sudden words from the young girl left old Madam Bai pale with fright, prompting her to hastily kneel and bow her head, pleading, "Miss, the Madam is benevolent. She harbors no malice towards you." Song Qingyue simply smiled noncommittally, fixing her gaze upon old Madam Bai, causing her to break into a cold sweat. After a prolonged silence, she declared, "I shall grant you 3 days to ponder this matter. Ah, and do keep in mind that I am rather merciless towards traitors. Do not mistake my youth for weakness. You may leave now." Turning to her 2 maidservants, she instructed, Mo Yun and Mo Xiang, "Summon all the maids and matrons from the courtyard. I have come into a fortune, and I shall reward each with a tael of silver. Furthermore, inform them that from this day forth, I require everyone to begin learning to write and calculate. We shall have monthly examinations. Those who fail twice will be dismissed from my MOU pavilion. No one is permitted to slack off. Those who secure a place in the top 2 for 2 consecutive tests will be promoted to first-class maidservants." The 2 12-year-old maids trembled in fear at the devilish smile revealed by the 3rd Mississippi deep inside. Song Qingyue felt a surge of satisfaction, recalling the monthly examinations and the terrifying class rotation system. Finally, others would experience the nightmares of her childhood. She truly reveled in her wickedness, laughing heartily. Chapter 19. Coercive shares. In August, during the autumn harvest, many laborers who had come to repair the roads returned home due to the pressing farm work. The construction sites grew quiet, and the heads of the He and Chao families finally breathed a sigh of relief. Failing to match production with demand was a grave concern. If the government projects were delayed due to suppliers' inability to deliver on time, the consequences would be dire. They have established cement factories in Guangdong, Fujian, and Jiangxi. The essence of concrete is rather simple, comprising a mixture of sand, gravel, and cement. Variations in proportions can alter its strength and hardness, yet the paramount ingredient remains cement. The production of cement relies heavily on lime, which can be sourced not only from natural limestone but also from shells and coral found in the sea. Thus, it is common to observe individuals collecting shells and coral along the coastline. Fishermen's children, unable to accompany their parents at sea, seize the opportunity to gather along the shore during low tide. In the past, beachcombing was primarily for catching live creatures. Nowadays, even if nothing is caught, a bag of broken shells can still fetch a couple of coins. Li Zhao disembarked from the ship alongside Prince Su after a 2-month maritime patrol, during which they encountered pirates thrice, engaging in direct confrontations on 2 occasions. On one instance, upon sighting them, the pirate vessel fled in a frenzy. Prince Su led his fleet in pursuit for several dozen nautical miles until they ventured into treacherous waters, ultimately necessitating a retreat. Prince Su is strikingly handsome, with sharp features and a robust physique, honed from years of martial training. In the capital, he was renowned as the most handsome man of the Great Zhou, the object of affection for countless young maidens. However, Prince Su is also known for his carefree and indulgent nature, readily accepting the company of women whenever presented to him. This evening, Lord Shun has summoned several of the most renowned courtesans from Guangzhou to keep him company, each proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Their presence in this southern region, coupled with the unique charms of the brothel culture, offers an experience unlike any other. Several renowned courtesans, upon hearing that the esteemed Prince Su would be the guest of honor at the banquet held by the Shun family today, were filled with anticipation. Even though the prince's favor may elude them, they had heard that the young heir, a strikingly handsome lad who bore a remarkable resemblance to Prince Su, had recently turned 13, igniting their curiosity to behold him. However, upon their first glimpse of both the prince and the heir, astonishment flickered in their eyes, quickly followed by disappointment. The relentless sun had darkened the once fair complexions of the father and son to a hue akin to that of a soot-laden pot. When Lord Song attended the soiree at Lord Shun's residence, he nearly failed to recognize the two, unable to suppress a chuckle at their appearance. Throughout the evening, he displayed an air of satisfaction, particularly as he garnered more attention from the courtesans than his counterparts. Lord Song's youthful charm was undoubtedly appealing, otherwise he would not have ascended from the title of the top scholar to that of the second. In this dynasty, fairness is deemed beautiful, and this standard applies to men as well. The countenances of several other gentlemen around the table turned awkward as they pondered that Lord Song was still too young, lacking the gravitas one might expect, and they wondered if his early success might lead to future misfortunes. The following evening, as Lord Shin brewed tea and entertained his cat at home, his legitimate grandson, Qingyue, recounted a piece of gossip from that day. It was said that early in the morning, when Lord Song was still groggy from sleep, he was roused from his bed by Prince Su, who insisted that he sell a 10% stake in his concrete business, threatening to report him for disrespect towards the royal family if he refused. Lord Shin scoffed and inquired, did Lord Song comply with the princess' demand? He set aside the cat toy, and his pure white cat instinctively leaped onto his lap, purring contentedly as he stroked its fur. Lord Shin then posed a reflective question. Do you not find that Lord Song's interactions with Prince Su are becoming rather too frequent? Qingyue was taken aback and inquired, Grandfather, what does this mean? Even if there are exchanges, it seems we are only deepening the rift. The elder Shin chuckled softly. Do you remember the incident 6 months ago when Li Zhao abducted the 4th daughter of Song? Was it not merely for amusement? Is such a rationale truly justifiable? Qingyue replied, it was of little consequence, was it not? It is said that the 3rd daughter of Lord Song has not shed a tear since her return. Perhaps the heir genuinely sought to satisfy his curiosity about whether the young lady would indeed remain stoic. I have heard that the heir has been quite mischievous since childhood. As the Lunar New Year approached, the cement road from Guangzhou to Chaozhou was officially completed. Following the festivities, the merchants transporting the first batch of goods northward to the capital were astonished. They had never encountered such a smooth and pristine road. Moreover, the most remarkable feature was that the wheels left no ruts, and even on rainy days, The path remained free of mud. This was indeed impressive. Along the route, various signboards, taverns, and inns could be seen at regular intervals. However, despite the road's quality, overuse would inevitably lead to deterioration. Initially, the subordinates had inquired whether Lord Song deemed it necessary to impose a toll. Lord Song believed that establishing a toll station was impractical. He feared it would invite arbitrary charges and corruption, tarnishing what was intended as a public benefit. Thus, he opted to sell horse and vehicle licenses instead. Those with horses, mules, or carts were required to obtain licenses. Only with a license could they access the cement road. The licenses carried an annual fee payable once a year. The cost was modest: 1 tael of silver for a horse, 500 coins for a mule, 3 taels for a large cart, and 2 taels for a small cart. With the Bureau of Revenue overseeing the entire process. Due to their sluggish pace, oxen and donkeys are prohibited from traversing the cement road. Pedestrians may walk freely without charge, as long as they remain on the shoulder. Those unwilling to pay for a license may opt for the older dirt roads. The fees collected are not solely for the repair and maintenance of the damaged pavement, but also to employ individuals for the removal of horse manure and the cleaning of urine, with the accumulated droppings sold at a modest price to farmers in the vicinity of the highway. Chapter 20. The Ming Steamer and the Ball-Nosed Prows in February. Samples of concrete were brought into the imperial palace by the imperial guards. The emperor, upon hearing of the newly constructed official roads in Fujian and Guangdong provinces, chose to turn a blind eye, as neither province had drawn from the treasury. He awaited the developments with quiet anticipation. Merchants arriving from the south extolled the new roads as smooth and clean, devoid of mud even in the rain, and free from ruts. What once took 7 or 8 days to traverse could now be accomplished in just 3 or 4, leaving him greatly astonished. Having witnessed concrete and cement firsthand, he learned that this material could be used for constructing houses, plastering walls, and adhering more firmly than a mixture of earth and lime, which piqued his interest. Who, he wondered, was the ingenious inventor of such a substance? It was revealed to be the creation of the 7-year-old daughter of Lord Song, who had been playing with mud at home. A hint of amusement broke the usually stern countenance of the Imperial Guard commander, Feng Kuan. Upon hearing this, the emperor raised his eyebrows in surprise and gestured towards the south, exclaiming, "What a remarkable phenomenon! This Song Si is indeed fortunate." Feng Kuan nodded in agreement. The emperor then inquired about the cost. Feng Kuan replied, "In Guangdong and Fujian, concrete is priced at 31 per stone, while the rate for the government for road construction is only 22 won per stone. If it were merely cement, its cost would be higher due to the high temperature calcination required during production, priced at 61 per stone. Why then is it so inexpensive?" The emperor, somewhat incredulous, noted that the price was significantly lower than that of the 3-in-1 soil. "Your Majesty, the 3-in-1 soil necessitates the addition of glutinous rice, which is not inexpensive. This concrete, however, requires no such rice, hence the lower cost," replied Feng Kuan. Upon hearing this, the emperor's eyes brightened, and he rose, pacing the imperial study with hands clasped behind his back. Inquiring of Feng Kuan, "What do you think if I were to involve the Ministry of Internal Affairs in the production of this material?" Feng Kuan's expression turned troubled as he responded, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? Last year, His Highness the Prince of Su, in a fit of rage after being mocked by Lord Song for his sunburned complexion, stormed into the Song residence, brandishing a knife and coercing Lord Song into selling him a 10% stake at an exceedingly low price. This incident was met with vehement criticism from the censors. Implicitly, he cautioned that should the emperor insist on having the Ministry of Internal Affairs forcibly intervene, it would bear a striking resemblance to the Prince of Su's actions last year, inviting public condemnation. However, after a moment's reflection, he regained his composure. The third prince had always exhibited such behavior. Nonetheless, this crucial material would ultimately remain under royal control. Very well, since the third prince had acquired wealth, a slight reduction in military funding from the south would suffice. By late September, the second rice harvest in the southern regions had concluded, and throughout Guangdong, Fujian, as well as some areas of Guangxi and Yunnan, the air was permeated with the acrid scent of scorched debris. While modern individuals may despise field burning due to air quality concerns, in ancient times, it was an indispensable practice. Burning straw effectively eradicated pests and diseases in the soil while enhancing its fertility. After harvesting the fields, while the temperature remains favorable, one can still cultivate a new batch of potatoes, corn, and peppers. This autumn, several new varieties have been added, including tomatoes, sweet potatoes, cabbage, green beans, as well as mangoes and sunflowers. With her financial resources, Song Qingyue took advantage of the inexpensive land in Lingnan. Her small hands drew circles, encompassing thousands of acres of barren land, mountainous terrain, and forested areas. She also purchased a substantial number of exiled officials to cultivate these new varieties. Yet the most crucial crop remained her long-cherished sugarcane. She aspired to produce and sell sugar, reaching the pinnacle of wealth. The only thing that troubled her, elusive and yet deeply desired, was the rubber tree. She recalled that Southeast Asia certainly had them. Although the varieties differed from those in the Americas, they were indeed present. Must one travel to the Americas to acquire rubber? How much money would it take to assemble a fleet for such a journey? Song Qingyue anxiously calculated her expenses, pondering why South American corn and potatoes had made their way here while rubber remained absent. Not even the merchant ships venturing to the South Seas had encountered these latex trees, which was quite vexing. Perhaps it would be wise to first improve the design of the vessels? Given the current welding technology, constructing a giant ship with a usable propeller might be beyond reach. Yet a paddle steamer with large wheels on either side could certainly be realized. The vessel's sleek bow, referred to as the bulbous bow in professional terminology, piqued her curiosity during her elective fluid mechanics course at university, prompting her to delve into research on the subject. She comprehended the principle behind it. The incorporation of such a design could counteract certain surface wave disturbances, thereby diminishing the contact area between the hull and the water, reducing navigational resistance, and consequently enhancing the vessel's speed. In addition to the bulbous bow, she could also mention the stabilizing fins installed on either side of the hull's bottom, designed to minimize the vessel's rolling motion. Her attendance at the Maritime Academy's lectures was far from futile. Even as an elective, she engaged with the material earnestly. As the cycle of seasons continued, winter yielded to spring once more. In mid-March, the weather warmed, and the sea's tumult subsided, prompting the southern maritime forces to venture forth once again to combat pirates and marauders. Duke Su, in his petitions, lamented his financial plight, with coastal security having improved significantly. The southern regions had presented the court with an array of rare treasures, sufficiently pleasing the emperor. Grateful for Duke Su's contributions, the emperor showed a willingness to heed his financial entreaties, instructing the Ministry of Revenue to allocate some funds to the southern naval fleet. However, in the aftermath, Duke Su's monthly requests for financial support became a source of exasperation for His Majesty. Moreover, Duke Su insisted that his demands be substantiated, especially given the reports of a new type of vessel emerging from the south, known as the paddle steamer. With large wheels affixed to either side and a bulbous bow at the front, reinforced with iron, these vessels boasted speeds far surpassing those of their oar-powered predecessors, and were additionally equipped with artillery. All these factors combined implied that the previous military budget would no longer suffice. During a small court meeting, the emperor sought the counsel of the esteemed ministers, particularly those from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War. However, the Ministry of War was solely focused on financial demands, neglecting the pursuit of revenue. They informed the emperor that last winter's heavy snowfall in the northeast had incited certain tribes in eastern Mongolia to stir restlessly, prompting the northeastern military to request an increase in their budget. Meanwhile, Minister Sun of the Ministry of Revenue lamented dramatically, even displaying his patched socks to illustrate the dire financial straits of his ministry, hoping the emperor might allocate some funds from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. After several days of deliberation, the emperor resolved to allocate the limited funds available to the stationed troops in the northeast. As for the southern region, he advised Prince Su to devise his own solutions. On this front, Song Jianming indeed concocted a plan. Within a month, he submitted a proposal to the court seeking permission to establish a government-operated casino in Guangdong, with all proceeds earmarked for military expenses. Historically, the Great Zhou Dynasty had prohibited gambling, with only clandestine establishments operating in secrecy. Thus, Song's request for an openly sanctioned casino ignited considerable debate within the court. The emperor, pondering the implications, found himself indecisive. In response, Song presented another proposal, suggesting an entrance fee of 20 taels of silver for the casino. He argued that this measure would deter financially vulnerable individuals from succumbing to the vice of gambling, thereby protecting their families from ruin. Delighted by Song Jianming's ingenious suggestion, the emperor could hardly contain his joy, exclaiming to the eunuch Yin at his side that Song was indeed a capable minister who alleviated his burdens. The eunuch promptly bowed and remarked that it was the emperor's discerning eye that had recognized Song's potential, promoting him against the odds. The emperor, in high spirits, laughed heartily and signed off on the proposal with a flourish. Chapter 21. A slap in the face for Aunt Chow on this day. Song Qingyue busily verified the types and quantities of crops planted in each estate, while the heavily pregnant Aunt Chow assisted her. Observing Aunt Chow's swollen condition and worried expression, Song Qingyue could only sigh silently within, permitting her to help, thinking it preferable for her to engage in some tasks rather than indulge in anxious contemplation. Aunt Chow's melancholy stemmed from the fact that last month, Lord Song had taken another concubine, Inan. Ever since Lord Song entrusted the cement business to the Chow and He families, affluent merchants wishing to offer their daughters to him as concubines had been queuing from Guangzhou all the way to Yangzhou. Lord Song, being both audacious and meticulous, was well aware of the attention his position attracted, yet he could hardly refuse the silver that was presented to him. In private, he employed the resources of Prince Su to conduct thorough investigations into the families wishing to present their daughters, nearly digging up ancestral graves to scrutinize their backgrounds. After careful selection, he ultimately chose the Yin family from Jiangnan, primarily due to their humble origins as fishermen with no deep entanglements in the officialdom of Jiangnan. Furthermore, Aunt Anne's arrival was accompanied by a substantial dowry of 200,000 taels, which included 100,000 taels in silver, alongside 6 estates in southern Jili, 8 shops in the heart of Yangzhou, 2 sea vessels, and various furnishings, clothing, and jewelry. To honor the significance of this considerable dowry, Lord Song spent an entire month residing in Aunt Anne's quarters. The esteemed Aunt Anne is the legitimate eldest daughter of the family, raised from birth according to the standards befitting a noble lady of Jiangnan. With her delicate beauty, profound literary knowledge, and proficiency in the Guqin, she felt a sense of indignation when her parents married her off as a concubine to this region of Lingnan. However, after experiencing a month of Lord Song's affection towards her, her sense of superiority within the household intensified. In the Song residence, there are 4 concubines in total. Aunt Chun, lacking favor, and Aunt Xiao, a servant by status, are of little consequence. Aunt He, having been reprimanded by Lord Song for her scheming against the mistress, has come to recognize her place and has become exceedingly obedient. Aunt Chow, on the other hand, possesses the acumen to navigate her position wisely. Within the entire estate, the only one daring enough to show disdain towards Aunt Anne is the 3rd young lady, Song Qingyue. At this moment in the grand kitchen, Mo Xiang raised her hand and struck Aunt Anne's maid, Liano, across the face. If your lady wishes to eat, she should inform the kitchen in advance, so they can prepare the blood swallow beforehand. This delicacy belongs to my young lady. Who do you think you are to take it without permission? Mo Xiang. Have you lost your mind? Your mistress is merely a secondary maid. How dare you oppose my lady? Slap. Another resounding blow followed, finally rendering Liano's face symmetrical. Mo Xiang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Recently, she has been emboldened. Having secured the top position in the monthly examinations at the MOU Pavilion for 3 consecutive months, her young lady rewarded her with a scholarship of 100 taels of silver and even suggested that she invest this sum into her business, ensuring that she would receive a share of the profits each quarter. With the 3rd young lady backing her, she feared no one. For a long time, I had harbored a disdain for Aunt Anne and her entourage of soft-spoken maids. Finally, an opportunity arose to tarnish her reputation. I could scarcely believe that Mo Xiang was so audacious. Glancing around, I noticed the kitchen servants hastily turning away, some exiting while others feigned ignorance of the unfolding drama. Upon hearing that the disregarded concubine Chun's lowly maid had dared to strike her esteemed personal maid, Aunt Anne was incensed. It was akin to a slap across her own face. Enraged, she shot a glance at young Mama, signaling her to lead a group to the MOU Pavilion and teach that insolent maid a lesson. However, they were thwarted at the entrance by 2 female guards. On what grounds are we barred from entry? Our lady is a senior to your mistress. The guards chuckled, sizing up young Mama. A concubine dares to claim seniority? This is truly a sight to behold. Truly a sight to behold? One of them echoed, her tone laced with mockery. That's our young lady's phrase. It signifies having lived long enough to witness all manner of absurdities. Humiliated, young Mama's face flushed with anger, and she shouted toward the courtyard, You, a mere child born of a secondary union, should not revel in your victory. Your treatment of Our Lady will surely bring you regret. Come forth and apologize to her. Our Lady is magnanimous and will not stoop to your level. At that moment, a maid named Mo Hen emerged from within. Recently promoted to a 1st rank maid due to her outstanding performance in the monthly examination, She had previously been a second-rank maid under Song Qingyue. She curtsied to the two female guards at the door and said, "The young lady finds it noisy. Please throw this old woman out." The two guards were exceptionally skilled. The younger one was named Feng Jiu, while the elder was called Feng Qi. Feng Jiu, being youthful and spirited, squinted playfully as she seized Granny Yun by the collar and, with a swift motion of her arm, effortlessly tossed her out of the courtyard. At the entrance of the MOU pavilion, a crowd of curious maids and servants had already gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Upon seeing Granny Yun ejected by the young ladies' guards, they burst into laughter. Within the Song residence, it was well known that the third young lady was the apple of Lord Song's eye, a cherished figure beyond reproach, while the second concubine, no matter her status, held no sway over her. After all, the two did not even reside in the same courtyard. However, these truths had never been shared with Anton, who had consistently displayed her domineering demeanor, lacking the grace required in her station. That evening, Anton collapsed into Lord Song's embrace, weeping and wailing. He offered her a few words of comfort before summoning Mo Xiang, Mo Hen, and the kitchen staff for questioning. Upon hearing the matter, Lord Song's brows furrowed deeply. Liano was taken aback and hastily knelt to defend herself, but Lord Song raised a hand to silence her. Directing his attention straight to the kitchen steward, "Is what Mo Xiang claimed true?" At this point, Mo Hen promptly added, "The lowly spawn of a concubine is what Granny Yun shouted at our young lady at the entrance." Lu Zhu from Jixiang Garden and Granny Qin from Suizhu Hall also heard it, and concubine Chao was present in our young lady's chamber at the time. She too can attest to it. Lord Song's gaze darkened, his hand hidden within his sleeve, gently rubbing his fingers. He offered a warm smile to Anton, who had already weakened in fear, and said, "Why kneel? Rise, the ground is cold." Anton wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her face alight with astonishment as she gazed upon Lord Song's jade-like visage. However, his subsequent words plunged her into despair. "The fault lies with the servants. It cannot be attributed to you. Liano Yu and Nurse Yun have been sold, for this place can harbor no disrespectful servants." "And no, my lord, Lord Song," Anton implored, "Liano Yu grew up alongside me, and Nurse Yun is my wet nurse. They have shared many years of bond with me, though they may lack merit. They have endured hardship. I beseech you, my lord, for the sake of our relationship, to grant them leniency. My lord, I beg of you." Lord Song looked down at Anton, who clutched his leg, weeping inconsolably. With tenderness, he reached out to wipe her tears, seemingly pained for her. "I am punishing the servants, not you. Why do you weep? Rise, your eyes will be swollen, and it will hurt come morning." His voice was deep and resonant. Yet to Anton's ears, it felt chilling, causing her entire being to tremble. On that day, in her effort to plead for Nurse Yun, Anton had even injured her forehead in her desperation. Ultimately, Lord Song showed mercy, sentencing Liano Yu and Nurse Yun to 6 months of labor at a road construction site. Should they perform well, they would be spared, but failure would lead to their sale once more. The following day, Aunt Chow arrived at the bearing 2 exquisite bottles of green plum wine, seeking to exchange them for some roasted melon seeds. The sunflower seeds, a foreign variety, are unique to this establishment, renowned for their delightful aroma and ease of consumption, surpassing even pumpkin seeds, gourd seeds, and watermelon seeds in palatability. Have you heard? Granny Yun and Lian O have been punished and sent to repair the roads. Aunt Chow laughed so heartily that she nearly doubled over, and were it not for her advanced pregnancy, she would have rolled about on the couch in mirth. Song Qingyue observed her improved complexion, significantly better than in previous days, and teasingly inquired, "Did Master Song visit your chambers last night?" Aunt Chow's cheeks flushed crimson as she waved her handkerchief in playful reproach, saying, "You little rascal. You're still so young. Why concern yourself with such trivial matters?" Song Qingyue retorted casually, "I am not a child." This declaration had nearly become her catchphrase. Everyone knew that the third young lady had always possessed a demeanor beyond her years, and thus it was a familiar sentiment. Aunt Chow, unfazed, asked, "Are your estates still in need of laborers?" "Indeed. By the way, Aunt Chow, do you have any skilled horticulturists at your disposal?" "Horticulture? Are you contemplating the creation of a garden?" Meanwhile, Song Quan was in the study reporting to Master Song about the third young lady's indiscriminate spending on land acquisitions. With a hint of concern, he remarked, "Miss spends money far too recklessly. In less than a year, she has already squandered more than half of the 60,000 taels from the sale of shares. Should we perhaps employ a few accountants to instruct her?" Manager Song appeared troubled, his worries unabated, and added, since the young lady acquired those estates. She has been visiting them frequently, and it seems that Madame Qin is quite displeased. Lord Song furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Madame Qin was a tutor he had specifically invited for the young ladies of his household, responsible for imparting lessons in decorum, etiquette, literacy, and embroidery. This esteemed Madame Qin had been recommended by His Highness the Prince of Su, previously serving as a female official in the palace's needlework department. However, due to a falling out with a noblewoman, she had been exiled to Lingnan. It took considerable effort for Lord Song to bring her into his household to educate the children, akin to the legendary 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Moon often neglects her lessons? Lord Song inquired with a frown. Indeed, she has even partnered with concubine Chao to open a jewelry shop, frequently absenting herself from class. Madame Qin holds a strong disfavor towards the third miss, deeming her lacking in propriety. Seeing that Lord Song finally recognized the gravity of the situation, Song Quan continued to persuade. If you continue to indulge the third miss in this manner, she risks becoming akin to a merchant's daughter. Lord Song merely grunted in response. Among his concubines, he held concubine Chao in the highest regard. She was perceptive, sensible, and occasionally offered him sound advice. Yet, as a concubine born of lesser status, she possessed a certain commonness. Little Moon frequently roamed about with concubine Chao, which was indeed troubling. In Lord Song's eyes, Song Qingyue was a delicate, ethereal being, untouched by the mundane world, even considered somewhat of a nuisance by her own father. Since overhearing a servant derisively referred to Song Qingyue as the illegitimate offspring of a concubine, he had begun to seriously contemplate the implications of formally recognizing her under the Liang family name, thereby granting her the status of a legitimate daughter. Otherwise, Qingyue would undoubtedly face significant disadvantages in her future marital prospects. Chapter 22. The arrogant Miss Shun in the estate by the seaside in the southern suburbs of Guangzhou. The servants presented sunflower oil extracted from sunflower seeds for Song Qingyue's inspection. 1 pound of sunflower seeds yielded 4 ounces of oil, comparable to that of peanuts. You may take it to market, or perhaps blend it 1-to-1 for sale. Let us see whether selling oil proves more lucrative than selling roasted seeds. Understood, the steward replied, taking his leave. At that moment, a servant entered to report that a young attendant from the master had arrived. Did Master Song summon me for something? Please, let him in, Song Qingyue instructed. The young attendant entered and bowed to Song Qingyue. After exchanging pleasantries, he conveyed his message. Master Song has decreed that I must attend Madame Qin's lessons every day. Song Qingyue frowned. Last month, a hot spring had been discovered on the estate, and she was preoccupied with plans to develop a luxurious hot spring resort, having commissioned someone from Suzhou to assist in designing the gardens and preparing the budget. I am quite busy, she muttered, her impatience evident at the prospect of attending lessons alongside children of a much younger age. She had never concealed her brilliance. Why then? Did her father insist on forcing her to study with her sisters? The next day, as Song Qingyue entered the embroidery room with her embroidery frame, she found not only the daughters of the Song family present, but also several young ladies from other families, including a few from the Shin family. You are late. Please take your seat, Madame Qin instructed. With a smile, Song Qingyue scanned the room and noticed an empty spot in the first row, which she promptly occupied. She faintly heard a series of gasps behind her. Confused, she turned to glance at Song Yushi, who appeared somewhat pale and seemed on the verge of offering a warning, but was restrained by Madame Qin's presence and dared not speak. In a classroom, Song Qingyue approached her studies with utmost seriousness, having devoted time to learning. She was determined to make the most of it. It was no jest. She was a master of time management, and persuading her to abandon her commitments was utterly impossible. As she walked briskly, a voice called out softly from behind, "Third sister, third sister. Oh, what does second sister need from me?" Song Yuchi panted as she hurried to catch up, taking a moment to catch her breath before continuing. You walk so quickly. I must head to Zhuangzi. If there's something to discuss, shall we save it for tomorrow? May I accompany you? Song Yuchi gazed at Song Qingyue with eager eyes. After a brief hesitation, Song Qingyue smiled and replied, Very well, let us converse as we walk. The seats in Song Qingyue's carriage were luxuriously cushioned, crafted with springs, cotton, and palm fibers to create a simple yet comfortable spring mattress. As she observed Song Yuchi, she inquired, Did you not have something to tell me? Why the silence? Inside the carriage, Song Yuchi felt somewhat ill at ease. Upon her arrival in Guangzhou, she had gathered information about the household. Discovering that the least favored among them was concubine Shun, She thought that since both were daughters of concubines who lacked their father's favor, she might find common ground with Song Qingyue. However, to her surprise, Song Qingyue was the apple of the magistrate's eye, enjoying privileges that a mere illegitimate daughter should not. She resided in a spacious courtyard alone, and her attire and jewelry were of exquisite quality, accompanied everywhere by a throng of maids and servants, commanding a presence that rivaled even that of the eldest sister. Song Qingyue was typically a person of few smiles, and coupled with her demeanor that rivaled that of a legitimate young lady, Song Yushi felt both envious and intimidated by her. Until today, she had not even mustered the courage to speak to her. Ah, yes, regarding the young lady from the Shen family who sat beside you today. Song Yushi carefully studied Song Qingyue's expression, her words stumbling forth. With wide eyes filled with astonishment, she exclaimed, "How did you know, sister?" "I merely intended to caution you that she possesses a rather difficult temperament. She prefers not to associate with those of illegitimate birth." "Did you not notice the foul expression on her face today?" Song Yushi was utterly astonished, emphasizing, "That is Shun Baozhen. It is said she is the most cherished granddaughter of the provincial governor." "Humph, what does that have to do with the Song family? She enjoys favor in the Shun household. What right does she have to come to the Song family and assert her dominance?" Upon seeing Song Yushi biting her lip in distress, her large, watery eyes gazing at her, seemingly skeptical of her own words, Song Qingyue immediately furrowed her brow and inquired, "What? Did she bully you?" Song Yushi promptly shook her head in a flustered manner. "No, not at all. Currently, there were no legitimate daughters residing in the Song residence in Guangzhou, and with Song Yushi being the eldest, despite her stepmother being despised by Lord Song, he had not transferred his resentment onto her. He even instructed Auntie Chow and Auntie He to take good care of Yushi, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of maintaining order among the young and the old within the household. On several occasions, when Song Tranxian, the daughter of Auntie He, spoke disrespectfully to her elder sister, Lord Song dealt her a severe punishment. Auntie Chow was known for her wisdom in managing affairs and being well off. Song Yushi found her life in Guangzhou to be even more carefree than during her time in the capital. After all, in the capital, she is of illegitimate birth, overshadowed by an elder legitimate sister. In the Guangzhou one, everyone is of similar standing, yet she is the eldest. Alas, today she suffered a setback in front of that Miss Shun Baozhen at the Shun household. This morning, Shun Baozhen arrived earliest and occupied the far-right seat in the front row, while Song Yushi, being the eldest daughter of her family, naturally took the adjacent seat beside her. The old maid Yuan, seated next to Song Yushi, expressed a moment of anxiety, fearing her young mistress had caused trouble, and cautiously inquired, "Third miss, if our sister has indeed stirred up any trouble, you must speak a kind word on her behalf in front of the master. Our sister is unfamiliar with the temperament of the Shun family young ladies." Song Qingyue, observing the old maid's timorous demeanor, felt a surge of indignation and retorted, "Your young mistress has been wronged, yet you do not stand by her side. Instead, you lend your support to outsiders. If there is blame to be placed, it rests solely with that surname Shun. What fault lies with my second sister? Regardless of how formidable the Shun patriarch may be, he is still her grandfather. How dare a mere girl from their household come to bully us, the Song family? Should such an incident recur, we must inform Master Song. The one who should feel shame is that Shen girl. Surely the old man of the Shen family will find it difficult to maintain his dignity." Both Yuan and Song Yushi were taken aback by Song Qingyue's vehement response and unwavering stance. Yet, as Yuan opened her mouth to say something further, a single glance from Song Qingyue silenced her, leaving her to awkwardly retreat to the side of the coachman. Song Yushi, moved by her third sister's fierce attitude, contemplated reaching for Song Qingyue's hand to express her affection but hesitated, opting instead to sit quietly, feigning interest in the scenery outside the carriage window. The horse galloped swiftly, soon leaving the city behind. The road became uneven, causing the passengers to jolt from side to side within the carriage. However, the soft cushions prevented any discomfort from the bumps. Song Qingyue pondered whether it might be prudent to secure a safety belt. Song Yushi's hair was disheveled from the jolting, which amused Song Qingyue so much that she let out a chuckle, noticing that Song Qingyue was not faring much better. With her hair in a similarly chaotic state, Song Yushi joined in the laughter. The two sisters, who were once not particularly close or familiar with one another, suddenly found the atmosphere lightening. Song Yushi thought to herself how delightful her younger sister truly was. Upon disembarking, Song Yushi affectionately linked arms with Song Qingyue as they made their way to their residence. After attending to matters at the estate in the afternoon, Song Qingyue treated Song Yushi to dinner, and they spent the night together. The following day, before dawn, the two rose early. Upon arriving at the Song residence and finishing their hair, they still had a quarter of an hour before classes commenced. Song Qingyue eagerly took her second sister to the embroidery room with needle and thread in hand, promptly occupying the seat that Shun Baozhen had occupied the previous day, and began sketching floral patterns. To be honest, she felt quite exhilarated. After so many years since her arrival in this world, apart from her father, she had finally encountered another character from the narrative. Shin Baozhen. Wasn't she the venomous antagonist who had bullied the heroine? Indeed, she was as haughty and arrogant as described. In the original text, the heroine was named Meng Wanfen, and her father hailed from the maternal family of the noble consort, being a descendant of the Ming family of the Baoding Marquis, with her grandfather being the younger brother of the old Marquis, Meng Duo. However, the Ho family of Baoding differs significantly from the scholarly Song family. The patriarch of the Baoding Ho family rose to prominence through military achievements, having garnered accolades while supporting the current emperor in his rebellion for the throne. As a result, he was conferred the title of Marquis. This lineage, starting from the old Marquis, possessed a rather modest level of education. The Ming family's branch, in particular, consisted merely of rural landlords. Thus, the protagonist's father, Meng Jilin, is a veritable phoenix man, even more so than Song Xilang. However, Meng Jilin's treatment within the Ming family starkly contrasts with that of Song Xilang. The Ming family, a clan of military men, cherished the rare distinction of producing a successful scholar like Meng Jilin as if he were a precious treasure. Consequently, Meng Jilin became exceedingly arrogant, setting his sights on the beloved granddaughter of the venerable Song elder. At that time, he was strikingly handsome and a scholar representing the Ming family, which prompted the Marquis's wife and Meng Shufei to personally advocate for their union. Thus, Meng Jilin achieved his desire to marry Song Wenyan, the youngest legitimate daughter of the esteemed Song family and the sister of Song Jinshua. Unfortunately, Meng Jilin's mother was an extraordinary oddity. In contemporary terms, she could be described as having an excessively controlling nature bordering on the pathological. Having lost her husband early on in battle alongside the old Marquis, she toiled as a widow to raise her 3 sons, harboring an extraordinarily unhealthy attachment to her only successful son, Meng Jilin. She could not bear to see him grow close to his wife. During their first year of marriage, she frequently fell ill from temper tantrums and insisted that her son reside in her quarters. After Song Wunyang married into the Meng family, the first 2 years passed without any signs of pregnancy. The matriarch of the Meng family began to stir trouble, insisting that her son take a concubine. This led to a quarrel between the Song and Ming families, prompting the emperor to intervene. He dispatched the noble consort Shu to mediate the situation and sent a physician to help Song Wunyang restore her health. Subsequently, she indeed became pregnant and gave birth to the story's heroine, Meng Wanfeng. However, mere 2 years after the birth of the heroine, the old matriarch grew restless once more, insisting on her son taking a concubine. Meng Zhili did not refuse her wishes. Instead, he took 2 concubines at once, which infuriated the pregnant Song Wunyang and caused her to give birth prematurely, nearly resulting in the loss of both mother and child. This led to another fierce conflict between the Song and Ming families, which even caught the attention of the empress, as at that time, the elder Song had been elevated to the position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, effectively making him the prince's mentor. How could the family of the Grand Tutor endure such humiliation? The perpetrators of this affront were none other than the maternal relatives of Consort Shu, who deserved a stern reprimand. Yet, Song Wunyang was left with lasting health issues. When the heroine was 8 years old, she suffered another miscarriage and ultimately succumbed to excessive bleeding. This led to yet another quarrel between the Song and Ming families. But what good did it do? People come and go, and the warmth of relationships fades. In her first life, Meng Wanfeng was indeed unfortunate, tormented by her grandmother and abused by her stepmother. Eventually, she was given to the son of Prince Su, Li Zhao, as a concubine. Alas, Li Zhao was a schemer and a master manipulator, captivating all his wives with his charm. Meng Wanfeng was no exception. She fell deeply in love with him. After exhausting all her efforts to help him ascend to power, she found herself entangled in an endless struggle within the palace. Ultimately, she faced defeat in this treacherous game, meeting her demise alongside her son at the hands of Li Zhao. For decades, the formidable protagonist, Meng Wanfeng, honed her combat prowess to a remarkable 12th level. only to be reborn at the tender age of 13. She swiftly vanquished her stepmother and grandmother, even imprisoning her father, Meng Zhili. She subjected the scoundrel Li Zhao to torment and ultimately wed the legitimate eldest son of the Jing Wang, Li Yan. Following this, she overthrew the Su Wang, facilitating her father-in-law's ascension to the throne, and subsequently dismantled Li Yan's numerous brothers, thus embarking on the pinnacle of her life. It is worth mentioning that Shen Sun Fu was among the earliest to ally with the Su Wang, providing substantial financial support to the Su Wang's residence for over 20 years. This Shun Baozhen later became the wife of Li Zhao, the Su Wang's heir, and was one of the antagonists responsible for the protagonist's 2 miscarriages in her previous life. However, this particular antagonist was not particularly astute. Throughout the original narrative, she was consistently manipulated and tormented by the protagonist. Despite facing repeated defeats, she continued to pursue conflict, even seeking out the protagonist while pregnant, ultimately leading to her own tragic demise. Song Qingyue held a vivid impression of this character. At present, as she lifted her gaze to confront the irate Shen Baozhen, a smile unexpectedly graced her lips, sparked by the discovery of a clue linked to the original narrative. Shen Baozhen, witnessing Song Qingyue's smile, grew even more incensed. How dare this lowly, illegitimate daughter not recognize her anger? While other young ladies would have scurried away in fear, Song Qingyue remained unfazed, gesturing towards the vacant seat beside her and courteously inviting, "Sister Shun, please take a seat." With a huff, Shen Baozhen, brimming with indignation, retorted, "Sister? I must insist that such terms are not to be used casually. May I inquire, how old are you this year?" Song Qingyue seemed to misunderstand, her expression sincere as she inquired, "Why should I tell you?" "Oh, then I shall call you sister." Song Qingyue replied with a persistent smile. Shen Baozhen, infuriated, felt her temper flare. However, she maintained her composure, adjusting her attire before seating herself to the right of Song Qingyue, her face a mask of displeasure. "I am 10 years old this year. How about you?" she stated. Song Qingyue, being only 8, merely smiled in response, choosing silence, which only served to further irritate Shen Baozhen. Indifferent to her vexation, Song Qingyue contemplated that the protagonist, Meng Wanfeng, was also 2 years younger than Shen Baozhen, thus also 8 years old. This implied that the protagonist's mother, Song Wunyang, would soon face calamity. She wondered if her father would receive news of it. Chapter 24. The protagonist's mother's demise indeed. Within 2 months, the news of Song Wunyang's death, protagonist Meng Wanfeng's mother, reached Zhenjiang. Upon hearing that his younger sister had unexpectedly succumbed after a miscarriage, Song Jianshua was incensed. Submitting a request for leave to personally journey to Jianming to confront his brother-in-law for clarity and to support his nephew and niece. Simultaneously, a letter from the Liang family in the capital informed that they were en route southward with their sons. They had agreed to reunite every 2 years, and in the blink of an eye, that time had come. By the time Liang arrived, Lord Song was already aware of the circumstances surrounding Meng Zhili of the Meng family. After an evening of exercise, the couple discussed the matter, with Liang shyly nestled in Song Sai's embrace. With a long sigh, she began, "My dear husband, you may not know, but Song Wunyang has been ailing for many years, and her condition has been grave." The matriarch of the first branch claimed that Wunyang was driven to her death by a concubine's malice. She, a legitimate daughter of the Song family, a principal wife with both son and daughter, should not be quarreling with a concubine. Her heart is indeed rather small. The matriarch of the main branch has remained in the capital, attending to her in-laws. Song Sai let out a disdainful snort. Meng Zhili favors his concubines over his wife. He is worse than a pig or a dog. Liang Shi was taken aback. "Is that true? How do you know, sir?" Song Sai pressed his forehead against Liang Shi's, his gaze heavy, his voice turning hoarse. "My dear, do you truly not know?" This left Liang Shi blushing fiercely. She playfully thumped Song Sai's chest, and, shyly burying her head, murmured, "I understand that you care for me, never allowing those concubines to disturb my heart. Must I not thank you, sir?" Song Sai burst into hearty laughter, rolling over to pin Liang Shi down again, rekindling their passionate intimacy. In Jianming, upon Song Jianshua's arrival at the Meng residence, he found that Song Wunyang had already been buried, with no evidence to be found. The favored concubine was surnamed El, and her elder brother held the position of deputy minister in the Eastern Palace, enjoying considerable favor with the crown prince in recent years. Even Song Jianshua found himself at a loss, ultimately resorting to silencing a wet nurse close to El to settle the matter. Liang Shi sighed upon hearing this news. This revelation brought Liang Shi immense joy. She never expected to conceive at the age of 32, as it is unwise for a pregnant woman to travel far. She decided to remain in Guangzhou to nurture her pregnancy. Meanwhile, another delightful piece of news arrived from the capital. Lord Liang had received a promotion. The aged Minister of Personnel, lacking in vigor, had requested retirement and returned home, leading to Deputy Minister Liang's elevation to the position of Minister of Personnel. To speak candidly, there is indeed a measure of credit owed to Lord Song in this matter. After all, Song Jianming was chosen by Lord Liang, and over the years, he has garnered considerable satisfaction from the emperor. Furthermore, the emperor, mindful of not allowing his father-in-law's rank to perpetually fall below that of his son-in-law, decisively appointed Lord Liang as the Minister of Personnel. This appointment brought immense joy to Minister Liang, who, recalling the troubles of the Song family, could not help but smile with a sense of triumph. It was he, Liang, who had an astute eye for character. Just look at the sordid son-in-law that the old man Song has selected. His most cherished legitimate granddaughter tragically died after a difficult birth, prompting Song Qingyue to personally travel to Jianming to handle the matter, even resorting to the killing of a servant. It is said that even the palace ladies were stirred by the incident, with concubine Ming receiving a reprimand from the empress, hinting that there might be some underlying intrigue at play. In the 12th lunar month, concubine Chao gave birth to a son, naming him Song Qingyue. Upon the arrival of the Liang family in Guangzhou, Master Song Si seldom visited the quarters of his concubines. Even though Mrs. Liang was with child and thus somewhat hindered, Song Jianming continued to rest in the main residence, as there was no pressing necessity for him to engage in such matters. This, undoubtedly, struck a devastating blow to concubine N, who watched with mounting anxiety as concubine Chao bore a son, with the master neglecting her quarters. Her own hopes of giving birth seemed futile. Song Qingyue, growing weary of attending to children, found solace in the affection Mrs. Liang showered upon the plump, cherubic infant. Moreover, since concubine Chao was adept at winning favor, she often brought the little master Yu to the lady, seeking her approval. Thus, the Song residence in Guangzhou is jointly managed by the three concubines, he, Chao, and An, each overseeing their respective domains, ensuring that none could overshadow the others. Chao contemplated that since the madam intended to reside long-term in Guangzhou, it would be prudent to relinquish her managerial authority early, thereby preventing any future request from the madam herself. However, Liang showed no concern, dismissing the notion with a wave of her hand, expressing her disinterest in such burdensome matters, and assuring Chao that she could continue overseeing her responsibilities without worry. With her father having been promoted and her own pregnancy, coupled with a capable and affectionate husband, Liang felt like the happiest woman in the world, radiating joy and benevolence to all she encountered. Her complexion was rosy and vibrant, showing no signs of aging, indeed, appearing more plump than 2 years prior. Song Si's mother, Chun, was also a perceptive and kind-hearted woman, recognizing her daughter-in-law's esteemed status and her own position as a concubine. Not wishing to impose upon her daughter-in-law, she chose to move out and reside with her own father. Yet, Liang paid little heed to these familial dynamics. She confided to Lord Song her desire to fulfill her filial duties before her mother-in-law, lamenting the lack of opportunity provided by the elder. Lord Song reassured her, stating that his mother, being from a humble background, was unaccustomed to the confines of a grand residence. Allowing her to move out would grant her more comfort. And he advised Liang not to take offense, for she was elderly, and their compliance with her wishes was sufficient, without concern for superficial titles. As Liang's pregnancy progressed, she observed Chao's child growing rapidly, becoming heavier to lift within mere months. The child was quite spirited, demonstrating a penchant for putting everything in her mouth and possessing a remarkably loud voice, capable of raising the roof with her cries. Liang observed with a furrowed brow, whispering to Lord Song her desire for a daughter this time. Including the one lost to misfortune, she had already given birth to 4 sons. Each time she bore a son, it drained her vitality nearly to the brink of death. A daughter would be far more delightful. She reminisced about Song Yashin's childhood, sweet, soft, and quietly charming. Lord Song readily agreed, expressing his fondness for whatever his wife might bear. Each time, Liang would blush deeply at his affectionate words. Yet, she feigned ignorance and confusion. As long as Lord Song did not broach the subject, she would not take any initiative. Serving a man was no simple task. If she were to become pregnant, there were ways to manage it, and after 3 months, it would not be impossible. After all, she had worked hard to be with her husband. Why should she relinquish him to another woman? Chapter 25. The crown princes fall from grace in October of the following year. Lady Liang gave birth to a plump son, the eighth master, named Song Qingyue. Once Lady Liang completed her confinement, the Song household joyfully organized a celebration for the child's full moon. At last, Lady Liang was ready to depart. Lady An wished to set off firecrackers in celebration. Only after Lady Liang's departure would the fourth master Song step into her chamber, allowing her the possibility of bearing children. However, fate had other plans. As a significant event unfolded in the capital, the crown prince had been deposed. The crown prince's father-in-law, the prime minister Yin Jingwe, had also requested to retire due to old age. Nevertheless, amidst the chaos in the capital, the fourth master Song's family, situated 1,000 miles away, continued their lives leisurely. In such tumultuous times, it was prudent to keep a safe distance. As night falls, the sea laps at the shore, carrying sand and stones back and forth. The Prince of Su embraces his concubines, listening to the soft melodies. The heir, Li Zhao, clad in a white robe adorned with golden threads, strides into the cabin. Silently observing his complacent father, he lets out a sigh and casts a fierce glance at the troupe of musicians still performing, causing them to tremble in fright, their tune instantly falling out of harmony. The Prince of Su, agitated, waves his hand dismissively, signaling them to depart, while casting an irritated glance at his son. With his long legs sprawled carelessly on the cushions, he questions, "What is the matter?" The prince scoffs, raising his cup and draining it in one gulp, expressing his displeasure. Have I, after years of diligent military training in the south, caused the crown prince to grumble or to form factions for personal gain? If it weren't for the empress constantly cleaning up his mess, that inept fool would have been discarded long ago. Why should it concern you? Your Majesty is not the only one dispatched to the frontier. Uncle Four is stationed in the northwest, enduring even harsher conditions than you. Ah, indeed. The northwest offers battles to be fought, a chance to earn merit. But here, just a handful of pitiful pirates, who have long fled to the south. The governor of Zhejiang is utterly useless. I am so idle I could grow mold. That old fool refuses to allow me to go to Zhejiang. Should I be grateful to him? And what of fourth brother's mother? She is merely the empress's foot servant. As for my mother, she is the sister of the Marquis of Baoding, that old man who once commanded others to toil and risk their lives in his quest for power, has now turned a blind eye to his past, engaging in treachery against those who served him. The subtle sound of rustling can be heard outside the cabin, and Li Zhao lowers his gaze with a smirk, exchanging a glance with his father. The Duke of Su seems to be inebriated to an even greater extent. Li Zhao approaches, supporting his drunken father, intending to offer him a remedy to sober up. He remarks, "That affair was merely a consequence of Meng Zhilai's own indulgence in favoring a concubine while dismissing another. Any family would have been incensed. Father, you cannot blame the Song family. It is the Meng family that has overstepped their bounds. And why should I not express my displeasure? Why should the Meng family not be allowed some caprice? How many lives were sacrificed for that position? Meng Zhilai's father also perished while aiding the old man in seizing the throne. What is the Song family but a mere assembly of pretentious scholars?" The Duke of Su continues to grumble as Li Zhao drags him to the quarters, entrusting the care of his father to eunuch Wang before taking his leave. Half a month later, the emperor learns of the Duke of Su's grievances through eunuch Wei from the Eastern Depot. The emperor chuckles dismissively, cursing the unfilial son, and kicks the table leg. Yet, his attendants understand that His Majesty is not truly enraged. In contrast to the highly regarded fourth prince, Jing Wang, who has garnered the loyalty of the people in the northwest, and the second prince, Ning Wang, who, despite his bullying in the northeast, seeks to ingratiate himself. The emperor finds a sense of reassurance and ease in the candidness of the Duke of Su. The old third prince, Su Wang, evidently has no genuine aspirations for this position, which emboldens him to speak so freely. His words hold a kernel of truth, indeed. The emperor harbors discontent towards the Ming family. Should the Ming family, comprising solely of martial nobles who understand only the language of brute force and are unversed in the arts, go unchecked, one can only imagine how uncontrollable they would become, inevitably committing grave offenses that would lead to their downfall. The commander Wei nodded in agreement. Chapter 26. A promise for the position of a principal consort in the dead of night, in a coastal fishing village situated 100 miles south of Guangzhou. Now known as Shenzhen County, the streets remain brilliantly illuminated. This renowned city that never sleeps was home to the finest chefs from across the nation and esteemed courtesans. At the intersection of these two streets lay the only state-run casino in the entire Great Zhou. Colorful lanterns adorned with glass beads hung from every shopfront, dazzling and opulent. In the basement's most clandestine office of the casino, Li Zhao poured a glass of wine for Lord Song-si, exuding charm and confidence. The 15-year-old youth was already beginning to reveal his potential. Lord Song, we have fulfilled our promise to you. What say you now? Lord Song received the teacup with both hands, his demeanor as tranquil as a meditative monk, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Indeed, the crown prince has been deposed. Yet do not forget, the empress remains. As long as the empress is present, the crown prince may yet have an opportunity for restoration. Oh, but we also have Prince Ning, Prince Jing, Prince Xian, Prince Shan, and Prince Yu. This dynasty is not lacking in princes. Lord Song appeared unfazed. Li Zhao, however, remained unperturbed, maintaining his gentle smile. But, Lord Song, have you ever heard a saying? In this world, there exists no transaction that does not incur a loss. Moreover, with the support of your esteemed Lord Song, this prince is confident that opportunities will significantly increase. Lord Song hastily waved his hand, saying, I dare not claim such credit. Your Highness overestimates my modest capabilities. Li Zhao chuckled heartily and poured another cup of tea for Lord Song. There is no need for such humility. For it is I who can offer your daughter a position as a legitimate consort. For a fleeting moment, Lord Song's expression appeared distorted as he inquired, which daughter? Li Zhao smiled like an ancient fox, replying, whichever daughter you wish it to be shall be the one. Instantly, Lord Song retorted, heir is not an option. Oh. Li Zhao's enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing intensity, almost drawing one in with a single glance. In the candlelight, his eyelashes cast long shadows upon his cheeks, and his gaze, dark and unsettling, fixed upon Lord Song's eyes. Then let it be her. The sound of Lord Song's back teeth grinding echoed as he forced out a few words through clenched jaws. Are you threatening me with heir? Li Zhao continued to smile, slowly shaking his head as he poured tea for Lord Song once more. This time, however, Lord Song did not accept the offering, and Li Zhao was unconcerned. He drank it himself and remarked, Lord Song, are you aware that the two female guards in Miss Song San's courtyard, Feng Jiu and Feng Qi, are under my command? Lord Song felt a sudden constriction in his breath, while Li Zhao continued, there is no need for concern, for I am not a man of cruel intentions. I would never harm a young lady. I merely wish to inform you in advance that she is the one I have chosen. And you should not harbor any thoughts of marrying her off to any other suitor. Otherwise, this young lord may become quite irate. Witnessing Lord Song's predicament, Li Zhao found great amusement. It appears that Lord Song has underestimated the influence of the Duke of Su. The affairs of officials in Lingnan, as well as in the southern regions of Fujian and Zhejiang, are matters that the Duke of Su is well aware of. The emperor may believe that by relegating the Duke of Su to the seas of Guangdong, he has rendered him powerless to instigate trouble. Yet, the Duke Li Ji has never been one to play the obedient child. His legitimate son, Li Zhao, who has been nurtured under his watchful eye, shares his father's cunning and ruthlessness. Despite the emperor's relentless suppression over the years, the power of the Duke of Su has far surpassed what the emperor and most officials comprehend. The exhilaration of inadvertently revealing a glimpse of their strength, instilling fear in others to deter rash actions, is indeed a delightful experience. However, who is Song Jianming? Is he so easily manipulated? It is well known that Lord Song excels in defying fate. After much contemplation, he deemed that, given Song Qingyue's background, even if she were to be married into a prestigious family, she would likely face adversity post-marriage. The mere thought of Li Zhao's handsome visage, capable of wreaking havoc, incensed him to the point that he wished he could eliminate that little wolf cub on the spot. Instead, he resolved to find an exceptional young man from a distinguished branch of a noble family for heir, with him as her father-in-law to provide diligent guidance. He was confident that heir's future would be comfortable. Moreover, should she truly encounter a misfortune with an unworthy husband, he, as her father, would ensure that her future son-in-law would not dare to overstep his bounds. Chapter 27. School District Housing and Investment Attraction. Soon, the news spread that Lord Song Jianming, the governor of Guangdong, had personally donated 100,000 taels of silver to establish a school in Guangzhou. The esteemed academies of Hangzhou have received invitations, clearly stating that if they are willing to reside in Guangdong for 5 years, the benefactor Song Jianming will not only provide housing and land, but also bestow upon them silver ranging from 5,000 to 10,000 taels, commensurate with their esteemed reputations. Guangdong has undergone a remarkable transformation since the new road was established, the population of the two major port cities, Chazhou and Guangzhou, has surged by a notable 20%, and property values have significantly increased. Moreover, situated in the southern region, Guangdong boasts a warm climate conducive to cultivating 2 rice harvests annually, followed by the possibility of growing corn, potatoes, and particularly sweet potatoes, which thrive in the soil of Lingnan. Once abandoned wastelands and mountainous areas are now sought after for tea. Chili peppers, sunflowers, mangoes, and pineapples, valuable commodities indeed. The allure of wealth, coupled with Song Jianming's personal prestige, has prompted several headmasters from Wansong Academy, Xiang Academy, and Chongwon Academy to receive multiple letters of resignation, artfully justifying their departures as contributions to the enlightenment of the border populace for the court and the sovereign. Upon realizing that Song Jianming was indeed attempting to lure away their scholars, the headmasters were incensed, their beards bristling with indignation. They had suspected his seemingly innocuous arrival on the mountain for a symposium harbored ulterior motives. Notably, the headmaster of Wansong Academy had even speculated whether Song Jianming intended for his eldest son to study there, only to discover that he had long harbored intentions of poaching talent. In truth, it was not solely the academies of Hangzhou that faced such incursions. The esteemed institutions of Yingtian, Suzhou, Zhenjiang, and Yangzhou, indeed any academy of repute in Jiangnan, have found themselves similarly besieged by the designs of Lord Song. Who could deny that the Jiangnan region is a cultural stronghold? It was here that Lord Song had firmly set his sights. Upon learning that his esteemed cousin from Lingnan had poached a renowned scholar from his own Zhenjiang, Song Jinsha was infuriated to the point of near apoplexy. It is truly bewildering how these esteemed scholars could bow down for mere handfuls of rice. In a bid to retain talent, the Jiangnan officials were compelled to open their coffers, personally delivering gifts to the homes of these illustrious scholars, earnestly requesting their stay and encouraging them to voice any desires they might have. Word reached them that in Guangdong, not only were residences and farmland being offered, but a staggering sum of 10,000 taels of silver was also included, with 3 times that amount being presented to any scholar of considerable repute. The officials were left in a state of utter astonishment, nearly fainting from the sheer extravagance of it all. How audacious, they thought. Songsi, you possess wealth indeed. Let us see what unfolds. Before long, several memorials regarding allegations of corruption against the Guangdong governor Song Jianming found their way to the emperor's dragon desk. However, Song Jianming had preemptively informed the emperor of his intention to establish an academy in Guangdong, asserting that in such a vast region as Lingnan, it was utterly unacceptable that there was not even a respectable academy to speak of. He detailed how local wealthy merchants were eager to donate funds and goods upon hearing that the government intended to establish an academy, and he himself contributed a substantial sum of 100,000 taels. As for the officials from various prefectures and counties in the Guangdong province, how could they dare refrain from contributing when the governor had already opened his purse? Every official was accounted for, with the diligent officials keeping a record of who donated and who did not. Despite his ample resources, the emperor was deeply moved by the fact that an official would repeatedly reach into his own pockets for the benefit of the people, stirring within him a desire to shed tears of gratitude. The emperor, whose spirits had been thoroughly dampened by the affairs of the crown prince, found himself laughing heartily for the first time in 3 months. As for Song Jianming's endeavors to undermine the prestigious academies of Jiangnan, the emperor could hardly contain his delight. Although these academies were merely educational institutions, they wielded considerable influence. Their students were dispersed throughout the nation, and those who emerged from the same academy often formed tight-knit groups, much to the emperor's chagrin. Despite the emperor's disdain, he was powerless against the academic prowess of Jiangnan scholars, who achieved the esteemed title of Jinsher through their own merit. Now, with someone actively seeking to disrupt the status quo, the emperor felt a sense of relief. The academies boasted beautiful campuses, exceptional teachers recruited from Jiangnan, and reportedly, scholarship opportunities. Any scholar under the age of 30 who had attained the title of Shozai or Jiren could come to the academy, where their accommodation and sustenance would be fully covered, along with an annual stipend of 40 taels of silver, plus writing materials and seasonal sets of free uniforms. Consequently, impoverished scholars from all corners of the country flocked to the government-funded academies in Guangdong, eager to benefit from the provisions, which included 8 sets of free clothing a year. Minister Song, accompanied by the heads of the Chao and He families, toured the academy, where the 2 gentlemen each donated 80,000 taels. Overwhelmed with excitement, they clasped hands, rendered speechless by the sheer number of scholars present, all of whom held the title of Xiuzai. One should not underestimate the difficulty of achieving such a title. It requires outstanding performance in county, prefectural, and academy examinations, thus signifying a high level of prestige. Did Minister Song incur a loss in this venture? Not only did he not suffer a loss, but he also profited immensely. He purchased a substantial area of land surrounding the academy and constructed numerous residences, effectively establishing a prime academic district. Is it not the case that the scholars' wives cannot reside in the school dormitories? Surely, they must rent accommodations elsewhere. Would the affluent young gentleman truly choose to inhabit the dilapidated dormitories of the academy? Why not procure a more splendid residence in the vicinity? Furthermore, students from Fujian, Guangxi, Jiangxi, and even Hunan have come specifically to study here. It is no jest, for this institution has attracted several esteemed scholars from Jianming. Can any other place compare? In just 3 months, the initially anticipated 2,000 slots were filled, and those wishing to enroll must now pass an examination. The area surrounding the academy has swiftly garnered popularity, and within half a year, it has transformed into a burgeoning town. Qingyue's bookstore, situated beside the academy, is thriving abundantly. She enlisted several ghostwriters to compose tales of cultivation and martial arts based on her outlines, which sold remarkably well. The key to their success was Qingyue's personal touch in illustrating the novels, commissioning a skilled engraver to create the templates for mass printing. Even if the illustrations were somewhat unclear, they were met with great enthusiasm. Following this triumph, Qingyue tirelessly continued her efforts, penning a vernacular novel akin to a travelogue, recounting the experiences of a dandy from the capital journeying to Guangdong. This narrative introduced the local customs, architectural wonders, culinary delights, as well as the vibrant nightlife of Shenzhen County and the official Baiyun Academy in the northern suburbs of Guangzhou. In addition to these, the tales of the seaside lighthouse castle, fishing adventures, tempestuous escapades, and encounters with mermaids were entirely products of Qingyue's imagination. Even Master Song, upon reading them, was quite captivated and took it upon himself to refine his daughter's somewhat juvenile prose. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this book is laden with personal bias, detailing which luxurious hotel the dandy resided in, the restaurants he frequented, and the young ladies he consorted with, all of which are establishments in which Lord Song or Song Qingyue holds a vested interest. This time, Song Qingyue exerted considerable effort to create numerous exquisite illustrations, enlisting the expertise of artisans from a Jiangnan printing house to produce an entire set of color printing templates. Consequently, this travelogue exists in 2 editions, one adorned with monochromatic illustrations and the other with vibrant colors, naturally differing greatly in price. However, the sale of the book is secondary. The primary objective is to entice merchants from other regions to invest in real estate and commerce. The term investment attraction was indeed first articulated by Song Qingyue herself. To be frank, Song Qingyue considers her father, Lord Song, to be a genius. Often, she merely offers a suggestion or a fleeting thought. And even when she is uncertain of how to proceed, Lord Song manages to execute matters to perfection, leaving her in awe of his capabilities. A significant number of copies of Lingnan's strange tales have been dispatched to bookstores nationwide, as Lord Song anticipates another surge in property values within Guangdong province. Chapter 28. Canned fruits become tributes. Since the establishment of the official academy in Guangzhou, the number of students seeking knowledge has steadily increased. Lord Song frequently invites outstanding scholars from the academy to his residence for tea, particularly those young men who have yet to reach adulthood. During these tea gatherings, he often summons Song Qingyue to join, under the pretext of assisting her father in selecting talent. However, her female bodyguard, Feng Qi, cautions her, "I suspect Lord Song is more inclined to find a suitable husband for you." My goodness, Song Qingyue suddenly realized. Immediately, she shuddered. After all, she was only 11 years old, with 4 months to go. She was still merely a 5th grade student. Yet, Lord Song was already contemplating her marriage. "No, let's go to the village." She firmly declared that she would not marry before the age of 18. It was perilous to bear children before her pelvis had fully developed. As the carriage passed through the bustling market, Imogen exclaimed, "What is it?" Song Qingyue inquired. Imogen shook her head, saying, "I thought I saw Song Quan just now, but it might have been a mistake." Song Qingyue raised an eyebrow. This area of houses was one of Lord Song's ventures into affordable housing, consisting of single or double-story concrete brick houses. The ground was also made of concrete, equipped with drainage systems to collect rainwater. Additionally, each household was connected to a water supply tank, with a dedicated person arriving every morning to draw fresh water from the community well and fill the tanks. Each household received a sufficient amount, and if it was inadequate, they had to fetch more from the well. There were also drainage systems for domestic wastewater. However, human waste was still collected every morning and evening by the night soil collectors or disposed of in nearby public latrines. Those who indiscriminately dumped waste into the drainage systems would face severe punishment, 20 lashes at the yamen if caught. Did Song Quan purchase a house here? Or perhaps it was a gift from Lord Song? That seemed unlikely. After all, Song Quan had earned a considerable amount of money working alongside his father over the years, and he would not choose to buy such inexpensive housing. The road was still under construction, yet the official road was nearly complete. Should additional paths be constructed, the authorities would prioritize areas with larger populations or those with economically valuable resources. In regard to this matter, the officials of the local counties have been embroiled in heated disputes each time they convene at the government office, nearly resorting to physical altercations. This contentious issue, however, has allowed the entire Guangdong province to effortlessly complete updates to its population and land statistics. The local officials are eager for their superiors to recognize the abundance of their populations and resources, hastening the prioritization of road construction in their regions. Some astute officials have devised ways to cultivate new land and explore innovative planting techniques. For instance, rice can only be cultivated on flat terrain. Transforming sloped land for rice cultivation necessitates the creation of terraced fields, which is a labor-intensive endeavor. Yet, times have changed. Sloped areas can now be utilized for cultivating tea, corn, sunflowers, and even mango, starfruit, plum, hawthorn, or yellow peach trees. Should these fruits remain unsold, they can be sent to the Chow family's food processing factory. Song Qingyue has managed to produce nearly pure white granulated sugar at a cost significantly lower than traditional icing sugar methods. This sugar lacks the distinct flavors of brown or yellow sugar, offering a purely sweet taste. The candied fruits made with her white sugar can fetch excellent prices. In truth, Song Qingyue has long harbored the desire to experiment with making canned fruits. She recalls that during her university days, her roommate from Northeast China had an insatiable fondness for canned fruits. If she could successfully produce canned fruits to sell in the North, they would undoubtedly be immensely popular. Unfortunately, her current technological limitations mean that the canned fruits are packaged in ceramic jars, and the sealing techniques remain rudimentary. The process entails boiling the syrup and fruit within the ceramic jar, sealing it with a cork soaked in high-proof liquor, and then waxing it shut. The costs are considerable, and by the time they reach Northeast China, they would be regarded as luxury items. Lord Song sent gifts of candied fruits and canned fruits to his father-in-law's home in the capital and to the Song family's legitimate branch. Although these items were not particularly valuable in Guangzhou, they became rare treasures upon arrival in the capital. As winter transitioned to spring once more, the palace unexpectedly decreed that the canned fruits were to be recognized as royal tributes. Song Qingyue was furious, feeling the urge to curse. Although her factory's canned fruits had garnered the emperor's favor, elevating their reputation and making them a source of pride among the powerful across the nation, leading to a surge in demand that outstripped supply and inflated prices, she had no desire to produce tributes. After all, there were no preservatives, and once sealed, she could not ascertain whether they were good or spoiled. What if Lord Song's political adversaries sought to frame him, tampering with the tributes? The thought of the emperor uncorking a bottle only to find a candied cockroach inside sent shivers down her spine. Would she even want to live after that? Furthermore, the annual transportation of tributes to the capital consumed a significant amount of manpower. Who was the scoundrel that sent these items to the emperor? It left her pondering how to procure preservatives. The most common preservative, potassium chloride, should not be too difficult to obtain. She needed to contemplate this matter carefully. Chapter 29. The Deposed Prince, Fat as a Pikachu. The ungrateful son of Prince Su, Li Ji, truly raised a fine son. Whenever the emperor felt better, his temper improved significantly. However, recently, Empress Su had not been in good health. He had visited Ning Palace twice, reminiscing about past events, and was inevitably filled with deep emotions. Every time the queen gazed upon him, although she uttered not a word, he understood that her heart was forever tethered to the crown prince. The prince was their firstborn, the sole child they had together, nurtured under his personal guidance. After giving birth to the crown prince, the queen suffered an ailment that rendered her unable to conceive again. Decades of partnership had seen them support each other to this day, yet he had confined her child, regardless of the prince's transgressions. The emperor harbored a lingering guilt towards the queen. After much contemplation, he resolved to visit the prince personally at the house of ancestors. The crown prince had already been forewarned by the queen's emissaries, and upon the emperor's arrival, he feigned astonishment, immediately kneeling in tears, repeatedly proclaiming his filial disobedience and lamenting his father's worries. Yet, this display did not elicit even a modicum of compassion from the emperor. Perhaps even the astute and capable queen had not anticipated that during the 2 years of his deposed confinement, the crown prince had gained over 60 pounds. His visage had transformed into that of a bloated pig, and with his disheveled hair, he resembled a wretched creature. There was no trace of a disheartened individual. Clearly, he had been ensnared in idleness, alternating between slumber and gluttony, leading to his present appearance. I recently visited your mother. Her health is rather poor, the emperor stated with a stern countenance and an irritable tone. Indeed, it is all my fault for causing her distress. The crown prince wept profusely, seemingly genuinely remorseful. Yet, with his pig-like countenance, his tears only rendered him more grotesque. Nonetheless, the crown prince's demeanor remained exceedingly sincere. The father and son reminisced about old tales from their childhood, and the emperor even shared a dinner with the crown prince in his place of confinement, subsequently allowing him to visit his mother. Ultimately, it was out of respect for the empress that the crown prince's house arrest was lifted. Was the crown prince on the verge of reinstatement? Yet, the emperor uttered not a word, simply ceasing the crown prince's confinement without restoring his title. The crown prince remained a mere figurehead. In a moment, discussions surged throughout the court and beyond, with everyone left in a state of uncertainty, none privy to the emperor's true thoughts. Li Zhao dispatched a message to the distant Su Wang, although at that moment, the Su Wang was already at sea, leaving the delivery of the message in question. Even if it arrived a little late, it mattered not. Li Zhao could vividly imagine his father's fury on the deck. A chuckle escaped him involuntarily. Moreover, he prepared a portrait of the current state of the crown prince to send to his father, believing it might alleviate his father's ire. The image depicted the crown prince, so corpulent that the very flesh on his face quivered with every breath. Li Zhao had exerted considerable effort in this endeavor, ensuring that the culinary delights of cream cakes, butter cookies, honey-fried chicken, and sweetened fruits, all procured by Song Qingyue, were sent to the imperial kitchen. With the crown prince confined and left to idleness, his father forbidding him from indulging in wine or women, these delectable treats became irresistible, leading to an insatiable appetite. Thus, over the course of 2 years, he ballooned to an astonishing size. Li Zhao was convinced that upon witnessing the crown prince in such a state, even if the emperor had resolutely decided to reinstate him, his resolve would waver instantly. The princes have been required since childhood to be proficient in both literature and martial arts. Upon reaching a certain age, they are all dispatched to military camps for training. None of the princes can be deemed worthless, as the emperor detests ineptitude. However, therein lies the dilemma. With no one deemed inferior, none are willing to concede the position of crown prince to the eldest. All are equally exceptional. Why should some be predetermined to inherit the title of crown prince from birth, without even a chance to contest it? They refused to accept this. Upon entering the residence, a servant came to report that the princess consort requested his presence. Li Zhao dismissively waved his hand, saying, "I am drenched in sweat. This young master shall freshen up before paying his respects." After indulging in a massage and a long bath, Li Zhao, much like his father, has become quite accustomed to a life of leisure. He took a full 2 hours to groom himself, while Princess Consort Xiaoning waited from noon until the sun began to set. "Why does it take so long for you to come when I summoned you?" she chided. "Having stayed in the south for too long, you've forgotten your manners." This polite and handsome young man is indeed Li Zhao, the very same Li Zhao. Princess Consort Xiaoning couldn't help but see a reflection of the young Su Wang in him, and silently lamented, "Another troublemaker." Li Zhao smiled and bowed his head in apology. "It is my son's fault for keeping the princess consort waiting." Princess Consort Xiaoning's expression darkened further. Li Zhao always behaved this way, quick to admit fault yet unrepentant, accepting reprimands with a good attitude, making it feel like striking a fist against cotton, with frustration having nowhere to release. Chapter 30. The princess consort and the secondary consort of Su Wangfu. Princess Consort Xiaoning is the biological aunt of Li Zhao, being the younger sister of his birth mother. Since the original princess consort, Daning, gave birth to Li Zhao, she has been in poor health and frequently unwell. Sister Xiaoning often accompanied her mother to the Wang residence to care for her elder sister, offering companionship. Little did she know, through her frequent visits, She would fall deeply in love with her exceptionally handsome brother-in-law, His Highness the Duke of Su. Following the untimely demise of her sister, she insisted on marrying the Duke as his secondary consort. The couple, known as the Marquis and Marquise of Jianming, indulged their daughter and, unable to withstand her relentless pleas, eventually acquiesced to her wishes. However, upon her arrival at the Duke's estate, she found that His Highness regarded her with only the respect due to a primary consort, devoid of the affection she had envisioned. Furthermore, the Duke's increasingly libertine nature became evident as he brought home one beautiful concubine after another, showing no restraint. Initially, Xiao Ning experienced anger, discomfort, and sorrow, yet as the number of women in the household grew, including those from brothels, her heart grew numb to the reality of her situation. The sole source of her distress was her late sister's eldest son, Li Zhao. Xiao Ning attempted to cultivate a bond with him, but the child, unervingly astute, seemed to sense the secrets of her past concerning his mother, consistently rebuffing her attempts to draw near. In time, Xiao Ning devised numerous schemes to eliminate Li Zhao's nurse and replace all his attendants, subtly leading him down a path of unruliness and cruelty, although she maintained a facade of affection towards him, even treating him with greater kindness than her own children, ensuring no one could discern her true intentions. Eventually, the Duke took Li Zhao under his wing, personally investing in his upbringing. Until now, the Crown Prince Li Zhao has maintained a demeanor towards her that is neither warm nor cold, marked by a respectful distance, neither intimate nor hostile. Yet, the prince continues to take him along wherever he goes, regardless of the occasion. Lady Ning observes with increasing concern as Li Zhao becomes more capable and earns the prince's favor, while her own child idles away in the capital. She recalls hearing that the fruit preserves he presented to His Majesty during the new year were greatly appreciated. The princess consort, Lady Ning, engages in casual conversation. Li Zhao nods in affirmation, remarking, "Indeed, the capital's winter is harsh, making the availability of fruit in this season quite rare. Your Majesty has entrusted you with duties at the western camp in the capital. I hope you will approach it with dedication and refrain from the frivolous antics of the past, akin to a mischievous little leopard. It truly causes concern." The concerned mother expresses, "Indeed, it is my son's fault," she continues. "By the way, when will you find an opportunity to mention to His Majesty about securing a position for your younger brother? It would prevent him from idling away his days, which vexes me greatly." Li Zhao smiles. "How could that be? My younger brother has always been well-behaved and endearing, demonstrating utmost filial piety towards you. Besides, he is merely 14, there is no need for you to worry. In time, he will mature and become steadier, just as I have." The princess consort retorts, "You truly have a penchant for self-praise. While you may indeed be composed, your audacity remains unchanged. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave." Li Zhao states, "Go on then." Lady Ning waves her hand dismissively. As Li Zhao departs, he notices the side consorts, Lady Zhuang and Lady Sun, waiting at the palace entrance with faint smiles. He offers them a slight nod before striding away. Zhuang, the side consort, entered the hall with a melodious laugh, gracefully saluting the Princess of Su. With a slightly sardonic tone, she remarked, "After all, he didn't crawl out from the Empress's womb. For all these years, he has not been nurtured under her care. I recall when he was so small, the prince took him with him despite the dangers," clearly indicating his lack of trust in his sister. Truly, a pair of cold-hearted father and son. No matter how much affection the sister shows, they remain indifferent. Sun, the side consort, pulled her aside and whispered, "Perhaps you should temper your words. After all, the heir does call her mother." Zhuang shot her a glance, retorting, "Humph. Spare me the pretense. For so many years, without the prince in the manor, no matter how many women there are, it remains desolate. We three old friends have always relied on one another. Who truly understands whom? Who is better than the other? Oh, am I not allowed to live freely? I am simply straightforward. Dear sister, do not take offense." The Princess of Su chuckled dryly, sarcastically responding, "Indeed, I must thank you, dear sister, for keeping me company all these years." Chapter 31. The Song family is not short of money in July, in Guangzhou. However, there was no need for Song Qingyue to handle these tasks personally, as she now had 5 close maidservants, 3 managing matrons, and a dozen shopkeepers, stewards, and accountants under her command. All of them had learned to write in simplified characters and perform calculations with Arabic numerals, as well as adhere to the horizontal writing format and the modern double-entry bookkeeping method prescribed by Song Qingyue. These individuals have endured 2 years of relentless examinations, including monthly tests, midterms, and finals, emerging as exceptional talents that even Lord Song covets. He frequently considers enticing Song Qingyue to relinquish her talents to his own advantage. Recently, Lord Song has come to appreciate the efficacy of the Arabic numerals and double-entry bookkeeping employed by Song Qingyue, finding them remarkably practical and transparent. Failing to lure her talents away, he has instead mandated that the accountants in his household, as well as the officials in the Bureau of Revenue, undergo training under Song Qingyue and participate in monthly assessments akin to those of the servants at Miyukshuan. Those who do not perform adequately face financial penalties, which has left everyone in a state of distress. Meanwhile, Song Qingyue is being attended to by her maids as they style her hair, while she peruses the second quarter account books sent from the sugarcane fields. Suddenly, Granny Bai approaches, carrying a fragrant sandalwood box, her expression troubled. "Miss, please take a look at this." Upon opening the box, they reveal a set of exquisite headpieces made of red gold, adorned with sapphires and light purple pearls. Notably, each sapphire and pearl is the size of a thumb's nail, with the sapphires exhibiting a deep, vibrant blue and a flawless clarity. Cut in the Western style rather than the traditional Chinese cabochon, the light purple pearls are lustrous and uniformly sized, making this collection extraordinarily precious. Even Madame Liang would find it remarkable. Another one? Song Qingyue furrows her brow, feeling an unsettling sense of apprehension. Granny Bai nods, her own brow knitted in concern. It is from His Highness, the Crown Prince of the Suyi. Song Qingyue, feeling vexed, pinches the bridge of her nose, realizing that this individual has presented an increasingly lavish birthday gift each year. Could it be that Lord Song has secretly conferred with Prince Su regarding the arrangement to bestow her upon that S-class scoundrel, the villainous boss, as a concubine? Was there a concubine named Song in the original narrative? It appears there indeed was. How unfortunate. Yet, that should not be the case, if she were truly betrothed. Lord Song could not consistently bring her along to his lectures at the academy or invite her to tea gatherings at home, allowing her to observe all those promising young talents. Lord Song is evidently intent on letting her select her future husband herself. How troublesome. Throughout this year, aside from the vexation of Lord Song's increasingly fervent matchmaking endeavors, Song Qingyue has continued to lead a life of abundance and fulfillment. To be frank, she is so financially secure now that she has almost lost the motivation to devise new methods for earning money. The street in front of the casino is entirely hers. Merely from the taverns and shops along that thoroughfare, her annual income exceeds 100,000 taels. The newly designed seaside garden villas are selling remarkably well. Moreover, she owns several plantations, breeding farms, and numerous establishments in Guangzhou, including taverns, inns, and jewel shops, many of which she co-founded with her sisters, the madam, and a few concubines. The Song family, both young and old, possesses their own little treasure troves. Song Qingyue's personal assets alone amount to over 1 million taels, with cash reserves of 300,000 to 400,000 taels. Now, even Song Yushi has become a little wealthy lady. Initially, she feared that as a concubine-born daughter, the madam would not provide her with a substantial dowry. Little did she know that in just 3 years, by borrowing money from Song Qingyue to engage in business alongside her, she has managed to amass a substantial sum of 80,000 taels as her savings. In recent years, the Liang family has enjoyed a life of comfort in Guangzhou. Several of her sons are studying at a government-run academy under the tutelage of esteemed scholars from Jianming. Although Lord Song has occasionally taken to visiting the chambers of his concubines in the past 2 years, she seems less concerned than she was in her youth. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. During the times when she and her husband were often apart, she found him to be charming and remarkable in every aspect. Yet now, in the daily presence of Lord Song, her heart is less stirred. After all, Lord Song is approaching middle age, and he has recently begun to show signs of indulgence, his hair thinning, his waist expanding, and his complexion becoming increasingly unkempt. Additionally, he suffers from constipation. She has witnessed him passing gas after consuming sweet potatoes in the privacy of their bed. Once, in a hurry, he was seen eating a bun while attending to his bodily functions. Alas, time is a relentless adversary. The once dashing and handsome scholar has vanished without a trace. It seems that the pursuit of wealth brings her greater joy. Over the span of more than 4 years in Guangzhou, her dowry has multiplied 4 or 5 times. While assisting the daughters of lesser status in preparing their dowries, she contemplated being generous, considering at least 20,000 taels for each. a sum that would be deemed standard even among the top families in the capital. Little did she know that her children were all financially capable, each possessing their own little treasury. Even the youngest daughter, born just last year, has been allocated a dowry of 20,000 taels by Lord Song, the same amount that the affluent concubine, Anton, has at her disposal, with each concubine entering the household possessing substantial wealth. The burden of financial concerns has been lifted from her shoulders as the primary wife. Currently, what weighs most heavily on Lady Liang's mind is the academic progress of her sons. The eldest son, Song Qingyue, has already reached the age of 18. Yet his talents appear to fall short of his father's. Although he succeeded in the imperial examination last year, his ranking was rather unsatisfactory, and he tragically failed to qualify in the spring test. The second son, Song Qingyue, aged 16, remains unhurried. After passing the scholar's examination last year, he opted not to participate in the autumn exam. Lady Liang harbors concerns for her two children, while Lord Song seems remarkably at ease, displaying no signs of worry, and even exuding a sense of pride. Look at him, Song Jianming, not yet 40, holding a rank of second-class official, and the father of an 18-year-old scholar. What more could one desire? Indeed, life appears to be utterly fulfilled. Have you not noticed the envy radiating from the gentleman of the Shun provincial governor's family? My dear, there is no need for concern. After all, geniuses like myself are born once in a century. The fact that our Song family has produced one such as I is already a blessing from our ancestors. We cannot expect our sons to achieve the same heights. Lord Song reassured Lady Liang. In response, she retorted with a playful scoff, "Truly, my husband, as you age, your audacity only grows thicker." Lord Song remarked, "Whether my audacity is thick, I cannot say, but my belly certainly seems to be expanding." He fondly patted his protruding abdomen, reflecting on how his wife frequently chastises him now, a stark contrast to the tender affection of their earlier days, which genuinely saddens him. Amused, Lady Liang playfully urged him away. "Go take a stroll outside after your meal. Otherwise, your belly will truly become unwieldy. It is not that I disdain you, but just look at yourself. Whatever happened to the youthful figure of the fourth young master? Off you go, seek out your little concubine, and do not disturb me while I attend to my accounts." Lord Song, feigning discontent, pouted slightly, walked away with his hands behind his back, shaking his head and sighing. After wandering around her garden without much enjoyment, Song Qing called out to Song Quan, "Let us go for a walk outside." However, life often presents us with unexpected trials. Recently, Song Qingyue found herself troubled by a staggering revelation. Her father seemed to be keeping a mistress in Yuhua Lane to the north of the city. Over the years, countless women had attempted to gain access to the bed of Lord Song, yet all efforts by subordinates and merchants to introduce women to him had been in vain. Lord Song was a man of tremendous ambition, obsessively protective of his reputation. Since Lady Liang had come to reside in Guangzhou, he had become even more devoted to self-cultivation, shunning the company of women. What manner of woman could possibly captivate his heart? Song Qingyue was consumed by curiosity. Chapter 32. Lord Song's mistress. Regarding Lord Song's mistress, Song Qingyue dared not investigate recklessly, yet she could not allow him to continue this farce unchallenged. For years, he had deceived Lady Liang, playing the role of a devoted husband, and she could not permit his illustrious reputation to be tarnished by a woman of dubious origins. What kind of person required such clandestine arrangements to be kept hidden away? Song Qingyue dispatched someone to keep a watch on Yuhua Lane around the clock, and she finally uncovered the identity of this mistress. The revelation struck her like a bolt from the blue. She felt utterly dismayed to discover that it was none other than Madame Qin, who taught the young ladies in the household embroidery and music. Could it be? With so many fresh and youthful maidens available, Lord Song had chosen to dote upon this middle-aged woman. His taste remained, as always, rather refined. However, this genuine affection was not solely bestowed upon the Liang family. It is akin to the esteemed Miss Qin, whose father was a respectable scholar at the Taichang Temple. Although his official position was modest and lacked substantial power, he hailed from a distinguished lineage. Miss Qin epitomizes the graceful and cultured daughter of a noble family, enriched by her experiences within the palace, rendering her remarkably mature. One day, Song Qingyue ventured to the grand study in the front courtyard to deliver this month's examination papers to Lord Song. Upon pushing open the door, she was taken aback to find Lord Song engaged in a game of chess with Miss Qin. Suppressing her discomfort, she endeavored to appear composed and address Lord Song. "Here are this month's examination papers." Lord Song seemed slightly flustered, as if caught in a compromising situation. He coughed discreetly and replied, "Thank you. You have worked hard, heir." Song Qingyue offered a faint smile, "No need for thanks," and swiftly exited the room. Once outside, her expression darkened significantly, revealing her profound displeasure. How could the Song Jianming be so reckless? To openly rendezvous with his lover at home, and that Miss Qin wore an indifferent expression, seemingly unconcerned. It was no surprise. Truly, Lord Song was evidently drawn to women of an aloof demeanor, who disregarded him. How despicable! Song Qingyue's nostrils flared with indignation. This was intolerable. She must prevent Lord Song from becoming ensnared in such folly. She would not accept his genuine affection for any woman beyond the Liang family. Thus, a flurry of establishments offering fried chicken, milk tea, butter cookies, fresh meat mooncakes, spicy hot pots, grilled skewers, sweet soups, bowl cakes, and claypot rice with preserved meats quietly opened near the residence of the Qin family. Due to the absence of a curfew in Guangzhou, Song Qingyue insisted that the shops remain open for as late as possible, even if it meant incurring losses. Unintentionally, this decision transformed the area into a bustling night market. While Song Qingyue endeavored to plump up Qin Yangzi, she also sought opportunities to converse with Song Yaxin and Liang Shi, coaxing her elder sister and Liang Shi to join her for leisurely strolls to promote exercise. She oversaw the kitchen to prepare light, low-oil, and low-starch meals for Liang Shi, significantly reducing the supply of pastries, sweets, and greasy snacks, and even consulted Qin Laolang for some beauty recipes for Liang Shi. After months of diligent effort, Liang Shi indeed appeared more beautiful and refined. In fact, the women of the Song residence seemed to radiate a healthier complexion and vitality than before. However, Qin Yangzi, while she kept a respectful distance from greasy delights such as fried chicken, barbecued meats, butter cookies, and cream cakes, had developed an addiction to sweets. She particularly relished the fresh fruit syrup and maltose candies available near her home. In this era, effective dental hygiene tools were scarce, and one could only brush with twigs and coarse salt unless one was exceptionally meticulous about oral care. Thus, out of 10 individuals, 5 would suffer from tartar, cavities, and various periodontal issues. Qin Yangzi's awareness of dental protection was quite low, and she frequently suffered from toothaches, which disrupted her sleep. Over time, this led to a dull complexion, a puffy visage, and a more bloated figure, causing her once cold and proud demeanor to gradually fade away. Song Qingyue, pondering deeply in her heart, reflected, it was Qin Yangzi who willingly succumbed to depravity and disrupted the harmony of another's family first. She is unworthy to serve as a moral exemplar. Oh, Buddha above, this cannot be blamed on her. She, too, was merely striving to preserve the beauty and harmony of her own family. Yet, it appears that Lord Song still views Qin Yangzi through a rose-tinted lens, his enthusiasm unabated. However, the shattering of such illusions often occurs in but a fleeting moment. Chapter 33. Floating Weeds of a Half-Life One Day. As Lord Song departed the magistrate's office and turned a corner into Yuhua Alley, he entered to find Qin Shuling gaping at her reflection in the mirror. Inspecting her decayed teeth, what did he behold? Puffy eye bags, a cascade of double chins, and a distorted visage. It was, quite frankly, a rather painful sight to behold. That night, he retired to the study and incinerated the collection of acerbic poems he had penned in admiration of beautiful women. Along with the jade go set he occasionally played with Qin Yangzi, which was also put away by Song Quan. Out of guilt, Lord Song treated Liang Shi with greater kindness. Liang Shi, somewhat bewildered, wondered why, after so many years of marriage, her husband had suddenly taken to such fervent displays. Behaving like a spirited youth in his 20s, seemingly oblivious to the risk of straining his back. Ultimately, he indeed strained his back and was carried to old Master Chen's clinic in the middle of the night. Upon examination, old Master Chen remarked, this appears to be a case of lumbar disc herniation. Fortunately, it was not serious, yet it remained unclear what exertion had led to such a predicament, leaving him in considerable pain and unable to straighten his back. Lord Song, groaning and reluctant to confess the truth, found the situation too embarrassing. Chen Ai, observing her son, now a high-ranking official, suffering from a back strain due to marital activities at his age, could hardly contain her laughter, her body shaking with mirth. Such a humorous occurrence could not remain a source of amusement for her alone. Soon, the neighbors, gathered for a game of mahjong, and the elder ladies engaged in card games, became aware of the amusing incident involving Lord Song, who had injured his back out of affection for his wife. Consequently, the tale of the loving couple, the magistrate and his wife, began to circulate fervently throughout the city of Guangzhou. The wives of his colleagues and subordinates, upon encountering Mrs. Liang, stifled their laughter, while Mrs. Liang, unaccustomed to shyness, waved her handkerchief and playfully boasted to the other ladies, "I cannot fathom what has come over my husband lately. He suddenly exhibits such fervor, as if he were a sprightly youth of 20. Thus, the other ladies, overwhelmed with envy, showered her with compliments, proclaiming, "Indeed, Mrs. Song's fortune is unparalleled. Few women in the entire Zhou Dynasty enjoy such comfort. I dare say, even the ladies of the palace may not experience the ease of life that Mrs. Song does." Indeed, no matter how affectionate the emperor and empress may be, they are not in the prime of youth, yet they remain inseparable. Mrs. Liang, blushing under the playful banter of the ladies, felt as bashful as a young girl, playfully retorting, "Oh, dear friends, do not tease me. My husband is embarrassed. He has been hiding away in the study these past few days, avoiding company." Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, illuminating the garden where clusters of wisteria bloomed magnificently like cascading waterfalls. The servants diligently swept the fallen petals from the pathway, while a cat languidly yawned on the porch, and the sound of laughter echoed from the flower hall. In a secluded room on the second floor of a tea house in the southern part of the city, Madame Qin sat somewhat forlornly by the window, observing the ebb and flow of passers-by. She had already heard the enchanting tale of the deep affection shared between Lord Song and his wife, Mrs. Liang. With a sardonic yet self-deprecating smile, she acknowledged her pride and aloofness, yet ultimately remained a mere plaything of men, those who could indulge in her charms for a fleeting moment, only to discard her at will. Soon, a young attendant entered, bearing a tray of green tea. He arranged the tea set for Madame Qin but did not retreat immediately. Instead, he bowed respectfully and, with a somewhat high-pitched voice, conveyed, "The prince sends his regards to you, esteemed aunt." Madame Qin continued to gaze out the window, lost in thought, her expression tinged with disdain. "Ah, how has His Highness been lately? I truly regret to say that the task he entrusted to me may prove difficult to pursue." The young attendant, who was actually a disguised court official, chuckled softly and replied, "His Highness is magnanimous. He is quite pleased." Over the years, numerous women have sought to align themselves with Lord Song, yet only you, Aunt Qin, have succeeded. Henceforth, you need only conduct lessons for the young ladies as per the routine." Madame Qin nodded slowly, finally turning her gaze to the youthful courtier before her. After a moment of silence, she said, "Please inquire of His Highness if I might refrain from visiting the Song residence any longer. I wish to leave Guangzhou. I do not mind where I go." The young official nodded, affirming, "I shall convey your message, esteemed aunt." After he departed, Madame Qin lowered her head, and a solitary tear traced down her cheek. It was only in loss that she realized her genuine affection for Lord Song. The bittersweet essence of love truly evokes both life and death. Half a month later, Madame Qin resigned from her teaching position at the Song household and took vows at a nunnery on Baiyun Mountain. Her existence had always felt like a drifting reed, utterly beyond her control. Her family background was modest. At the time of her birth, her father was merely a Jiren. As the eldest daughter, she was not favored by her biological parents or her grandmother, who were disappointed by the arrival of a daughter as their firstborn. Before she reached the age of majority, her father, who held the title of a seventh-grade county magistrate, sent her to the palace as a potential concubine for the emperor or his sons. Yet, lacking connections and a powerful lineage, she found herself unworthy even of that role. Fueled by an indomitable spirit, she diligently honed her embroidery skills, eventually catching the eye of a matron in the imperial household department. Thus began her association with Meng Shufei. In her most desolate moments, she encountered Master Song. From their very first meeting, Song Sai seemed to have captured her heart. He was so refined, so intelligent, and so gentle. When she discovered that Master Song had also developed feelings for her, she believed her life had been imbued with newfound hope. However, fate dealt her a cruel blow once more. Like other men, Master Song viewed her as mere fodder, a plaything to be discarded at will, without a trace of hesitation. Days later, Madame Qin encountered Mo Yun, the head maid of at a convent. Mo Yun greeted Madame Qin with a respectful bow and remarked with a smile, "Our young lady has heard of your decision to renounce worldly ties, and it has pained her greatly." As she spoke, she stepped aside, revealing an elderly woman who held a magnificent inlaid black lacquer treasure chest. Mo Yun opened the many small drawers of the chest and said, "These delicacies are a heartfelt offering from the young lady to the esteemed sir. We sincerely hope you will not refuse them." As Qin Shuling gazed at the exquisite treasure chest, she was momentarily overcome with emotion. The so-called vicissitudes of life and the warmth of human relationships were starkly illustrated as she renounced her former self. The few young women who had once been close to her did not come to visit. Yet, it was the seemingly indifferent Miss Song Sin who harbored her in her thoughts. In Chapter 34, Snowflakes and Sugar, the once devoted servants now felt no hesitation in allowing the young eunuch Ji to enter the private quarters to discuss matters. Behind a screen, Ji bowed and reported on various occurrences within the Lingnan officialdom, as well as his observations from his journey northward. Lingnan itself was devoid of significant happenings. After all, as a place of exile, it had only begun to show signs of improvement in the past decade since Song Si took up his post. However, such developments were entirely dismissed by the officials in the capital. There were those who sought to extend their reach into Lingnan, attempting to usurp the diligent achievements of Song Si over the years, but these ambitions were thwarted by the strategies of the Prince of Su. If they couldn't even secure one region like Lingnan, they ought to abandon their aspirations for power altogether. Meanwhile, the affluent regions of Jiangnan and Zhujiang remained restless, primarily due to the ailing Eastern Palace. Although the crown prince had been deposed, he seemed to have regained favor in the emperor's eyes recently. Not only was the imprisoned former crown prince released, but his legitimate eldest son, the crown prince's grandson, was also appointed as the left vice minister of the Dali Temple. He unearthed several long-standing cases, and upon re-examination, they were surprisingly overturned. Each case, like pulling a radish from the soil, revealed the unclean dealings of the second prince, Prince Ning, and the fifth prince, Prince Xian, laying them bare before the emperor. This incensed the emperor to such a degree that during a minor court assembly, he kicked Prince Ning, sending him tumbling to the ground, his head striking against the floor. The Eastern Palace, though shrouded in intrigue and deception, has gained the upper hand. However, despite the downfall of the followers of Prince Ning and Prince Xian, it is far from a simple task for the crown prince to place his own loyalists in advantageous positions. Li Zhao and his father are adept at navigating murky waters. The chaos they have meticulously stirred cannot easily be exploited by His Highness, the crown prince. Having understood this, Li Zhao contemplated his next course of action and suddenly recalled the little glutinous rice ball, Song Qingyue. He inquired, "Is there anything concerning the Song envoy's office?" The chief steward, instantly grasping the implication, realized that the young master was inquiring about Miss Song San. He promptly informed Li Zhao about the matter of Madame Qin becoming a nun, adding that Miss Song San, being a woman of deep affection, often sent simple pastries to Madame Qin at the nunnery. Li Zhao nodded, suppressing the smile that threatened to emerge at the corners of his lips. He instructed the steward to take his leave, then leaned back in the steaming wooden tub, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit, memories of his childhood flooding his mind. That girl, after years of absence, has likely grown craftier. One wonders how she is transformed. Sending food to Madame Qin out of affection? How amusing. Considering that it was almost Song Darren's spirit that was ensnared by that woman. Miss Song Qingyue is far too astute for such sentiments. In a few days, Li Zhao dined at the Yichuan Tower with the young Master Ning Yuan of the Northern Town Marquisate, where they unexpectedly encountered cream sponge cakes and fruit custard tarts. Li Zhao's expression turned peculiar as he regarded the cream sponge cake and fruit tart, recognizing them as creations from that girl. How could such delicacies possibly reach the capital? Ning Yuan, believing he had never encountered such a delicacy, spoke animatedly. "Hee, you haven't seen this before, have you? To be honest, it originates from your Lingnan region. We specifically invited a master from Lingnan to prepare it. The flavor is rather ordinary, but it is visually appealing. We simply indulge in the novelty." Li Zhao let out a chuckle and turned to the eunuch Shaolin, who was attending nearby. "Go summon the chef responsible for the egg cake and egg tart." The chef was summoned promptly, and upon inquiry, it was revealed that the recipes for these two dishes had been purchased from the chef at Qingyue Tower in Guangzhou for the sum of 50 taels of silver. Qingyue Tower was a venture co-founded by Song Qingyue, Liang Shi, and several concubines, with Song Qingyue holding the majority stake. Ning Yuan's curiosity was piqued. With such coveted recipes at hand, why would someone so readily part with them for merely 50 taels? The chef chuckled and replied, "The proprietor of Qingyue Tower is the esteemed Governor Song. He has always been generous, never hoarding valuable knowledge. It was Song who taught everyone how to raise chickens in the past, thus it is hardly surprising that he would share these recipes." Evidently, Song Si was poised to gain favor with the emperor once more. Although Yichuan Tower was officially a state-run brothel, it served as a stronghold for the Qingyue. With such delectable offerings available at Yichuan Tower, could one truly fear the emperor being deprived of a taste? Li Zhao took another bite of the egg tart and inquired, could this heir possibly see the recipe? The chef readily agreed, promptly arranging for writing materials and transcribing the necessary ingredients on the spot. Li Zhao glanced over the list. Pointing to one item, snowflake white sugar, the chef immediately smiled and respectfully acknowledged Li Zhao, saying, Your Highness possesses remarkable discernment. To master the art of preparing these delectable dishes, the key lies in the exquisite snow-white sugar from Lingnan. While one could substitute with ordinary brown or yellow sugar, the flavor and hue would inevitably fall short. Li Zhao understood and gestured for the chef to depart. He had anticipated this. The father and daughter of the Song family would never engage in unprofitable ventures. The method for producing the pristine white sugar was firmly in the hands of Song Qingyue, whose technique, though somewhat intricate, commanded a higher price than both yellow and brown sugars. Historically, during the late Ming period, white sugar frost produced using yellow clay water had emerged, yet Song Qingyue was unfamiliar with that process. Instead, she employed the modern chemical bleaching method utilized in sugar production, specifically the sulfurous acid clarification technique, which was both swift and yielded a substantial output. With an abundance of sulfur mines in the Nanyang region, the cost was relatively low. Thus, the production cost of white sugar was not excessively high, leading to considerable profits. By teaching these recipes at a modest price, she not only enhanced the reputation of Lord Song but also expanded the market for white sugar, achieving a dual benefit. Li Zhao looked up to see Ning Yuan gazing at him with wide, curious eyes. He pressed his lips together, unwilling to utter a single word. This was a secret that belonged to his future beloved. It had been several sleepless nights of torment for Ning Yuan. Chapter 35, Balancing Reputation and Profit. Half a year later, after successfully navigating the intertwining paths of reputation and profit, Lord Song arrived once more. This time with a recipe for marinated delicacies that had reached the capital. The preparation of marinated delicacies necessitates the use of an abundance of spices, which effectively mask the pungent odor of animal entrails. Once deemed undesirable, pig offal now commands a respectable price. The same holds true for sheep offal. Consequently, the demand for spices has surged, invigorating the spice trade in Guangdong. Lord Song, seated in his official chambers, smiles contentedly, envisioning a prosperous tax revenue for the province in the coming year. Li Zhao, having established roots in Lingnan alongside his father for many years, is aware that the Su Wangfu possesses numerous commercial vessels with a displacement exceeding 1,000 tons. Thus, Lord Song's initiative has also benefited the Su Wangfu. Much to Li Zhao's delight as the heir to the Su Wang, the ambitions of the Su Wang are vast. He discreetly maintains a retinue of soldiers in arms, with monthly expenditures surpassing 100,000 taels and an annual budget of at least 120,000 taels. Previously, he amassed wealth through a series of activities with a distinctly nefarious undertone, including smuggling salt, robbing pirates, and extracting protection fees from fishermen and maritime merchants. Fortuitously, he encountered Song Jianming. During the 14 years of Song's service, Lingnan experienced significant progress. The naval forces were well-funded. And with the introduction of the newly designed Ming vessels equipped with ball-nose bows, funds were also available for the enhancement and outfitting of cannons and firearms. Consequently, coastal pirates in Lingnan became nearly non-existent, and the piracy activities around Fujian and Guangdong were effectively suppressed, rendering maritime trade significantly more feasible. Initially, the Su Wang merely collected protection fees from maritime merchants, but he later ventured into shipbuilding and maritime trade himself. Over the years, he employed 30 to 40 accountants solely for tallying profits. As the year drew to a close, the sound of countless abacuses clicking in the counting house created a truly magnificent spectacle. Were it not for this, the Su Wangfu would find itself in a predicament akin to that of the Eastern Palace, Prince Ning, the second son, and Prince Xian, the fifth, who, in their relentless pursuit of wealth, have landed themselves in dire straits. Alternatively, they could resemble the fourth son, Prince Jing, stationed in the northwest, whose princely residence is reduced to mere rafters, leaving his entire family to subsist on the frigid winds of the region. Time swiftly passes, and yet another year transitions from winter to spring. Once the emperor resolved his intentions, he turned his attention to the matter of official appointments, with the most coveted position being that of the Minister of Revenue, a second-rank official. However, this endeavor poses several challenges. Firstly, the current minister, Lord Sun, has committed no significant transgressions in recent years, necessitating a plausible justification for his relocation. Secondly, Lord Song's father-in-law, Lord Liang, serves as the Minister of Personnel. Naturally, as the Minister of Personnel, Lord Liang swiftly discerned the emperor's aspirations. The emperor presented Lord Liang with two options, either to retire in Nanjing at the Ministry of Personnel or to enjoy his twilight years in Lingnan, where his son-in-law had previously served. To ensure that Lord Liang was adequately honored, the emperor specially created for him the position of Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi, a second-rank office overseeing both military and civil affairs in these provinces, wielding authority over the three key offices, the Board of Revenue, the Board of Command, and the Board of Justice, thus forming a system of checks and balances with local governors. Lord Liang found himself in a position where he could hardly lament, for it was indeed a case of success and failure hinging on his son-in-law's fortune. Rarely had one witnessed a son-in-law rise to such heights so swiftly. This advancement had effectively displaced the Liang family and their relatives from the capital. Nevertheless, there was little to grumble about. Lord Liang, possessing a broad-minded disposition, had aged gracefully. His hair turned white, particularly for a high-ranking official in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Achieving a peaceful conclusion to his career was a commendable feat. Is not serving as a governor-general far more gratifying than languishing in the capital? The emperor, now over 60, with his hair also turned white, remains uncertain about how many more years he can endure. In the present day, the Eastern Palace appears to be in a state of desolation, leaving one to question whether it can ever be revived. Although the emperor harbors disdain for the crown prince, he cannot help but favor the eldest grandson. Meanwhile, several elder and influential princes are becoming increasingly restless. The succession to the throne has always been fraught with bloodshed and intrigue. In such tumultuous times, perhaps retreating from the capital, that hub of conflict, to comfortably serve as a regional governor is not such a poor fate after all. As for the son-in-law, may he fend for himself. History has taught us that great fortunes often come with peril. One cannot predict what extraordinary fortune may await Song Jianming in the future. In the 34th year of Jianming, July, Song Qingyue celebrated her 13th birthday in tranquil solitude. Sensing that she would likely accompany Lord Song to the capital by year-end, she hastily sold all her cement villas. The remaining ventures, including a breeding farm, a spinning mill, a cement factory, and several plantations and forestry lands, involved the participation of the He, Chao, and An families. Furthermore, due to the cement production failing to meet demand, Song Qingyue meticulously sketched a design for a ball mill and urged her father to commission a blacksmith to construct it. This ball mill, in essence, consists of a large iron cylinder filled with numerous fist-sized iron balls, into which bulk raw materials are placed. By rolling the cylinder at a specific speed, the materials can be transformed into powder through the continuous impact and friction of the iron balls. The production of cement necessitates the grinding of substantial quantities of limestone into powder, a laborious task previously reliant on animal or human power. With the advent of the ball mill, it becomes possible to harness hydraulic power to grind large amounts of powder in one go, even achieving the desired particle size for quartz sand through this innovative machinery. However, the internal structure of this machine remains a closely guarded secret. Thus, even if the formula for the cement were to be leaked, no other competitors could rival the scale of their own cement factory. By the time others gradually unravel the mysteries of the ball mill, their cement factory will have already established a certain scale and a stable customer base. Consequently, even with the entry of competitors, there would be no need to fear being overshadowed. The entire Song family was elated, except for Song Qingyue, who felt somewhat discontented. In fact, the newly appointed Minister of Revenue, Song, also wore a frown. Chapter 36. The difficulties of the capital officials. When it comes to serving as an official in the capital, Song lacked experience. Previously, he had thrived in Lingnan. As there was nothing to begin with, he was creating a new opportunity. He enjoyed the fruits of his labor while ensuring that everyone else benefited as well. Moreover, to make way for Song Jianming's retention in the capital, the head of the Song family was reassigned to Zhujiang as the inspector, while Song Jinshua, who had spent over a decade in Zhenjiang, had also been unable to remain in the capital due to his father's prominent position. Over the years, his local governance accomplishments paled in comparison to those of Song Jianming, leading to only a single reassignment 3 years ago, moving him from Zhenjiang to serve as the governor of Qingyue Prefecture. At nearly 40 years old, Song Jianming was swiftly appointed to the esteemed position of Minister of Revenue. As long as he continued to live and avoid mistakes for the next decade or two, No member of the Song family or its direct descendants could aspire to serve as an official in the capital without wishing to languish in a menial position. The venerable Grand Tutor of the Song family, too, found himself in a state of despair, ultimately succumbing to a stroke from the stress during the New Year festivities. Lord Song feigned illness and remained confined to his home. He feared that if the esteemed elder Song were to encounter him, her wrath could lead to his untimely demise, resulting in a literary onslaught from scholars across the realm. Such an eventuality would spell the end of his lofty aspirations to ascend to the cabinet and attain the rank of minister. As the patriarch of a prominent family, his narrow-mindedness was indeed disheartening. Lord Song let out a cold snort. Lady Liang sighed softly, straightened her posture, and solemnly declared, "There is another matter I must discuss with you, my husband." Song Jianming's brows twitched, sensing that this news might not bode well. As he had feared, Lady Liang continued, "The elder from that side has decided to bring your father, your biological mother, and your 2 legitimate brothers to the capital. They are reportedly already on their way." The elder in question referred to Song Jianming's father, Song Huaishu, who currently held the position of left vice minister of the imperial court at the age of 58. For years, he had remained stagnant in his third-rank post, placing all his hopes for the future upon his eldest son, Song Jianming. Lord Song was so infuriated that he felt as though he might spit blood, and the frustration was nearly unbearable, prompting him to seek ways to vex Song Si. Upon hearing that his ineffectual father and that venomous stepmother were en route, Song Jianming's mind buzzed, and for a moment, he nearly lost consciousness. Thankfully, he managed to steady himself by grasping the armrest of the chair, closing his eyes, and taking several deep breaths. After a while, he suppressed his anger and said, "It is perhaps for the best that they arrive. At least I can keep a closer watch over them." He then took Lady Liang's hand and placed it over his heart, adding, "I hope you will take great care during their visit." Lady Liang smiled gently and replied, "We are old spouses now. Why must you be so courteous with me, my husband? Let them come. Is there anyone in the Song family who would dare to show you disrespect?" Upon hearing this, Lord Song blinked his deep, dark eyes and remarked, "Is that so?" In his youth, he was undeniably a handsome figure. Although he had gained some weight with age, he remained strikingly attractive among men in their 40s. His pair of large, black eyes revealed a rare hint of confusion, and his long eyelashes fluttered, causing Liang to feel an irresistible stir in her heart. Although time is often likened to a butcher's knife, her husband, despite the signs of aging and weight gain, still possessed an undeniable charm. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Liang reached out and pinched Lord Song's cheek, startling both of them, yet they soon exchanged smiles. Liang sighed inwardly, feeling indignant on behalf of her husband. She could only imagine the hardships he endured in his youth. Years had passed, and he now held the esteemed rank of a second-grade official. Yet upon encountering the Song family's direct lineage, he still instinctively felt a twinge of trepidation. Unbeknownst to him, when she accompanied their children to the Song household, the sisters-in-law and younger siblings had been excessively ingratiating towards her. Even the matriarch of the main branch, Madame Qian, had to suppress her dissatisfaction and treat Liang with utmost politeness. With her hair still untouched by gray, she had ascended to the status of a second-grade noblewoman. One could only wonder who else in the capital's literary families could boast such a standing. She felt a sense of pride swelling within her. Chapter 37. The place where the male and female protagonists meet. She aspired to purchase a country estate in the outskirts of the capital. Yet acquiring such properties near the city proved to be a challenge. The better lands had all been taken, unless one was fortunate enough to capitalize on the confiscation of an official's estate. In such cases, swift connections with the Ministry of Revenue were imperative to secure the properties, be it residences, estates, or shops belonging to the fallen officials. These properties typically vanished from the market within a month. The capital is indeed a place where every inch is of immense value. Unfortunately, since the incidents involving the Eastern Palace and the second and fifth princes, the court has purged several officials, leading everyone to tread carefully. In the past year, there have been no cases of officials being executed or having their homes raided, resulting in a scarcity of properties available for purchase. However, the Haidao Ridge in Baoding Prefecture, located to the north, is merely a desolate expanse of mountains and wilderness, which holds no appeal for anyone. Song Qingyue's intention to acquire this land is not for agricultural pursuits, but rather because it is the very site where the heroine first encounters the hero. In truth, Song Qingyue does not harbor any grand aspirations of romantic involvement with the hero, as she perceives these royal descendants as mere children. The men worthy of her admiration are already bound by numerous marriages. What she seeks is but a thread of affection for her father, Lord Song. has maintained an ambiguous relationship with the house of the Prince of Su over the years, although Lord Song has been exceedingly discreet in his dealings. A significant portion of his business, 1/3, to be precise, is managed by Song Qingyue herself. No matter how cleverly concealed, the accounts remain an undeniable truth. As the foremost strategist under the villain, Song Jianming, his fate is equally dire. The truth is undeniably harsh. Even though Song Qingyue does not possess a name in the narrative, she is born into a household of antagonism. And the Song family's legitimate line has thoroughly offended the heroine's maternal family. Song Qingyue muses that she lacks the ability to cure the emperor's ailments or attend to the queen's health, nor can she expect the favor of the eldest princess. The only course of action left for her is to encounter the hero ahead of time, prepare a physician, and save his life, without seeking instant affection, merely hoping that he might remember her kindness in the future. She truly devoted her heart and soul to this family. For half a month, she diligently searched and finally discovered a cave hidden within the lush thickets described in novels, accompanied by a serene pool of water. This piece of land fell under the jurisdiction of Baoding Prefecture, so Song Qingyue took her companions to the local magistrate's office to complete the necessary formalities. Upon learning that the new Minister of Revenue's third daughter had arrived, the magistrate of Baoding immediately summoned his wife and daughters-in-law to warmly receive Song Qingyue. In the main hall, upon hearing from Granny by that Ms. Song wished to enclose a plot of land to establish a manor, the magistrate's expression became troubled. Granny, it is not that I do not wish to give face to Master Song, but our Baoding Prefecture possesses very few fertile fields. Most of the slightly level areas are already claimed, leaving only barren land. That is of no concern. Our young lady has already identified the land she wishes to enclose. Granny unfurled a map, pointing at the designated area. Our young lady intends to cultivate a special type of tea tree, which necessitates barren land. Only slightly fertile fields would fail to yield quality tea. The magistrate, albeit skeptical, nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. My ignorance has led me astray. While he internally deemed this a whimsical endeavor by Master Song's daughter, she had unequivocally stated her preference for barren land. Thus, he had no further objections and proceeded to facilitate the paperwork at the price designated for such uncultivated land. Ordinarily, such unclaimed barren land could be given away freely to anyone willing to cultivate it, yet since the young lady insisted on not using it for grain cultivation, a nominal fee was required. According to the current market price, each acre of fertile land is valued between 30 to 80 taels of silver. However, the climate here is harsh. During winter, the northwestern winds from the mountains can sweep a person off their feet, and the landscape is riddled with rocky terrain and slopes, making it difficult to cultivate anything of decent quality. In total, there are 300 acres, each fetching 4 taels, resulting in a mere 1,200 taels of silver sold. With Granny by not even bargaining over the price, the governor of Baoding curled his lip in disdain. Minister Song, having journeyed from the exiled lands of Lingnan to the capital, seemed unexpectedly extravagant. In his household, there was a young girl yet to reach her coming-of-age ceremony, who, without a flutter of her eyelids, spent over 1,000 taels on land. This Minister Song is truly remarkable. It is said he enjoyed an excellent reputation during his 15 years in Lingnan, and when he departed, the citizens of Guangzhou and Chaozhou blocked the city gates for 3 to 4 days, unwilling to let him leave. Such accounts were chronicled in the official reports, leading one to believe he was a man of modest means. Yet today's observations suggest otherwise. Truly astonishing. The governor of Baoding could only shake his head in admiration. Song Qingyue, however, was unconcerned with the governor's musings. She divided the mountainous land into several large sections for raising cattle and sheep. And when spring arrived and the weather warmed, she could even raise chickens. A lavish grass hut was constructed not far from the cave and pond. Although referred to as a grass hut, it was, in fact, built with a framework of cement and timber, with brick walls. The structure included a heated earthen bed, and a layer of thatch adorned the tiled roof. The outer walls were coated with mud, giving it a dilapidated appearance. Yet it was extravagantly fitted with glass windows as per the young lady's instructions. The interior is adorned with wooden flooring, while the walls are decorated with bamboo woven screens. And the furniture is crafted entirely from locally sourced bamboo, creating an atmosphere that is both rustic and inviting. In the first courtyard, several ancient peach trees stand majestically, beneath which a small pond has been constructed, fed by a mountain spring. A wisteria trellis and a barbecue pavilion are added to the courtyard, and a string of glass wind chimes hangs at the entrance. A wooden boardwalk leads from the small courtyard to the water pool, where a simple pavilion has been erected, making this locale an idyllic summer retreat. Lord Song's old and unruly father, the man known for his penchant for cockfighting, gambling, and drinking, who has lived his life relying on his wife's dowry, has arrived in the capital with his family. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qingyue informed Lord Song of her acquisition of a manor in Baoding, suggesting it as a serene residence for Elder Qin and Madam Qin, where they could enjoy a peaceful retirement away from the presence of Song's father and his legitimate mother, Lin. Originally, Lord Song had intended to purchase another residence in the capital and planned to establish a medical clinic for his grandfather, Elder Qin. However, at 78 years of age, Elder Qin's eyesight and hearing have considerably deteriorated, and given his physical condition, he is no longer capable of running a clinic. Upon hearing Song Qingyue's proposal, he became solely focused on compiling his lifelong knowledge into written works. Learning that the third young lady has arranged a tranquil and elegant haven has piqued his interest. Thus, on a day of rest, Lord Song, accompanied by Song Qingyue, took Elder Qin and Madam Qin to Baoding to inspect the manor. It is evident that one can always trust the aesthetic sensibilities of the Jianming garden masters. As Lord Song admired the thatched cottage, he marveled, truly exquisite. This praise left the master craftsman, responsible for the cottage's construction, blushing with pride. And he also received a grand red envelope containing 200 taels of silver from Lord Song. Song Qingyue, under the pretext of fulfilling filial piety before her elders, decided to remain behind. Chapter 38. Cousin from the Ming family. At this moment in the capital, the heroine Ming Wanfeng had journeyed north from Jianming to the capital. Her unsatisfactory father, Meng Jilin, had become the governor of Shuntian, a position neither particularly significant nor inconsequential, yet one that everyone sought to avoid. Meng Wanfeng visited the Song residence to pay her respects to her maternal family and remarkably alleviated the condition of the paralyzed Song Taisher through her acupuncture skills. Subsequently, at Song Taisher's recommendation, she entered the palace to treat the empress. The empress, who had long been bedridden due to illness, experienced a miraculous recovery of spirit following Meng Wanfeng's masterful acupuncture treatment. Furthermore, Meng Wanfeng advised the crown prince to limit his intake of sweets, employing moxibustion and acupuncture to help him manage his appetite. The empress took a great liking to Meng Wanfeng, inviting her to stay in the palace for a while and personally introducing her to Princess Ping'an and the crown prince's favored Princess Fuming. In the afternoon, Li Zhao exited the 6 ministries and first went to the Qingjin Hall to pay his respects to his royal grandfather. Following this, he visited his grandmother, consort Meng Shufei, in the Chengqian Palace. There, he encountered several young ladies from the Meng family of the Baoding Marquisate, including Meng Wanfeng. Upon learning that Meng Wanfeng treated the empress and the crown prince, consort Shufei regarded her with disdain. How could a girl from the Ming family dare to extend her reach beyond her station? She secretly wished for Empress Su's swift demise. From her youth, consort Shu had been at odds with Empress Su. Both hailed from illustrious military families, yet she had wed the emperor a few years later than the empress. Moreover, consort Meng was exceptionally beautiful, a breathtaking beauty in her younger days. Nevertheless, the emperor's affections were solely reserved for Empress Su, often regarding consort Meng with disdain, branding her as overbearing, unreasonable, and foolish. Subsequently, when Empress Su bravely shielded the emperor from a fatal blow during the usurpation conflict, consort Meng found herself at a loss, unable to contest the merit of such a heroic act. However, when it came to their sons, her resentment resurfaced. Her son, Prince Su, was a prodigy, excelling in both literature and martial prowess, and his handsome appearance had endeared him to the emperor during his childhood. Yet upon reaching adulthood, he was unceremoniously relegated to Guangdong and Fujian to train the naval forces, ostensibly for military preparation but in reality a thinly veiled exile. That was, after all, the distant region of Lingnan. The thought of her dear son languishing there for nearly 2 decades filled her with anguish. Fortunately, a few years prior, Zhao was summoned to the capital, securing a position within the Ministry of War in the western capital camp. Li Zhao bore a striking resemblance to Prince Su, and upon seeing him, consort Meng felt as though she had encountered her son from over a decade ago. Her heart swelled with joy at the sight of him. In the palace, where she was devoid of affection and favor, she often faced the emperor's rebuke and had long ceased her attempts to gain his attention. She spent her days idly, occasionally inviting her beloved grandchildren to the palace for conversation. Now, as Li Zhao approached the age of maturity, she felt compelled to arrange a suitable marriage for her grandson. The consort Ming was unaware of her son's and grandson's schemes. Her only desire was to wed the daughters of the Ming family to the heir. Thus, the daughters of the Ming family were once again summoned into the palace by the consort. Gripping Li Zhao's hand, she earnestly implored. Look, your second brother has already been betrothed since last year, and now your third and fourth brothers are also in the process of courting. As the elder brother, cannot you ease your old grandmother's worries? Old grandmother? You are hardly old. You remain a stunning beauty, Li Zhao replied, nodding with a charming smile that resembled a graceful young gentleman. In a gentle tone, he addressed the consort. It is not that I am unwilling to marry, but the one I wed must be a legitimate wife, the future consort of the estate. I simply do not wish to act hastily. The consort sighed, her displeasure evident. Ultimately, do you find fault with the daughters of the Ming family? Li Zhao hurriedly refuted. Not at all. How could you think such a thing, grandmother? I merely... He cast a glance at Ming Wanfeng, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he recalled how she had been tending to the empress's health. The consort must surely disapprove of her, so he casually remarked, I find this sister Wanfeng quite admirable. Ming Wanfeng's complexion turned ashen. Her fists clenched tightly to suppress her grimace. Upon hearing his words, the consort immediately adopted a stern expression, exclaiming, Why must you choose someone who turns their back on us? You were just saying that this matter should not be rushed, yet your cousins are here. And you speak such nonsense. You are the legitimate eldest son of the Wang family. Have you no sense of propriety left? Li Zhao promptly knelt down to acknowledge his wrongdoing. Grandmother is right. It was indeed reckless of me. The noble consort shot a fierce glare at Ming Wanfeng and retorted irritably, One should marry a virtuous wife. Do not be swayed merely by outward appearances. I shall pretend I did not hear this. You are not to mention it again. Do you understand? Yes, grandson understands. Seeing Li Zhao so obedient, the noble consort took a couple of deep breaths, managing to suppress her anger, and waved her hand to dismiss the young ladies, leaving only Li Zhao to share an evening meal in private. During the meal, she, still unsatisfied, inquired, Are you pleased with the two concubines selected for you last time? If I may suggest, rather than choosing those from lesser backgrounds, it would be better for me to find a concubine from the Ming family for you, who could serve in the residence first. Grandmother, you might as well select a couple of beautiful palace maids from your own quarters for me. Even if she is a concubine, she is still the daughter of a marquis. How could she serve as an unrecognized concubine? Upon hearing this, the noble consort's thoughts became lively again, and not only her, but the young palace maids in her court also grew excited. Chapter 39. I wish the young lady gets her wish 2 days later. Li Zhao encountered Ming Wanfeng again in the imperial garden. It was evident that Ming Wanfeng did not wish to see him. She lowered her head, attempting to act as if she had not noticed him. But Li Zhao extended his long leg to block her path. Reluctantly, Ming Wanfeng halted and greeted Li Zhao, her tone unfriendly as she inquired, May I ask why His Highness the young master has stopped me? Li Zhao raised an eyebrow and smiled. It seems that cousin Wanfeng is not particularly fond of me. Am I mistaken? Upon hearing this, Ming Wanfeng took 2 steps back, her delicate features tightening into a serious expression. Your Highness jests. My father is but a distant relative of the Ming family. I would never presume to seek a connection with you. Li Zhao, noticing her continued demeanor of aloofness, remained unperturbed, his manner still courteous and respectful. But you bear the surname Ming. Each time you enter the palace, do you not pay your respects at the Chengqian Palace? Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Li Zhao, Ming Wanfeng instinctively retreated another half-step. Clenching her fists, she replied with measured dignity, That will not be the case in the future. The noble consort does not favor me. She has excused me from future greetings. Li Zhao found himself at a loss for words. His grandmother, the consort, possessed a stern and somewhat fierce disposition, having maintained her fortitude from youth to old age. Despite knowing that Ming Wanfeng garnered much admiration from the emperor and empress, she seemed intent on causing her discomfort, perhaps out of fear that he might genuinely take a liking to her. Li Zhao sighed silently, offering a slight bow to Ming Wanfeng. Very well, since fate has brought us together today, I shall extend my apologies to my little cousin. On that day, it was my folly. Ming Wanfeng let out a mocking cold laugh. Then I kindly ask your Highness to remember my words today. I harbor no aspirations of climbing the social ladder nor any intention of marrying into the royal family. Li Zhao frowned. Why is that? Recalling the affection he had once shown her in a past life, and his subsequent indifference, Ming Wanfeng tightened her grip, striving to maintain her composure. Though her lips quivered slightly, with great difficulty she finally spoke. How many within the royal family can truly claim to be happy in this life? The young girl earnestly wishes for a lifelong companionship with a single beloved. A lifetime with one beloved, indeed. Li Zhao, contemplative, nodded gently. With hands clasped behind his back, he smiled graciously, saying, Then I wish you may fulfill your desire, young lady. After expressing his sentiments, Li Zhao walked away with a lightness in his step, leaving Ming Wanfeng momentarily dazed. For an instant, she felt as if she were witnessing the past when Li Zhao had cherished her dearly. Clenching her teeth, tears brimmed in her eyes. "I am fine." She wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, steadied her emotions, and continued to follow the maidservant towards the Empress's residence, the Qingyue Palace. In this life, many things seem to have changed. For instance, in her previous life, the crown prince had been reinstated 2 years earlier, while Li Zhao was still in Lingnan. Uncle Song Jianshua of the Song family should have received commendation and promotion from the emperor for his disaster relief efforts due to the floods. However, in this life, not only had her uncle been reassigned to Qingyue, thus missing the floods in Zhenjiang, but he also failed to gain the emperor's favor. Even her grandfather, Lord Song, had been dispatched out of the capital. The influence of the Song family's legitimate branch had diminished significantly, while the previously overlooked branch, represented by Fourth Master Song, had ascended to the position of Minister of Revenue. Would Fourth Master Song in this life once again become a strategist for His Highness, the Prince of Su, and offer counsel? Or has Fourth Master Song already allied himself with the prince's household? Regardless, her ultimate aim remained unchanged, to bring down her biological father, Ming Zhili, the Ming family, and to ensure that the entire elf family accompanies her mother in death. She has now uncovered irrefutable evidence that her father had been clandestinely involved with her stepmother, Lady Lu, even before her mother's demise. In a shocking act of betrayal, he had administered safflower to her mother after childbirth, leading to her tragic demise. Furthermore, he entrusted her younger brother to the stepmother's care, allowing Lady Lu to raise him in a manner that rendered him despised and loathed, while he himself was left weakened and bedridden, derisively referred to as a frail and sickly individual. All of this transpired with the tacit approval of her father. Fortunately, in this lifetime, the Eastern Palace appears to be even more powerless than in the previous one. The former deputy minister of the Eastern Palace, Lord Lu Wabai, who had been favored by the crown prince, now finds himself without position or authority, belonging to the dwindling few who have not abandoned the crown prince. Excellent. She has meticulously gathered the evidence. In this life, she is determined to exact vengeance, piece by piece, casting those treacherous lovers into an abyss from which they cannot return. Soon, a sensational case erupted in the capital. The eldest son of the former deputy minister of the Eastern Palace, Lu Wenbai, had sustained severe injuries after leaping from high steps while fleeing from Taoist priests who were pursuing him for stealing sacred artifacts from the Sanqing Temple. Within days, an even more scandalous revelation emerged as gossip among the citizens. The young master of the Lu family was not fleeing from being caught in theft, but rather from a clandestine meeting with the second daughter of the Ming family, which had been inadvertently discovered. Both the Lu and Ming families found themselves at the epicenter of public scrutiny. However, the tumult in the capital had little bearing on the Song Jianming family for the time being, due to the pressing matters that burdened Song Sai. His father, a man of leisure, has arrived with his legitimate mother and 2 frivolous younger brothers. On the very day of their arrival, the entire family gathered in the main hall, where Song, the father of leisure, sat somewhat uneasily in the seat of the family head. Lady Lin maintained an air of authority, her expression stern as she sat beside him. Both had adorned themselves in their finest garments and jewelry, yet Song Jianming's attire, a simple crimson robe, rendered the elderly couple distinctly uncomfortable. Although seated sideways, the resplendent phoenix embroidered on his robe exuded an unspoken authority that commanded respect. Madame Liang wore a delicate outfit of sheer silk and gauze, her hair simply adorned with 2 exquisite jade hairpins of the finest green hue, vibrant and lustrous, unmistakably rare treasures. Together with her matching green earrings and necklace, she effortlessly overshadowed the entire family that had journeyed from Jiangling to the capital. Not to mention, Liang's children were all striking in appearance and possessed an innate grace. Even Song Yushi, born of concubine Lin, had been raised with impeccable manners and sat beside her legitimate sister, Song Yaxin, her eyes betraying a mix of wariness and fear as she observed the family across from them. On one hand, she was aware that her aunt was the biological niece of the matriarch, yet she felt no closeness to her. Her affections lay instead with her elder sister and younger sister. It seemed that Song Yaxin sensed her unease and gently grasped her hand in a gesture of comfort. Meanwhile, Song Jianming and Madame Liang remained silent, their presence amplifying the awkwardness that enveloped the hall. Ahem. Madame Lin and Old Man Song each coughed twice simultaneously, exchanging a glance. Madame Lin shot a glare at Old Man Song, who, with eyes swollen like 2 large fish bladders from excessive drinking, instinctively shrank his neck. Madame Lin then cleared her throat, bypassing Song Jianming, and addressed Liang directly, saying, "The eldest daughter-in-law is aware that although the eldest father has separated from his uncles, he has yet to divide his holdings with his two legitimate younger brothers. Therefore, according to customary law, everything the eldest possesses currently belongs to the family." Song Yushi's brows slightly furrowed, pondering how this elderly woman could so bluntly raise the matter of family assets. It seemed rather unseemly. How could such a person be her grandmother? Song Yashin squeezed her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Song Jianming scoffed, "Indeed, as my stepmother states. Since the division has not yet occurred, I naturally remain a part of the family. Since the two elders have arrived, it is my filial duty as a son to attend to you. Before your arrival, I have prepared a residence for you. After your long journey, it would be best to first inspect the quarters. Should there be any dissatisfaction, we can discuss it with Madam." "Wait, there is no rush regarding the division of quarters." Madam Lin cast a sidelong glance at the bright green hairpin atop Liang's head, remarking, "It has been many years since we last met. Yet the eldest daughter-in-law has failed to prepare a meeting gift for your sisters-in-law. Is that not a tad ungracious?" As they spoke, everyone began to present the gifts they had prepared. The three eldest sons, Song Chenhai, Song Qingyue, and Song Qinrui, each produced a box of ink brushes not of exquisite quality, but the kind one might find in bulk. They distributed one to each of their younger cousins, resembling vendors of writing instruments. The girls, too, offered similar gifts, presenting silk handkerchiefs adorned with embroidery of mediocre quality. Each cousin received a handful, and it was difficult to ascertain whether the handkerchiefs were crafted by their own hands. It was evident that Song Yashin's handkerchief was not embroidered by her. Her skills in needlework were quite lacking, and the intricate designs were clearly beyond her capabilities. These presents would have been deemed paltry even for the children of her father's subordinates. Grandmother Lin's face turned a shade of blue in her vexation, while her grandchildren displayed expressions of utter disappointment. Among them, her most cherished grandson, Song Shujun, burst into tears, throwing himself on the ground and kicking his legs in frustration. He pointed at the jade pendant hanging from Song Qinshu's waist, exclaiming, "Grandmother, grandmother, I want that. I want that. I don't want a brush. I don't want a brush." The eldest, Song Chenhai, maintained his gentle and refined smile, while the second son, Song Qinshu, looked at the scene with his younger brothers, as if they were watching a comedic spectacle. They were acutely aware of how their father had once been tormented by their biological mother and bullied by his two legitimate younger brothers. They understood that they, as his sons, must stand united with their father, sharing a common enmity. After all, could face save one from hunger? Mrs. Lin, observing the avarice of the Song family, contemplated her approach for the following day when she would engage in a reasoned discussion with Mrs. Liang after Song Jianming had departed for court. Unexpectedly, her precious little grandson erupted into tears. The mischievous child, momentarily stunned, gazed with his tear-filled eyes, seeking refuge in his grandmother's embrace, sobbing with a sense of injustice. "Grandmother. Grandmother. Wah. Enough. We've just met, and you, as the elder uncle, should not bicker like a child," Lin chided. "How old are you?" Song Jianming asked with a cold stare. The child offered no reply, and his father, Song Jianming's third brother, was so intimidated he dared not speak. "Your elder uncle inquires about your age. Have you lost your voice?" Song Jianming glared at the child, who clung desperately to Mrs. Lin, trembling in fear. "7. Be brother." "The child is 7, stammered Song Sanyi, alarmed. The two brothers, unlike their mother, were struck with terror at the sight of their elder brother's crimson official robe, causing their calves to seize. Their mother, as an elder, could be treated with a certain leniency, but they were mere younger siblings. Recalling their childhood mischief against their elder brother, they felt profound regret and dared not utter a word. However, Song Jianming dismissed his ineffectual brothers with a glance, holding no resentment towards them in his heart. To him, they had merely been children at the time. The blame lay primarily with their indulgent father and their biological mother. Lin, he discerned the rights and wrongs of the situation clearly. Casting a cold eye upon his stout nephew, he remarked, "This child requires strict guidance. Otherwise, he shall amount to nothing." Madam Lin, however, remained unconvinced, retorting, "There's no need. Am I incapable of educating my grandson?" Song Jianming chuckled and replied, "As you wish." The following morning, Mrs. Liang accompanied Yashin and Yushi to pay their respects to the elderly matriarch. Madam Lin lay reclining on her ornate bed, her face marked by displeasure, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I am in excruciating pain. Cursed be this fate. At my advanced age, I traveled over 1,000 miles to reach the capital. Oh dear. What could possibly be troubling her so early in the day? Mrs. Liang entered and surveyed the maids and servants who had been assigned to attend to Madame Lin the previous night, noting their exceedingly grim expressions. My dear eldest daughter-in-law, just look at what accommodations you have provided for me. Madame Lin gestured towards the beams of the guest courtyard, the windows, the circular light fixture, and the intricately carved kitchen, lamenting, is this truly fit for a matriarch? At my age, to encounter such unfilial descendants, how am I to endure this? The chief maid, Xiangzuan, could hardly contain her disdain, rolling her eyes while massaging Madame Lin's legs. Mrs. Liang smiled gently and settled herself comfortably. The maids promptly presented tea, while Yaxin and Yushi sat beside their mother, their expressions cold as they observed the self-sabotaging elder. The two daughters-in-law huddled in a corner like timid quails, their heads bowed in fear of their elder sister-in-law. Mrs. Liang discerned that these two younger sisters-in-law were no strangers to the torment and oppression imposed by the matriarch. The elderly lady howled for a while, but suddenly, her throat became dry, and she broke her voice. Song Yushi could not help but chuckle, and Song Yaxin, who had been holding back her laughter, also succumbed to amusement at her sister's reaction. The old lady felt quite embarrassed by the commotion. Liangshi smiled and said, Mother, why not take a sip of tea? If your throat is damaged, how will you be able to call out in the future? Lin Lao finally settled down, straightened her back, and glared fiercely at Liang Shi, demanding, Eldest daughter-in-law, I must ask you, where is my niece? Why have I not seen her since my arrival? Oh, Aunt Lin, Liang Shi replied with a smile. I inquired about her, but she has taken refuge in the Buddhist temple, severing her earthly ties and no longer wishes to leave the temple. If you wish to see her, perhaps you could visit the temple. Liang Shi, you are mistreating my concubine. Lin Lao shouted sharply. Liang Shi, unhurried and composed, set down her white porcelain teacup and smiled. Mother, such words should not be spoken lightly. Why not ask her in the temple? Over these years, have I ever wronged her in any way? I never struck or scolded her. If she is not favored by the master, she should not blame me, the legitimate wife. Song Yushi promptly chimed in. Indeed, grandmother. Please do not speak unjustly. Mother has never treated the concubine harshly. I am your grandmother. Why do you call me grandmother in such a manner? Is this how your mother teaches you? Lin Lao seized upon the mistake, eager to exploit it. Song Yushi hid behind her sister, biting her lip fiercely, unwilling to address her as grandmother, while internally cursing the old hag, though she dared not voice her thoughts. Upon witnessing Song Yushi in distress, Liang promptly intervened, saying, Mother-in-law, please do not be too upset. After all, she is just a child. Why should you hold a grudge against her? Granny Lin adjusted her posture, sitting up straight, and retorted, Eldest daughter-in-law, do you not see that I am an elderly woman residing in this guest house? I am indeed your mother-in-law, regardless of anything. Your husband is the head of our family. Liang smiled gently. Mother-in-law, there is no need to fret. It is simply that we received the news rather late, and time has been too short for us to prepare adequately. Moreover, when I married my husband, he was utterly destitute, possessing nothing at all. This residence was actually procured by my mother. By rights, it should be considered part of my dowry. Granny Lin was momentarily taken aback by these words, her eyes darting around as she raised her chin slightly, inquiring, is our eldest son's name on the property deed? Yang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my husband's name is present. Only then did Granny Lin feel reassured, letting out a huff. When our eldest got married, his father did provide some silver. You are aware that he contributed financially, thus, since the silver was given, this house rightfully belongs to me as well. To claim it as solely your dowry is rather presumptuous. Indeed, a small amount of silver was given, yet it was hardly sufficient even to purchase furniture. This discussion, however, seemed to drag on indefinitely, leading to a lack of resolution. Granny Lin grew anxious and, in a moment of folly, decided to go to the accounts room to examine the ledgers. She had resolved to wrest control from Liang, asserting her position as the matriarch of the Song family. Why should she not have a say in household matters? Even if complete mastery eludes her grasp, she must at least seize a portion of the stewardship from the Liang family. Otherwise, the entire journey from Jiaoling City to Shantian Prefecture would be rendered meaningless. A few days later, as Liang was engaged in reconciliations with the stewards alongside Song Yaxin and Song Yushi, a hurried footstep echoed from outside. It was the steward, Song Quan, who entered, a sheen of perspiration glistening on his forehead. Madam, you must come quickly. The old matriarch has struck Gua, and he is now bloodied. The room fell into a tense silence, brows furrowing deeply. This old matriarch, who incessantly demanded money every few days, had now resorted to physical violence. And who would dare retaliate against her? Liang let out a soft sigh, gently caressing her daughter's faces, offering them solace. Fear not, your father and I will devise a plan. First, she dispatched Mama Su with silver to placate the old matriarch, then summoned Gue to provide him with some consolation money. Before proceeding to ensure the accounts were meticulously maintained with the stewards, Song Yashin and Song Yushi perused the prepared accounts, their brows gradually knitting together in confusion. Mother, what is this? Liang smiled softly. These are the accounts destined for the old matriarch. Song Yashin's eyes brightened, and she chuckled. Ah, I see. Meanwhile, Song Yushi was still trying to comprehend, finding the figures in this ledger significantly smaller than those she was accustomed to seeing. She gazed quizzically at her elder sister, who leaned in to whisper a few words. Suddenly enlightened, Yushi's eyes sparkled with delight. Madame Lin had been causing a stir for several days, having struck several servants. It seemed that Mrs. Liang could no longer endure the situation and took the initiative to bring the account books to the old lady's residence. She said, Mother, I see that you are well and your mind is sharp. Given the complexity of household affairs, how about I entrust the expenses of the second and third households to your capable management? As she spoke, she handed over the account books. The composed smile on Mrs. Liang's face remained unaltered by Madame Lin's harsh words. She gracefully took a seat and, in a calm manner, continued. The monthly allowance for the legitimate young masters and misses is 5 taels each, while the illegitimate ones receive 3 taels. Upon reaching maturity, their monthly allowance will increase to 30 taels each, and for you, madam, it should also be 30 taels. The concubines receive 10 taels each, and the secondary rooms get 5 taels monthly. Madame Lin shot her a glare and retorted, Do you think that I, an old woman, can be easily deceived? Mrs. Liang replied, It is not my intention to deceive you, dear elder. This has always been the practice in our household. If you do not believe me, you may check the account books. This regulation was only established after we arrived in the capital. Previously, in Guangzhou, the amounts were even less. Unconvinced, Madame Lin frantically flipped through the account books, only to discover that the total in the public account was a mere 8,000 taels. It was less than 10,000 taels. Are you trying to fool me? That jade pendant your son wears is worth several hundred taels, and you tell me he receives only 5 taels a month? Daughter-in-law, I advise you not to be too ruthless in your dealings. With a swift motion, Madame Lin hurled the account books at Mrs. Liang's face. Instinctively, Mrs. Liang recoiled, narrowly avoiding a fall thanks to the support of Mama Su. Madame Lin, pointing an accusing finger at her, exclaimed, Bah! Shameless wretch! Despite being a refined lady from a scholarly family, you audaciously consume the wealth of your husband's family. Is this how the Liang family raises their daughters? I shall certainly report you to the authorities. The old woman was taken aback by Liang's indifferent demeanor. She truly did not dare to make such a report. After all, her son and grandson are currently reaping benefits due to Song Jianming's official position. Regarding the academy, several of her grandsons have already entered the Song family school in the capital, and her 2 sons, while away, are treated with utmost respect. Song Jianming's position must not be jeopardized. When Song Jianming returned home that afternoon, the maids and servants surrounding Liang were each weeping profusely, vividly recounting how their mistress had been wronged. Sighing, Song Jianming took Liang's hand and said, My dear wife, you have suffered. Liang shook her head, replying, It is due to having such parents. She paused, refraining from further comment, as there are no parents without faults. The younger generation ought not to speak ill of them. However, while the old woman may be untouchable, Song Jianming could certainly reach her son and grandson. That very evening, Song Shujun was dragged into the main hall by a group of household servants. After questioning him on his studies and receiving no satisfactory answers, the stern uncle, citing his lack of ambition, disrespect towards his elders, and laziness in his studies, mercilessly punished the poor nephew with a ruler. Song Shujun's father stood by, trembling and speechless, while his mother sat forlornly, silently shedding tears. As for his grandmother, she protested, attempting to seize the ruler from the servants. Yet Song Jianming merely picked up another switch and harshly struck the child's backside, exclaiming, I shall teach you not to be idle. You are tardy for school. Are you here in the capital to bring shame upon your esteemed uncle? The child writhed in agony, howling and shrieking, desperately attempting to burrow into his grandmother's embrace. Grandmother! Grandmother! Oh, how dare you strike me, you wretched official? On what grounds do you lay your hands upon me? I shall lodge a complaint against you at the Shuntian prefecture. The cries of despair echoed through the stillness of the night as the burly attendants seized the child once more, forcefully pinning him against the bench. Song Jianming showed no mercy, delivering a fierce blow to the child's backside, the fabric staining with blood. With one final, brutal strike, the cane shattered under the force. The piercing wails shattered the tranquility of the night, and the child succumbed, rendered unconscious by the beating. Lin Laodai, collapsing to the ground, crawled over to gather the bleeding child into her arms. Having had his toy snatched away by Song Shujun and taunted as the illegitimate seventh son, Song Qingyue cowered behind his brothers, reveling in a cruel delight. The eldest brother, Song Chenhai, affectionately ruffled the top of his head, silently gesturing for him to behave. Yet, Song Qingyue continued to chuckle, playfully nuzzling against his elder brother. As for Song Qingyue, who remained at the estate, aside from cultivating various vegetables and fruits, tending to livestock, and diligently recording the agricultural and husbandry tips shared by the tenant farmers, she devoted her time to researching how to enhance the transparency and purity of glass. The glass produced in her father's kiln was of subpar quality, lacking in clarity and prone to breakage. Song Qingyue entrusted Song Quan with the task of acquiring borax, which was already known in this era, primarily utilized in traditional Chinese medicine and occasionally by alchemists for their elixirs. Although Old Master Qin possessed a small quantity, it was wholly insufficient for Song Qingyue's needs, as the borax required for glassmaking was substantial. Recently, the steward has been overwhelmed by the troubles instigated by Old Master Song. Lin Old Lady, having been reprimanded by Song Jianming for an incident involving her grandson, has temporarily settled down, yet the old gentleman has resumed his antics. After the Liang family handed nearly 10,000 taels of silver to Lin Old Lady, they completely withdrew their involvement. Old Master Song had anticipated that his journey to the capital would allow him to revel in wealth and prestige. However, his son disregarded him, and Lin Old Lady, akin to a miserly hen, clutched the 10,000 taels tightly, offering him not a single coin. Yet, this did not daunt Old Master Song. Who is he? A well-known dandy from Jianming. After all, he is the esteemed father of the highly sought-after Song Tianguan in the capital. How could he not flaunt his status? How could he not assert himself and indulge in some enjoyment? Within merely 2 months, Old Master Song had accrued debts amounting to 30,000 taels. Even Song Jianming had never indulged in such extravagance. Ultimately, the matter that crossed the line for Song Jianming was Old Master Song's expenditure of 100,000 taels on a residence in the capital. This was not merely a matter of money, it was a blatant disregard for Song Jianming's authority. During this transaction, the intermediary presumed that the Song residents would acquiesce as before, and in the absence of any funds for a deposit, the greedy intermediary foolishly paid out of pocket for it. Little did he know that when the time came to collect the debt, the steward would resolutely refuse any acknowledgement from the Song household, insisting that only the esteemed Song Darren himself could provide a response. As the situation unfolded, the matter abruptly ceased to progress, prompting an anxious individual to seek an audience with the esteemed Master Song. Yet, the master was not so easily accessible. The Song household not only denied responsibility this time, but also alerted various establishments in the capital, including restaurants, taverns, and brothels, that henceforth any debts incurred under the name of the Song family would not be acknowledged. Originally, credit was an uncommon practice in the capital. The establishments had previously allowed the elderly patriarch to indulge in debts solely out of respect for Song Jianming. With the esteemed steward of the Song family now personally elucidating the circumstances, who would dare extend credit to the visibly debauched old man? Soon, the elderly patriarch, lost in the embrace of 2 concubines, ceased his daily pursuits of cockfighting and dog racing. Lady Lin, incensed to the point of fury, soon discovered that one of her maids was unexpectedly with child. Upon interrogation, the maid hesitantly revealed that the child was the offspring of the old master. Lady Lin was so enraged that she fainted, and upon regaining consciousness, she found herself unable to move half of her body. Upon learning of this, Song Jianming rejoiced, and that very night embraced Lady Liang, consuming half a jug of wine. This malevolent stepmother had once inflicted torment upon him at the tender age of 5, subjecting him to deprivation and unprovoked beatings, even forcing him to kneel for 2 hours in a cold ancestral hall clad in nothing but a thin garment. Seeing him diligently study, she maliciously destroyed his books and shattered the inkstone gifted by his teacher. During those years, Lady Lin truly sought to crush the life out of the illegitimate son born of her rival. The scars of childhood trauma are indelibly etched into one's very being, and Song Jianming would carry these memories for a lifetime. Did Lady Lin truly believe she could enjoy a peaceful old age? Such a notion was but a fanciful dream. On the 8th day of July, Song Qingyue celebrated her 14th birthday, though she did not place much importance on the occasion. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Ming Wanfeng, was stirring up quite a commotion in the capital. It seemed that her father had aligned himself with the Prince of Su, and in order to safeguard his life, Song Qingyue spent her days by the pond, anxious not to miss the opportunity to rescue the male lead. The esteemed official, Song, held each of his children's birthdays in high regard, although he was often preoccupied with his duties and could not attend to each child personally. He had learned from past experiences the challenges faced by a son born out of wedlock. While the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring was undeniable, he believed that respecting his wife and treating all of his children kindly were not mutually exclusive. Thus, he seized the opportunity of his children's birthdays to foster familial bonds. In the event of any issues arising in the household, he encouraged open communication. As the patriarch, he felt it was his duty to mediate. Is someone unwell? How serious is it? His expression turned grave, revealing his concern. Nonetheless, the absence of the birthday celebrant would not deter the family feast. Birthdays merely served as an excuse for gathering. With 12 children and his wife, nearly every month marked a celebration. As the family grew, they typically dined separately. Yet it was essential to come together occasionally to share a meal and enjoy each other's company. Song Yaxin, now 16, possessed a gentle and dignified demeanor. In her childhood, she displayed a hint of indulgence, but after spending recent years in Lingnan with her father, she had become increasingly serene and composed. After dinner, the family gathered in the courtyard to enjoy the cool evening air and indulge in watermelon. Song Yaxin cradled her 3-year-old sister, Song Baowan, on her lap, feeding her slices of watermelon. The juice dripped onto her dress, yet she remained unconcerned, treating her younger sister with utmost patience and warmth, exuding the grace of an elder sister. Lord Song watched her with eyes full of satisfaction, while he held Lady Liang's hand and murmured, in the blink of an eye, "She has grown into a young lady. Our daughter is blossoming beautifully. Alas, in just a year or two, she will be married off. Can you believe it?" With the tumultuous presence of his father and stepmother settled, the household seemed to have regained its warmth and harmony. However, when the topic of marrying off his daughter arose, Lord Song suddenly felt a pang of melancholy. Lady Liang chuckled. "Indeed, recently, suitors have been flocking to our doorstep so frequently that they might wear out our threshold. You must assist me in deliberating this matter." As she spoke, Lady Liang retrieved a piece of paper from her sleeve and presented it to Lord Song, revealing a list of names. Lord Song raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing how popular his dear daughter had become. Lady Liang proudly lifted her chin, declaring that no one in the entire capital was favored by the emperor more than her husband. Although Lord Song had not yet entered the cabinet, the emperor summoned him to every informal court meeting and often called him to the study for private consultations when uncertain. Just last month, Lord Song's innovative accounting method had garnered the emperor's admiration. The way his household's ledgers were organized was both simple and efficient, easy to comprehend at a glance, and had already been proven effective through several years of experimentation in the Lingnan region. The emperor promptly decided that starting next year, this accounting method would be adopted nationwide. All officials of the Ministry of Revenue are currently engrossed in studying this novel digital accounting method, with local representatives dispatched to learn as well. The antiquated ledgers are undergoing a complete overhaul. As this renovation progresses, numerous issues have come to light. The ministry is now collaborating with the 3 judicial offices, creating a flurry of activity, with the Northern Pacification Office and the Eastern Depot also involved. Officials in the prisons are coming and going, and Lord Song seizes this opportunity to replace a significant portion of the personnel within the ministry with his own allies. The entire capital is in upheaval, with even the venerable members of the cabinet feeling threatened. No one anticipated that this relatively obscure Lord Song, barely in his 40s, could orchestrate such a substantial upheaval after 6 months of silence. The Ministry of Revenue has seen a staggering 98 turnover, from deputy ministers to lower-ranking officials and clerks. In the blink of an eye, the imperial prison is overcrowded. In truth, one cannot entirely fault Lord Song for his ruthless tactics. These past 6 months, he has endured considerable frustration as the Minister of Revenue. The 2 deputy ministers, having waited in vain for opportunities, have grown gray with age, anticipating Lord Sun's eventual demise to further their ambitions. Little did they expect that the young and ambitious Song Jianming would emerge as a formidable obstacle, seemingly extinguishing their hopes for advancement. Consequently, they oppose him at every turn, wishing to unseat him from his ministerial post. Meanwhile, Song Jianming's connections lie predominantly in the south. leaving him unable to establish a foothold in the capital. He is unfamiliar with any of the 7 cabinet elders and lacks any semblance of rapport with them. In contrast, the 2 deputy ministers have been entrenched in the capital for over a decade, their intricate web of relationships rendering them formidable adversaries, even as their superior. Should they unite against him, Song Jianming finds himself at a disadvantage, particularly with the cabinet looming above him. In theory, if the direct line of the Song family were willing to lend a hand, Lord Song's life would undoubtedly become much easier. Yet, they seem utterly disinclined to assist. But is Song Jianming someone easily bullied? No, he has never been one to bow his head in defeat. Since they have conspired to oppress him, he shall not hesitate to retaliate. The 2 senior officials are attempting to undermine his authority, so perhaps it would be best to relinquish the position of minister altogether. In these times, who among the officials does not have a skeleton in their closet? Before Lord Song arrived in the capital, the Prince of Su had already presented him with a list detailing the indiscretions of various families. He is as well informed as the Qingyue, having gleaned several million tales over the years that have found their way into the prince's coffers. Does this offend people? Certainly, it does. However, if one fears offending others, then they should refrain from taking any action and simply await their fate. In that case, they ought not to hold a position of power at all. Humans are peculiar creatures. When they believe they can easily eliminate you, they show no mercy. Yet, upon realizing that they cannot, they will eagerly seek your favor. On the 15th of August, beneath a splendid moonlit sky, several sons and the young scions of the Song family engaged in discussions about the imperial examination. While the young ladies whispered softly among themselves, the content of their conversation a mystery, the atmosphere was warm and delightful. Lord Song, holding a list of suitors in his hand, fell into deep contemplation. Among the names were the granddaughters of high-ranking officials, heirs of noble houses, and a young scholar from a minister's family. Astonishingly, even the youngest son of the commander of the Qingyue was included. When it comes to family background, each name on this list is commendable, yet one must also consider the political ramifications, as well as the character and appearance of the individuals involved. The tribulations of marrying off a daughter. Chapter 42. The Crown Prince who cleans up after others at that time. Meng Wanfeng unearthed a scandal involving the 3rd branch of the Meng family, yet this revelation barely stirred a ripple in the capital. Were you to extort money to the point of death, and to mint counterfeit coins? Does the marquis lack sustenance or clothing? Are you intent on sabotaging my son's prospects? Currently, the emperor is too preoccupied to address this matter. Under ordinary circumstances, it would warrant 100 executions. In the Song residence, Minister Song sought counsel from Li Zhao regarding his daughter's marriage, only to discover that Li Zhao was nowhere to be found. Having left the capital to assist the 3rd master of the Ming family in addressing a debacle. Nevertheless, this matter could not simply be overlooked. Li Zhao was incensed by the insatiable greed of the Ming family. He dealt with the counterfeit coins but ignored the extortion of money that led to death. Directly handing the 3rd master of the Ming family over to the Court of Judicial Review for investigation, the court was quite occupied, and within 3 days, a verdict was rendered. Both the 3rd master and his wife were exiled to Lingnan. Thus, this affair concluded rather inconsequentially. Should the emperor inquire later, the individuals would already be in exile, rendering further investigation futile. Lingnan is under the domain of His Highness the Duke of Su, who would undoubtedly consider the plight of the 3rd uncle and aunt. After all, they would not perish, merely endure some hardship. The Duke of Su even took the time to send a letter from Ling into the capital, admonishing the heir of the Baoding Marquis. When Li Zhao delivered the message, his demeanor was far from pleasant. Such a significant incident undoubtedly involved more than just the 3rd branch. Although the 3rd master of the Ming family was greedy, he was also timid. Without the support of the 1st branch's heir, he would have never dared to act. In the grand halls of the Baoding Marquis, young Master Meng Changhai clutched Li Zhao's hand, lamenting their plight. Your Highness, has the emperor ever granted our Ming family the opportunity to fight on the battlefield over these many years? How can a general, barred from war, hope to acquire wealth? Relying on the meager stipend of this insignificant marquis, our illustrious marquis requires substantial funds to maintain its facade. How much silver must we expend in a year? I have no recourse but to turn to you, dear cousin. Li Zhao observed the lady of the marquis, adorned in resplendent jewels, while her lamentations filled his ears, stirring within him a revulsion akin to swallowing a fly. He signaled for the attendant behind him to approach and presented a sandalwood box to young Master Meng. Upon opening it, Meng Changhai was taken aback, hastily shutting the box, his face flushed crimson. whether from embarrassment or excitement, he could not discern. Li Zhao, his expression inscrutable, stated, "Inside, there lies a total of 100,000 taels, backed by promissory notes recognized by both Huizhou merchants and Jiangnan traders, indisputable in their authenticity." Ming Changhai's hands trembled, his gaze averted from Li Zhao. The tales of the latter's early induction into the military at the tender age of 8 and his mastery of combat by 10 were indeed not mere fabrications. "Your Highness, has the prince conveyed any messages?" The lady of the marquis, once composed, now faltered, her words barely coherent amid the tension. Li Zhao merely acknowledged with a sound, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, enveloped in silence. He regarded the couple, Yan and Meng, with an expression that oscillated between amusement and disdain. Their faces paled progressively, culminating in their prostration, foreheads pressed to the cold tiles, drenched in perspiration. Finally, Li Zhao spoke, his tone unhurried yet imbued with an inexplicable weight, suffocating in its intensity. "In these years, my father has not drawn a single coin from the Baoding marquisate. Even the expenses of the palace's ladies have been solely borne by our Su Wangfu. Even if misfortunes befall you, they shall not tarnish the reputation of my royal residence. In this matter, both my father and I could have remained indifferent. However, my father, being protective of those he holds dear, cannot disregard the welfare of my maternal uncle's family. This sum of 100,000 taels is the final gesture of goodwill from our house to the house of Baoding. Should you dare to commit any further affronts, do not blame the royal residence for severing ties. Moreover, the House of Su has already formed a matrimonial alliance with the legitimate son of the Ming family. Thus, I shall no longer consider the daughters of the Ming family for my own marriage. You too should bear this in mind." Upon concluding my statement, Mr. Ming and Madame Yin repeatedly assured that they would rectify internal affairs and refrain from causing trouble for the noble consort and the House of Su in the future. Only then did Li Zhao rise and slowly exit. The couple of the House of Baoding sighed in relief, yet unexpectedly. Li Zhao paused at the doorway and turned back to add that Ming Jilia is also a calamity. It would be best to deal with him post-haste. But our old Ming family. With a swift flick of his wrist, Li Zhao mercilessly struck the fan he held across the lord's face. Mr. Ming let out a cry of anguish, collapsing while clutching his nose. When he removed his hand, he found his nasal bone fractured and blood streaming down, staining his hands. The noble consort, Madame Yin, nearly fainted at the sight. "It appears that only through such means can my words be comprehended by my uncle, though he is the elder." Meng Jizi, gazing at the menacing Li Zhao, swallowed hard, daring not to utter another word, and gradually bowed his head. He understood that if the House of Baoding failed to address Meng Jilia, it would not be long before Meng Jilia met a gruesome fate. Li Zhao is certainly capable of such deeds. That wolf cub masquerades as a refined gentleman, yet beneath the facade lies nothing but a bandit. Li Zhao's indignation only deepens. Since his arrival in the capital, he has lost count of how many times he has had to clean up after the muddled Ming family. They remain indifferent to the filth, while Li Zhao finds their stench unbearable. At times, he feels a sense of injustice for the old Marquis Ming, who has endured a lifetime of warfare, bearing countless injuries, only to have the glory he earned in his earlier years squandered by these troublesome offspring. Were it not for the fact that Prince Su is overly protective, he would have long since severed ties with the family of the Marquis of Baoding, allowing them to self-destruct. Chapter 43. Stirring up storms. Meng Wanfeng, fully prepared for battle, could scarcely believe that the couple of the Marquis of Baoding, who had always looked down upon her, would come to her seeking peace. They promised to help her seek justice for her mother, vowing not to shelter Meng Zhili, but requested that Meng Wanfeng refrain from involving any other members of the Meng family. They were convinced she would acquiesce, yet Meng Wanfeng, with a faint smile, refused the proposal of the Marquis's lady. Now they wish for her to show leniency? Does the young lord not think it a tad too late? The young lord of the Marquis's house, still bandaged about his face, stood behind the screen, feeling his blood boil. His recently healed nose nearly bled anew. The lady of the Marquis was equally incensed. They had endured Li Zhao's utmost suppression and humiliation, tolerating it as signs of the prince's residence. Yet how dare a mere wild girl from the countryside come to their doorstep and act so brazenly? She slammed her hand upon the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Meng Wanfeng, and exclaimed, "You little wretch, I warn you, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly perceive my esteemed noble household as a mere trifle?" Meng Wanfeng remarked with a nonchalant smile, retorting, "Indeed, what is your noble household? A fade devoid of power and wealth?" With a disdainful snort, she rose to depart, infuriating the young mistress of the house to the point of trembling, even prompting thoughts of eliminating Meng Wanfeng. However, the girl was presently under the protection of the Song family and guards dispatched by the emperor, making it a perilous endeavor. Moreover, Empress Su was relying on her acupuncture skills for her own survival. The following day, Aunt Ming arrived in tears, claiming that calamity had befallen her family. An old incident from years past had resurfaced, and now her son and daughter were summoned by officials from the Supreme Court for AT session. Aunt Ming lamented, "Sister-in-law, do you recall the incident 5 years ago at the Peach Blossom Banquet, when that wretched girl from the Wang family seduced Qingyue?" She fumed. That old fool from the Wang family, in a fit of madness, went to the palace to lodge a complaint, weeping and prostrating before the emperor, claiming that Qingyue had drugged Wang Wei and violated her. Furthermore, Aunt Ming suddenly choked on her words, unable to continue. The young mistress, Madame Yan, hastily reassured her, "Sister, do not rush. Speak at your own pace." Moreover, Aunt Ming continued, "They assert that Xianji's actions were instigated by his sister." Oh dear, can you fathom such a distortion of truth? Is there no law left to uphold? Aunt Ming clutched her chest, appearing as though she might faint from the overwhelming distress. After sending off Aunt Ming, the steward hurried to the Duke of Su's residence in search of Li Zhao. At that moment, the second young master of the Wang family, Li Yi, was nearby and immediately exclaimed in dissatisfaction, "How can you be so ungrateful? Is the princess not worth more than a mere Li Zhao?" The steward, keeping his head bowed in silence, noticed that young master Yi was about to confront him and quickly turned on his heels to escape. This infuriated Li Yi, who began to stomp his feet in anger, grabbing hold of his mother, Lady Ning. "Mother, look at these people. They are so brazenly dismissive of us." Lady Ning sighed, stroking her son's head. "Your elder brother is the legitimate firstborn of the primary wife. You ought to show him some respect. Why should I? Just because he was born 4 years before me? They all look down upon me. Do you look down on me too, mother?" Li erupted. "How could I, my dearie?" Lady Ning grasped her son's hand, gazing intently into his eyes. "You are no less than anyone else, merely lacking in opportunities. But they deny me any chance. Even father does not grant me the opportunity. There will be, my dearie, when your father, everything will change. Trust your mother," Lady Ning said, a faint smile gracing her lips as she looked tenderly at her son. At that moment, Li Zhao was standing beside the emperor in the imperial study. The old General Wang, in front of Li Zhao, was openly lamenting with tears streaming down his face, recounting how the Meng family had forced his granddaughter into disgrace in the capital, tarnishing her reputation, and even compelling her to become a concubine for that ne'er-do-well of the Feng family. The child's father perished on the battlefield, leaving only his daughter, Yue, who was now being relentlessly pressured by both the Feng and Meng families. The child's mother was so consumed by rage that she fell ill and passed away the following year, leaving Yue in a state of madness. How has the Wang family, renowned for their loyalty and valor, come to endure such a fate? General Wang, with tears streaming down his face, incessantly prostrated himself, his forehead bleeding from the impact. The emperor observed the old general with a cold gaze, his fingers idly twisting a string of vibrant green imperial jade Buddhist beads. Casting a glance at Li Zhao, he helplessly inquired, "What is your perspective on this matter, Zhao?" Li Zhao bowed his head, seemingly weighing his words before responding. "As this pertains to the elders, it is inappropriate for me to intervene. However, should the truth of this matter be confirmed, the Meng and Feng families have indeed gone too far." Li Zhao's words encompassed both the Meng family and the Feng family, rather than solely addressing Aunt Ming and her husband, Master Feng. He continued, "My father has been in Lingnan for these past years, and the capital lies over 2,000 miles away, rendering him unable to act. Though he tends to protect his own, he is not a man incapable of discerning right from wrong. If Miss Wang has truly suffered such indignities, I am certain my father would seek to deliver justice for the Wang family." The emperor acknowledged with a grunt and instructed the eunuch in behind him, "Summon Feng San to come before me." Chapter 44. The demotion of the Meng family. Master Feng Kuan, a commander of the Qingyue, is among the most well-informed individuals in the entire Dezhou, second only to Wei Jianzheng, the chief of the Eastern Depot. Word had already reached the Qingyue commander's office from the palace, and Feng Kuan, accompanied by his third brother, was kneeling at the palace gates, awaiting the opportunity to offer his apologies. Feng Kuan is a man of considerable experience, having shared a long-standing bond with the emperor since childhood. During the emperor's struggle for the throne, Feng Kuan once saved his life. Among all in the Great Zhou, apart from the ever-loyal eunuch Yin, Feng Kuan is perhaps the one who understands the emperor the best. He is acutely aware that over the years, the emperor's trust in him has waned, and it is time for him to make some concessions. As Feng Kuan and Master Feng entered the imperial study, they offered no defense. Together, they removed their tokens of authority and hats, humbly seeking the emperor's forgiveness. Master Feng, in particular, repeatedly bowed his head to the ground, lamenting his failure in raising his son, taking full responsibility for the misdeeds of his progeny. He grasped General Wang's hand, repeatedly expressing his sorrow, saying, "General Wang, you have suffered greatly. I shall bring my unfilial son before you for your judgment." Li Zhao, maintaining his composure, cast a fleeting glance out the window, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment. Were he in General Wang's position, he would likely be overwhelmed with disgust. The emperor, weary of investigation, had yet to resolve the matters concerning the Ministry of Revenue. Day after day, he was besieged with trivial domestic issues that plagued him. He summoned the Minister of Justice and promptly declared, "Feng Jun has failed in his duties as a father, allowing his son to commit heinous acts. I hereby dismiss him from his position as chief of the Imperial Guard and impose a fine of 20,000 taels of silver as compensation to the Wang family." As for Feng Xian, who had assaulted a noblewoman, the law dictates a sentence of death. The emperor paused, taking a breath and glancing at Feng Kuan before continuing. "Let the execution take place after autumn." He added, "My dear Feng, you are burdened with many responsibilities, including managing your household. I do not wish to impose further hardships upon you. Please rise. I shall still rely on your counsel in the future." Feng Kuan bowed deeply several times before retreating from the imperial study, exhaling a long sigh. His younger brother, Feng Jun, had already fainted upon hearing the news of their only son, Feng Xian, being sentenced to punishment. After Feng Kuan departed, the emperor turned to the Minister of Justice, Lord Yu, and inquired, "Why has this old case from 5 years ago resurfaced?" The minister briefly recounted the sequence of events, prompting the emperor to raise his eyelids and furrow his brow. "Is it that girl from the Meng family again?" The minister replied with a bitter smile, "Indeed." The emperor, wearied, rubbed his temples and reclined in his chair, then looked at Li Zhao and asked, "What do you think should be done about Feng Mengshi?" Feng Mengshi referred to the third aunt of the Meng family, the niece of consort Meng, and the biological sister of the heir to the marquisate, Meng Changhai. Li Zhao responded, "Ultimately, Feng Mengshi is but a confused person who indulges her children. I believe the roots of this issue lie within the Meng family." A hint of sarcastic amusement appeared on the emperor's face. "Are there still rational individuals in the Meng family? Ah, Meng Duo, how could I ever forget you? Who once fought alongside me through thick and thin? After all these years, have I ever wronged your children? Yet now, in my old age, I am faced with such difficulties." Li Zhao immediately bowed and said, "Your Majesty, being a person of nostalgia, I believe it would be for the best to make a decisive judgment as it reflects your kindness towards the Ming family. Good child, you are perceptive." The emperor seemed to lighten somewhat, reflecting for a moment before instructing eunuch Yin, "Draft an edict. The Ming family has been arrogant and has repeatedly failed to correct their ways. Henceforth, they shall be demoted to a third-class marquis." Once the eunuch Yin had drafted the imperial decree, he hesitantly inquired, "Your Majesty, what of the commander of the Imperial Guard?" Upon hearing this, the emperor's brow, which had just begun to relax, furrowed once more. It is worth noting that the 3 brothers of the Feng family had known the emperor since their childhood, fostering a profound sense of trust. However, with the current upheaval, the emperor found himself compelled to dismiss Feng San from his position. Yet, who could possibly fill the vacancy left behind? As the emperor pondered this, his gaze fell upon Li Zhao's tall and slender figure, seemingly disinterested in deliberating further. He casually pointed at Li Zhao and declared, "Let Zhao take up the role temporarily." Both eunuch Yin and Li Zhao were taken aback by the emperor's casual decision. Considering that the Imperial Guard was responsible for the security of the royal city, a position of utmost importance, being entrusted to the son of the Duke of Su. However, with the emperor's decree having been issued, eunuch Yin quickly regained his composure. He clasped his hands before Li Zhao and smiled. "Then it shall be a laborious endeavor for His Highness the Sun." Li Zhao, his eyes wide with disbelief, knelt before the emperor and declared with conviction, "I shall accept the decree and will not disappoint your Majesty's trust." The emperor, feeling a sense of relief, nodded slightly and instructed Li Zhao, "You must visit the Chengqian Palace shortly and personally inform your grandmother of this matter, so she does not disturb me any further." "And what of that girl, Meng Zhilai? What is her name?" "Meng Wanfeng," eunuch Yin reminded him. Thus, the Ming family finally breathed a sigh of relief, as Meng Wanfeng was summoned to the palace to accompany the empress. Meanwhile, Meng Zhilai and her husband, Lu, found themselves embroiled in a quarrel at home. The whole family of Baoding no longer regards Meng Zhilai as a distinguished guest. The demotion of the marquis is a matter of great significance, deeply entwined with the family's honor. All of this turmoil stems from Meng Wanfeng and Meng Zhilai. One cannot fathom the emperor's fury that would lead to such a degradation. The distinction between a first-class marquis and a third-class marquis is monumental. The former enjoys hereditary status, while the latter faces a reduction in rank, indicating that once the venerable Lord Meng passes, the title of Baoding Marquis will transform into that of Baoding Earl, and subsequently, there will only remain a general of the state, with nothing beyond that. The elder Lord Ming Duo has already surpassed the age of 60. And as he approaches the twilight of his life, he is confronted with such a humiliating predicament. Were it not for his prior ailments rendering him partially incapacitated, he would have fervently wielded his cane to chastise Meng Zhilai. Ultimately, Meng Zhilai faced impeachment by the censors for his disgraceful conduct regarding his favored concubine at the expense of his wife, resulting in his demotion to the 8th rank as a minor official in the Honglu Temple. It is well known that the Honglu Temple is merely a languid office, akin to being effectively dismissed by the emperor, a forced retirement. Of course, the emperor did not harbor a profound disdain for Meng Zhilai himself. The matter of keeping a concubine and neglecting one's wife is merely a domestic affair, yet it was the idle censors who sought to turn it into an accusation. More so, the emperor found little to commend in Meng Zhilai, viewing him as a rather mediocre individual, adept at maneuvering but ultimately replaceable. Furthermore, the antics of his daughter had become a source of irritation for the emperor, prompting the decision to relegate him to a retirement office to allow Meng Wanfeng some respite. Chapter 45. With no retreat left, Meng Wanfeng had resided in Empress Su's Kuanning Palace for over a month, and as the mid-autumn festival approached, the empress sighed, remarking, "Taking a step back opens up a vast horizon." Meng Wanfeng shook her head, expressing her disappointment. "I once hoped that they would take a step back, show some mercy, yet what I received was relentless pressure, leading only to death." The empress coughed a couple of times, her thoughts drifting to the crown prince, causing her to close her eyes momentarily. Indeed, sometimes it is not a matter of unwillingness to yield, but rather the unyielding nature of those who pursue one relentlessly, leaving no avenue for retreat. She glanced at the bloodstains on her handkerchief and discreetly concealed it within her sleeve, her fist tightening. At that moment, the chamberlain entered to announce the arrival of the crown prince. The empress's expression softened, and she smiled, saying, "Quickly summon Sheng. I find myself missing him dearly after just a day apart." Upon the entrance of Crown Prince Li Sheng, the empress did not dismiss Meng Wanfeng, instead engaging in conversation with Li Sheng for quite some time, primarily inquiring about the health of Princess Xin, the wife of the crown prince. Princess Zhen had conceived shortly after entering the palace, initially a smooth journey, but at 9 months, she was accidentally bumped by a 3-year-old prince, resulting in a premature birth. Princess Zhen gave birth to a baby girl, who tragically passed away 6 months later. Since the birth, her health had deteriorated significantly, fluctuating between better and worse. The crown princess, taking matters into her own hands, insisted on the crown prince taking 2 concubines, both of reputable families, which further deteriorated Princess Zhen's health due to the emotional strain. The crown prince found himself in a precarious position, torn between his 3 wives and his mother, feeling increasingly isolated. Upon hearing that Princess Xin still often wept over her situation with the concubines, the empress could not suppress her displeasure and exclaimed, "Such unworthy beings." The crown prince was ensnared in the turmoil of issues concerning heirs and women. Initially, upon hearing disparaging remarks about the Zhou family from his mother and grandmother, he would defend them, for he had known the Zhou family since childhood, sharing a bond of affection. Yet now, wearied and reluctant to utter a single word, he silently absorbed the words of Empress Su. "I have heard that your grandfather has recently summoned Li Zhao to the imperial study frequently, even bringing him to observe cabinet meetings from time to time. And you?" Crown Prince Li Sheng slightly raised his head, meeting the hawk-like gaze of Empress Su, which sent a shiver through him. Clenching his fists, he replied, "My father's health has been poor of late. I wish to serve him dutifully." Suddenly, Empress Su coughed violently, spitting out blood, which startled Li Sheng into alarm. "Imperial physician, quickly summon the physician," he cried in panic. With reddened eyes, the crown prince bowed his head, biting his lip tightly. Afterward, Empress Su cast a glance at Meng Wanfeng, instructing her to withdraw. Once assured of solitude, she grasped Li Sheng's hand with an iron grip, causing him pain, yet he dared not show it. He stared blankly at Empress Su, unsure of her intent. In a hushed tone, almost exhausting her strength, she said, Li Sheng, listen closely. My time is limited. This is your last opportunity with the Crown Prince. Once I fall, the fragile bond between His Majesty and your father will vanish. Do you understand? Li Sheng's lips trembled, his eyes brimming with tears, and in a state of helplessness. He nodded. Grandmother, you will surely live a long life. Silence. At this juncture, do you still wish to engage me in such futile discourse? She inhaled deeply. Continuing, Zhou, if she cannot bear the weight of being the Longson's wife, there is no need to retain her. Grandmother, Li Sheng exclaimed in terror, his eyes wide with disbelief. Empress Su disregarded him, persisting, your mother and I have reached an agreement. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the autumn hunt will commence. I shall stake my very life to safeguard you and your father. However, you must remember, I possess but this one life. Should you and your father fail to seize this opportunity, there shall be no second chance. The lives of you, your father, your mother, and the thousands within our household shall be forfeit. Wipe away my tears. If your father cannot rise, then you must take a stand. Observe how Li Zhao conducts himself. Li Sheng, overwhelmed by Empress Su's fervent admonition, squeezed his eyes shut, fervently nodding. Grandson will heed his grandmother's words. I shall listen to you. Li Sheng was once again rendered speechless by astonishment. That child, I have observed, possesses a resolute spirit and remarkable courage, truly deserving of great responsibilities. Reminiscent of your mother's grace, the Crown Princess, Yin, is the legitimate daughter of the former Prime Minister, Yin Qingyue. Regrettably, Yin Qingyue sought retirement the year the Crown Prince was deposed. Nevertheless, Yin is an extraordinarily capable and formidable woman. Had it not been for her presence, the Crown Prince might have succumbed to despair long ago, and the Eastern Palace would have crumbled to nothingness. Having expressed all she needed to say, Empress Su grew weary and closed her eyes. Li Sheng dried his tears and, with his head bowed, quietly retreated. In the rear courtyard of the Qingyue Palace's side hall, he encountered Meng Wanfeng, who was busy preparing medicine. He gazed at the young girl, yet to reach maturity, with a complex expression. After a while, Meng Wanfeng seemed to finally notice his gaze, turning to look at him, offering a faint smile and a courteous bow to Li Sheng. Li Sheng nodded in response, expressing, thank you, young lady. Chapter 46. The Resentful Woman and the Unfaithful Man in the Blink of an Eye. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, she remained low-key, barely noticeable. While the young men competed in literary prowess, Song Qingyue found a corner to curl up in and, unbeknownst to her, fell asleep. This led her cousins to genuinely believe she had committed some transgression and was being punished by Lord Song to tend to the estate, extinguishing any desire for social interaction. Having not had a good night's sleep for several days, she, feeling bored and restless, whimsically adapted a tale inspired by the Golden Powder family, weaving a narrative set against the backdrop of contemporary times, featuring a scoundrel from a prominent family and a resentful woman of humble means. She entitled it Lan In Sugua and was nearing completion. Upon finishing, she intended to take it to a bookstore near the Guozijian to see if it could find a buyer. Uncertain whether her tale of scorn for fickle and ungrateful men would attract any interest. After 5 days, she finally completed the work and presented it to her grandmother, Chen, who was moved to tears, lamenting, you, a young girl yet to be married, why write such a sorrowful tale? Song Qingyue smiled broadly in response. It was merely a burst of inspiration. I wrote it on a whim. Chen dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief, pointing at the title and exclaiming, what is this Lan In Sugua? You've written nonsense. Your father was not wrong in saying you are different from other children. Indeed, you are quite unique. Typically, at your age, a girl would not comprehend the selfish and callous nature of men. It is indeed a fortunate occurrence that you have grasped this early on. Song Qingyue rose, stretching lazily, and declared, the weather is splendid today. I shall venture out for a horseback ride. With a wave of her hand, she retreated to change her attire. Within the confines of her home, she generally donned sandals, commonly referred to as tuajia or shaqiao in this era. In summer, she wore sandals woven from hemp, while in winter, she opted for plush sheepskin slippers. However, as she prepared to ride, she needed to adorn herself in knee-high leather boots made of cowhide. Her riding outfit, crafted by Aunt Shun, resembled that of a man's attire, featuring narrow sleeves. Her hair required no elaborate styling. Having risen in the morning without combing, it cascaded freely until she fashioned it into 2 braids secured with silk ribbons. Topped off with a sun hat, absolutely perfect. This estate primarily engaged in livestock rearing, routinely feeding them corn, bran, and soybean meal. The bran and soybean meal were originally deemed waste by other farms, yet Song Qingyue had instructed her servants to collect them to nourish the cattle, ensuring they were robust and well-fed. She mounted her horse, leisurely circling the estate before inspecting the chicken coop, followed by a visit to the sheep pen, pigsty, and finally the cattle enclosure. In truth, she harbored a desire to raise horses. However, given their sensitivity and status as a wartime resource in this era, she refrained from pursuing this ambition to avoid causing her father any trouble, contenting herself with a mere 10 horses primarily used for pulling carts. Ultimately, she trotted along, the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoing as she meandered into the woods, where a pond awaited, alongside a cave nestled within the landscape. Feng Qi and Feng Jiu closely followed the young lady, tasked with ensuring her safety. They were aware that Song Qingyue would almost invariably make her rounds daily, sometimes appearing twice in one day, once at noon and again in the evening. The garden master, originally hailing from the Jianming region, found himself idle and decided to expand the originally 3-courtyard layout into 5. Upon completion of the renovations, he also transformed a nearby cave, rendering it a remarkably comfortable dwelling. At that moment, the distant sound of galloping hooves suddenly emerged, growing increasingly nearer, accompanied by the clashing of weapons and the piercing whistle of arrows slicing through the air. Feng Qi immediately felt a surge of anxiety. She urged Song Qingyue to take refuge within the cave while she grasped her sword, vigilant and scanning the area outside. However, Song Qingyue was decidedly unwilling to retreat. She unsheathed the bejeweled dagger that hung at her waist, gripping it tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she had long awaited this day. A strange sensation flickered within Feng Qi. The young lady appeared as if she had been anticipating this moment for an eternity. How could this be? With a self-deprecating smile, Feng Qi stepped aside, fully shielding Song Qingyue behind her. Chapter 47. A transformation into 2. The sounds of clashing blades grew ever closer. Just then, an arrow shot forth from the thicket atop the hillside, plunging into the pond with a resounding splash. Following that, several figures tumbled down in rapid succession, akin to dumplings falling into water, some with swords protruding from their bodies, others bearing multiple wounds. The once modest pond quickly became a crimson tableau, stained by the blood of the fallen. Splash! Once again, someone leapt from above. This time, it was a pair of individuals locked in an embrace. Song Qingyue craned her neck, straining to discern the identities of those plummeting down. After all, it was the male protagonist. The male protagonist. Oh, how curious she was to see the visage of the character described in the novel as possessing unparalleled beauty. Meanwhile, Feng Qi's breath caught in her throat. She had spotted her family's heir, Li Zhao. The individual with an arrow lodged in his shoulder was indeed her family's scion. Before she could utter another word, Feng Qi dashed forward with remarkable speed, intent on aiding him against their pursuers. Song Qingyue murmured under her breath, "Incredible. So, lightness skill is real?" With a dagger in hand, she concealed herself within a cave, timidly crouching behind a large stone. Her palms pressed together in silent prayer. "Sister Feng Qi, you can do it. May good people enjoy a lifetime of peace." She repeated the phrase fervently until the commotion outside subsided. Only then did Song Qingyue emerge from her hiding place. Feng Qi stood at the water's edge, clutching her arm, seemingly wounded. Beside her lay 2 strikingly handsome men, one of whom bore a small crossbow bolt embedded in his shoulder. Song Qingyue glanced around, her gaze landing on the several corpses floating in the pond, quite a chilling sight. She swallowed hard and quietly inquired, "Shall we drag them ashore and deliver a final blow to each?" Her words elicited a laugh from the tense Feng Qi. Having accompanied Song Qingyue for some time, she finally began to grasp why her master was so fixated on this young girl. Song Qingyue tore a strip of fabric from her garment to bandage Feng Qi's bleeding arm. With a smile, Feng Qi remarked, "Miss, why are you not afraid at all?" "Afraid? Just moments ago, I found myself hiding behind a rock, my heart racing with trepidation." Feng Qi remarked, "If it were another lady, she would have fainted on the spot." Song Qingyue waved her hand dismissively. "Do not speak. I am perilously close to losing consciousness myself." With that, she cautiously approached the 2 men lying on the ground, tilting her head to scrutinize their features. Indeed, they possessed faces of impeccable 3D modeling. Resembling the handsome characters from romantic video games, their looks almost celestial, rivaling even her father's youthful charm. Moreover, the resemblance between the two was striking. Could they possibly be siblings? Before she could ponder further, Qingyue hurriedly arrived with rain gear, weaving through the trees. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she gasped in shock, immediately spotting the unconscious Li Zhao. Her heart leapt to her throat, instinctively seeking help from her sister, Qi. More composed than her, Qi suggested, "Let us first move them into the cave, then you go fetch Aunt Qin and the old Dr. Qin. Inform them that the young lady has sustained an injury, and remember to bring the medicine box." True to their prowess as martial artists, the two women effortlessly lifted the two towering men onto their shoulders. The cave conveniently housed 2 beds, one for each gentleman. Qingyue then went to summon Dr. Qin and Aunt Qin, while Qi ventured to the waterhole to retrieve a body. After dragging it ashore and into the woods, out of Qingyue's sight, she proceeded to search the assassins, stowing anything of value in her bosom before dealing the final blows and digging graves for the deceased. As dusk fell, Qingyue and Qi finally buried all the bodies of the assassins and cleaned the bloodstains around the pond with water. Meanwhile, Qingyue sat at the cave entrance, gazing at the fish soup simmering on the small stove, remaining here to watch over the 2 injured men. Qingyue found herself entangled in a dilemma regarding which one was the male lead. This was not how it was depicted in the original text. In the original narrative, only one person, Lingnan, fell into the pond, so why were there now 2? Chapter 48. My dear, mother loves you. Qingyue rested her chin in her hand, scrutinizing the 2 men. One appeared more slender and delicate, with slightly drooping eyes and an inexplicable melancholy etched across his features. The other boasted thick brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of heroism. His muscular build, pronounced chest, well-defined waist, and long legs. Oh. Qingyue swallowed hard at the sight of the young man's face and quickly turned away. This was sinful. In the original story, the male lead was merely 19. A freshman in college. How could she, a seasoned woman with a doctoral degree, possibly succumb to the allure of youth? She had promised herself that she would only be drawn to mature men like her father, Jianming, who possessed wisdom and a well-groomed beard. Had her prolonged stay in this youthful body led her soul astray? Her heart raced uncontrollably as she noticed a slight scratch on his cheek, blood staining his lips. This damn battlefield makeup. Qingyue clutched her heart. He was precisely her type. If he were part of any idol group, he would undoubtedly be the center and the face of the team. Oh, mother. If she were to take the stage, she would undoubtedly don a headscarf and raise a placard, shouting from the audience, "Darling, mother loves you." Instinctively, I reached out to wipe the blood from his lips, only to have this little wolf dog suddenly open his eyes, gripping Qingyue's wrist with ferocity, akin to a snarling wolf, radiating an overwhelming aura of menace. Qingyue was so startled that every hair on her body stood on end, her pupils dilating, as if her blood had solidified in an instant. In that fleeting moment of mutual gaze, both were momentarily taken aback. As Qingyue withdrew her wrist from his grasp, a ring of red marks had already formed. He seemed to realize he had hurt the young lady before him, blinking his glistening eyes, and murmured softly, "I'm sorry, did it hurt?" Instinctively, Qingyue shook her head, paused, then nodded slightly, whispering, "It seems that those who were pursuing you are all dead." Indeed, the young man's voice was deep and resonant. His gaze fixated on the girl before him, making Qingyue feel somewhat uneasy. An arrow had pierced his right shoulder, rendering it immobile. He replied. Qingyue glanced at his bandaged arms suspended in gauze, exclaiming, "I made fish soup noodles. The noodles should be thoroughly cooked and easily broken. You can eat with a spoon." With that, she hurriedly exited, revealing the gem-encrusted dagger hanging from her waist. The gaze of the young gentleman followed the dagger, softening in an instant. He lowered his head and curled the corners of his lips. He should have anticipated her presence when he first spotted Qi nearby, his little glutinous rice dumpling, now blossoming into a graceful figure. Previously, he had only seen images sent from Lingnan, yet the reality exceeded those depictions 100-fold. "Please assist me. The wound inflicted by this blade on my abdomen is rather deep." He spoke with some difficulty, as if in considerable pain. Qingyue approached to help him, and as her fingers grazed the firm, smooth muscle beneath her touch, she felt an involuntary shiver run through her. The scent of sweat emanating from the man filled her nostrils. Oddly, she found it not entirely unpleasant, even somewhat fragrant. Song Qingyue wished to cover her face, perceiving herself as somewhat of a peculiar woman. No, perhaps this is simply the allure of the male protagonist. Even the perspiration of a handsome man seems to carry a certain charm. Fengjiu had thoughtfully prepared 2 sets of fresh, coarse linen garments at the bedside. This young lord appeared accustomed to being attended to, extending his arms and awaiting Song Qingyue's assistance in donning his attire. She pouted slightly, stepping forward to rise on her toes and drape the garment over his shoulders. Once positioned behind him, she realized how tall he truly was. Circling to his side, she helped him slide his uninjured arm into the sleeve and secured the waistband. Gazing up at his profile, she remarked, "During your stay here, it would be prudent for both of you to wear these coarse garments. Should any pursuers come after us, you would not be easily recognized. Moreover, tomorrow I shall take you to my residence. I inform my servants that you are nearby hunters who, unfortunately, sustained injuries in the mountains and require temporary lodging in the village." The young gentleman seemed intrigued and inquired, "Here? Is your estate located here?" Song Qingyue replied, "It is not merely my family's estate, it is my own. The 300 acres of wasteland surrounding here belong entirely to me. However, little can be cultivated in this soil." The young gentleman chuckled. "Every piece of land has its purpose. Even if one does not plant crops, it can be utilized for raising livestock. The cattle, sheep, and pigs I tend to are indeed quite plump, and I also have several hundred chickens. Once you have recovered, I can take you to see them." Song Qingyue smiled, her eyes gleaming with delight, seemingly a touch proud. The young gentleman gazed at the maiden's face, his expression softening, which made Song Qingyue feel a bit bashful. She lowered her head to enjoy her bowl of fish soup noodles, saying, "Please eat while it is still warm. I added white pepper and a drizzle of sesame oil, making it quite fragrant." "Very well, I shall try some as well." He ate with remarkable grace, yet surprisingly swiftly, and soon he held an empty bowl devoid of even a single scallion, appearing somewhat sheepish as he asked, "Is there more?" "I have a rather large appetite." Song Qingyue demonstrated great understanding, nodding as she said, "No problem. I have heard that martial artists tend to have hearty appetites." She then turned and called out, "Sister Fengqi, please bring another bowl of noodles." She inquired of the young man, "Is one bowl sufficient?" The handsome youth nodded, replying, "It is sufficient, thank you. If it is not enough, I shall prepare more for you." Song Qingyue waved her hand dismissively, then continued to eat her own noodles at a leisurely pace. The handsome young man gazed at her for a moment before inquiring, "Aren't you curious about who we are?" The 2 young gentlemen were being pursued, yet the young lady chose not to ask further. "Aren't you afraid?" She replied, having already encountered this situation, "Fear serves no purpose." Chapter 49. A fortuitous encounter at Jianming Manor. The night was shrouded in darkness, and as Song Qingyue held a lantern, a sense of trepidation lingered in her heart. Cautiously, she grasped the edge of the handsome young man's garment, seeking a modicum of comfort. Li Zhao quickly noticed her delicate fingers clutching his clothing, a faint smile gracing his lips as he took hold of her slender hand. "With your brother guiding you, there is nothing to fear." His tone was as gentle as one soothing a child. The term brother made the seasoned Song Qingyue blush, and with a soft huff, she allowed him to lead her forward. The following day, it was not until nearly noon that Song Qingyue awoke, likely due to the excitement of the previous day's events. She had tossed and turned in bed for much of the night, finally dozing off in the early hours of dawn. Mo Hen and Mo Lan entered her chamber to assist with her dressing and grooming, and then they proceeded to the side hall for breakfast. Steamed buns filled with minced meat, cabbage, and tofu skin, half a fried dough stick, a boiled egg, and a cup of sweet soy milk. Consuming this meal would sustain her until dinner. As she savored her meal, the handsome young man entered, clad in simple, coarse clothing, and casually seated himself at the table. "This place is truly splendid," he remarked with a smile, charmingly antiquated yet imbued with elegance. After speaking, his gaze instinctively drifted towards the sliding glass door. The abundance of glass allowed for ample light, brightening the room and uplifting one's spirits. He cast a glance at her attire, noticing that she adorned her head with merely a pearl hairband, her lustrous black hair cascading like a waterfall over her plain silk dress. Enjoying her breakfast, she asked, "Are you always this at ease here?" Song Qingyue nodded. "This estate belongs to me, so of course I am at ease." The young gentleman nodded in understanding and inquired, "Does your estate have a name?" Song Qingyue responded with a thoughtful hum before the word Jianming Manor slipped from her lips. The young gentleman appeared somewhat speechless. "You didn't just think of that, did you?" Song Qingyue confirmed, "Indeed, I just thought of it." She lowered her head to continue her meal, lapsing into silence while Li Zhao sat nearby. Observing her with keen interest, Song Qingyue felt as though he regarded her as a pet. After finishing her meal and rinsing her mouth, she asked, "Is your injury no longer a concern? Can you ride?" The young gentleman shook his head. "I fear I may trouble you for a few more days." "That is of no consequence. You may stay at your leisure. Should we send someone to your residence to notify them?" He shook his head once more. "For now, we cannot discern who the assailants are. It is prudent to remain still. Moreover, my elder brother has yet to awaken. Once he does, I shall consult with him on how to proceed." Elder brother? Song Qingyue pondered this, recalling that Li Yin was the legitimate eldest son of the Prince of Jing. Could it be that this young gentleman before her was Li Yin's younger brother, destined to be eliminated by him when the princess sins? How was it written in the novel? Li Zhao, aware of her frail constitution since childhood, noticed her sudden frown and, thinking she felt unwell again, asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I am fine." Song Qingyue rose, cleansing her hands in the basin of water, and inquired, "How is your elder brother? Has his fever subsided?" "Almost," he replied. "Your family's esteemed physician possesses remarkable skills. I shall go and see him." "Very well." The corridor was adorned with wooden flooring, and she, clad in a simple dress, with her hair cascading freely, ambled gently into the sunlight, her soft shoes barely making a sound. Li Zhao followed closely behind, gazing intently at her delicate figure. For a fleeting moment, the shadows cast upon the floor seemed to blur the lines of reality, rendering the scene as ethereal as a dream, akin to a wisp of spirit adrift in the autumn sun. "Wait." He instinctively grasped her arm. "What is it?" Song Qingyue asked, perplexed. "Are you truly going to see him like this?" Li Zhao lowered his gaze, his expression shadowed. This enchanting figure, this fresh and tender presence. He wished fervently that no other man should behold. In his heart, she was already his. Li Zhao understood that from a young age, Song Qingyue had been different. Master Song never constrained her, aware of her free-spirited nature. Yet, he could not bear the thought of Li Cheng seeing her radiance, as exquisite as a water lily in bloom. It was simply too captivating. He masked his emotions and explained, "You see, my lady, my brother's status is esteemed, and he cannot abide by the sight of others appearing unkempt before him. I fear he might be displeased to encounter you in such a state." This reasoning resonated with Song Qingyue, who nodded in acquiescence. "Very well. I shall change into another outfit and tidy my hair before I go." She instructed someone to summon Granny Bai to style her hair, opting for a simple updo adorned with 2 freshly picked camellias. She donned a pale pink blouse, intricately embroidered with winding floral patterns at the collar, paired with a sky blue brocade skirt, complemented by a jade pendant shaped like a ruby. The silk ribbon at her waist was a delicate shade of green. Additionally, she had applied eyebrow makeup and a hint of rosy lip color. As she stepped out of the courtyard, Li Zhao was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that such modest embellishments could render her so strikingly beautiful. He clenched his fists in silent frustration, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Perhaps it would have been better had she not adorned herself at all. In the front courtyard, Li Cheng, almost entirely wrapped in bandages, had just awakened. Old Master Chun had recently disinfected his wounds with alcohol, causing him to regain consciousness through sheer pain. After consuming a light porridge of vegetables and meat, followed by a bowl of nourishing red date and longan soup, he finally felt a semblance of relief in his body. Although he yearned for sleep, the pervasive pain rendered him unable to rest. During this autumn hunt, his grandmother had assured him of her plans, and he had placed his complete trust in her arrangements, believing the assassins were targeting him while, in fact, they aimed to frame Li Zhao. To his dismay, the assassins not only sought his life, but also intended to eliminate Li Zhao. Had it not been for Li Zhao's remarkable skills and her unwavering determination to protect him, he would likely have already succumbed. Initially, he felt gratitude towards Li Zhao, but upon witnessing her enter unharmed, doubts began to creep into his mind. Perhaps the attempt on Li Zhao's life was merely a fade, while the true intent was to eliminate him. Was Li Zhao's injury merely a ruse to absolve the Su Wang residents of suspicion? Li Zhao entered first, and upon crossing the threshold, he cried out in despair, "Brother, have you awakened? You frightened me to death." It is fortunate that the old physician possesses exceptional skills. Otherwise, it is likely that both of us would have perished here. Li Sheng, filled with suspicion and caution, surveyed the individuals surrounding him and weakly inquired, "Where is this place?" His eyes, still swollen from some unknown poison, struggled to open fully, and the one eye that could barely manage to open did not see clearly. At this moment, Li Sheng's heart was awash with doubt and fear. Song Qingyue stepped forward and greeted him respectfully, speaking softly. "This is my humble estate." Her voice, as melodious as a nightingale, carried the gentle lilt characteristic of southern maidens, momentarily easing the tension in Li Sheng's taut nerves. This place, Li Sheng found it hard to believe, who would establish a residence in the desolate region of Haitao Ridge. Song Qingyue patiently elaborated, "This estate is primarily for raising livestock. We do not cultivate any crops." "I see. And you are?" Li Sheng inquired. Song Qingyue smiled slightly and replied, "I am of the Song family." "Song?" Li Sheng's excitement bubbled forth as he asked, "Could it be that this is the estate of the esteemed tutor?" Song Qingyue shook her head. "Not at all. I am the daughter of the newly appointed Minister of Revenue, Song Jianming. This estate does not belong to my father but is my own." Li Sheng, a descendant of the Longsun clan, seemed unfazed by the distinction and remarked, "Ah, so you are the daughter of Minister Song. My apologies for the intrusion." "Thank you, Mississippi." After expressing his gratitude, Li Sheng allowed Song Qingyue to withdraw with her servants, thus affording the two brothers a moment to discuss their private matters. The ensuing 5 days unfolded in tranquil silence, yet unbeknownst to Song Qingyue, chaos had erupted within the capital. The emperor, incensed, stripped the Prince of Ning of his royal title, relegating him to the status of a commoner and confining him within the confines of the ancestral hall. Moreover, the crown prince had been assassinated and was now missing. Witnesses identified one of the assailants as a former attendant of the Prince of Su in his youth. Additionally, arrows used in the assassination were discovered, verified by the Dali Temple to be part of the same batch issued to the guards of the Prince of Su. The evidence appeared irrefutable. However, the eldest son of the Prince of Su, Li Zhao, had also vanished, and the lifeless body of his personal guard was found. The increasingly paranoid emperor turned his suspicions toward the highly esteemed fifth prince, Prince Exiled. Although lacking concrete evidence, the emperor deemed it unnecessary and ordered Prince Exiled to be placed under house arrest at his residence, dispatching the Qingyue to search the premises. Indeed, arrows bearing the insignia of the Prince of Su were uncovered within Prince Exile's estate. The situation became increasingly convoluted. Was Prince Exile's household framing the Prince of Su? Or was the Prince of Su orchestrating a dual scheme? Even the emperor found himself in a quandary. The command of the Northwestern Army was transferred to the emperor's niece's husband, Duke Wei. Intriguingly, no arrangements were made for the naval forces in the south, leaving the Prince of Su to appoint a successor for the position of commander of the southern maritime forces. The literary style of Lingnan has not flourished. Since the founding of the nation, the number of scholars hailing from this region has been exceedingly limited. Among the officials in the capital, those who have ventured to Lingnan are few and far between. Over the past 2 decades, the military funds allocated to the southern territories by the Ministry of War have been pitifully scant, coupled with the intentional concealment by the Prince of Su and local officials, along with the inaction of the southern Qingyue. A variety of factors have led the emperor and high-ranking officials in the capital to severely underestimate the scale of the southern navy. They have long perceived that, in the absence of funds and personnel, the navy assembled by the Prince of Su is merely comparable to the 7,000 strong naval force training in the Yangtze River under the command of the general of southern Chile, sufficient only to contend with water bandits. This neglect has bred ignorance, and this ignorance has further engendered disdain, culminating in a significant misjudgment in decision-making. Yet, among the esteemed officials in the capital, no one comprehends the grave repercussions of the emperor's failure to dispatch an individual to Lingnan to succeed the Prince of Su, except for Song Jianming, who is privy to the prince's secrets, yet regrettably, he is still in the same boat as the prince. Li Zhao has been recuperating at Song Qingyue's estate these past few days, leading a life of leisure and tranquility. The culinary offerings at the estate are exquisitely delightful, with a different dish presented each day. Though the monotony of life has become somewhat unbearable, he realizes that he has likely never experienced such idleness since the day he was born. While it could be said that Song Qingyue is indifferent towards them, her servants tend to their needs with remarkable attentiveness. Conversely, if one were to argue that she cares, she has not made an appearance since the initial days of his arrival. Li Zhao longs to see Song Qingyue to engage her in conversation. Yet every time he catches a distant glimpse of her, they exchange mere nods and courtesies before she resumes her own affairs, leaving him at a loss for a suitable reason to approach her. On this day, he wandered leisurely in the thatched cottage, while Fengqi followed cautiously behind him. "What do you ladies occupy yourselves with all day?" Li Zhao inquired, squatting down to tend to the seedlings of lantern peppers in the yard. Novels. Li Zhao raised an eyebrow and gestured ahead, indicating for Feng Qi to lead the way. Feng Qi's expression grew conflicted. My lord, that is the young lady's chamber. You. The servants remaining in the courtyard, upon seeing Feng Qi boldly escorting Li Zhao inside, exchanged puzzled glances. However, they all understood that Sister Feng Qi was the lady's trusted confidant, and thus refrained from questioning further. Chapter 51. The second volume of the novel. Li Zhao paced back and forth in Song Qingyue's boudoir for quite some time. This room was decorated in a rather peculiar manner. It lacked the usual low bed found in young ladies' quarters, instead featuring a large bed that could comfortably accommodate 3 or 4 individuals, adorned with an exceedingly thick mattress that sank invitingly upon sitting. The pink canopy was suspended high from the beams, embellished with glass beads and pearls that dangled gracefully. As Li Zhao touched the glass beads, a smile crept onto his face. This girl truly refused to compromise on comfort, as every chair in the room was outfitted with plush cushions, uniquely shaped, making it difficult for one to sit upright, resulting instead in a rather unrefined slouch against the backrest. On the dressing table rested a round mirror made of lead copper alloy, surrounded by an array of hairpins, decorative combs, and an assortment of cosmetics laid out extensively. Yet, to Li Zhao's knowledge, Song Qingyue was not fond of using makeup. He opened her blush box to test the colors and asked, "When do you ladies typically adorn yourselves?" "In the few days I have been here. I have yet to see her apply any powder. How can she possibly use up so many cosmetics?" Feng Qi remarked, "The young lady hardly makes use of them. She simply delights in collecting and playing with these trinkets, claiming that the boxes are aesthetically pleasing and bring her joy when displayed on her table." Li Zhao smiled, recognizing that Song Qingyue was indeed a uniquely unconventional individual. Feng Qi continued, "At times, when the mood strikes her, she ventures out to gather flower petals and crafts these herself." Li Zhao envisioned the bustling figure of the young girl, warmth radiating from her eyes, a tenderness that was almost incredulous. This sight left Feng Qi astonished, although she understood that her master had harbored feelings for the young lady since childhood. The girl remained blissfully unaware. She had even spoken of marrying when the time came. In truth, Feng Qi secretly endorsed Song Qingyue's perspective. The young lady, being of illegitimate birth, could never aspire to be the legitimate wife of the heir apparent. Thus, it might be more prudent to seek a husband who would reside with her, allowing her to live a carefree life. Beside the soft couch lay a basket of silk threads and an embroidery frame. Li Zhao sifted through the threads, eventually selecting a fairly embroidered silk handkerchief, which she brought to her nose for a sniff before neatly folding it and tucking it away. Such petty mischief caused Feng Qi to frown in disapproval. "My lord, please refrain from such behavior. After all, you are the esteemed heir of a princely house." Feng Qi felt somewhat embarrassed. Li Zhao merely hummed in response, seemingly oblivious, as she continued to peruse her collection of books. "Where's that manuscript I wrote? Allow this heir to take a look." Feng Qi reluctantly presented several volumes titled Lan Ein Su Gua de Li Zhao. Upon seeing the title, Li Zhao raised an eyebrow in intrigue. The narrative was quite lengthy, divided into 3 volumes, written in simplified characters from right to left, which Li Zhao found rather unfamiliar. Fortunately, Song Qingyue's table of simplified and traditional characters had been perused by him earlier, and he recognized all the characters. It took him the better part of an hour to finish the first 2 volumes, and the tale was one that evoked sadness and a sense of poignancy. Leaving a weight in his chest, he initially pondered what kind of narrative a 14 or 15-year-old girl could possibly craft. Assuming it would be nothing more than tales of romantic encounters between talented scholars and beautiful maidens. He was aware that Song Qingyue was an extraordinary girl, yet he was taken aback by the depth of the story she had penned. In the narrative, the male protagonist is the youngest son of a minister's household, known as Shimin Gongzi, who is universally acclaimed for his handsome appearance, virtuous character, and scholarly prowess. During a journey to Jianming, he falls hopelessly in love at first sight with Lang Qingqiu, a girl from a once prominent family that has now fallen into the ranks of merchants. Aware of the disparity in their social standings, Lang Qingqiu rebuffs Shimin Gongzi's advances. However, he is undeterred, expending considerable effort and wealth to win her heart. Subsequently, Shimin Gongzi brazenly disregards the engagement arranged by his parents, forsaking his childhood sweetheart, his cousin, to take Lang Qingqiu as his wife. Yet, it seems that happiness was fleeting, as it appeared to dissipate from the very day of their nuptials. Within the household, Lang Qingqiu faced oppression and harassment from her elders and sisters-in-law. Initially, Shimin Gongzi displayed a semblance of patience and offered her comfort, but within 6 months, his demeanor shifted, leading him to indulge in the company of a concubine, and ultimately, he succumbed to his elder's wishes and took a secondary wife. In the face of the intrigues and struggles within the inner quarters, Lang Qingxiu found herself utterly powerless to resist. She bore the burden of numerous grievances, even suffering a miscarriage due to the machinations of the concubine. Not long after, Shimin Gongzi's father, a minister, found himself in trouble, and his former fiancée, his cousin, had never relinquished her claim on him. In a bid to rescue his father and save his family, young Master Shimin contrived a flimsy pretext to demote the esteemed Lang Qingxiu from wife to concubine, marrying his cousin instead. Under the relentless torment of the new mistress, Lang Qingxiu gradually fell into despair, succumbing to a grave illness that nearly led her to perish alone in a dilapidated, rain-soaked courtyard. At this juncture, the narrative became so oppressive that it caused Li Zhao to pause and sip his tea, attempting to regain his composure. He could scarcely fathom that the seemingly carefree young girl could compose such a poignant tale. Is this truly the work of your young lady? Li Zhao found it hard to believe. Feng Qi nodded emphatically and explained, during the recent sweltering days, the young lady, overwhelmed by the heat, expressed her desire to write a story to find tranquility. With a calm heart, one can naturally feel cooler. Have you read this story as well? Feng Qi earnestly nodded. I have indeed read it and shed many tears. How can it be that a young girl, not yet of age, possesses knowledge of such matters? Surely, the inner chambers of Lord Song's household are not so deplorable? Feng Qi shook her head. The Song family's inner quarters are quite peaceful and harmonious. Then how did she come to hear of such distressing tales? Did a servant gossip in her presence? Feng Qi quickly shook her head again. Perhaps the young lady gleaned this from other storybooks, or maybe she heard it from other young ladies. When she was in Guangzhou, she had a wide circle of friends. Is that so? Li Zhao furrowed his brow, displaying his displeasure, and reached for the book again, only to have Feng Qi swiftly conceal it behind her back. She said with great difficulty, Master, it would be best if you refrained from reading this second volume. Even the young lady herself admits that it is merely her whimsical scribbling. If this book is ever to be published by the bookstore, she has no intention of including this part. The heir must see it. Bring it here. With no other option, Feng Qi handed it over to Li Zhao. Indeed. The more Li Zhao read, the higher his brows furrowed and the tighter his frown became. Without even reaching the final page, he slammed the book shut and tossed it to the ground, exasperatedly leaning back in his chair, breathing heavily for quite some time, and uttered a harsh, absurd. Feng Qi rolled her eyes discreetly from the side, choosing not to respond. Li Zhao pointed at the discarded volume and commanded, find an opportunity to burn this for the heir. It is utterly outrageous. He walked away, hands clasped behind his back, seething with anger. After recovering from her illness, she severed all ties with young Master Shimin and, using the dowry money given by the Shimin family, secretly engaged in business. Once she amassed a fortune, she set fire to her small courtyard and left the Shimin family, retreating to a remote mountain in Yunnan, where she established a homestead, dedicating her days to farming, tending to flowers, and raising livestock. As if that were not enough, the heroine astonishingly took in 7 handsome suitors as her husbands, inviting them to take turns sharing her bed each night, living a carefree and joyous life that rivaled that of deities. Such talk of celestial beings is clearly the work of a fox spirit or some other supernatural entity. In a fit of rage, Li Zhao hurled the book to the ground, insisting that Feng Qi burn it. Feng Qi responded verbally, yet once he departed, she meticulously retrieved the book, delicately wiped away the non-existent dust with her sleeve, and murmured softly, it was indeed written splendidly. Chapter 52. The calving of the cow on the following morning. A servant arrived with news that a cow was likely to give birth that very day. After finishing her breakfast, Song Qingyue changed into riding attire, preparing to mount her horse and head to the barn to witness the calving. Li Zhao, disregarding the fact that his abdominal injury had yet to fully heal, insisted on accompanying her to observe the birthing. Song Qingyue looked at him and smiled, curious. Li Zhao nodded. I have never seen it before. Is your injury not a concern? Song Qingyue gazed down at his abdomen, recalling the words of her elder, who had remarked that the wound was rather deep. Li Zhao merely smiled lightly and replied, let us go together. Since he seemed unconcerned about his own injury, Song Qingyue refrained from further objections. The location was somewhat distant, necessitating a ride. She carefully assisted him onto the horse, ensuring they proceeded slowly to prevent any jolting that might exacerbate his wound. Upon their arrival at the barn, the cow was just beginning to show signs of labor as her water broke, yet there was little activity at that moment. Concerned that he might grow impatient waiting, Song Qingyue decided to first take him to observe the feeding of the cattle. Beside the barn was a storage shed piled high with cattle feed, overseen by a dedicated caretaker. They had arrived early, and the morning feeding had yet to commence. Li Zhao watched as a robust farmer's wife poured an entire sack of corn kernels into a large wooden barrel on wheels, followed by a sack of hay, half a bag of leftover wheat bran, a small portion of leftover soybean oil pulp, and finally, she sprinkled in a generous spoonful of salt. Do cows also consume salt? Li Zhao appeared quite intrigued. Song Qingyue remarked, one may choose not to feed, yet cattle nourished with salt thrive more robustly than those deprived of it. Bran and bean curd residue cakes are essential. They ensure the cattle grow quickly and sturdily. Remarkably, a calf can mature from birth to market readiness in approximately 5 months. Furthermore, a cow, after calving, produces copious milk. With diligent daily milking, she can continue to yield milk indefinitely. What do you require such an abundance of milk for? To produce cheese for sale. Do you sell cheese here? Indeed, we offer both cheese and sour cheese, and I also sell powdered milk. The powdered milk lacks the gamey odor of fresh milk and can be utilized in various pastries, fetching a fine price of 1 or 2 taels per pound. Li Zhao accompanied Song Qingyue to the barn, discovering that her cattle were indeed robust and well-fed, exemplary plow animals. How do you price your cattle? He inquired. Song Qingyue replied, smaller plow cattle are priced at 60 taels, while larger ones may exceed 80 taels. As for beef, it is sold by weight. She pointed towards a few particularly hefty cattle nearby, stating, those are meat cattle. How remarkably plump they are. Li Zhao exclaimed in astonishment. Li Zhao looked up and surveyed the seemingly endless expanse of the barn, estimating there were over 100 heads of cattle. The farmer responsible for feeding the cows utilized a large wooden stick to mix the feed thoroughly before pushing the barrel to the trough's edge. Upon opening a small valve at the bottom of the barrel, the prepared feed flowed continuously into the trough, allowing her to effortlessly nourish the multitude of cattle with each forward motion of the barrel. As she finished feeding the cows, another farmer rushed in, excitedly exclaiming, Miss, the calving has begun. Li Zhao was truly astonished today. He witnessed a robust man who, after rubbing his hands with high-proof liquor, retrieved a cotton rope from boiling water. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand into the cow's womb and deftly looped the rope around the calf's hoof. After extracting the calf's hoof, a farmer woman arrived, and together they worked in unison to assist in delivering the calf from its mother's belly. This entire process took no more than the time it takes to brew a pot of tea. However, once the calf was born, it appeared to be in distress. The man inserted his hand into the calf's mouth, attempting to clear its airways, while explaining to Li Zhao, this cow is a first-time mother, and the calf has lingered too long inside, inhaling amniotic fluid into its lungs. After several attempts with little improvement, he called out urgently, Old Liu, come help. Another sturdy man rushed over in haste. The calf has ingested amniotic fluid and is struggling to breathe, the attending man exclaimed. Hearing this, Li Zhao's heart raced with concern. Old Liu seemed to grasp the urgency immediately. Both men seized the calf by its hind legs, suspending it upside down. The calf coughed up a significant amount of fluid, about 2 to 3 bowls worth. Once they deemed it sufficient, they gently set the calf down, and it finally began to breathe and let out a few weak moos. The 2 men then fetched a basin of water to cleanse the calf of the mucus and straw, placing it beside its mother, who promptly bent down to lick her newborn affectionately. Li Zhao finally set his heart at ease, expressing to Song Qingyue his surprise at how the birth of a calf could evoke such tension. Song Qingyue acknowledged with a hum. Engaging in the conversation, cows are relatively manageable. From the breaking of the amniotic sac to the delivery of the calf, it takes but a brief moment, while bringing a child into the world requires several hours. She reminisced about a time in Guangzhou when an aunt of hers labored all night, her voice nearly ruined from the exertion. With a sigh, she reflected on the experience, her expression tinged with nostalgia. Chapter 53. Heartfelt delight. Li Zhao turned his gaze towards her, unable to look away. It must be said that Song Qingyue possessed an extraordinary beauty. To call her a stunning enchantress would not be an exaggeration. He felt a sense of relief that she had settled in this secluded village upon arriving in the capital. Otherwise, given her esteemed position and captivating visage, countless suitors would surely vie for her affection. Suddenly, he recalled the second volume of her work, Lanin Su Gua, wherein she had written of 7 handsome suitors, each of whom she entertained nightly in turn. The mere thought of it filled him with indignation. Would she, in the event of his displeasing her, cast him aside and retreat to a place where no one knew her, surrounded by handsome companions, indulging in merriment? Song Qingyue was affluent, and he had no doubt that even if she were penniless, she would find a way to amass considerable wealth. Looking around at the village, It bore a striking resemblance to the one she had described in her tales. There were cows, sheep, and chickens. Peach trees blossomed in the courtyard. Wisteria adorned the trellis. And a gentle stream flowed before the gate, accompanied by a pair of playful calico cats and a small yellow dog frolicking around a floral arch. In a moment of contemplation, Li Zhao's mind was consumed by the words of Lung Qingxiu regarding the estrangement from young Master Shimen. I once believed you to be exceptionally talented, loyal, and righteous, only to discover that you are, in fact, indifferent, shallow, selfish, indecisive, and utterly devoid of responsibility, a hypocrite. I misjudged you. What I thought was love at first sight was merely lust. Now, I have come to know the true you, and from this day forth, our paths shall diverge, severing all ties. Noticing his troubled expression, Song Qingwei assumed he was preoccupied with the assassination attempt and intended to offer words of comfort. However, she felt it inappropriate to intrude, thus quietly trailed half a step behind him. Suddenly, Li Zhao halted, turned to face her, opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it again, embodying a hesitance that suggested he was grappling with unspoken thoughts. Song Qingwei offered a gentle smile, softening her voice as she stopped in her tracks, gazing earnestly into his eyes, and said, "If you have something to express, do not hesitate to share it." To her surprise, the handsome young man inquired, "Miss Song, do you happen to have someone you admire?" Song Qingwei looked at him, her delicate brows furrowing in concern, while an inexplicable pang twisted within Li Zhao's heart, causing his hands, clasped behind his back, to clench into fists. Lowering her gaze, she replied with slight irritation, "You are being rather presumptuous, young master." Li Zhao always believed that a woman of her lineage and beauty ought to be pursued with fervor. After a decade of reckless abandon, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately summoned his courage and spoke, "If I were to harbor feelings for you, would you grant me the opportunity to care for you?" In that instant, Song Qingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Those were the very words spoken by Li Yin to the heroine, Meng Wanfeng, in the pages of a book. She shook her head and replied, "I have no intention of marrying into royalty." Li Zhao raised an eyebrow, realizing she had discerned a hint of their identities. He tightened his right hand behind his back, suppressing a surge of impatience, and inquired, "Why is that?" Song Qingwei answered candidly, "I am a concubine's daughter." Li Zhao pressed further, "So it is not because of my inadequacies?" Song Qingwei chuckled softly. "How could I possibly know your merits or faults when we have only just met? Besides, you appear to be of a suitable age. I have heard that royal descendants are often granted concubines by the age of 13 or 14. I am a woman of strong jealousy and cannot endure such exalted status." Having said this, she lowered her gaze, focusing on the tips of her boots as she walked ahead. Li Zhao followed closely behind, appearing somewhat anxious as he attempted to clarify, "I am not like those frivolous aristocrats. I have trained in martial arts since childhood, having been taken to the military camp by my father at the age of 8. You must understand. Those of us who practice martial arts are particularly wary of such matters at an early age. My father has been quite strict with me." As he spoke, he noticed that the delicate ears of Song Qingwei had turned a bright shade of red. Realizing that such sentiments were inappropriate to share with an unmarried young lady, he clicked his tongue in slight frustration and pressed his lips together. Song Qingwei cast him an exasperated glance, sighed, and shook her head. "What does your shaking of the head signify? Do you doubt my ability to care for you?" "Caring?" he replied, "Indeed, I wish to care for you, to ensure you live a life filled with honor and happiness." Song Qingwei burst into laughter, "But I do not require anyone's care. I am perfectly content and happy on my own. As for honor, one does not necessarily require it to find happiness. It is rarely observed that the ladies within the palace are genuinely joyful. Does that maiden intend to traverse her life in solitude? A woman who remains unmarried often finds it challenging to live freely, subjected to mockery and judgment from others." Li Zhao remarked, "I did not suggest remaining unmarried." Song Qingwei felt a twinge of apprehension regarding this handsome young man, whose straightforwardness struck her as somewhat alarming. It seemed as if, should he take a liking to her, she would be compelled to marry him. Is the male protagonist truly characterized this way? Why does it feel so peculiar? She pondered with a slight tilt of her head, unconsciously quickening her pace. Li Zhao was reluctant to let himself be so easily dismissed by her brief words. He hastened to catch up, continuing to inquire, "What manner of man do you believe is worthy of someone like you?" "What does it matter who is worthy? Even a beggar by the roadside would suffice, as long as he could bring me joy and happiness." "How do you know I cannot bring you happiness? Make you feel joy? If you would cease pursuing me, I would already feel happy." Song Qingwei stuck her tongue out at Li Zhao, hastening to her sleek black steed. With practiced ease, she mounted, giving her horse a firm nudge, galloping away with remarkable speed. Li Xiao found himself flustered by her playful demeanor, and for several nights thereafter, he dreamt of her. In his dreams, she would run ahead, and he would chase after her, yet he could never catch up, helplessly watching as she vanished into the mountains. She was, after all, the chosen consort for his future. Chapter 54. The person of Li Yi. The horse trotted forward joyfully, and Song Qingyue had now almost confirmed that the charming young man was indeed Li Yi. The mother of the fourth prince, King Jing, hailed from humble origins. She was originally a maidservant accompanying Empress Su. At times, when the empress found herself in an inconvenient situation, Cui would attend to the emperor in her stead. Had it not been for Cui's subsequent pregnancy, the emperor might have had little inclination to bestow her with a title. King Jing possessed a straightforward disposition, lacking the artfulness to curry favor, and often clashed with the emperor during his childhood, leading to a mutual lack of favor for both mother and son. Due to the infrequent interactions with the princess consort, after 3 years of marriage without any offspring, King Jing took a fancy to a gifted beauty who accompanied the military. After the beauty conceived and gave birth to a son, named Li Yi, tragedy struck. The harsh conditions of the military camp took their toll, and the lovely maiden passed away shortly after childbirth. Coincidentally, as the princess consort had remained childless for many years, she claimed the child as her own. Thus Li Yi became the legitimate heir of the Jing Wangfu. However, misfortune befell them, merely 2 months after Li Yi was recorded under the princess consort's name. She discovered her own pregnancy. This scenario epitomizes the archetype of the beautiful, strong, yet tragic character, a layered narrative featuring a formidable father and a resilient son, Li Yi himself. The young gentleman had just claimed that he began his military training at the tender age of 8. It all aligns perfectly. If he is indeed Li Yi, then there are no concerns. He stands out among the numerous imperial grandchildren, possessing a temperament akin to his father, stubborn and forthright. Despite the pressure from many to take multiple wives, he resolutely remained devoted to the female lead, refusing to take a concubine, even unto death. Though somewhat unrealistic, the concept of dual purity serves as a fundamental premise for a rebirth novel. To deviate from this would undoubtedly invite reproach from readers, and the editor would be disinclined to approve. In any case, regardless of the pressures faced by the male protagonist, Li Yin, he refrains from expanding his harem or taking additional concubines until he ascends the throne. It is intriguing to consider that, within this realm, Li Yin appears to be the sole eligible bachelor, while all others are invariably surrounded by numerous wives and concubines. Song Qingyue reminisced about Li Yan's strikingly handsome visage, which seemed almost otherworldly, igniting a flicker of joy within her. After all, Meng Wanfeng had initially been genuinely reluctant to enter the royal family. Therefore, her usurpation of the nest should not be a matter of concern. The allure of power brings with it tremendous benefits, and many endeavors currently beyond her reach could be pursued once she ascends to a higher position. Initiatives such as robust maritime development, the establishment of a technological academy, and the elevation of women's status, perhaps even instituting a female imperial examination, are not entirely out of the question. Yet, a wave of anxiety washed over her. After all, she was not the female lead, and she could not ascertain whether Li Yin would remain enchanted upon encountering the true heroine. The prospect of confronting the female lead in the future filled Song Qingyue with trepidation. She regarded herself merely as a lackluster presence in the laboratory, lacking the wisdom and courage to engage in conflict. Sister Fengqi, Song Qingyue suddenly spoke. Today, that gentleman expressed his admiration for me, appearing somewhat troubled. She shifted her posture and languidly reclined on her specially designed sofa, earnestly seeking counsel from Fengqi. These are merely young girls of tender age, and I can only confide in you about this matter. Please do not share it with others. Fengqi earnestly stated, I assure you, I shall not speak of this to anyone else. Song Qingyue, with an air of mystery, inquired, Do you know who those 2 young gentlemen are? Fengqi shook her head. Though I cannot discern their identities, they certainly exude the aura of distinguished nobility. Song Qingyue responded with a soft affirmation, lowering her voice. Do not be alarmed when I reveal this to you. They are 2 imperial grandsons. Heavens! Fengqi feigned astonishment, pondering what calamity could have led to such a perilous chase. Indeed, the lives of princes are fraught with danger. A mere misstep could result in dire consequences. Leaning on her chin, she appeared deeply troubled and after a moment's pause, continued, Have you heard of the heir to the Duke of Su, Li Xiao? No, Fengqi replied, feeling a cold sweat break out at Song Qingyue's words. Contemplating whether their master had publicly unveiled his identity or if the young lady had merely deduced it. Yet, Song Qingyue pressed on. What about the eldest son of the Jingwang family? Feng Qi shook her head once more, her heart a tempest of curiosity. Was the young lady informed or merely speculating? Subsequently, Song Qingyue furrowed her brow, pursing her lips in silence. In the annals of the novel, Jingwang's triumph in the struggle for the throne was undeniably attributed to Meng Wanfeng's astute strategies. However, if Li Yan's wife were to be replaced by herself, could she possibly contend with the formidable duo of Duke Su and his heir, Li Zhao? If she were to falter, would she not be obliterated? After all, neither the Duke nor his son were known for their benevolence. The headache. Song Qingyue held her head and stood up, collapsing onto the spring bed, burying her face in the pillow, and murmured, I wish to rest for a while, Sister Feng Qi. You may retire. Very well. Feng Qi rose and stepped out. Please rest well, Mississippi. I shall return in an hour to awaken you. Song Qingyue rolled into the thin quilt, relishing the comfort of the northern autumn. In this refreshing and pleasant weather, retreating under the covers for a midday nap was simply delightful. The matter of marriage could be discussed later, as a concubine. Whether she could become a legitimate wife remained uncertain. If she truly could not find a devoted and worthy man, then perhaps she would choose not to marry at all. Instead, she could remain here in this estate, adopt a few children, and live freely and gracefully on her own. What a wonderful prospect. Chapter 55. The third young lady of the Song family. Later that day, members of the Imperial Guard arrived to inquire about the whereabouts of the two imperial grandchildren. Before the sickbed in the Baoding Palace, the elderly Empress Su grasped the emperor's hand, tears streaming down her face as she implored. Your Majesty knows well that the deposed crown prince cannot have a favorable outcome. Throughout my life, I have never asked for anything from you, but now, as I stand on the brink of death, I beseech you, in light of our decades-long bond, to grant Cheer a chance at life, regardless of his past faults. He must have realized his mistakes by now. Your Majesty, Cheer is our only child. Will you truly stand by and watch him suffer a wretched fate? If you refuse my plea, I shall depart this world with an unquiet spirit. Having reached such a poignant plea, it seemed the emperor could not refuse her. He was even prepared to acquiesce, but at that moment, a eunuch entered to announce, Your Majesty, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Feng Kuan, requests an audience. Do you know what has happened? Eunuchine said with a joyful expression, It is said that His Highness, the Long Sun, and His Highness, the Crown Prince of Su, have both been found. Found? Excellent. Splendid. The emperor exclaimed. Summon Feng Kuan to the study. He comfortingly patted Empress Su's arm, and under her reluctant and pleading gaze, followed eunuchine out of the palace chambers. There is no need for excessive formalities. Are the two gentlemen well? The emperor inquired with a hint of urgency. Both princes are safe and sound. Feng Kuan replied as he knelt. After respectfully expressing his gratitude, he rose, barely sitting on the edge of his chair, and continued. On the day of the hunt, for some unknown reason, His Highness the Long Sun's horse became frantic, darting wildly through the woods. Fortunately, he encountered the Crown Prince of Su, whose men helped to stabilize the horse. However, at that moment, a group of black-clad assassins suddenly emerged from the forest, seemingly targeting His Highness the Long Sun. But in truth, the Crown Prince of Su was also struck by an arrow. Subsequently, the Crown Prince shielded His Highness the Long Sun as they attempted to escape, only to confront a second wave of assassins along the way. 2 waves of assassins? The Emperor asked. Indeed, by the time His Highness the Long Sun encountered the second group of assassins, he had already suffered several wounds. Were it not for the Crown Princess' valiant protection, he likely would not have survived. And where are they now? They are recuperating at the estate of Lord Song. The minister, Lord Song? The Emperor's brow furrowed, and his gaze deepened with contemplation. Feng Kuan, observing the Emperor's expression, realized that the Emperor might be misunderstanding the situation. He hesitated before adding, To be fair, it cannot be entirely attributed to Lord Song's estate. What do you mean by that? Your Majesty is aware that the vicinity of the Baoding hunting grounds is rife with unclaimed wasteland. For reasons unknown, the third young lady of Lord Song's household has taken a fancy to it, purchasing 300 acres of barren land to establish a villa. Unbeknownst to Lord Song himself prior to this acquisition, the name of Song Jianming's third daughter rings a bell with the Emperor. Feng Kuan chuckles, recalling that it was this very young lady, at the tender age of 6, who concocted the idea of concrete while playing with mud in the backyard. The Emperor, enlightened, murmurs in agreement. That girl is indeed a harbinger of good fortune. Indeed. Feng Kuan nods vigorously. recounting how Prince Chong's son and the heir of the Su family were pursued by assassins to the villa of the third young lady, who fortuitously found herself trapped in a cave due to a torrential downpour that day. It was there that she encountered the fleeing prince and heir, and her female bodyguard even assisted in dispatching several of the assailants. How are Shenger and Zhao faring now? It appears to be an even greater coincidence. As he speaks of this, Feng Kuan's eyes sparkle with excitement. Does your majesty recall that Lord Song hails from a collateral branch of the Song family? Yes. And what of it? It seems prudent to have the imperial physician take another look. The emperor glances at Eunuchine. Someone has already been dispatched. Eunuchine replies promptly. The emperor nods in satisfaction and instructs Eunuchine further. Have Director Su make a personal visit. The old servant complies. The following day, Lord Song learns of an incident involving his third daughter at the villa in Baoding, where not only was the estate encircled by a multitude of imperial guards, but she and her bodyguard, known as Feng Qi, were also personally summoned by Lord Feng, the commander of the guards. Lord Song was in a state of restless agitation, pacing anxiously within the confines of his abode. Observing him traverse the room for the 10th time, Lady Liang grasped his sleeve and gently urged, "My husband, if your heart is truly troubled, why not seek out young Master Feng at the Feng residence to inquire directly? Did not Lord Feng express a desire to ally with our family previously? Surely, he will extend you some courtesy. Indeed, my dear wife speaks wisely. I shall go and consult with Vice Minister Feng," he replied, hastily making his way toward the door, nearly tripping over the threshold in his haste. Lady Liang, feeling a twinge of jealousy, reflected on Lord Song's unique fondness and regard for their third daughter, who had now reached the age of 16 without an engagement in sight. While Lord Song remained composed and unhurried, with a soft sigh, she lifted her teacup to moisten her lips and murmured to Mama Su, "Mama Su, do you not find it curious? My heart feels inexplicably at ease, devoid of any anxiety. I wonder if this situation is ultimately a blessing or a curse." Mama Su responded, "This third girl is quite extraordinary. Perhaps it truly is a fortuitous event." "Indeed, let us hope so." Lady Liang's intuition proved prescient. For even Lord Song himself was taken aback to learn that his daughter, Song Qingyue, had bravely rescued the gravely injured Prince Chong's son and the heir to the Duke of Su from a perilous situation in Baoding. Presently, Song Qingyue and her protector, Feng Qi, were personally escorted to the palace by the young eunuch, and astonishingly, even her maternal grandfather had been honored by the emperor for his role in saving the two princes. Seeing Master Song still wearing a dazed expression, Nyang teased him while covering her mouth with a handkerchief, saying, "When your husband stirred up such a commotion in the Ministry of Revenue, you were not afraid at all. Why are you so frightened now?" Master Song recalled Li Zhao, feeling a deep sorrow that was difficult to articulate. Indeed, it had been a considerable time since Song Qingyue had been allowed to reside comfortably on her estate, a result of Master Song's deliberate indulgence. Although he had been forced into the treacherous alliance with the Prince of Su, Master Song still wished to remain uninvolved in the overt struggles for succession. Li Zhao had once declared his intention to marry the third girl. But could he truly allow that to happen? If Li Zhao were to wed his own daughter, would that not effectively cast Song Jianming into the faction of the Prince of Su? To prevent such a fate, he had even hidden his daughter away in a remote wilderness. How could they possibly cross paths? Chapter 56. The Wrong Person Saved. Supported by Feng Qi, Song Qingyue walked through the long corridor of the palace, her face ashen. She stumbled with every step, utterly disoriented, questioning whether her very soul had departed her body. How could this be? The person she had identified as the male lead, Li Yan, was actually Li Zhao, and the other individual she had saved was merely a pawn. The Crown Prince Li Sheng. After painstakingly plotting for half a year, she had arrived at such a disheartening outcome that tears of despair eluded her. Oh, heavens! Is existence without the protagonist's halo truly this wretched? Woe is me. Feng Qi, standing nearby, wore a similarly anxious expression. She fervently recounted to the emperor the valiant deeds of the young master, who had bravely fought against enemies even with an arrow lodged in his shoulder, desperately protecting Prince Chong's son. She exaggerated the severity of the wound Li Zhao had sustained in his abdomen, unaware if the young lady had discerned any hints of the truth. Little did Feng Qi know that her mistress had heard nothing at all. Upon discovering the identity of the person she had saved, Song Qingyue's mind went blank. Li Zhao, how could it possibly be Li Zhao? What had happened to Li Ban? Reflecting on her past, Song Qingyue had quite a colorful romantic history in her previous life. With her decent looks, amiable personality, and excellent academic performance, coupled with her studies in the sciences, she often found herself in environments where males outnumbered females. Throughout her life, she was never short of admirers. Her first love had blossomed in the second year of middle school, and another romance had sparked upon entering high school. Later, during her undergraduate years, she had a boyfriend, and throughout her doctoral studies, she entered into yet another relationship. Each time, it was only after a breakup that she learned from others about her boyfriend's clandestine affairs, discovering how they had been seduced by someone else. The boyfriend she had during her doctoral studies lasted a full 4 years, and they had even begun planning for marriage. However, during the preparations for their wedding, he initially resorted to emotional neglect. Eventually, he could no longer conceal his true feelings, and, on the very morning of their scheduled bridal photo shoot, he proposed a breakup. Song Qingyue was heartbroken for over 6 months. Later, a mutual friend inadvertently let slip that her fiancé had been unfaithful with a junior for over a year. Song Qingyue, in a moment of deep reflection, began to scrutinize her own shortcomings. She acknowledged her laziness, not only in avoiding outings for dates but also in neglecting her own appearance and failing to invest effort in pleasing her partner. However, she believed her most significant flaw lay in her tendency to prioritize looks above all else, consistently choosing only handsome men. The abundance of choices available to such men often led to their indiscretions. Was infidelity perhaps an inherent trait in male DNA? She harbored no desire to harbor resentment towards anyone, nor to place blame on herself. It was simply that this time, Li Zhao was also an exceptionally attractive man. Her fixation on appearances was proving to be her downfall. In the study, the emperor reclined on a soft couch by the window, a rare smile gracing his features. Sipping his tea, he expressed his discontent to Feng Kuan, saying, "Why is that young girl so timid? Do you think I would devour her?" He recalled Song Qingyue's pale visage during their meeting, speechless and on the verge of fainting, and found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Feng Kuan respectfully replied, "She is still quite young, merely 14. It is only now that she has learned of the identities of your highnesses, and it is only natural for her to be startled." The emperor chuckled lightly. "She is far less courageous than that martial maid by her side." Then, his expression grew serious as he inquired, "What transgression has this young girl committed to warrant her residence in such a remote village? Given her timid demeanor, what sort of trouble could she possibly stir up to deserve confinement there?" This brings us to inquire about the matters concerning the esteemed Lord Song's household. As a high-ranking official of the second rank in the court, it is imperative that the Qingyue is well informed about the affairs of Lord Song's residence. Feng Kuan, a trusted confidant of the emperor for over 30 years in his capacity as the chief commander, immediately responded with utmost respect regarding this matter. "My son has indeed conducted an investigation. All 4 of Feng Kuan's sons are quite capable. His eldest currently serves as the commander of the Qingyue in the southern Zhili region, stationed in Nanjing, while the second, third, and fourth sons are all in the capital, serving in the Qingyue as well." The emperor cannot justly blame Lord Song in this situation. Although Miss Song is of illegitimate birth, Lord Song has always shown her great affection. The estate was selected by Miss Song herself, funded by her own resources, and constructed by her own arrangements. Lord Song had no involvement in these matters. After the estate was completed, Miss Song expressed her desire to reside there, claiming it was to fulfill her filial duties towards her maternal grandparents, rather than being a form of punishment. The emperor then recalled the various troubles surrounding the Song family, particularly how Song Jianming had nearly faced dire consequences at the hands of his biological mother. Thus, the emperor had extended a favor to Song Jianming by neglecting to address the issue of his mother's official title, despite the potential for censure from the censors. He chose to overlook any accusations against Song Jianming regarding this matter. Upon reflecting on the frustrations of the elder Song, the emperor couldn't help but scoff. Consider that old Song, shrewd all his life, now ensnared by a side branch of his own lineage. This remark was not something Feng Kuan could respond to easily. He was an old acquaintance of the elder Song, who was actually his senior in age. Feng Kuan, being exceedingly cautious, never spoke ill of others behind their backs, and besides, was it not the emperor himself who had promoted Song Si? Feng Kuan internally lamented. "When it comes to slapping faces, it is indeed your majesty who personally delivers the blow to Chancellor Song. It is no wonder that the Song family boasts an abundance of talented individuals. Nearly every imperial examination yields several candidates bearing the surname Song. From the founding of the nation to nearly 90 years hence, if one were to meticulously tally, officials hailing solely from this lineage number in the dozens, scattered throughout the realm. To claim such a family is not formidable would be a blatant falsehood. Any emperor would likely desire to suppress their influence. Yet, in truth, the Song family has committed no egregious misdeeds. their internal competition is equally fierce. The venerable old master Song finds himself in a precarious position, caught between a rock and a hard place. Chapter 57. The turning point. Song Qingyue found herself situated in a modest courtyard within the imperial retreat at Gonghua Mountain in Baoding. After bidding farewell to the young eunuch, she collapsed onto the soft couch, too weary to attend to her grooming, and fell into a deep slumber until evening. It was then that Feng Qi suddenly discovered that Song Qingyue had developed a high fever. Hesitant to disturb the physician, she sought to contact Madame Chun and the esteemed Dr. Chun, yet she was unaware of their whereabouts. A nearby palace maid suggested, "There is a Miss Ming in the palace, renowned for her medical expertise, though she is not a court physician. Perhaps you might inquire with the Empress about her." Little did Song Qingyue anticipate that the reason for her encounter with the heroine was to seek her healing touch. She recalled the tropes from the novels she had read, where those treated by the heroine invariably expressed profound gratitude, eager to assist her in any endeavor. In a matter of moments, Ming Wanfeng was summoned. Song Qingyue's head lay wearily against the pillow, her eyes half open as she scrutinized Ming Wanfeng carefully. Truly exquisite. It possesses a beauty that is both ethereal and imbued with a sense of vigor, growing more enchanting with each glance. Ming Wanfeng seemed to finally sense Song Qingyue's gaze. She lifted her eyelids and inquired, "Is there something on my face?" Song, captivated, shook her head and replied, "I have long heard of Miss Ming's esteemed reputation, and today I am fortunate to witness it for myself. It is merely curiosity." Ming Wanfeng responded, "What significance is there in that? There are countless extraordinary individuals in this world. I merely possess some medical skills, which is nothing remarkable." Song Qingyue let out a weak, awkward laugh. "Miss Ming is unaware, but my great-grandfather was a wandering physician, although he may not be widely known. His medical prowess is indeed exceptional. He often said that every skilled doctor is forged from countless cases." She paused, then added, "Yet, at merely 14, where could Miss Ming have treated so many patients?" It seemed that Song Qingyue did not believe her. Unfazed by the doubt, Ming Wanfeng maintained her composure, exuding an air of tranquility that left no room for error. She softened her tone and replied, "I am not questioning Miss Ming." As Ming Wanfeng met Song Qingyue's gaze, an inexplicable tension gripped her back muscles, and she straightened her posture, stating coolly, "I have never cared about how others perceive me." With that, she handed the prescription she had written to Feng Qi, instructing her on how to decoct the medicine and how to take it. Finally, she advised Song Qingyue, "Please rest well, drink plenty of water, keep the windows open for fresh air, and worry less. In due time, your ailment will surely improve." The differences between this life and the previous one are indeed numerous. The most significant variable is none other than Song Jianming, the astute advisor who, in the last life, languished in obscurity under the service of the Duke of Su. In this life, however, he has unexpectedly gained the emperor's favor. For years ago, the expected arrival in the capital was the eldest son of the Prince of Jing, Li Yan, but this time it is Li Zhao who takes his place. During the hunting expedition, it was originally Li Yan who was supposed to go missing and suffer injuries. She had intended to save Li Yan's life, but unexpectedly, both the Empress and Consort Changsun fell victim to poison, rendering her unable to depart. In this life, those who encountered assassination and disappearance have transformed into the Crown Prince and Li Zhao, and ironically, it is the unexpected appearance of Miss Song who comes to their rescue. Even more infuriating is that this Miss Song has provided evidence that Li Zhao fought valiantly to protect the Crown Prince. All of this seems too coincidental. It is as if a hidden thread binds everything together, altering the course of events. With a deep sigh, she gazes at the moonlight, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Ming Wanfeng finds herself in a state of profound conflict. She yearns to exact revenge on Li Zhao for his previous exploitation of her, to retaliate against his selfishness and coldness. Yet, in this life, Li Zhao has not yet committed any transgressions against her. Should she strike preemptively? With the Empress in critical condition, her support is on the verge of collapse. What grounds does she have to confront Li Zhao? This adversary is formidable. And in this life, he appears even more powerful than before. Upon returning to her residence, she pondered for a considerable time before addressing Bihua. "Sing, Bihua, please find a way to contact Lord Shou and have him deliver a message to Mr. Yang outside the palace. I need him to investigate whether Lord Song has been maintaining a concubine by the surname of Qin. If he discovers anything, he should provide me with the address. I will disclose my intentions to him later." Mr. Yang, the esteemed leader of the Night Fragrance Society in the capital, was well versed in the intricacies of the underworld. And owing to the life he owed to Ming Wanfeng, he was now entirely at her service. Meng Wanfeng had resolved to first expose the connection between Song Jianming and the Prince of Su, ensuring that the emperor understood that Lord Song was not entirely trustworthy. Even if she did not confront Li Zhao directly, she did not wish to let the matter slip away lightly. Chapter 58. Sisters Li Zhao and Li Sheng were both gravely injured and could not be moved carelessly. Thus they remained at the idle moon cottage to recuperate. A multitude of imperial physicians and attendants arrived at the cottage, accompanied by several carriages laden with provisions befitting princes and nobles, cluttering the modest abode to the brim. Had it not been for Li Zhao's intervention, the Ministry of Internal Affairs might have undertaken extensive renovations on Song Qingyue's idle moon cottage. Li Zhao discerned that although the cottage appeared simple, considerable wealth had been invested in its construction, deliberately designed to exude an air of modesty. She feared that if their injuries resulted in the cottage being irrevocably altered, Song Qingyue would undoubtedly be furious with her. If such ire were to be directed at her, would she still have a chance at marriage? After nearly a decade of waiting, she could not afford to see her efforts go to waste. In the Song residence, the emperor's generous rewards had accumulated in the courtyard. Liang and concubine Chao carefully organized the gifts with the servants before storing them in the treasury. Meanwhile, Lord Song, filled with trepidation, hurried to the Baoding Palace to pay his respects to the emperor. This year, NT's pair of dragon and phoenix twins had turned 11. And the younger sister, Song Chanqian, cast an envious glance at the exquisite gemstone bestowed upon Song Qingyue by the emperor, bubbling with bitterness. She remarked sarcastically, "I wonder why third sister chose to invest in that unprofitable business. It seems it was all for the sake of climbing the social ladder." Eldest sister Song Yashin immediately admonished, "Be quiet. Is this the sort of thing you should be discussing?" Defiantly, Song Chanqian retorted, "What have I said that is incorrect? Third sister is the most astute. She quietly accumulates wealth without considering her sisters in the estate." Song Yashin, exasperated, pondered how Auntie had influenced Song Chanqian so negatively, instilling in her a petty temperament. Given the current sensitive climate, with the autumn hunt causing such turmoil, 2 prominent royal houses besieged, a prince deposed, the empress and the eldest princess poisoned and clinging to life, and 2 imperial grandsons assassinated, there was no telling whether third sister's entanglement in these matters would bring fortune or misfortune. It was infuriating to hear this foolish girl babble on at such a precarious time. Second sister Song Yushi, observing Song Chanqian with a disapproving gaze, found herself at a loss for words. Yet, she steadfastly supported third sister and joined eldest sister in reprimanding Song Chanqian. Fourth sister, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. After all these years, you remain unable to shed your petty nature. Have you ever considered how much money your aunt and maternal family have gained alongside third sister? Song Chanqian immediately felt indignant. Ha! My aunt profits alongside her. It is evidently she who seeks to borrow from the He family. Without our accounts, the steward, or the shopkeeper, how could she possibly earn any silver on her own? Upon hearing this, Song Chanqian quickly deflated, for it was well known that in this household, their father favored the third sister above all, even surpassing the eldest sister and brother. She pouted and pleaded, "Mother, please don't be angry. I promise I won't speak of it again. Just don't tell father." Reluctantly, Song Chanqian departed. Song Yashin remarked, "Mother, you always take it so lightly. She never learns her lesson. I genuinely fear she will eventually create a mess too troublesome to handle." Liang, their mother, could only sigh. As a legitimate mother, she too faced her own difficulties. However, the eldest daughter spoke wisely. Song Chanqian ought to face some consequences. Words like those spoken today could indeed invite misfortune. Song Yushi, standing nearby, suggested, "Mother, I have heard that the young ladies of the Song family have governesses from the palace to teach them etiquette. Given the great merit our third sister has accomplished this time, why not seize the opportunity for her to mention it to father, and see if we might also invite a couple of palace governesses to instruct us?" Liang understood the subtle intentions of her second daughter, Song Yushi, who desired the palace governesses to come to their residence for lessons in decorum. She reached out and gently tapped Song Yushi's forehead, saying, "Among our daughters, Exiled is the most worry-free, Heir is truly fortunate, and you, my dear, are the most ambitious." Song Yushi, feeling a bit shy, lowered her head. She was aware that Liang Shi had noticed her desire to learn the proper etiquette from the palace matrons, and had seized the opportunity to bring it up. Song Yashin grasped Yushi's hand and said, "Little sister, you mustn't feel embarrassed. Our brothers in the household are striving for progress, as young ladies. We should also seek to improve ourselves. There is no shame in that, and I believe your suggestion is indeed commendable." The two sisters, hand in hand, retreated to a pavilion to share whispers. With her head bowed, Song Yushi confessed, "Sister, to be honest, I feel a twinge of jealousy when I see our third sister. She always seems to have such good fortune. I know this feeling is inappropriate, yet I cannot help it. Ever since we were young, she has been kind to everyone in the household, and I have benefited from her light. I know that. Still, at times, I find myself unable to resist feeling both envious and jealous." Song Yashin gently patted her head, smiling tenderly. "You are not alone. I, too, sometimes cannot help but feel envy towards her." "Even you, sister?" Song Yushi exclaimed in surprise. "This is a natural human emotion. However, as long as we recognize that such feelings are misguided, we shall be fine." She took Song Yushi's hand, her expression turning serious. "We are currently in a tumultuous season. As a family, we rise or fall together. We must not allow ourselves to devolve into infighting like others, providing outsiders with amusement at our expense. Do you remember the incident with the Baoding Marquis' family?" At the mention of this, Song Yushi felt a pang of concern. Recently, the sisters had attended a banquet at the home of the Baoding Marquis Ming, where several young ladies had quarreled, resulting in one falling into the water and others pointing fingers at each other. The situation escalated, leading to a dispute between the wife of the heir and the second branchess lady. Song Yushi pressed her hand against her heart and nodded vigorously. Seeing her speak with an air of maturity, Song Yashin chuckled softly and playfully tapped her forehead, saying, "With our parents around, you should keep your eyes wide open and choose wisely for yourself. By the way, have you heard of the second son of Princess Rui, Lord Jiang, the junior official of the Dali Temple? They say he is merely 25, and the young ladies in the capital vie for his attention in droves, forming queues that stretch beyond the city limits." Song Yushi, taken aback, asked, "Does sister fancy him?" Song Yashin sighed, "Even if I do, mother would never permit me to become a concubine." With a touch of regret, Song Yushi responded, "But he was previously married. What happened to his first wife?" "Complications during childbirth," came the reply. Chapter 59. He has set his eyes on someone in the courtyard. Madame Liang and concubine Chao finally finished organizing all the imperial gifts. Turning around, they spotted the sisters, Song Yashin and Song Yushi, nestled in the pavilion, whispering to each other. Concubine Chao remarked, "The bond between the sisters is truly delightful." Madame Liang scoffed, "I fear they are secretly plotting the type of husband they wish to marry." Concubine Chao replied, "With our master in the picture, there is no need to worry about time." Recalling this matter, Madame Liang could not help but feel a sense of pride. Our master is handsome, and none of the young ladies or gentlemen in the family lack in appearance. As a mother, I find myself overwhelmed, having to select both daughters-in-law and sons-in-law. It has left me quite dazzled. Concubine Chao giggled in agreement. Other ladies would envy such good fortune to be so overwhelmed in choice. Liang casually flicked her handkerchief and furrowed her brow, lamenting, "Alas, my mother has journeyed to Lingnan. Otherwise, I could inquire of her." Chao, with a flattering tone, responded, "Madam, there is no need to seek others' counsel. Your discernment surpasses that of anyone in the capital. Indeed, to have recognized our family's master at a glance surely indicates exceptional insight." Liang said, her heart blooming with delight. She grasped Chao's hand and exclaimed, "Sister, your words are as sweet as honey. I shall ensure that our little Qi's future wife is a lady of fortune." Chao laughed, covering her mouth. "But, madam, Qingyue is only 6 years old. Please do not jest with me." "Is that so? Pray tell, which young lady has caught your fancy?" The emperor regarded Li Zhao with an amused expression, flushing with embarrassment. Li Zhao scratched his head. "It is indeed Miss Song-san." The emperor's demeanor shifted, displaying discontent. "What? She saved your life, and now you, the esteemed heir to a princely title, wish to pledge yourself to her?" "Grandfather, please do not say that," Li Zhao replied. "There is a certain destiny between me and Miss Song." He playfully patted the emperor's leg. "What sort of destiny?" the emperor inquired. Li Zhao chuckled sheepishly. "Do you recall when I was mischievous as a child and once kidnapped the daughter of Lord Song?" The emperor raised an eyebrow. "Was that Miss Song-san?" Li Zhao nodded eagerly. "Indeed. It is said that Miss Song-san did not cry upon her birth, and I simply wanted to see if I could frighten her into tears." The emperor was left utterly speechless. "And so you resorted to abducting a young girl? Greetings. It seems I was in quite a ridiculous predicament. Grandfather, you are aware that my stepmother possesses a rather tender heart." Upon hearing this, a flicker of compassion stirred within the emperor's heart. His favored grandson was indeed the crown prince Li Qing, yet Li Zhao was also a child deserving of sympathy. This boy had suffered greatly. He lost his mother at merely 3 years of age, his father was absent, and his stepmother, lacking in virtue, indulged him excessively, nearly leading him to ruin. It was only at the age of 8 that he was taken under the care of Prince Su, who began to educate him properly. The emperor gently patted Li Zhao's head, revealing a rare semblance of paternal affection that seemed uncharacteristic of a sovereign. Li Zhao continued, "Grandfather, have you not seen Miss Song-san? She is exceedingly beautiful, akin to a little fairy. I have developed a fondness for her. And considering I have never asked you for anything throughout my upbringing, is it too much to wish for your approval regarding this matter?" The emperor pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. "However, she is a concubine's daughter. It would be feasible for you to take her as a minor consort." Li Zhao hastily waved his hands in protest. "Grandfather, I implore you not to. Miss Song possesses a fiery temperament. Should you insist on her becoming my minor consort, she would undoubtedly flee without a trace." Suddenly alarmed, Li Zhao exclaimed, "She is ill? Why did you not inform me sooner, grandfather? Is her condition serious? Where does she reside? I shall go to see her at once." With a click of his tongue, Li Zhao, fidgeting restlessly, proposed, "I assent. It's simple. Let Lord Song elevate her status to that of a legitimate daughter. If neither you nor I nor Lord Song disclose her origins, who would know whether she is of legitimate or illegitimate birth?" Upon witnessing Li Zhao's anxious foot-stamping, the emperor, unable to withstand his fervor, reluctantly waved his hand, granting him release. As he observed Li Zhao's fleeting figure vanish, he shook his head and muttered, "Impudent rascal." Turning to eunuch Yin, he instructed, "Summon Feng Kuan. I must inquire about the Song family's matters." In the queen's chamber, Empress Su was incensed to learn that Li Zhao had broached the subject of marrying Miss Song-san to the emperor, to the extent that she spat blood in fury. The servants were thrown into disarray, while the crown prince sat despondently beside his mother's bed, watching the physician scramble, his heart engulfed in confusion. The following day, Lord Song was summoned to the imperial study at the palace. The emperor regarded him with a grave expression, marking this as a rare occurrence. Lord Song felt as though his garments were drenched with sweat. "The fourth prince has taken a liking to your third daughter. Are you aware of this?" Terrified, Lord Song fell to his knees, forehead touching the ground, and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, this is unthinkable." "What? Are you unwilling? Do you perhaps look down upon my royal grandson?" With a distressed countenance, Lord Song replied, "Your Majesty, it is not that I disdain the royal grandson. It is simply, I have no intention of allowing my daughters, even if they are of lesser birth, to serve as concubines." The emperor found this response somewhat satisfactory, nodding in acknowledgement, and added, "Zhao has suggested that you elevate the status of your third daughter to that of a legitimate daughter, so he may wed her with the propriety of a principal wife." "Your Majesty, this cannot be." "Why can it not? I believe Zhao has had eyes for your third daughter since his time in Lingnan, has he not?" Lord Song found himself in a state of bemusement. "Your Majesty, 5 years ago, when the heir left Lingnan, the young lady was merely 9 years old." Though he spoke with an air of calmness, beads of perspiration had already drenched his attire. The emperor was harboring suspicions against him. Nevertheless, this reasoning was quite defensible. The emperor, merely testing Song Jianming, felt his doubts somewhat alleviated upon observing his composure. Fidgeting with a pair of imperial green jade prayer beads, he continued, "I perceive that Zhao truly harbors affection for that girl. I intend to grant him permission to wed her. What say you, my loyal minister?" This, Lord Song maintained an expression of perplexity, contemplating for a moment before adopting a tone of utmost sincerity. "Your Majesty, as the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. This matter requires inquiry with Xiaoyu herself. You are aware that she was once kidnapped by the heir in her childhood, during which he frightened her by threatening to chop her into pieces for a brace. That girl holds grudges." The emperor erupted into laughter, thoroughly entertained by Lord Song's words. Internally, Lord Song exhaled a sigh of relief, having navigated yet another hurdle. A few days later, as Song Qingyue's illness finally subsided, she was summoned once more to the imperial study. Upon her arrival, she was met with a weighty announcement that left her dizzy and nearly unsteady on her feet. "Zhao has expressed his desire to take you as his wife. What are your thoughts on this?" The emperor narrowed his eyes as he observed her, secretly marveling at her beauty. He had not truly noticed before, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that Song San was indeed a stunning young maiden. At such a tender age, she was already captivating. One could only imagine how enchanting she would become as she matured. Song Qingyue, her face pale, fell to the ground and stammered, "This humble girl is unworthy of your grace. She is but a mere concubine." The emperor, growing impatient, waved his hand to interrupt her, stating, The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring is easily resolved. My only inquiry is whether you are willing or not. I am unwilling, she declared. Astoundingly, she had refused. It appeared that this timid girl possessed a spirit of defiance. Though her words faltered in fear, she stood her ground. The emperor's interest was piqued. Yet he feigned a stern demeanor, pretending to be angry as he asked, "Why do you refuse? Do you not find my grandson appealing?" Song Qingyue shrank into a small ball before the dragon table, her stuttered words carrying weight. I fear the young master. Seeing him reminds me of that night when they discussed whether I should be steamed or braised. I truly cannot develop any romantic feelings for him. At that moment, Li Zhao was inside, listening intently to the exchange outside. The emperor, clearly amused, suppressed a smile and said, "I understand. You may leave now." In the next instant, Li Zhao emerged from within, his head drooping, calling out pitifully, "Grandfather." "Yes, I am listening." The sight of Li Zhao facing a setback brought the emperor immense delight. Yet, Li Zhao, regaining his boldness, declared, "This matter is non-negotiable. I have set my sights on her, and whether she wishes to marry or not, she shall." He added, "If no one else will take her, I shall eliminate any suitor." While his words carried an air of bravado, the emperor found great pleasure in his descendants' assertiveness. Even if their claims lacked reason, such audacity was to be expected. As the esteemed heir of the esteemed Prince Su, a legitimate descendant of the imperial lineage, how could he possibly be maneuvered by a mere young woman? Thus, the emperor felt no ire. Rather, he inquired with a hint of amusement, "Oh, my dear boy, are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of Lord Song?" Li Zhao scoffed. "Lord Song has never held me in high regard. Do you think I fear him?" He continued, "Very well, I shall ponder this matter further. In the meantime, you should take the opportunity to speak earnestly with your little wife and have a proper conversation with Miss Song-san. It is essential that one's heart is willingly given for such matters to be deemed beautiful." His words implicitly conveyed agreement, prompting Li Zhao to promptly express his gratitude with a bow. "Grandfather, I thank you for your support." Yes, be off with you." The emperor waved his hand, appearing rather impatient. With a smirk playing on his lips, Li Zhao sprang to his feet, retreating with a light-hearted step. Eunuchine, standing beside the emperor, observed Li Zhao's departing figure, narrowing his eyes. In terms of discerning his majesty's intentions, the heir of Prince Su truly stood unrivaled among the many imperial grandchildren. Others fell significantly short, even the crown princely Qing, who had been raised at the emperor's side. Chapter 61, The Lady of the Stronghold Within a Month. Upon hearing that the emperor intended to issue an edict granting her marriage, Song Qingyue fainted once more. However, both the savior and the saved had undergone significant changes. She now regretted her previous actions, lamenting that had she known better, she would not have meddled with that wretched estate or entertained thoughts of provoking the male lead. After all, she was not the heroine. What foolish notions had taken root in her mind? The male lead was merely a nameless pawn whom she could encounter at will. Upon regaining consciousness, she found Li Zhao seated at her bedside, leisurely playing with her hair. "Awake, are we?" Li Zhao reached out to touch Song Qingyue's forehead, only to have her evade his gesture. Unperturbed, he tilted his head and gazed at her with his captivating eyes, leaving Song Qingyue feeling unnerved. "Is it truly because of my past actions that you resist me? Yet, during our time at the Zhuang, your demeanor towards me was quite different." With a cheerful smile adorning his face, he inadvertently chilled her to the bone. He continued, "I heard that you fell ill after your first audience with the emperor. Was it truly fear that afflicted you, or was it merely a misjudgment of my identity? Who did you believe I was?" With each question, he leaned closer, until their foreheads nearly touched. Song Qingyue could feel the warmth of his breath against her skin, as well as the concealed menace lurking beneath his handsome facade. I did not know you were the heir. You mentioned having an elder brother. Besides, given my status, I could never be your legitimate wife. I thought. As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Li Zhao raised his eyebrows in surprise and gently patted her head. There. I have not harmed you. You didn't weep when I jokingly threatened to turn you into braised meat. Now, you mentioned sending you to a brothel for silver, and then declare you wish to be my cherished consort. Why, even before I have done anything, you were on the verge of tears." Her tears, teetering on the brink of falling, vanished with his words. She looked up at him, bewildered, scrutinizing him as if he were mad, and cautiously inquired, "Your Highness, you haven't been holding on to that remark all this time, have you?" Li Zhao responded with a nonchalant hum, tilting his chin up slightly, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Indeed, I have. It was agreed upon. You accepted the token of affection from this prince and have kept it close to you. He gestured towards the dagger adorned with an abundance of jewels that hung by the bedpost. Song Qingyue shut her eyes momentarily, pressing her hands against her head. Realizing she should have anticipated this, drawing a deep breath, she feebly attempted one last act of defiance. What if I refuse to marry you? Who else would you wish to marry? No, I mean, who would dare to become engaged to you? This prince would have him dealt with. Li Zhao laughed. His demeanor as warm as a gentle spring breeze, yet the softness in his eyes belied a menacing undertone that sent shivers down her spine. Resigned, Song Qingyue lowered her head and murmured, I understand. Nodding slightly, she noticed Li Zhao preparing to leave and suddenly recalled something, grasping his sleeve with urgency. A smile tugged at the corners of Li Zhao's lips, softening his entire presence. What is the matter? Are you reluctant to see me go? That is. How can Song Qingyue even broach such a topic? She bit her lip, ultimately deciding to voice her concern. Be cautious of Meng Wanfeng. Li Zhao appeared taken aback, surprised that Song Qingyue would bring this up so unexpectedly. It seemed she had fully aligned herself with the opposing faction now. She stared at the ceiling for an extended period, and as darkness enveloped the room, a realization dawned upon her, perhaps from the very beginning. She had no choice in the matter. There is no need for her to feel remorse for having established a stronghold prematurely, nor for her seemingly superfluous actions of attempting to save others, regardless of her efforts as the daughter of Song Jianming. She had long been abducted alongside Lord Song to the worship of the Prince of Su. She faced a stark choice, to navigate the tempestuous seas alongside the princess household or to be shattered into pieces in the collision. Now, she begins to comprehend the motivations of those antagonists in literature who seek to eliminate the heroine. It is akin to her current predicament, where she perceives an overwhelming threat. Consequently, like all villains, a thought arises in her mind. Why not simply eliminate Meng Wanfeng? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to orchestrate an assassination? The headache. Chapter 62. The betrothal. During this brief period, the Song residence remained tranquil, yet the capital witnessed a tumultuous power struggle. Secluded in her chambers to recuperate, Song Qingyue gleaned snippets of fresh gossip from her elder and younger sisters daily. The most sensational news recently is that several royal grandsons of age are preparing for betrothal, including the 13th son of the 8th prince, who has only just turned 13 and is now to embark on the search for a wife within the princess household. Li Zhao, upon hearing the report from his servants, smiled knowingly and leisurely continued his game of chess with his companion Ning Yuan. What do you think? Ning Yuan inquired. Quick-witted, he widened his eyes upon hearing the news and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Li Zhao, just you wait. With that, he abandoned the ongoing chess game, hastily donned his shoes, and sprang from the couch, darting out like an arrow. His mentor, eunuch Lin, scolded him, fool, continuing to explain. It is customary for officials of the 5th rank and above in the capital to submit a list of eligible unmarried daughters from their households to His Majesty and the esteemed princes for selection. The uncertainties surrounding marrying into the royal lineage are indeed considerable, prompting risk-averse officials to hastily arrange engagements for their children. Surely, the emperor and the princes cannot forcibly claim these betrothed young ladies as their brides. Young Master Ning has reached adulthood yet remains unmarried, and the matriarch of the northern town marquis's household is undoubtedly eager to secure a match for him. The young attendant suddenly comprehended the situation and promptly lauded. It is indeed your vast experience that enlightens us, Master. Among those hurriedly arranging marriages for their daughters is Lord Song. Although he is not a cabinet minister, he stands almost on par with them, as the emperor frequently includes him in his visits to the cabinet. Furthermore, the emperor intends to expand the 7-member cabinet by 2 additional positions, allowing Lord Song to join as the Minister of Revenue. However, such a division of power is unlikely to be welcomed by the older cabinet ministers, who are currently engaged in a power struggle with the emperor, making any resolution quite challenging. In summary, Lord Song is acutely aware that he has become a coveted figure, desired by many. Therefore, aside from the 3rd daughter, who has already been acknowledged by the emperor, he must expedite the arrangements for the marriages of his elder daughters. If either of them were to catch the eye of a prince from another royal house, Lord Song would find himself in a precarious position. Once a choice has been made, one must steadfastly adhere to it. No one favors a person who wavers indecisively. Fortunately, the matrimonial affairs of the 2 young ladies did not trouble Lord Song for an extended period. It is unclear what stratagem Li Zhao employed. but he secretly placed a note in Lord Song's study, suggesting a suitor whom Lord Song deemed exceedingly suitable. With but a cursory glance, he comprehended the content and promptly dispatched messengers to deliver invitations that very afternoon. The following day, Lady Liang herself visited to gauge the situation. Song Yaxin was taken aback by the swift resolution of her engagement, as it was to Su Huangho's family, the heir of the Duke of Wei, Su Youzhou. On the day of exchanging betrothal gifts, rain fell outside, and the weather turned notably cooler, causing the trees in the courtyard to shed their leaves. She and Song Yushi gathered in the chambers of Song Qingyue, brewing tea and engaging in lively conversation, accompanied by this year's newly arrived sunflower seeds, roasted after being marinated. Exuding an extraordinary fragrance, Song Yaxin felt a twinge of melancholy, for she had yet to lay eyes on her future husband as her parents hastily arranged the marriage. Sister, do not be disheartened. Such a splendid match will surely incite envy among the cousins of the Song family. Song Yushi consoled her. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy graced Song Yaxin's countenance, for this matter resonated deeply with her and Song Yushi, the two young girls raised in the capital. Song Yaxin remarked to Song Qingyue, "Third sister, you may not be aware, but the young ladies of the Song family were initially quite haughty. At first, my second sister and I were eager to visit because our aunts would bestow upon us small gifts, but as we matured, we discerned the disdain in the adult's eyes. Consequently, we became less inclined to visit." Suddenly, Song Qingyue seemed to recall something and inquired, "By the way, what are those two families? Why have they been so quiet lately?" Chapter 63. The selection of a brother-in-law. Song Yaxin immediately understood, recognizing that Song Qingyue was referring to the two ineffectual legitimate younger brothers of Lord Song. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief and chuckled. "It's not that they don't cause a ruckus, but every time they do, father cuts off their allowance. In this capital, they can scarcely save any money, and over time, they gradually cease their antics." However, Song Qingyue shook her head, saying, "I am not speaking of that. There are several eligible young men over there, are there not? Have they not come to request that their lady be introduced to them?" Song Yaxin nonchalantly replied, "They have. But my mother is currently overwhelmed, occupied with the marriages of my two elder brothers and second younger sister. I too." Song Yushi was taken aback. Song Yaxin nodded, stating matter-of-factly, "What, do you wish to marry a royal grandson?" Song Yushi grimaced, "But I am of illegitimate birth. Yet you are still your father's daughter," Song Yaxin emphasized. Song Yushi nodded. Indeed, despite being a daughter of a concubine, she was still the daughter of a minister. Song Qingyue gazed at Song Yaxin for a long while, thinking that her elder sister grew more beautiful with each glance. From the first moment she met Yaxin, she had been fond of her demeanor, uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Song Yaxin asked, "What is it? Why are you staring at me?" Song Qingyue smiled and shook her head. "I simply think that if it were the case for a royal consort, you would be quite suitable. You are beautiful, graceful, and possess a sharp intellect. You are clear-headed in all matters." Song Yaxin immediately waved her hand. "No, I could hardly bear such fortune." Song Yushi, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Isn't it good to be the wife of a royal grandson? There is a chance to become a princess in the future." Song Qingyue sighed softly and explained, "The differences are quite significant. If it were the son of a prince's residence, it would be acceptable. In the event of a division of the family, he could inherit a considerable fortune. However, in the case of a duke's residence, the fief typically consists of merely a medium-sized county, which is already impoverished, and the population is substantial. If he were the heir, he would undoubtedly be able to inherit the title. The legitimate sons might even attain ranks such as the general of the state, while the illegitimate grandsons face dire circumstances. They possess no titles and rely solely on how much they can inherit from the family division. But the legitimate heirs will certainly take the lion's share, rendering them virtually destitute. They either have to depend on their wives' dowries for sustenance or endure a life dictated by the whims of their titled brothers." Song Yushi gasped in shock. "Are the sons of the royal residents in such dire straits?" Not only that, within 3 generations, royal relatives bearing the imperial surname are prohibited from participating in the imperial examinations unless granted special permission by the emperor. If they resort to martial means, they will invariably be met with suspicion, leading to little success. However, this is not the most tragic aspect. Song Qingyue paused. For the most tragic fate was evident to all. The princes and grandsons who failed in their bid for the throne often faced extermination and annihilation. Song Yaxin, surprised by Song Qingyue's profound understanding of these matters, suddenly recalled that the third sister had also turned 14 and inquired, Why haven't I heard mother mention anything about the third sister's marriage? Song Qingyue, with no intention of concealing the truth, responded calmly, it should have already been arranged. Who? Both Song Yaxin and Song Yushi exclaimed in unison. The heir of the Duke of Su, Li Zhao. Song Qingyue spoke with tranquility. Yet her two elder sisters were filled with unspoken concern, particularly Song Yushi, who, startled by Song Qingyue's earlier words, grasped her hand with a sympathetic expression and remarked indignantly. You saved the prince, yet he repays your kindness with ingratitude. Nonsense. Song Yaxin immediately admonished, lowering her voice to caution. Such words, if overheard by the wrong ears, would be a grave disrespect to the imperial family. Be mindful of your speech. Calamity often arises from careless words. Song Yushi promptly covered her mouth. Looking at her sister with a pitiful expression, I understand my mistake, sister. Song Qingyue turned to Song Yushi and gently advised, second sister. You must indeed be more cautious in the future. There are matters that father may not have disclosed to you, and while I should not divulge too much, there will come a time when you need to be prepared. Song Yaxin sensed that Song Qingyue was about to reveal a significant secret, and her anxiety prompted her to tightly clutch her handkerchief. Looking at Song Yaxin, Song Qingyue continued, elder sister, our father is a man of the Duke of Su. Really? Song Yaxin initially expressed astonishment, but quickly composed herself, her brow furrowing. Then what of my marriage? Chapter 64. The bestowal of marriage. Dear elder sister. There is no need for concern. The Wei Duke's household has always thrived on military merit, not on the influence of women. As long as the Eastern Palace remains, they will undoubtedly support it. Should it fall, their allegiance will shift. Moreover, the Queen's maternal brothers have long since perished. The current Duke is merely the Queen's distant nephew. The Queen holds no sway over the Wei Duke's household. Additionally, second sister. Song Qingyue gazed at Song Yushi's still youthful visage and sighed. There are many things you truly ought to learn from elder sister. If you are uncertain or lack understanding, do not hesitate to inquire with mother or even directly approach father. You too shall one day assume the role of the matriarch. Song Yushi cautiously inquired. Does third sister know the candidates for my future husband? Song Qingyue shook her head. Father is likely yet to make a decision. However, I do know of a few candidates. One is the second son of Princess Rui, Jiang Yuanshao, who serves as a minor official in the Dali Temple. Another is the fourth son of Lord Feng, the commander of the Qingyue, Feng Jin, and the last is the legitimate second son of the Yang family, Yang Yi. Upon hearing how detailed Song Qingyue's knowledge was, Song Yaxin could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Yet, she understood that father enjoyed discussing matters with third sister, who indeed possessed exceptional talent, having been wise and composed since childhood. She realized there was much for her to learn and that she must strive harder. Upon hearing the names, Song Yushi felt a mix of joy and confusion, for all three candidates hailed from respectable families. However, knowing that third sister was always decisive, she eagerly sought her counsel. Third sister, you possess more knowledge than we do. Which candidate do you believe is the most suitable? Song Qingyue deliberated thoughtfully. Setting aside character and appearance, which father would deem satisfactory, let us consider their family backgrounds and prospects. Each has its merits and drawbacks. It ultimately depends on what you value, elder sister. As for Jiang, he is somewhat older, yet he exhibits maturity and composure. He has already attained the 4th rank at a young age. The esteemed Princess Duani is the younger sister of His Majesty, holding a position of unparalleled significance. There is no need for concern regarding the involvement of the princess's estate in the contest for succession. In my estimation, among the three candidates, Lord Jiang possesses the most commendable lineage and character. His sole drawback lies in the fact that marrying him would mean becoming a secondary wife. His late spouse left him with a 5-year-old daughter. Furthermore, should relations with his mother-in-law sour, our family may not be able to offer substantial assistance. Song Yaxin promptly added, it is said that Princess Duani is a rather stern individual, a paragon of female heroism. In her youth, she accompanied His Majesty in battles in the northern frontier. Lord Jiang was born when the princess was 35, and she dotes on this younger son. Consequently, she is likely to be quite discerning when it comes to a daughter-in-law. Song Qingyue nodded, continuing her analysis of the second candidate for brother-in-law. As for the 4th son of Lord Feng's family, he is 18 this year and already holds the rank of 100 household in the Imperial Guard. However, he has an elder brother who is 20 years his senior, making it unlikely that the next commander of the Imperial Guard will be him. Moreover, positions within the Imperial Guard are seldom casually exchanged, as they are largely hereditary. It is probable that your future children would also be expected to serve in that capacity. Song Yushi blinked her large, round eyes and remarked, but there is nothing undesirable about being in the Imperial Guard. Song Qingyue remained non-committal. Furthermore, there is the second legitimate son of the Yang family, Yang Yi. Marrying him would certainly facilitate our father's future entrance into the cabinet. However, Lord Yang is already 68, and it is uncertain how many more years he will remain in the cabinet. Once Lord Yang retires, the Yang family will undoubtedly lose some of its current prominence. Much like the Song family over there, after the retirement of the esteemed Master Song, their glory has significantly diminished. This is an experience that deeply resonates with Song Yushi, who now bears a troubled expression. Choosing a suitable husband entails so many complications. My mind is certainly not equipped to handle this. At that moment, Song Yashin grasped her hand, simultaneously holding on to Song Qingyue's. Regardless of whom our second sister marries in the future, we three sisters must always support one another, helping each other through thick and thin. If we, the elder sisters, establish ourselves firmly in our respective families, our younger brothers and sisters will also be able to secure good marriages, allowing our family to truly stand as a noble lineage capable of contending with the main branch. Indeed, we must strive to excel. Suddenly, a surge of determination filled Song Yushi. Song Qingyue found herself somewhat taken aback by this unexpected burst of ambition. Thoughts of Li Zhao flickered in her mind, rendering her unable to smile. In the original tale, Li Zhao, in comparison to the male protagonist Li Yan, was an insatiable workaholic. No matter how many beautiful women surrounded him, none captured his heart. He was a natural schemer and a competent politician. And aside from his emotional coldness, Song Qingyue considered him a capable sovereign. Faced with such a person, she felt utterly devoid of confidence. Even if the Prince of Su won, in the end, Li Zhao would still emerge victorious, leaving her personal future shrouded in darkness. Setting aside personal feelings. For the sake of the family, I must gather my spirits and strive earnestly. Life ought to have some goals, after all. The following day, when the imperial decree of marriage arrived at the Song residence, it startled the uninformed household and sent shockwaves through the corridors of power in the capital. The crown prince's son has unexpectedly married the daughter of Lord Song. However, upon closer inspection, the imperial edict does not specify that she is a legitimate daughter. It merely states that she is the third miss of the Song family. Could she possibly be a concubine? This is indeed intriguing. In fact, Li Zhao and Lord Song have already amended Song Qingyue's status in the family register to that of a legitimate daughter. But Song Qingyue suggested that they refrain from using the term legitimate in the marriage decree. With a serious demeanor akin to that of a young adult, she stated, "Rather than having my status unearthed as a weakness in the future, it is better to lay it bare now. Furthermore, as a concubine who has saved His Highness's life, it would be difficult for others to hastily conclude that Lord Song has colluded with the Crown Prince's residence." Lord Song was taken aback by his daughter's words. Coughing in surprise, colluded. Cough, cough. Li Zhao nodded with a soft chuckle, gently ruffling Song Qingyue's hair. His grayish-blue eyes, like tranquil depths, spoke tenderly. "I am afraid this will be a burden for you." Song Qingyue dismissed his tenderness and affection with a stoic expression, replying, "It is not I who is burdened, but His Highness." Seeing her remain indifferent, Li Zhao's hand, which had been caressing her hair, silently formed a fist and retreated behind him. While he continued to gaze intently at her, "Not at all. You are the wife I have chosen for myself. Anyone may feel burdened, but I shall not." His gaze was so gentle that it seemed capable of drowning her in its depths. Song Qingyue slightly turned her face away to avoid his penetrating gaze. He was too formidable, and she needed to remain alert, unwilling to fall into the soft trap he wove with his kindness. Chapter 65. A visit to the princess's mansion amidst the bustling discussions throughout the capital regarding the marriage between the Song family and the Duke of Su. Princess Duan Yi extended an invitation to the Song household. On the third day of the 10th month, she requested that Lady Liang bring along the three daughters of the Song family to the princess's residence to admire the chrysanthemums. In truth, Princess Duan Yi held a deep admiration for Lord Song, a handsome and capable man, whom she found far more appealing than her own martial husband. Although she had previously harbored some disdain for Song Yushi's illegitimate status, she recognized that, given her son's choice of a consort, there was truly no better match than the Song family. After all, Song Jianming was currently in favor with His Majesty. As she pondered her indecision, a royal decree was issued for the betrothal of Li Zhao and the third daughter of the Song family. This decree was made 3 days after the arrival of the Duke of Su in the capital, indicating that both the emperor and the duke had consented to the union. Indeed, if even the emperor and the duke did not disdain a daughter born out of wedlock from the Song family, what grounds did her son have to be critical? It was rumored that the Song daughters were akin to ethereal fairies. It was no wonder that Li Zhao, that little tyrant, had fallen hopelessly in love at first sight, declaring that despite her status, she was the only one for him. Princess Duan Yi contemplated that the first wife chosen for her younger son was not particularly favored by him, often using the excuse of being preoccupied with official duties to avoid home. Now, with the prospect of selecting a fairy-like bride, surely he would be pleased, wouldn't he? On the day of the banquet, the three daughters of the Song family adorned themselves splendidly, with Song Qingyue and Song Yaxin deliberately choosing understated fabrics to allow Song Yushi, the main focus, to shine. Today, Song Yushi's makeup was meticulously crafted by Madame Su, so subtle that one might think she had not adorned herself at all. Yet her countenance radiated both elegance and vibrancy, evoking a sense of delight in all who beheld her. The steward of the princess's residence welcomed guests at the entrance, and upon witnessing three gracefully poised noble ladies descending from the Song family's carriage, he felt a sudden illumination of the spirit. He could not help but internally exclaim, "The legends about the beauty of the Song family daughters are indeed no mere exaggeration." Today, Lady Liang presented her own garments, fashioned from the imperial fabric, to pay her respects to Her Highness the Princess. The princess was already seated in the floral hall, and Lady Liang first offered her greetings, followed by the three young ladies who bowed in unison. The princess, upon observing them, broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, truly, both in appearance and demeanor, these young ladies are delightful. Madame Song, you have raised daughters that captivate at a mere glance." Lady Liang humbly, yet with a hint of pride, replied, "Your Highness flatters me." The princess waved her hand dismissively and said, "Please, rise and be seated." She scrutinized the three young ladies with curiosity and inquired, "Which of you is the third young lady?" Song Qingyue immediately stood, offering a graceful bow to the esteemed princess, and softly answered, "I am the youngest." The young lady, standing with a somewhat aloof demeanor, was adorned in a cool-toned ensemble of pale moonlight blue brocade, and she raised an eyebrow, saying, "Indeed, she is a breathtaking beauty. Zhao is truly fortunate." She then inquired, "And what of the eldest sister?" Song Yaxin rose, her face adorned with a beaming smile, and performed a respectful bow to the princess, stating, "I am here, Your Highness." Today, she donned a delicate pink coat adorned with a ruby-encrusted golden clasp, paired with a dark red silk skirt featuring floral and avian brocade. The Grand Princess nodded in approval, remarking on her dignified elegance, which did not lack in grace, truly embodying the demeanor of a firstborn daughter. She foresaw a harmonious future with young Master Su, where they would share mutual respect and understanding. Song Yaxin, filled with joy upon hearing this, graciously bowed and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your kind words." She then extended her hand towards Song Yushi, saying, "Is this the second young lady? Come here, let me take a good look at you." As she grasped Song Yushi's hand and scrutinized her closely, Song Yushi felt a surge of nervousness. However, having been advised by Lady Liang during their carriage ride to smile when anxious, she beamed at the Grand Princess. Her cheeks flushed slightly from apprehension, and the dimples on her face added a touch of sweetness to her demeanor. Lady Liang swiftly praised her daughter, saying, "Our second girl is the epitome of gentleness and kindness, though she can be quite frank at times. If she inadvertently offends Your Highness, I hope you will be lenient." Considering her youth, "Not at all. I find her forthrightness quite endearing. I prefer children who speak their minds. Those who are overly convoluted in conversation can be exhausting to engage with, wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, Your Highness. My Lord Song also appreciates her straightforward nature." The banquet, filled with chrysanthemums, was a delightful affair for all. After the meal, the Grand Princess instructed the head eunuch of her residence to escort several young ladies to stroll in the garden while she remained behind to converse with Lady Liang. The three sisters found themselves by the koi pond, where a maid brought fish food for them to enjoy feeding the fish. Standing on the curved bridge, Song Yaxin grasped her second sister's hand and remarked, "It seems that the Crown Princess is quite pleased with you this time. Yet, I wonder what Lord Jiang thinks of you." "Dear sister, please don't jest. You have no idea how nervous I was when the Crown Princess held my hand and scrutinized me. My palms were drenched with sweat." Song Yushi replied, looking quite pitiable. "Indeed, have you ever met the Emperor? I can't recall you mentioning it." Song Yushi continued with growing curiosity, her eyes wide as she gazed at her third sister. "It was rather embarrassing, so I chose not to speak of it." Not only did I meet him once, but during our second encounter. His Majesty inquired about my thoughts on marrying the heir of the Su family. And what was your response, dear sister? Song Qingyue, leaning despondently against the bridge railing, replied. Naturally, I had to say that I am unworthy of the heir. As a mere illegitimate daughter, how could I dare to appear as if I aspired to ascend to greatness? What would the emperor think of me? And what if it brought trouble to father? Is it truly that serious? Song Yushi pondered, feeling her intellect insufficient. Seizing the moment, Song Yashin advised her second sister. You should learn from our third sister and think twice before speaking. Pouting, Song Yushi furrowed her brow tightly, exclaiming, Sister, I feel so exhausted. The more I hear you speak, the more frightened I become. However, the crown princess's residence is relatively manageable. There is only one crown princess in the family, while the eldest son resides in Jianzhou. But you, dear third sister, are destined to marry into a royal household. I have heard that the royal household has a primary consort, secondary consorts, favored ladies, and numerous beauties, along with various ceremonial duties. Do you have any idea how many brothers the heir of the Su family has? Moreover, if the heir were to inherit the title, does that not mean he would have to marry so many women? Ah, how it pierces the heart, dear sister. She did not heed the words of the eldest princess regarding her own self-description, a stunning beauty. It was a veiled mockery of her own allure, implying that she is merely a temptress. Ultimately, she feels unworthy of being the consort of Li Zhao due to her status as a concubine. If such sentiments are expressed by the eldest princess, who bears no relation to Li Zhao, one can only wonder how the noble consort Shu must feel. It would only serve to inflame her frustration. Yet, all of this stems from her fear of Ming Wanfeng seeking retribution. What bitter woe she must endure. Alas, my head aches. Chapter 66. Entering the palace early the next morning, the princess's residence sent a messenger with an invitation, requesting that Lady Liang bring her second daughter to Baiyun Temple to offer incense in 7 days. Song Yashin was genuinely happy for Song Yushi. Sister, this is a sign that you have passed the eldest princess's test. Surely you will encounter Lord Jiang while offering incense. This will be your chance to exchange glances. Do not be nervous, but observe closely. I have heard that Lord Jiang is exceptionally handsome. Is that true? Sister, without you by my side, I am frightened. Do not fear, Mother will accompany you, and so will Mama Su. Besides, they are not the only ones who get to choose. I imagine suitors are lining up for the daughters of the Song family. If you find Lord Jiang unsatisfactory, we shall find another. At this, Song Yushi smiled. With you saying this, I feel more at ease. Indeed, the daughter of Lord Song should hold her head high with pride. Meanwhile, Song Qingyue, busy with her own grooming, yawned incessantly and could not partake in their conversation. For today marked the beginning of her training in the palace to prepare for the role of the imperial grandson's wife. Early in the morning, Bai Mama and Su Mama dragged her from her warm cocoon, preparing her for a fragrant bath, grooming, and adornment. It was said that before departing, one must present incense before the imperial decree and offer a bow. Song Qingyue felt that this was excessive. After all, it wasn't a selection of concubines. The decree had been issued, and her status was already established. What was the need for such grandiosity? Besides, no matter how beautifully she adorned herself, it would be fruitless. Meng Shufei, that old witch, was a volatile and obstinate fool, which was precisely why the emperor held her in such disdain. In her youth, however, Meng Shufei had been an extraordinary beauty. In her previous life, Meng Shufei harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Ming Wanfeng, detesting her poor reputation, and relentlessly tormented her. On one occasion, she even caused Ming Wanfeng to lose the child she was carrying. This had left Ming Wanfeng with a profound hatred for that old hag. Now it was her turn, and she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Thus, the utmost priority was to prepare various pouches filled with money and to pack several sets of changes of clothing. Song Qingyue even brought provisions, including several pieces of bread to stave off hunger and several flasks of water. Having read countless novels filled with such rivalries, she could not help but succumb to a sense of paranoia. She dared not take any chances. Upon entering the palace, one was permitted to bring only a single attendant. Initially, she intended to borrow Su Mama from Liang Shi, as Su Mama had always accompanied Liang Shi to the palace, being more experienced and relatively familiar with the court. However, the previous night, Li Zhao had mysteriously left a note in her chamber, suggesting she take Feng Qi along. She was aware that Li Zhao had placed spies within the Song residence, yet she had never suspected Feng Qi and Feng Jiu. She had naively assumed that the informants were positioned solely within the domain of Lord Song. She is but a girl, incapable of engaging in state affairs. No valuable intelligence can be gleaned from her, nor can she influence any significant decisions made by Lord Song. Moreover, she is destined to marry in the future, rendering any attempts to place her in a position of power futile. Li Jiao suggested that she bring Feng Qi into the palace, attributing this to Feng Qi's exceptional skills, as it would be prudent to have someone capable to save her in case she found herself in perilous circumstances. As she prepared to depart, Liang sent her maid by Qing to present a box of silver notes and silver coins, just as Song Qingyue was about to express her gratitude. A young servant named Fu, who served beside Lord Song, arrived with another box of silver notes. The two gifts combined amounted to an impressive total of 2,000 taels. Both individuals were aware that Song Qingyue lacked for nothing financially, yet she was genuinely touched. She performed a respectful bow to both by Qing and Fu, saying, "I am at a loss for words to convey my gratitude, but please extend my heartfelt thanks to my mother and father." Fu replied, "There is no need for such formality, 3rd Mississippi. Your entry into the palace is a matter of great significance for the family, and we all hope for your safety and success." Bai Qing added, "Indeed, the lady has mentioned that perhaps our Song family may one day produce a princess. In any case, please convey my gratitude to my parents. The heir has assured me that he will arrange for my care in the palace, so they need not worry excessively." This was the first time since her arrival in this world that she sincerely referred to these two as her parents. As Song Qingyue sat in the carriage, holding the two wooden boxes, her eyes glistened with unshed tears and her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. Although she had never truly regarded them as her own parents, their love for her had always been genuine, unwavering from the very beginning. Song Qingyue felt a twinge of guilt for her previous indifference towards her family. Since fate had brought her to this place, she should regard it as a genuine world deserving of her earnest attention. Indeed, for her present self, this realm was undeniably real. In Chapter 67, she became renowned. The main thoroughfares of the capital were now paved with concrete, far more even and pristine than before, allowing her to step outside without becoming enveloped in dust. The carriage smoothly arrived at the side gate of the palace. As Song Qingyue lifted the curtain to gaze outside, the sight was reminiscent of the Forbidden City, though not entirely so. The palace walls appeared to have been reinforced with blue bricks and concrete, towering and majestic beyond anything she had witnessed in the real world. At the palace entrance, she encountered two young ladies, strangers to her, yet they seemed to recognize her, casting furtive glances as they walked past. Song Qingyue speculated that perhaps it was the sight of her sister Feng Qi carrying a specially crafted 70-liter hiking backpack that had drawn their attention. Even the small doorman, who passed by them, couldn't help but sneak glances at Feng Qi's shoulder bag. Feng Qi, however, was accustomed to such stares, as her young lady had always delighted in creating peculiar and innovative items. Remarkably, these inventions were quite practical, such as this backpack made from discarded fisherman's canvas, sturdy, durable, and remarkably spacious, making it easy to carry. After what felt like an eternity, Song Qingyue found herself in an elongated corridor flanked by towering vermilion palace walls, utterly unaware of her precise location. In this moment, the inner servants instructed their maids to place their belongings at their lodgings, while they stood by the corridor awaiting further instructions. Before departing, Feng Qi grasped Song Qingyue's hand and said, "The side door of Qingyue Palace should be just ahead. Do not be anxious, my lady." Song Qingyue nodded, her gaze lingering with reluctance as she watched Feng Qi retreat with her heavy backpack. At that moment, an elderly matron emerged from within, her expression stern as she scrutinized the three young ladies at the entrance, her gaze lingering a moment longer on Song Qingyue. The latter remained still, head bowed, not daring to make a sound, uncertain of what the matron was evaluating. Song Qingyue stood there for over 10 minutes before they were finally permitted to enter. However, rather than proceeding directly to meet Her Majesty the Empress, they were directed to wait in a side hall. Inside the side hall, 6 other young ladies were already present, among them Meng Wanfeng, the only acquaintance Song Qingyue had among this gathering of gentlewomen. Hesitant to speak freely, she merely offered a slight nod and a smile, pondering which royal grandson Meng Wanfeng had been betrothed to. Without the fortunate encounter at the hunting grounds in Baoding, could it be that Meng Wanfeng had fortuitously established a connection with Li Bai, as a character within a narrative lacking divine insight? The sensation of being out of the loop was decidedly unsettling. The young ladies were assigned seats within the side hall, and as Song Qingyue quietly sat, she began to feel drowsy and closed her eyes to rest. To her surprise, upon opening them, she found everyone staring at her, bewildered. She pondered how her attire and demeanor could have possibly drawn such attention today. as she believed they were rather unremarkable and unobtrusive. Indeed, Meng Wanfeng is more renowned than herself. Why then do they choose to regard her? The truth is, Song Qingyue has led a life far too insular. Her reputation as the third miss of the Song family now resounding throughout the capital. This notoriety largely stems from her previously transparent existence prior to the hunting ground incident, rendering her nearly invisible to the capital's society, to the extent that even families closely associated with the esteemed minister Song were unaware of her presence. Moreover, rumors circulate that she is a concubine's daughter, residing on a modest estate near the Haitao Ridge in Baoding, which easily evokes notions of being suppressed by a primary wife, having committed some transgression, or lacking favor. Yet, astonishingly, both His Majesty and the esteemed Prince Su have acknowledged her, transforming her from an obscure figure into a dazzling phoenix, inciting envy among the prominent young ladies of the capital. In this side hall, the ladies present are all familiar with one another, their faces well known to each other, save for the strikingly beautiful and unfamiliar visage of Song Qingyue, whose presence is impossible to overlook. When she relaxes, an innate aura of aloofness surrounds her, exuding an air of haughty detachment that unsettles the noble women gathered. Even Meng Wanfeng, who bears the blemish of a scandalous reputation due to her father's treatment of his wife, remains the legitimate eldest daughter born of the main wife. What adds to the discomfort is the seating arrangement of Song Qingyue. The seating in the side hall carries significance. The first two seats on the left are occupied by the wives of the Eastern Palace's young lords. Although the crown prince has been deposed, he remains the legitimate eldest son among the princes, his status still revered. On the right side, the foremost figures are all sons and daughters-in-law of noble houses, and only princes born to consorts of higher rank may be bestowed the title of prince. With the crown prince deposed and the second prince, Prince Ning, stripped of his title and confined, the remaining princes consist solely of the third prince, Prince Su, the fifth prince, Prince Xian, the ninth prince, Prince Yu, and the 13th prince, Prince Liang, with all others being dukes. Furthermore, since Prince Su is the eldest and Li Zhao is the heir of Prince Su's household, Song Qingyue enjoys a position of great esteem, seated at the forefront on the right. Although the ladies exchanged glances, none dared to utter a word. The side hall was eerily silent. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. Half an hour passed, yet no one came to attend to them. The waiting had grown rather prolonged, prompting the noble ladies to discreetly shift their bodies to alleviate the stiffness from sitting. Song Qingyue, too, found it somewhat unbearable. Maintaining a proper posture was indeed exhausting. She longed for a sip of water but refrained, instead discreetly popping a homemade mint candy into her mouth from her pouch. After another half hour, at last, someone arrived to escort them to the queen's chamber. Was the queen unwell to the point of being bedridden? Song Qingyue pondered silently. Chapter 68. Audience with Queen Su. They entered the chamber in an orderly fashion and collectively paid their respects to Her Majesty. Only after the queen spoke did Song Qingyue dare to raise her head slightly to steal a glance. Upon doing so, she was taken aback. Though she managed to maintain her composure, gasps of astonishment erupted from several young ladies behind her, accompanied by the sound of their garments brushing against the floor. The queen's visage had swollen to the point where her original features were unrecognizable, resembling a balloon. Her skin bore an unsettling hue of yellowish gray, rendering her wholly unlike a normal person. Song Qingyue's mind was in disarray as she speculated that the queen might be suffering from either liver or kidney ailments. Perhaps even afflictions such as liver cancer or uremia, or conceivably both organs could be compromised. However, as she was not a medical professional, these conjectures stemmed from her frantic thoughts. "Please, take your seats." The queen's speech was somewhat slurred, and a matron stood beside her, wiping away the saliva that uncontrollably flowed from the corners of her mouth. Song Qingyue hurriedly lowered her gaze, hesitant to look further. A matron, speaking on behalf of Her Majesty, commanded, "Be seated." The palace maids brought forth small embroidered stools, and everyone instinctively arranged themselves in order along the sides of the hall. Song Qingyue sat remarkably close to the queen, so near that she could detect the unfriendly odor of illness emanating from her, or perhaps more accurately, the scent of death. She felt a tightening in her chest, as if breathing had become a laborious task. In truth, she wished fervently to faint as she had previously before the emperor, thus escaping this awkward and overwhelming situation. The queen first summoned the fiancés of the two princes from the Eastern Palace to step forward for conversation. Both princes were of illegitimate birth, their mothers being favored consorts of the crown prince. It was said that among them, the mother of the third prince was particularly cherished, as the crown prince had personally sought a legitimate daughter from the Qingyue marquisate for his son as wife. Surely, the Qingyue marquisate would not be so foolish as to dream of aligning themselves with a disgraced eastern palace. Such misfortunes were the fruit of the emperor's indecisiveness. It cannot be said that the emperor is indecisive. Rather, the current sovereign is excessively concerned with his reputation. He revels in the praises of his subjects, who laud him as a benevolent ruler and a wise monarch, while fearing any historical accounts that might depict him as cruel or unkind. Furthermore, the bond between the emperor and empress has deepened over decades. Empress Su has never committed any grave errors, but has consistently displayed grace, wisdom, and diligence, proving herself to be an exceptionally competent empress. Although the crown prince has made numerous mistakes that have led the emperor to question his future capabilities as a ruler, he has never crossed the treasonous line. In the original narrative, after the crown prince was reinstated, he fell victim to the machinations of Prince Su, causing the emperor to harbor suspicions and ultimately leading to his rebellion, which resulted in his execution for treason. For reasons unknown, the crown prince has yet to be reinstated, thereby obviating any need for Prince Su to ensnare him, and the Eastern Palace has no recourse to treason as a means of survival. This has resulted in the emperor refraining from taking decisive action against the crown prince, expressing intentions to restore him while simultaneously finding him increasingly unpalatable, unable to entrust the realm to him. Thus, this stalemate has persisted, allowing the empress and many court officials to believe that there remains hope for the Eastern Palace. It is unclear what Miss Lu Six feels about this situation. She obediently listens to the empress's fragmented and somewhat incoherent admonitions. Following this, the empress's gaze shifts back to the assembly, and Song Qingyue, seated prominently, appears pale with anxiety. At this moment, however, someone else is in a more precarious position. The empress's gaze, imbued with an air of severity, pierces directly toward Meng Wanfeng. The queen could hardly fathom that Meng Wanfeng not only successfully aided Lady Zhou, the wife of Changsan, in preserving her life, but also, through some unknown means, managed to entangle herself with the legitimate son of Prince Jing, Li Wei, compelling that upright and obstinate youth to personally request her as his lawful wife. However, she refrained from engaging with Meng Wanfeng and instead shifted her gaze towards Song Qingyue. Are you the illegitimate daughter of the Song family? She gasped, struggling to articulate her words. Song Qingyue promptly rose from her embroidered stool, seemingly terrified, and prostrated herself on the ground, trembling in fear. The queen regarded her somewhat undignified display with a cold glare, scoffing, "You possess quite the appealing appearance. Rise. This palace does not devour the innocent." A subdued chuckle rippled through the hall. With a quivering voice, Song Qingyue expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Following this, the queen delivered a few perfunctory admonitions before dismissing everyone. Upon exiting Qingyue Palace, Song Qingyue felt a surge of relief, exhaling deeply. Yet, before she could savor the moment, another young eunuch approached her, inquiring, "Are you Miss Song San? The noble consort is awaiting you." Immediately, Song Qingyue tensed up, responding with utmost formality, "Then I must trouble you to lead the way." As she spoke, she discreetly retrieved a small pouch from her sleeve, but the young eunuch, with the swiftness of a seasoned pickpocket, swiftly snatched it away. The two hastened forward, with the eunuch remaining silent, leaving Song Qingyue somewhat discontented, questioning if her expenditure had been in vain. Until reaching the entrance of the Qingyue Palace, the little eunuch softly advised, "The noble consort does not favor confrontation, miss. It would be prudent to keep your head bowed and listen." The young servant then entered to relay the message, urging her to wait. "Thank you, master." Before she could finish her sentence, the little eunuch had already stepped inside to report. Song Qingyue, who had been half dozing, suddenly opened her eyes, realizing that money indeed held its value. After waiting for a while at the palace entrance, the sound of footsteps approached from behind. Another little eunuch led 5 young ladies forward, among whom one stood out with striking beauty and was dressed in exquisite finery. She strode confidently at the forefront, and upon noticing Song Qingyue, exclaimed loudly, "Oh, who is that ahead? Could it be the one who has bewitched my cousin, the illegitimate daughter?" Chapter 69, Playing the Fool Ha. Arrogant and brainless. With a bold personality and striking looks, she was none other than the notorious female antagonist who frequently ridiculed and mocked Meng Wanfeng within the Baoding Marquis' residence. The eldest legitimate daughter of the Ming Marquis, whose name escapes me now, ultimately married the legitimate second son of the Duke of Su. What became of her fate? Song Qingyue couldn't quite recall. It seemed that both of her lives ended poorly. In the first life, the second son failed to vie for power against Li Zhao, resulting in the entire family being confined. In the second life, all the male members of the Duke of Su were executed for treason, while only Li Zhao managed to escape, with the womenfolk being relegated to commoner status and exiled to Qingyue. Hey, I am speaking to you. As Song Qingyue lifted her head, the arrogant daughter of the Ming family instinctively gasped, her dark eyes widening in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless by Song Qingyue's exquisite beauty. Such a visage was simply too delicate, too enchanting. The phrase is a beauty that could topple nations, and a peerless maiden truly did not do her justice. You are Song San? Song Qingyue had no desire to provoke her, particularly today, as the Empress Dowager held a particular fondness for this young lady. Thus, she lowered her head and, in a voice scarcely louder than a whisper, greeted, "Greetings, Miss Ming." While she lacked the cunning to engage in deceitful games, she was adept at feigning innocence. In fact, she was quite skilled at playing the role of the unsuspecting lamb. Seeing Song Qingyue's submissive demeanor, Meng Yuyan let out a derisive laugh, flicked her sleeve dismissively, and without waiting for the eunuch to announce her entry, stepped over the threshold and into the chamber. The other 4 young ladies were also ushered directly into the halls of Qingqian Palace by the little yellow-gowned attendants. Song Qingyue could not help but grind her molars in frustration, thinking to herself, let her stand in punishment. It matters not. As long as I am not made to kneel. Standing for a while is nothing to fear. One might as well consider it akin to military training. She began to drift into her thoughts, reminiscing about her carefree days in Guangzhou, where her time was spent calculating finances and exploring new avenues for profit, indulging in whatever she pleased. How would her days unfold from here on? She gazed down at the intricate patterns on her skirt, lost in her musings for what felt like an eternity, until her legs began to ache from standing. Suddenly, a tall figure cast a shadow over her, blocking out the light. What are you doing standing here? The unexpected voice startled Song Qingyue, pulling her from her reverie, nearly causing her to exclaim in surprise. She raised her head, her complexion slightly pale, and beheld Li Zhao's extraordinarily handsome face. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his lips pressed together, exuding an air of displeasure. What are you doing standing here? He inquired once more. Song Qingyue responded in a soft and delicate voice. A young eunuch instructed me to wait. He has gone inside to report. How long have you been waiting? I'm not certain. Perhaps half an hour? Upon hearing her words, the eunuch on duty at the door broke into a cold sweat. This young lady, who appeared timid and unassuming, had unexpectedly chosen to report such a matter. Shouldn't she have claimed she had just arrived? Remarkably, she asserted it felt like half an hour when she had merely stood there for a quarter of it. Li Zhao slowly turned around and fixed his gaze upon the young eunuch at the entrance, asking, "Which of you brought her here? Take them out and give them 30 strikes. As for the 2 of you, each shall receive 20 strikes and must accept your punishment." How could you not notice such a significant presence at the door? If you cannot fulfill your duties properly, you are unfit to serve in the Qingqian Palace. His tone was calm and unassuming, yet it instilled fear, causing those present to kneel. Song Qingyue internally scoffed, recognizing the divine conflict at play. As Li Zhao challenged the esteemed consort Shu, he could not act against his own grandmother, but chose to punish those beneath him instead. At that moment, the matron in charge of Qingqian Palace hurried out, and upon seeing Li Zhao, she refrained from any impropriety. After bowing respectfully, she inquired with utmost courtesy, "Your Highness, what has caused such ire this early in the morning?" "Ha ha, grandmother is jesting. The servants of the Qingqian Palace are all blind to their duties. Were it not for the fact that I, the heir, have been in good spirits lately, I would have them dragged out and punished without hesitation." His smile was gentle and courteous, yet it rendered Grandmother Gue too intimidated to meet his gaze. He turned a glance at Song Qingyue, who stood obediently with her head bowed, and admonished her in a soft tone, "Are you foolish? If others fail to notice you, cannot you speak up? After all, you are to be my future consort. Do these servants dare to mistreat you? If anyone dares to bully you again, you must inform me, and I shall break their legs. Do you understand?" Song Qingyue hurriedly nodded. Yet it was clear that his words were intended for the people in the courtyard rather than her. Li Zhao found her today as docile as a quail, and he chuckled to himself, extending his hand. "Come here, I shall take you to greet grandmother." Song Qingyue obediently placed her hand in his large palm, her heart racing as he led her into the main hall. Chapter 70. Concubine Meng. As soon as they entered, Li Zhao called out cheerfully, "Grandmother, your grandson has come to pay his respects." The Qingyue Palace is one of the larger palaces within the imperial complex, housing three main figures: concubine Ming in the main hall, with the side chambers occupied by the noble Lady Wan and the Honorable Mei. Lady Wan is a distant cousin of concubine Ming, sent by the Ming family to support the esteemed concubine, though she holds little favor. She has fortuitously borne two children, the seventh prince, Duke Dun, and Princess Pingyang, mother of the two gentlemen recently granted marriage. The young Mei Zhao has been in the palace for merely 5 years, yet she has not garnered much favor and remains childless to this day. Within the inner chambers, Consort Ming was articulating the importance of harmonious relations among sisters-in-law when an eunuch announced, "The Crown Prince of Su is here." The smile that had graced Consort Ming's face faded upon seeing Li Zhao enter, leading a stunningly beautiful young lady by the hand. With a sarcastic tone, she remarked, "Oh, our Crown Prince still remembers this palace, does he?" Li Zhao gently brought Song Qingyue before Consort Ming, softly instructing, "Come, heir, greet your imperial grandmother." Immediately, Song Qingyue curtsied and said, "I pay my respects to the imperial grandmother." It must be noted that despite her advanced age, Consort Ming still exuded grace and elegance. Her poise remarkable. It was said that in her youth, she was a breathtaking beauty. When she first married the emperor, she enjoyed 2 years of great favor. However, her excessively proud and domineering nature eventually led to her being cast aside by him. Song Qingyue's timid voice stirred a wave of discomfort within Consort Ming, prompting her to coldly retort, "You have yet to enter the door. You should still address me as consort." Thus, Song Qingyue bowed again, saying, "This humble daughter pays her respects to Consort Ming and to the esteemed Lady Jie and Lady Zhao. Rise and be seated," Consort Ming commanded. Despite her lingering displeasure, she felt compelled to show some respect to Li Zhao. Otherwise, she could have easily relegated Song Qingyue to the status of a mere maid, standing alone in the corner. Consort Ming then lectured several noble young ladies who had been betrothed, stating, "Now that you have been granted marriage, you must prepare to become the legitimate wives of your respective lords. A legitimate wife must embody the dignity of her position. You must diligently learn the appropriate customs and etiquette." The young ladies lowered their heads in unison, softly replying, "Yes. Especially you, Song-san. I have heard that you were born in Lingnan." This time, the noble consort has specifically mentioned Song Qingyue's name. Meng Yuyan, who had always been closely attached to the noble consort, was taken aback and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Sister, you were truly born in Guangzhou. I have heard that the people from there are short and dark-skinned, yet you seem quite different." Song Qingyue felt an urge to roll her eyes. Her father was a government official dispatched by the court. Did a government official not understand? She was not a native of Lingnan. However, she merely smiled gently and replied softly, "Indeed, I do not resemble them. Since childhood, everyone has praised my fair complexion." This statement left Miss Ming momentarily speechless. The noble consort scoffed and continued in a stern tone, "Do not think that relying on your beauty will suffice to become the legitimate wife of the heir to the prince's estate, regardless of where you were before. You must abide by the customs of the capital. If you have not learned them previously, you must study diligently now that you are in the palace. And do not attempt to be lazy or evasive, lest you tarnish the reputation of the prince's estate." Song Qingyue slightly retreated behind Li Zhao, lowering her head in feigned submission, saying, "This humble daughter will remember the noble lady's teachings." The noble consort cast her an exasperated glance and muttered in a tone low enough for all present to hear, "A concubine's daughter is merely a concubine's daughter, unworthy of prominence." Beneath the table, Li Zhao suddenly tightened his grip on Song Qingyue's hand, nearly causing her to cry out in pain. The noble consort, seated at the head of the table, was engaged in idle conversation with several other young ladies who had been betrothed. And upon noticing the little exchange between Li Zhao and Song Qingyue, her displeasure towards Song Qingyue deepened. She, somewhat impatiently, remarked, "All right, I shall not say much more, lest I become a nuisance to you all. Wanjie, please take your 2 daughters-in-law away. If there are any personal matters to discuss, do so quickly." Turning to Song Qingyue and the other 2 young ladies, she added, "You should also retire early for the night. Yuyan, stay behind to converse with me." Meng Yuyan immediately beamed, clinging to the arm of the noble consort, and playfully inquired, "Auntie, what shall we have for lunch today? It has been some time since I last visited the palace, and I find myself craving the delicacies from your little kitchen." The noble consort affectionately tapped her nose, saying, "You little glutton." Upon exiting the gates of the Qingyue Palace, Li Zhao grasped Song Qingyue's arm, bending slightly and leaning in to whisper in her ear. I had intended to escort you to the Shushu Palace, but it seems that may not be convenient now. Song Qingyue felt quite uncomfortable with such intimacy. She leaned back, attempting to avoid his warm breath on her ear, striving to withdraw her hand from his grasp, yet found herself unable to do so. He gazed at her with the intensity of a wolf fixated on its prey, which irked Song Qingyue. Raising her voice slightly, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? You pinch me hard inside. I'm sure I'll have a bruise." "Where's the bruise?" I hardly applied any pressure. Finally, Li Zhao released her hand. Enraged, Song Qingyue pointed to a faint but indeed visible bruise on the back of her hand, declaring, "Look, right here. See for yourself." Li Zhao scrutinized closely, and, to his surprise, there it was. Her slender figure and delicate, fair skin made the subtle veins beneath her skin distinctly visible. Li Zhao let out a soft click of his tongue, pondering how such a delicate being could exist. With a sense of resignation, he thought to himself, "Is it truly the work of this heir? I hardly exerted any force. Why are you as fragile as tofu, breaking at the slightest touch?" Song Qingyue shot him a fierce glare, lifted her leg, and gave him a gentle kick, her anger boiling over as she walked away. He bowed his head and chuckled softly, one hand casually resting behind his back as he made his way to the Ministry of Personnel. Chapter 71. Future sisters-in-law on the way to the Shushu Palace. The two other young ladies appeared considerably more relaxed. The palace maid leading them wore a benevolent expression, allowing them the freedom to look around and converse as they pleased. One of the young ladies approached to strike up a conversation, saying, "Miss Song, you are truly fortunate. The heir is exceedingly kind to you." Not yet familiar with them, Song Qingyue inquired, "And you are?" "I am from the Fong family of Rongchangbo, and I have been betrothed to the fourth young master," came the reply from Fong Lu. Realizing who she was, Song Qingyue smiled slightly and turned to the other young lady, asking, "Then you must be Miss Guo from the Anyangbo residence?" Guoba's lips twitched. She disliked being called Guoba as it sounded akin to crispy rice. Thus, she said, "My courtesy name is Yuner. You may call me Yuner, Miss Song." In the spirit of reciprocity, Song Qingyue introduced herself. "My courtesy name is Qingyue." The two ladies shared their courtesy names, and Fong Lu added, "My name is Elan. Henceforth, we shall be sisters-in-law." Song Qingyue responded, "Indeed, let us coexist harmoniously in the future." Fong Elan nodded with delight. It is evident that Miss Fong Li is rather vivacious and cheerful, while Guo Yunu appears to be slightly older than the others and, for some reason, seems reluctant to engage with the two beside her. Consequently, Fong Elan entwines her arm with Song Qingyue's and deliberately lags a few paces behind Guo Yuner, pouting in a rather aggrieved manner, stating, "At first, I thought Miss Song-san would be rather difficult to approach, but I never expected you to be so amiable." Song Qingyue chuckles awkwardly, replying, "I simply have a cold expression. Yet that makes you an ice beauty. I truly envy you. I just observed that His Highness the young master seemed utterly captivated by you." Fong Elan expresses with a sense of admiration. Song Qingyue continues the conversation, "By the way, have you encountered the fourth young master?" Fong Elan pouts once more, "I merely caught a distant glimpse. I was quite flustered at the time and couldn't see clearly." Song Qingyue reassures her, "Do not worry. His Royal Highness the King of Su is exceptionally handsome, and none of the concubines in the Su residence are unattractive. His son will undoubtedly be no less." Fong Elan gasps in astonishment, "Wow, sister, you have met His Royal Highness the King of Su?" "Oh right. He's also in Lingnan." However, Song Qingyue shakes her head, "In truth, I have not seen him for over a decade. I caught a fleeting glimpse of him in my childhood, and at that time, he was truly astonishing. It is said that in his youth, he was hailed as the most handsome man in the capital." "Ah, so, Miss Song-san, did you meet the young master while in Lingnan?" Fong Elan inquires excitedly, her eyes sparkling as if she has stumbled upon some incredible revelation. "Was His Highness mischievous as a child? But why did he kidnap you?" She bursts out in laughter. "Aha, how amusing." Fong Elan could hardly contain her laughter. Song Qingyue sighed, "Please, stop laughing. This is hardly amusing." She recounted how she had been left alone in a pitch-black woodshed while his personal guards sharpened their knives outside, discussing whether to steam or braise her. Observing the profound indignation etched on Song Qingyue's face, Fong Elan found herself nearly doubled over with laughter. The girl seemed somewhat oblivious and quick-witted. Suddenly, she exclaimed as if she had uncovered a significant secret, asking, "Song-san, look here. The second young master is to wed Miss Meng from the Baoding Marquisate. The third young master will marry Miss Guo from the Anyang Earl's residence. The fourth young master is to take me from the Rongchang Marquisate. Yet you, Dear Song, your father is the Minister of Revenue. Among us 4 sisters-in-law at the Duke of Su's residence, you alone hail from a family of civil officials. Indeed, Song Qingyue nodded. Feng Alan smacked her forehead, exclaiming, I see it now. It seems that His Highness the Crown Prince truly holds affection for you. He neither cares about your father's status as a civil servant nor your status as a concubine's daughter. Song-san, you are indeed fortunate. Just as Song Qingyue was sipping her tea, she nearly spat it out at Feng Yilan's remark. She scrutinized the 6th Miss Feng, unsure whether she was genuinely oblivious and straightforward or merely feigning ignorance, subtly belittling her. However, Feng Yilan did not seem particularly astute. Had she perhaps forgotten that Li Zhao's maternal family is the Ning family from the Jianming Marquisate? The Ning family, aside from Ning Yuan, had all their male members stationed at the northern front, often engaged in skirmishes with the Tartars. The weight of a Ning family member is not to be underestimated, surpassing even that of the combined titles of Rongchang Bo, Anyang Bo, and Baoding Ho. That individual is certainly not one to choose beauty over power. Song Qingyue is acutely aware of Li Zhao's intense dedication to his career. Were she not the daughter of Song Jianming? And if her father did not hold such esteem before the emperor, or if she were merely another daughter of a military noble family like those future sisters-in-law, even if he were to harbor affection for her, he would never take her as his legitimate wife. Naturally, such a career-driven man is unlikely to genuinely fall for anyone. Contemplating this, Song Qingyue's spirits plummeted. His heartfelt performance before everyone today was likely intended to convince them that his interest in this illegitimate daughter of the Song family was purely one of physical attraction, devoid of any ulterior ambitions or political motives. It was all an act. Everything is merely a performance, she reminded herself. Yet, he possesses such charm. Despite knowing his true nature, she finds herself blushing and her heart racing under his gaze. A headache ensued. She requested Feng Qi to assist her in loosening her garments, wishing to lie down for a while. In the presence of Li Zhao, she felt a profound sense of powerlessness, as if she were aware of the abyss beneath her feet, yet was already ensnared within it. The pressures from all sides bore down upon her, leaving her breathless. She struggled with all her might, yet it was all in vain, helplessly watching herself sink deeper into despair. Chapter 72. Meng Wanfeng's warning. She slept soundly from the afternoon until dinner time, when a palace maid knocked at her door, inviting Song Qingyue to the side hall for dinner. Feng Qi discreetly offered a modest purse to the maid, smiling as she said, We appreciate your kind intentions, dear sister. But our young lady is feeling somewhat unwell and lacks an appetite, so she will forego dinner. Closing the door, Feng Qi retrieved a small stove from her bundle and ignited several charcoal cakes. She then warmed the prepared dry naan, enjoying it with tea and the dried meat and fruits she had brought along, which was not too shabby. As the master and servant were dining, there came a knock at the door. Feng Qi went to answer it, only to find Meng Wanfeng standing there, holding a food box. Song Qingyue rose and nodded towards her, saying, Ah, it is Miss Meng. Please, come in. Meng Wanfeng, upon entering and noticing the small coal stove on the table alongside an array of dishes, smiled and remarked, So, Miss Song is quite prudent. It seems I have been overly concerned. However, Song Qingyue accepted the food box from her hands, replying, No, Miss Meng, I truly appreciate your kindness. After all, with your knowledge of medicinal properties, I can trust the food you've brought. She turned to Feng Qi, saying, Sister Feng Qi, please help me put these away for later. The meal consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. Aside from being a tad cold, it was far superior to gnawing on dry bread. Meng Wanfeng sat beside her, observing as Song Qingyue savored her meal, though she was quite curious about the unexpected goodwill from Meng Wanfeng. After a while, Meng Wanfeng finally spoke, inquiring, Did your visit to the Empress Dowager today go smoothly, Miss Song? Song Qingyue nodded, looking at her with a hint of confusion. Meng Wanfeng chuckled softly and continued, It must be because the heir of the Duke of Su was present, right? Having spent so much time in the palace, I have heard that the Empress Dowager is not particularly easy to deal with. Song Qingyue swallowed the morsel in her mouth and, wiping her lips with a handkerchief, finally spoke, Miss Meng, your information from the palace is remarkably astute. Meng Wanfeng feigned ignorance of Song Qingyue's sarcastic remark and continued, I have also heard that the Crown Prince of Su Wang took the day off from the Yamen, fearing you might suffer a reprimand before Empress Shu. She raised her head, scrutinizing Song Qingyue's expression, slightly taken aback by her complete lack of embarrassment or surprise. She simply regarded her with unruffled calm. Song Qingyue gestured for Feng Qi to fetch the tea leaves for brewing. And Ming Wanfeng was astonished to discover that this Song San had even brought her own tea leaves and water. She couldn't help but smirk. Miss Song, you truly are quite meticulous. Song Qingyue nodded candidly. I am rather timid, though she appeared to be a love-struck maiden that was merely an illusion. Her autumn water-like eyes remained tranquil and unwavering, leaving Ming Wanfeng uncertain of her true sentiments. Do not misunderstand, Miss Song. I harbor no improper thoughts towards His Highness the Crown Prince. However, once, when Empress Shu requested him to consider a young lady from the Ming family, I happened to be present. At that moment, he called my name. Ming Wanfeng lowered her gaze, as if wishing to conceal even the slightest hint of her inner thoughts from the person opposite her. Song Qingyue acknowledged with a soft patiently observing Ming Wanfeng, encouraging her to complete her statement. Ming Wanfeng leisurely sipped her tea and smiled. You are indeed more composed than I had anticipated, Miss Song. Song Qingyue truly detested Ming Wanfeng's tendency to speak only halfway, perpetually probing others. The author seems to wish for the female protagonist to first provoke others, eliciting disdainful remarks about her, only for her to subsequently deliver a resounding rebuttal, thereby highlighting Ming Wanfeng's wisdom and composure. However, from the perspective of the antagonist, this is truly infuriating. Upon witnessing a hint of impatience from Song Qingyue, Ming Wanfeng appeared satisfied and remarked, but do not misunderstand. The heir does not harbor feelings for me. He is a master of pretense. He is unwilling to marry a daughter of the Ming family and knows that the noble consort Shu has always held a disdain for me, which is why he invoked my name. Song Qingyue merely responded with a non-committal unable to decipher her thoughts. Ming Wanfeng continued. I bear no ill will towards you, dear lady. Rather, I wish to cultivate a favorable bond. I have come today merely to caution you, Miss Song, that the heir of the Su Wang is not a commendable individual, and it would be wise for you to remain vigilant. Should you find yourself unhappy in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will gladly offer my help. Feng Qi stood quietly beside them, his brow slightly furrowed as he absorbed Ming Wanfeng's words. Subsequently, she spoke of Li Xiao, but her comments were predominantly unfavorable, detailing his frequent escapades with the young master of the Ning family in brothels, and how he had eagerly accepted the selections of maidens presented to him by Consort Shu and the Princess of Su. As her remarks grew increasingly disconcerting, Song Qingyue's expression tightened, and just as she was about to see her guest off with tea, she rose gracefully, indicating her intent to leave. As she departed, she took Song Qingyue's hand, seemingly in a display of sisterly affection, and cautioned, concerning your lifelong happiness, dear lady, do contemplate this matter carefully. Chapter 73. A right and two sides. As Ming Wanfeng departed, Feng Qi frowned and cautioned, My lady, she has come here specifically to sow discord. Her tone bore a hint of unusual urgency. Song Qingyue chuckled softly, replying nonchalantly, Why are you in such a temper today, sister? Miss Ming only means well. Well-meaning? I perceive that she harbors disdain for the Ming family, for Empress Shu, and even for the royal residence of the Duke of Su. She cannot bear to see others thriving while she herself is in disarray. Feng Qi spat. Surely, you haven't taken her words to heart? Song Qingyue lowered her gaze, a wry smile playing on her lips. Her words are not entirely unfounded. His Highness the Crown Prince is indeed not a paragon of virtue. Upon hearing this, Feng Qi fell silent for a considerable time, eventually lifting her head to find Feng Qi gazing at her with a look of hesitation. What is it? If you have something to say, please do. Feng Qi clenched her fists tightly, uncertain of how to proceed. It's nothing, but I wonder why you would suddenly voice such thoughts. You hardly know His Highness. You cannot allow others' fleeting remarks to lead you to a hasty judgment. This is quite unfair to him. What I mean is, since you are not yet wed to him, harboring such thoughts could lead to unrest in your heart in the days to come, all because of today's few words. Song Qingyue grasped Feng Qi's hand, guiding her to sit down, and spoke earnestly. I understand your concern for my well-being, sister. However, the future will unfold as it will, independent of my wishes. In truth, I have contemplated thoroughly. Should life become unbearable in the future, I would simply allow him to take several beautiful concubines, and we shall continue our lives as we please. As long as there is wealth in hand, who cannot thrive without a man? How can a young lady think in such a manner? Feng Qi anxiously defended her lord, exclaiming, No, my lady. I believe that the young master is genuinely devoted to you. Harboring such thoughts will only bring him sorrow. However, Song Qingyue firmly asserted, Enough, sister. Do not speak further. When I was merely 3 years old, He unhesitatingly tossed me down from such a great height. How benevolent could his nature possibly be? I know precisely what sort of person he is, better than anyone else. Trust me. Having reached this point, Fengqi found herself at a loss for words. She longed to convey to her lady, "No, you are not aware at all. The young master was so young then. What could he possibly comprehend?" Even after being mercilessly punished, he would argue with the king of Su. The two would engage in heated disputes, their faces flushed with anger. Eventually, the king had no choice but to send the 8-year-old Li Zhao to Lingnan. When the young lady, at the age of 3, encountered the young master in Lingnan, he had only been at the military camp for less than half a year. Fengqi, trained as a shadow guard by the Ning family, was 4 years older than Li Zhao and had witnessed firsthand his upbringing. She understood Li Zhao's circumstances better than anyone. Yet, the young master had indeed changed his disposition. He was merely young and had been deliberately led astray. However, such truths were ones she could never divulge. After years of companionship with Song Qingyue, Fengqi held a genuine affection for her, yet her loyalty to the young master remained unwavering. With her mind in a tumultuous whirl, Fengqi found herself restless throughout the night, scarcely managing to sleep. In contrast, Song Qingyue slumbered soundly, though the firmness of the bed made her discomforting. Being slender and accustomed to sleeping on a spring mattress, the hardness aggravated her protruding hip bones. Today marked the beginning of her lessons in court etiquette alongside other noble ladies who had been betrothed. In truth, the principles of etiquette were not overly difficult to grasp. At most, the matriarchs would be somewhat stringent and nitpicking, resulting in physical fatigue. The most daunting aspect, however, was the memorization of the royal genealogy. The Great Zhou Dynasty, originating from its founder, had spanned over 90 years and 4 reigns, with the royal lineage comprising more than 10,000 individuals. The royal genealogy, akin to a tome, was indeed a substantial volume. Naturally, it was not required to memorize every detail. For instance, during the reign of the late emperor, a significant reduction of princely titles had occurred, leaving only a handful of princes. As for those relatives who were stripped of their titles, it sufficed to be aware of their existence without needing to remember every name. The descendants of the princesses, too, were not mandatory to memorize, especially those not bearing the surname Li. Beyond these, one was expected to be acquainted with the backgrounds of the current consorts, the maternal families, and the various houses of the primary and secondary consorts from different princely estates. By the end of the day, the young ladies were overwhelmed by the genealogies, with Feng Yilan even confiding to Song Qingyue that she now felt more at ease learning how to sit, stand, and perform the various formalities than grappling with the genealogical records. Song Qingyue chuckled softly but chose to remain silent. Indeed, she believes that this royal training for prospective brides is quite essential. It is not only the royal family. Even children from prestigious families must learn their family genealogy from a young age. Noble women, prior to marriage, are required to familiarize themselves with the circumstances of their future husbands' households. However, the royal lineage is particularly extensive. The more Song Qingyue studies the royal family tree, the more she feels that the days ahead may be fraught with challenges. It turns out that not only princes and nobles have regulations regarding their wives and concubines, even the imperial grandchildren are subject to similar rules. Although the concubines of the imperial grandchildren do not appear on the royal jade plate, the palace selects 2 talented young women for each grandchild to serve as concubines before they marry into the royal houses. This practice is also a form of regulation. These concubines are typically not of slave status, but rather come from reputable families, most often daughters of officials, chosen through a rigorous selection process by the ancestral hall before being sent to various royal residences. Many wealthy merchants and lower-ranking officials are quite eager to marry off their daughters as concubines to the young lords of the royal houses. Should fortune favor them and their daughter becomes a concubine to a future prince, their status would rise accordingly. All for the modest price of a daughter who is not highly valued, yet could yield the protection and favor of the royal family. It is, by all accounts, a lucrative transaction. Thus, did our male protagonist, Li Yin, also reject these 2 concubines? The narrative conveys that he is perceived as an unlikable and obstinate individual, and considerable attention is devoted to illustrating how his secluded household fails to garner support in the court. This isolation complicates his endeavors to seize control of the Eastern Palace and to implement policies after ascending the throne, providing ample opportunities for various antagonists such as Li Zhao, the Shun family, the Song family, and the factions of Prince Xian and Prince Shan to exploit. For instance, The lineage of Master Song initially served as an ally to Li Bai, but later drifted apart when Li Bai refused to accept the daughter of the Song family as a concubine in the royal household. However, the male protagonist, Li Bai, is a man of unwavering conviction. He pledged a lifetime of devotion to the female lead, vowing to uphold this promise despite the myriad of challenges that may arise. In stark contrast stands Li Zhao, who would never extend such a promise. His assurances only amount to empty words, filled with the insincere sentiment that there will always be a place for you in his heart. The more one contemplates this, the more sorrowful it becomes. Li Bai may merely be a young master of the Jingwang manor, yet Li Zhao is an officially titled prince, a true heir to a princely title. According to protocol, a prince's heir is entitled to a primary consort and 2 secondary consorts, much like the prince himself. This implies that aside from the imperial concubines granted to him, Li Zhao is also expected to have 2 royal concubines whose names are inscribed on the imperial jade tablet. Song Qingyue wishes to escape her marriage. In Chapter 74, the Empress's demise, while future royal daughters-in-law were entangled in the complexities of royal genealogies within the palace, a significant event unfolded in the court. Minister Sun was sentenced to exile in Lingnan. Consequently, the emperor resolved to reorganize the accounts of the 6 ministries, dispatching officials from the Ministry of Revenue in Beijing to Nanjing to revise the records of the southern Jiangsu region, with the Qingyue also sending personnel to assist. Indeed, this led the Qingyue to uncover a major scandal. 7 years prior, the crown prince had taken his favored consort on a leisurely trip to Jiangnan under the pretext of inspecting the salt trade. Such excursions were often overlooked by the palace, as they turned a blind eye to these indulgences. In the 35th year of Jianming, on the 24th day of the 11th month, the empress tragically passed away in Qingyue Palace. Prior to her demise, the emperor conferred the title of Duke of Shun upon the deposed crown prince, a gesture that seemed to encapsulate the last remnants of affection between the emperor and the empress. However, one could argue that the empress ultimately succumbed to the torment of her heart. The timing of this incident was indeed too fortuitous. Both the empress and the emperor were acutely aware that unseen hands were at work behind the scenes. The crown prince had been deposed 6 years prior, and perhaps it was from that moment that the course of events had become irrevocably set. The ministers in the court, who had long been stifled by their pent-up frustrations, finally found a release for their grievances. The errors committed by the crown prince 7 years ago proved to be the final straw that crushed the Eastern Palace. To ensure the case was firmly established, the only debauched son of the northern town marquis, Lord Ningyan, was in a deep slumber in the Tianzi room of Yichuan building, when he was abruptly awakened by Huang Huai from the Princess Pingyang's residence, who exclaimed, "Get up quickly. The empress has passed away." "What?" Ningyan, with dark circles under his eyes, sat up, his gaze unfocused as he looked at Huang Huai. Huang Huai shouted back, "Ah Zhao asked me to inform you that the empress has died. He should have already entered the palace with Prince Su and the princess." "Huh?" Ningyan then broke into a wide grin. "The empress has passed. Does this not mean no marriages can take place for a year? My grandmother shall finally have a year of peace. Ha ha ha. Should His Majesty know that you were able to laugh at such a time, your head would surely be forfeit, or perhaps they would use a dull blade." "Alas, there is no one around," Ningyan replied, shaking his head nonchalantly, remaining largely unperturbed. Amidst the ongoing training, the royal prospective daughters-in-law collectively ventured to Qingyue Palace to mourn for the empress. Song Qingyue had prepared several handkerchiefs rubbed with chili seeds in advance, believing that the fiery sensation would elicit genuine tears. However, the burning sensation was so intense that it nearly blinded her, leading to authentic weeping. She was indeed crying from the pain of the chilies. Had she known, she would have followed the others in using ginger juice instead. Her sobs were so heart-wrenching that they astonished her future sisters-in-law, Fang Alan, Gui Yuner, and Ming Yuyan. After approximately an hour of weeping, a somewhat familiar little eunuch approached her and softly remarked, "Miss, your health is already delicate. His Highness, the young master, fears that your weeping may harm your constitution, so he sent me to assist you in resting for a while before continuing." At that moment, Meng Yuyan shot her a piercing glance, and Song Qingyue felt as though the entire circle of prospective royal daughters-in-law was simmering with jealousy. Li Zhao was inciting animosity towards her. Observing the eunuch's tearful expression, she sighed and replied, "Very well, I shall rest for a brief moment." She was well aware of Li Zhao's temperament. Having grown up in a military camp, his commands were not to be defied. If she refused to take a break, This little eunuch's future under Li Zhao might be jeopardized, thus ruining his prospects. Song Qingyue did not wish to be the villain in this scenario. A brief respite was all she needed, and she would comply. Upon arriving at the side hall, she discovered that she was not the sole one in need of rest. Most were elderly noble lords, but there was one young lady, of similar age to her, seated behind a semi-transparent embroidered screen, intermittently sobbing with an air of profound sorrow. This was genuine grief, bestowed in marriage to the esteemed third prince of the Shn county. She nodded quietly and continued in a hushed tone. The third prince's biological mother was none other than the favored consort who had accompanied the Shn county prince on his travels to Jianming 7 years ago, and she had met an untimely demise last night. Song Qingyue let out a cold laugh. It was the man who had erred. Yet the one who paid the ultimate price was a woman. Even though the prospects of the third prince were irrevocably shattered, Miss He Lu still faced the prospect of marrying him. The imperial decree had been issued. She had no path for retreat. Indeed, it was a matter worthy of lamentation. Leaning against the couch, Song Qingyue closed her eyes to rest. Having knelt for over an hour, her legs numb to the point of insensibility. Feng Qi gently massaged her legs, speaking softly. "My lady, the young master holds you in regard. You should find joy in that." She suddenly opened her eyes. No. It was not just Miss He Lu who had no way out. All of them, the wives of the imperial descendants, were equally trapped. Miss He Lu had merely glimpsed the end of the road before herself. Chapter 75. The everlasting song Taisher during the mourning period for the late empress. The strife and clamor within the imperial harem and all the noble houses seemed to be suspended, as if a pause button had been pressed. All forms of entertainment were strictly forbidden. Neither ministers nor those of noble lineage were allowed to host banquets or indulge in song and dance. The entire capital fell into a disquieting silence, with the emperor even composing several elegies in memory of the deceased empress. The common folk praised the emperor for his deep affection and loyalty to her, claiming that such enduring devotion was rare among sovereigns. Meanwhile, within the court, a tempest of new turmoil erupted. Many who had previously maintained ambiguous ties to the Eastern Palace were ruthlessly pulled down from their positions without hesitation, due to the close ties some cabinet ministers had with the Eastern Palace. The emperor seized this opportunity to compel the 7 cabinet elders to consent to the expansion of the cabinet's grand secretary from 7 to 9 members. The Minister of Revenue, Song Jianming, and the newly appointed Minister of Personnel, Wu Rukong, took on the roles of secretaries for the 6 ministries within the cabinet. The position of secretary seemed to have descended from the heavens like a fortuitous pie landing upon his head, and now, bewilderingly, he had become a cabinet elder? Although Minister Wu was well aware that he was merely accompanying Song Jianming, he found immense joy in the situation. On the day following his elevation to cabinet elder, as the nation was still in mourning for the empress, no banquets could be held. Yet, Minister Wu, in high spirits, brought 2 braised ducks and made his way to the Song residence for a visit. In the main hall, he clasped his hands before Song Jianming, exclaiming, "Elder Song, my dear brother, I come to offer my congratulations." "Elder Wu, please, do not say such things. You are embarrassing me." The 2 newly appointed elders exchanged pleasantries for the better part of the day. Just then, the eldest son, Song Chenhai, and the second son, Song Chenxiu, entered. And upon seeing these fine young gentlemen, Minister Wu thought to himself, "If this marriage comes to fruition, I shall rank above Minister Song." With this thought, his smile grew even brighter. Outside, people envied the Song family for their illustrious lineage and the abundance of talent, as they had produced a 2nd cabinet minister within a single generation, truly remarkable. Only the direct descendants of the Song family were aware of the underlying struggles and hardships. Fortunately, the newly appointed elder Song did not appear to be a person of narrow mind. While he offered no particular favor or support to his direct relatives, he also refrained from suppressing them. This alone was more than sufficient. This brought a considerable sense of relief to Song Jinshua, who remained stagnated in the position of governor of Qingzhou. However, this respite was short-lived, as news arrived during the new year that the venerable Song Laotai was gravely ill. In truth, ever since the crown prince was conferred the title of Shinjunwang, Song Laotai's health had been in decline. It is noteworthy that the direct lineage of the Song family had consistently supported the reinstatement of the crown prince. The reason they managed to evade a reckoning this time was entirely due to the consideration shown by the censors towards the newly appointed cabinet elder, Song Jianming. It is indeed a bittersweet irony for Song Jianming, a source of both sorrow and joy. The grieving elder of the Song family, accompanied by several gray-haired brothers and a few sons, stood at the entrance to welcome his nephew, who had now ascended to the position of cabinet elder. As Song Jianming alighted from the grand carriage, assisted carefully by a servant, he strode into the residence with the dignified gait befitting one of high status. They regarded him with expressions that bore little sorrow as he came to bid farewell to the venerable Song Laoshe for the last time. Who could have anticipated, more than a decade ago, that the frail young man, clad in tattered garments and carrying a bamboo basket, who had ventured alone to the capital seeking their protection, would achieve such remarkable fortune? The intricate relationship between the young cabinet elder and Song Laoshe resembled a cocktail that is both bitter and sweet, with a hint of acidity. A single sip could leave one furrowing their brow for quite some time. The nuances of this experience could only be truly understood by the members of the Song family. On the morning of the 5th day of the new year, amidst the celebratory firecrackers welcoming the god of wealth, the long-reigning helmsman of the Song family, Song Laodai, departed from this world. White banners were hung before the Song residence, and the emperor dispatched eunuch Yin to pay his respects to the departed Laoshe. Since the ascension to nobility, the secluded Prince Shen's residence dispatched the heir, Li Sheng, to pay respects. Subsequently, the heir of the Su Wang residence, Li Zhao, remarkably arrived to mourn the esteemed elder Song. Having contended with Li Zhao for years over the position of the crown prince, Li Sheng's eyes reddened upon seeing him. He understood well that the complete downfall of the Eastern Palace was closely tied to the Su Wang residence, a matter that once appeared utterly impossible. The tenacious Su Wang had persevered for over 20 years and ultimately accomplished his aim. In the back garden of the Song residence, Li Sheng seethed as he confronted Li Zhao. "What brings you here? Have you come specifically to revel in my misfortune?" Li Sheng paused, then scoffed disdainfully. "Since when has Elder Song become one of your own?" "Huh, how absurd." Li Sheng was infuriated by Li Zhao's brazen fabrications. His finger trembled as he pointed at him, a torrent of invectives swirling in his mind, unsure of where to commence. Observing Li Sheng's fury rendering him speechless, Li Zhao politely clasped his hands and took his leave, for he sought to engage Elder Song in further discussions, and today presented a fortunate opportunity. In the morning hall, Song Qingyue, alongside several siblings, offered incense to the late elder. By the offering table, she spotted Meng Wanfeng, weeping inconsolably in the embrace of grandmother Song. Accompanied by a tall young man clad in somber attire, his expression grave as he knelt alongside the offspring of Song Jianque from the main branch of the Song family. The female protagonist placed immense value on familial bonds. Unlike herself, Song Qingyue couldn't help but reminisce about the concubine, Chun, whom she had forsaken, realizing her own heart was cold and unfeeling. Meng Wanfeng, too, had her share of hardships. As Song Qingyue bowed before the coffin of old Master Song, she was enveloped by a peculiar sensation. Meng Wanfeng referred to Song Jianshua as her maternal uncle, yet she could also call him uncle herself, thus establishing a tenuous kinship with the female protagonist, Meng Wanfeng. To Meng Wanfeng, this venerable elder was an exceedingly benevolent great-great-grandfather, while to her own father, Song Jianming, he was a relentless patriarch who suppressed the collateral branches of the family. Viewed from another perspective, the emotions evoked were strikingly different. Indeed, the intricacies of life are truly wondrous. Chapter 76. What she feared was to develop affections at that moment. A young attendant unexpectedly appeared, whom Song Qingyue recognized as the eunuch who had previously advised her to rest during the empress's funeral. "Miss, our young master is in the garden. Would you care to meet him?" Song Qingyue shook her head, saying, "He is not the person I am meant to meet. I shall not go." With that, she took her elder sisters by the hand and moved towards the exit. Song Yushi, now engaged to Jiang Yuan Chao, gazed at Song Qingyue in astonishment. But he is the heir of the Duke of Su. Moreover, it seems quite possible that the Duke may ascend to the throne as the next emperor, does it not? If the Duke becomes emperor, the heir would be the crown prince. How could you be so dismissive? Wait, third sister. Are you truly not going to meet the young master? Song Qingyue clicked her tongue, finding the situation rather intricate and difficult to articulate. Once they were inside the carriage, she finally spoke. "The reason I choose not to meet him is that I am somewhat afraid of him." "Afraid of him?" Song Yashin was taken aback and whispered in a low voice. "But I heard from the ladies of the Wei Duke's residence that the crown prince is quite attentive to you." Song Yushi interjected, "Third sister, I can understand. After all, the crown prince is nearly 6 years older than you. Just like me, I feel quite intimidated when I meet Lord Jiang." Song Qingyue chuckled at her second sister's words, saying, "I'm not like you." "How are you different?" She looked at her elder sister and continued, once next year passes and the Empress's mourning period ends, we will likely all be married off. Elder sister, you will become the crown prince's wife. Aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? Song Qingyue took a deep breath, hesitating before saying, there will surely be more than one woman by their side in the future. What will we do then? Her words plunged the atmosphere inside the carriage into an icy silence. It was rather unpleasant to bring up such matters before marriage. Song Qingyue herself realized her words were ill-timed, yet since they had already been spoken, she felt it better to clarify. As for Jiang Yuanqiao, let's not mention him. Second sister will be a concubine upon her marriage, for Lord Jiang has children and 2 other concubines. Sister will have to face this reality once she arrives. As for elder sister marrying the heir of the Wei Duke's residence, as the matriarch of such a prominent family, the pressure regarding heirs will be immense. If she cannot quickly bear a legitimate son, it is likely the inner quarters will be filled with turmoil. And as for me, I do not know what fate awaits Li Zhao in the future. If the Prince of Su were to ascend, then Li Zhao would become. How should I face him? Song Yaxin seemed to be unperturbed by the matter at hand. She grasped Song Qingyue's hand and consoled her, saying, if His Highness the Prince of Su truly possesses such fortune, then it is your fortune as well. Why should you fret over what others covet? Besides, pondering over this now serves no purpose. If they wish to elevate someone, so be it. What man does not have a concubine in his household? As long as your future husband, like our father, prioritizes the legitimate wife, you may as well regard the other women as mere adornments. Song Qingyue forced a smile. Sister, you truly have a carefree perspective. Yet, Song Yaxin replied, it is not that I am carefree. I merely observed that our mother lived quite happily, did she not? However, Song Qingyue remained disheartened. But, even father has spent less time in the main courtyard in recent years. Lady Liang, after all, had lost her youthful beauty, while the concubine, residing in the rear courtyard, was a full 18 years younger than Lady Liang. Ultimately, men are drawn to youthful allure. Even Lord Song, who is considered an exceptionally devoted husband, cannot escape this norm. The man Song Qingyue was to marry was not a fictional protagonist, but rather the Emperor Li Zhao, a man with countless consorts and harems. Reflecting on how the heroine of the first life met her demise, she perished due to the intrigues of the palace. Personally ordered to drink poison by Li Zhao. Li Zhao's first wife, Shen Baozhen, also succumbed to illness after losing her child in a battle with the heroine. Li Zhao is not a fictional hero. He is simply an ordinary man of the ancient world, embodying all the traits typical of noblemen of his era. In the future, when she endures the excruciating pain of her menstrual cycle, he will be entwined with his concubine, and during the arduous months of her pregnancy, he will find solace in the embrace of another woman. Such arrangements, in today's society, would raise no eyebrows. Yet, she will confront him, asserting that his actions are unjust, a profound disrespect towards his wife and all women. Perhaps everyone will deem her insane for such sentiments. Contemplating these matters fills Song Qingyue with a profound anguish, as this marriage suffocates her, extinguishing any flicker of hope for a fulfilling emotional life in the future. Thus, she concludes that the most prudent course of action is to sever all feelings, if she does not allow herself to fall for Li Zhao. She shall evade disappointment and pain, making her existence significantly more bearable. Yet, Li Zhao, ever since their engagement, persistently provokes her, instilling a deep-seated fear within her. With his captivating visage constantly hovering in her vicinity, she dreads the possibility of genuinely falling for him. The best solution, she believes, is to minimize their encounters, out of sight, out of mind. Aware that she is not one to dismiss her emotions so lightly, she genuinely fears the vulnerability of her heart. Chapter 77. Tumultuous thoughts. Unlike her elder sisters, Song Qingyue dismisses the notions of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues as mere nonsense. Of course, she cannot voice such opinions, for her sisters would never comprehend. After much contemplation, she has resolved to treat Li Zhao as her superior, committing to be a diligent employee focused solely on her responsibilities. As for romance, that is a farce she wishes to avoid. The emperor may have shown kindness to Empress Su, penning several elegies in her memory after her departure. Yet look at how many children he sired with other women thereafter, despite being a youthful couple for many years. The notion of lying in another woman's embrace day after day is utterly disheartening. Such profound affection, truly, one must cast aside. Decisions have been made, yet the turmoil within is palpable. Song Qingyue's mind swirls with chaotic thoughts, and with concern, she addresses her elder sister. Sister, please refrain from initiating discussions about matchmaking. If such matters arise, let it be with the type that the young master of the noble house finds less appealing. Consult mother for guidance. And do not act foolishly when the time comes. Being virtuous and generous is for the eyes of others. Life is to be lived for oneself. The shoes one wears must be comfortable to the wearer. Song Yashin chuckles, playfully tousling Song Qingyue's hair, always chattering and fussing. Are you the elder sister, or am I? Song Qingyue shields her head, muttering, I am merely concerned for your well-being. Yet, Song Yashin retorts, what is there to fear? With our father and my sister-in-law, the daughter of the duke, standing by me, who could dare to cause me harm? Indeed, Song Qingyue nods in agreement, declaring, I shall support both my sisters. Nearby, Song Yushi joins in the laughter. Yes, if ever I find myself wronged, I too shall seek my third sister's assistance. The three sisters share a harmonious laugh. However, in the garden of the Song residence, Li Zhao appears troubled. The northern region is unstable. Recent skirmishes between the Northeast Army and the Tartars have kept the Ministry of War exceedingly busy, finally managing to carve out a moment. He had hoped to see Song Qingyue, yet that young lady has not come. Meanwhile, Master Song continues to advise caution, urging the Prince of Su to remain restrained and to exercise patience. One could even petition the emperor to elevate the esteemed Prince of Jing to the rank of a royal prince, citing his remarkable military achievements. This would ensure that the House of Su does not monopolize power in the court, becoming a target to mitigate the emperor's suspicions. The rationale is understood. Yet Li Zhao's thoughts have strayed far from this concern. He is now consumed by an unusual agitation stemming from Song Qingyue's absence. Why does she not come? How can she choose not to appear? Does she not desire to see him? Indeed, since their engagement, he has never witnessed her smile in his presence. She seems discontented. Perhaps she does not wish to marry him. This sudden wave of frustration constricts Li Zhao's chest, leaving his palms cold. Time is slipping away, suddenly interrupted in his discourse. Master Song noticed Li Zhao's pallor. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, having finally secured this opportunity, Your Highness, will you not meet with Wei before departing? Master Song clicked his tongue, that girl, and then attempted to defend his daughter. Please do not take offense, Your Highness. She has always possessed this aloof temperament, often disregarding even me, her father, much like a cat that shuns interaction. Chapter 78. Who will be the new crown prince? The new year of the 35th year of Jianming passed quietly, and before long, spring arrived. With willow branches beginning to bud and peach blossoms adorning the mountains, Meng Wanfeng found herself in a state of discontent, as matters have been decidedly unfavorable of late. After an exhaustive search, she was unable to locate Master Song's concubine of the Qin surname. Acting on knowledge from her previous life, she discreetly investigated the House of Su, only to find that many events did not align with her prior understanding. Although it is mandated that the copper and iron mines within the Great Zhou territory be reported to the imperial court and managed by appointed officials, there exists no law stipulating that overseas imported minerals must also fall under the court's administration. A portion of the income is derived from real estate, livestock farms, plantations, and various workshops, alongside some commodities unfamiliar to her previous life, such as cement, corn, sunflowers, peppers, and potatoes. Even the weapons, cannons, and warships crafted by the Prince of Su during his time in Ling and were duly reported to the court, which surprisingly granted approval. What she remained oblivious to was that while the emperor may have given his consent, he never allocated a single additional coin for military salaries, often resorting to deductions instead. Meng Wanfeng found herself in a state of confusion, even beginning to question whether her past existence had merely been a dream. In this life, it seemed that many circumstances had diverged. After the onset of spring, the emperor issued an edict for the officials to nominate a new crown prince. Minister Song immediately recognized this as a trap and promptly alerted Li Zhao to advise the Prince of Su to remain composed. The prince was not disinclined to advance his position at this moment. He was quite impatient and even contemplated pressuring his father to designate him as the heir. Was there truly any prince more suitable than himself? He could not fathom why his father remained obstinate, nor why he seemed to hold him in such low regard. In private, the Prince of Su vented his frustrations to Li Zhao with expletives. After 2 decades of effort to dethrone the former crown prince, he now witnessed that the crown prince had become the Duke of Shan, a definitive and unyielding setback. Should the emperor genuinely appoint another brother as the heir, rebellion would be his only recourse. Should anyone dare to claim that he has toiled in vain, he would wish them dead. Li Zhao poured a cup of tea, soothing his father's spirits with gentle words. Father, You are well aware that His Majesty tends to deliberate extensively before making any decisions. Did not Lord Song convey a message? At this very moment, whether to contend or to refrain is itself a form of contention. As long as no one points out any errors, that position will naturally be yours. Father, we have come this far. A misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Prince Su let out a long sigh, settling into his chair with his eyes closed. After a moment, he made a sound of acknowledgement and glanced at Li Zhao with a smile, saying, "You appear quite composed now, my boy." Li Zhao immediately lowered his head, responding respectfully, "That is due to your excellent guidance, father." "Do not flatter me unnecessarily," the prince retorted. "The truth remains, you are a product of my own upbringing." As he spoke, he poured another cup of tea for his father, adding, "This year's premium tea from Hangzhou is excellent for alleviating heat. You should indulge in it." Prince Su nodded, accepting the cup and drinking it all. After finishing, he suddenly became reflective, saying, "In those days, your mother had a profound love for tea. You never witnessed it. But despite her spirited and vivacious nature, she brewed tea with a grace that resembled that of a bodhisattva." Li Zhao pondered for a moment before seizing the opportunity, suggesting, "Perhaps this Qingyue festival, we could hold a memorial service for Mother at Sanqing Temple? Let us make it a grand affair. Or perhaps, Father, you could take a page from His Majesty and compose some elegiac verses in memory of her?" Prince Su waved his hand dismissively. "Your father is not one to engage in such ostentatious displays for the sake of reputation." Li Zhao clicked his tongue, bemused by his father's persistent habit of critiquing the late emperor. While in Lingnan, one could dismiss a reprimand as a mere formality, but upon arriving in the capital, he audaciously continued to speak without restraint. "By the way, Lord Song has sent a letter. Would you care to take a look?" "How so?" Li Zhao presented the handwritten missive from Song Jianming to his father. Upon reading the entire letter, the Prince of Su raised his eyebrows in surprise and inquired of Li Zhao, "Have you perused it?" Li Zhao nodded affirmatively. The Prince of Su pinched the bridge of his nose, displaying considerable reluctance, and asked, "What is your opinion? Must I elevate the fourth prince?" Li Zhao replied, "I believe Lord Song's assertions hold merit. With the downfall of the Ning prince, apart from the deposed crown prince, you are the eldest surviving son. Rather than engaging in a lethal struggle with your other uncles, it would be more prudent for us to take a step back and muddle the waters. Let His Majesty waver until the very last moment. Then, when it comes to establishing the heir, you would at least hold the advantage of seniority." The Prince of Su sighed deeply, his reluctance palpable as he conceded, "Very well." On the eve of Qingyue, just as the court officials were embroiled in heated debates over which prince would be the most suitable candidate for the position of heir apparent, the Prince of Su unexpectedly submitted a memorial. He proposed, in light of the fourth brother's years of diligent service in the northwest, to elevate the fourth prince's status from duke to prince. This perplexing maneuver left the courtiers somewhat bewildered, and even the emperor found himself at a loss regarding the Prince of Su's intentions, prompting him to refer the matter to the cabinet for deliberation. Chapter 79, The Promotion of Prince Jing. Minister Song, having limited experience and influence within the cabinet, adopted a low profile after offending many due to the previous matter of reconstructing the accounts. Since his entrance into the cabinet, he adhered to the principle of listening more and speaking less. Unless directly addressed, he often remained silent, refraining from expressing his opinions. However, it was not long before the emperor called upon him. "What is your view, Minister Song?" Feigning contemplation, Minister Song slowly replied, "In my humble opinion, the proposal put forth by Prince Su is quite reasonable. Over the years, Prince Jing has been stationed in the northwest with little demand for an increase in military funds. And despite repeated incursions by the Walla, he has maintained order without incident." His words awakened those in a stupor. Recently, military leaders stationed in the northeast and Liaodong had also submitted memorials requesting increased military supplies. As the Minister of Revenue, Song Jianming was particularly sensitive to matters of finance. This reflection led the emperor to suddenly realize that his long-ignored fourth son had indeed rendered significant service. Minister Song continued, "Unlike our comfortable position in the capital, His Highness Prince Su has been stationed in the military camp for many years. His submission of this memorial likely stems from a shared understanding among brothers." The emperor fell into silence, eventually responding with a contemplative hum. He concluded, "Let it be so. Instruct the astronomical bureau to select a day for my fourth son to receive a promotion." That afternoon, the cabinet submitted the carefully selected memorials to the emperor's study. Upon perusal, the emperor's anger flared, as many suggested the establishment of the fifth prince, Prince Xin, as the heir apparent. The mother of the fifth prince, Prince Xian, is concubine Qin, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jing. Although her beauty does not rival that of the young consort Ming, she is favored for her gentle and dignified demeanor, as well as her perceptive nature. She is the most favored concubine after Empress Su, having borne the emperor 5 children, of whom 2 sadly did not survive. The 3 who reached adulthood are Princess Ping'an, the 5th Prince Xian, and the 9th Prince Yu. Following the departure of the empress, the harem was overseen by concubine Qin. The Qin family truly excelled in their role. The emperor, in a fit of dissatisfaction, tossed aside the memorial and let out a discontented hum. He summoned the officials to propose candidates for the new crown prince, seeking to ascertain the current distribution of power within the court. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Duke of Jing's household had quietly amassed significant influence over the years. The next day, prior to the elevation of the 4th prince to princely status, the various courtyards of the harem received the news that Lady Cui had been promoted to the rank of Hui Fei, originally a maid of honor to Empress Su. Lady Cui had not been favored by the emperor since giving birth to Prince Jing and being conferred the title of Jiu. Her residence, adjacent to Qianming Palace, is quite modest, yet Lady Cui has never minded such trivialities, as she hails from humble beginnings. During the emperor's princely days, her pleasing appearance and gentle disposition led Empress Su to select her as a concubine for her husband. As time passed and they all aged, the emperor seldom visited Empress Su, save for the 1st and 15th days of each month, making Lady Cui an indispensable companion and solace in the empress's later years. Thus, the emperor noted in the Edict of Promotion that Lady Cui was granted her new title in recognition of her years of dedicated companionship to the empress. Cui sure quietly lingered in her small courtyard, reciting scriptures and paying homage, when she suddenly received an imperial decree that left her utterly bewildered. She could hardly comprehend the situation, having never even laid eyes on the emperor, yet she inexplicably found herself elevated to the rank of Hui Fei, esteemed eunuch. Could this possibly be a mistake? She inquired. With a smile, Eunuch Yin presented the decree to her, pointing to the characters of Cui Shi inscribed upon it. Your Highness, there is no error. It is indeed meant for you. Does this mean I may summon Prince Jing into the palace for an audience at any time? Cui Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Certainly, Eunuch Yin replied, his demeanor respectful and congratulatory. Congratulations, Your Highness. Thank you, eunuch. Might you sit for a cup of tea? She offered. Alas, I must attend to other matters. I shall take my leave. Subsequently, personnel from the Ministry of Internal Affairs arrived to transfer Hui Fei to a larger residence at Jing'an Palace, providing her with 4 additional yellow-clad attendants and 8 palace maids. In the Qingqian Palace, Ming Shufei felt a pang of jealousy. She could not fathom how a person who had been so inconspicuous for years could suddenly be conferred the title of a concubine. Once Prince Jing was elevated to the rank of a prince and their eldest son, Li Wang, secured a position in the Ministry of Justice, Meng Shufei could no longer contain herself and promptly summoned Su Wang to the palace. However, she was informed that he had gone to Sanqing Temple with the heir to conduct a memorial service for the late original princess consort. Meng Shufei slammed her hand upon the table in frustration. A memorial service? Is this truly the time for such matters? How many days will it take? This is not a year-long affair. Why the need for such ostentation? Mei Jiaoyi, standing nearby, urged her, Your Highness, do not be hasty. Perhaps you could summon the second young master for clarification? Chapter 80. Journey to Sanqing Temple. A few days prior, Song Qingyue received a notification stating that His Highness, the Duke of Su, would be holding a religious ceremony at Sanqing Temple to recite scriptures and offer blessings for the late mother of the heir. It was hoped that she could attend. Song Qingyue was momentarily perplexed as to whether this invitation was from His Highness or from Li Zhao. Yet out of courtesy and reason, she felt it was appropriate to go. Early this morning, before dawn, she rose to groom herself, donning a modest dress of simple elegance, adorned only with a pair of understated white jade ornaments. She took with her the copied scriptures of the Tongxian Jinjing and the Durenjing as she made her way to the side gate. In the distance, she spotted a tall figure waiting by the carriage, clad in a light beige brocade robe with subtle patterns, a jade crown atop his head. His visage resembling exquisite jade and his demeanor as graceful as a pine tree. Just a fleeting glance caused her breath to hitch, prompting her to pause. Recently, Feng Qi had been dispatched to the south to verify last year's accounts, thus accompanying her today was Feng Jiu. Noticing her sudden halt, Feng Jiu gently called out, Miss? At the sound, Li Zhao turned his head, his gaze landing on the demure beauty standing a short distance away, lost in admiration. He smiled and extended his hand, beckoning. Come here. Song Qingyue immediately lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes, straightened her back, and walked over slowly, bowing her head in greeting. Observing that she did not take his hand, Li Zhao stepped forward and grasped her hand, gazing intently at her for a long moment before breaking into a smile. Have you grown taller? Song Qingyue nodded slightly, continuing to keep her eyes lowered, replying softly, It is indeed the age for growth. You must endure a few days of vegetarian fare with me, he added. That is only to be expected, she replied. The carriage of the Prince of Su is somewhat taller than ordinary ones. Li Zhao assisted her in boarding before he himself gracefully stepped inside with his long legs. Although the compartment was more spacious than typical carriages, it remained a constrained space. Song Qingyue could even catch a faint whiff of the dragon saliva incense lingering on his garments. She sat rigidly, striving to distance herself from him. Her gaze cast downward upon the scriptures in her hands. Occasionally, her peripheral vision would catch a glimpse of the hem of his robe. The fabric interwoven with threads of gold and silver, shimmering with the inherent luster of silk. Despite its plain hue, it exuded an extraordinary brilliance, epitomizing nobility. It was no wonder that Ming Wanfeng, a woman of remarkable intelligence, had been utterly devoted to him in her previous life, willing to endure any peril for love. Even to the point of madness. The intimate address caused Song Qingyue to stiffen. Only her father, Lord Song, ever called her that. She lifted her gaze, startled by the deep gray of his eyes, only to hastily avert it. Li Zhao furrowed his brow briefly before relaxing, his tone softening as he inquired, Have you had your breakfast? If not, I have brought some pastries for you. Thank you, Your Highness, but I have already eaten, she replied in a whisper. The new chef from Jianming has prepared lotus root powder cakes that the ladies of the household adore. I thought to bring you a few pieces to try. They are still warm. With such a warm recommendation from Li Zhao, Song Qingyue felt it inappropriate to decline. She reached out, taking a piece, covering it with a handkerchief before placing it in her mouth, savoring it in small bites. The delicate, pale pink translucent pastry is fashioned into the shape of a flower. Filled with water chestnut bits and crushed lily, its flavor a harmonious blend of sweetness tinged with bitterness, accompanied by the fragrance of lotus leaves, truly a delicacy. Li Zhao gazes intently at her as she eats, making Song Qingyue feel somewhat uneasy. She reluctantly pushes the food box towards him, saying, Your Highness, you should have some too. Li Zhao remains still, smiling as he inquires, Do you enjoy it? Song Qingyue nods honestly. The food box is layered, with each drawer revealing a different delicacy. Yet Li Zhao refrains from recommending more, concerned that her appetite may be small. Indeed, after tasting a single piece, Song Qingyue ceases to eat, continuing to sit with her eyes cast down, stiff and reserved. Li Zhao's fists clench and relax repeatedly. After much hesitation, he finally speaks. Where? Since the moment you saw me today, you have not smiled. Lift your gaze and look at me. Once again, he attempts to provoke her emotions. Song Qingyue silently sighs, complying with his request to glance at him before quickly averting her gaze once more. Observing her persistent evasion, Li Zhao, despite trying to reassure himself that her nature is simply aloof, can no longer deceive himself. His fists, resting on his knees, tighten painfully, and he ultimately asks, Where? Do you not wish to marry me? I. Song Qingyue contemplates affirming his suspicion, but swiftly holds her tongue. Regardless of her feelings, marriage is an inevitability. Voicing her reluctance might provoke his ire, leading to dire consequences for her. Moreover, the intensity of Li Zhao's gaze is formidable, as if he could strike her down on the spot should she affirm her unwillingness. She shook her head and said, I am just a bit anxious about meeting your father later. As he spoke, he gently caressed the smooth back of her hand with his thumb. His voice soft and deep, reminiscent of a lover's whisper. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the girl's ears turning a lovely shade of red. Li Zhao's lips curled into a smile. He seemed quite enamored with her hands, fair, delicate, and elongated, with unadorned nails that radiated a clean, rosy hue, lifting his spirits. With his other hand, he gently wrapped around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. Song Qingyue struggled for a moment before suddenly stilling, lifting her eyes to glare at him with an expression of annoyance. Her fair little face, adorned with such a look, resembled the enchanting autumn waters, evoking a sense of pity and admiration in him, causing his breath to falter momentarily as he swallowed hard. Where? There are no outsiders here. When it is just the two of us, we can be a bit more casual, all right? But that would be improper. What is there to fear? You are to marry me in the future. Who would dare to say anything? They will say that I, a mere concubine, am trying to seduce His Highness. That I am unworthy of the public eye. Li Zhao furrowed his brow. recalling the day in the palace when his grandmother had declared before him that Song Qingyue was unworthy. Perhaps others would feel the same. Was this the reason for her unhappiness? This matter, I will handle. Handle? How does your highness intend to do so? I'm fine. I do not care that much. Li Zhao grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Staring into her eyes, he smiled and said, "You are clearly distressed." "No, I am not. This is my own choice. From the very beginning, I was aware of how they would speak of me. The mouths are on others. And even if the prince can silence them, he cannot dictate their thoughts. I am not particularly concerned." He cradled her face. His apology sincere and earnest. "I have wronged you." Song Qingyue shook her head. "To marry the prince is a blessing for me." Li Zhao chuckled lightly. "Do you truly believe that?" Song Qingyue nodded vigorously, as she felt the arm around her waist finally release her. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. She distanced herself a few inches, only to find her breath caught in her throat, unable to rise or fall. Li Zhao felt a level of agitation he had never experienced before. He could not decipher Song Qingyue's thoughts, although her words sounded pleasant throughout their interaction. Where was the slightest hint of joy or shyness that a fiancé should display upon meeting her future husband? The more unsettled he became, the more she recoiled, retreating further until she found herself near the carriage door, gazing at the scenery beyond the gauzy curtain, completely ignoring Li Zhao. From her previous experiences with her capricious employer, Song Qingyue knew well that when the boss was displeased, it was best to keep a safe distance to avoid incurring their wrath. The Sanqing temple was not far. Just beyond the city wall, immediately outside the northern gate, the voice of a young attendant interrupted the awkward atmosphere within the carriage. "Your Highness, Miss Song, we have arrived." "I shall exit first." Li Zhao stepped out of the carriage, standing beside it with his hand extended, waiting for her to take his hand as she descended. Not wishing to have any physical contact with him, her heart raced uncontrollably. Chapter 81. Commemorating the Princess of the Su Wang. The sun shone brilliantly. The sky stretched infinitely azure, captivating the heart. The cerulean walls were nestled amid the early spring's vibrant greenery, where the delicate pink and pale white blossoms of peach and apricot trees hazily adorned the mountains. At the mountain gate, there were words inscribed by the great Emperor Taizu. Ascending the stone steps, one could glimpse the eaves of a pagoda peeking through the dense branches halfway up the mountain. The Su Wang had chosen this serene location for a ceremonial gathering, and the entire Sanqing temple had been closed off in advance. Several esteemed Taoist priests awaited at the mountain gate to receive His Highness the Crown Prince and his betrothed, Miss Song San. The welcoming committee included not only youthful Taoist priests but also several venerable elders with snow-white beards. Song Qingyue could not help but marvel at the grandeur of the prince's residence, even though her father held a high position as the elder of the Tianguan Pavilion. He had never been greeted at the temple by such venerable figures. "Your Highness, the Su Wang is already inside. We shall commence upon your arrival," one of the elder priests stated with utmost respect. Li Zhao nodded and replied, "Thank you for your efforts." The priests led the way, and Li Zhao cast a glance back at Song Qingyue, urging her to follow swiftly. Whether it was due to Li Zhao's inherent authority or some other reason, she promptly obeyed his silent command. A gentle, cool breeze wafted through the mountains, lifting Song Qingyue's dark locks and the moon-white ribbon at the back of her head. Li Zhao silently observed her figure, softening his footsteps as he followed her closely. The little kitten he had nurtured for 10 years had blossomed into a captivating enchantress. The young Taoists accompanying the elderly priest were rendered speechless at the sight of Song Qingyue. Li Zhao, filled with indignation, pondered how the Sanqing temple was currently accepting disciples. It was outrageous. Song Qingyue's heart raced, instinctively sensing that her employer was in a foul mood. As she walked, she suddenly realized she had inadvertently stepped ahead of him. Was this not a grave disrespect? She promptly halted her steps and turned to face him. Li Zhao, caught off guard by her abrupt stop, nearly collided with her. He took a step back. Yet, the proximity allowed the faint, delicate fragrance of her rose water to waft into his nostrils, causing his heart to flutter unexpectedly. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "I seem to have forgotten myself by walking ahead of your highness," Song Qingyue replied, stepping aside cautiously. She glanced up at his expression and further explained. "During my time in the palace, the matron taught me the proper decorum. It was my momentary lapse." Upon hearing her words, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Li Zhao appeared to diminish, leaving Song Qingyue at a loss. Li Zhao subtly exhaled, suppressing his displeasure, and said, "You may proceed ahead." But she hesitated. "The mountain path is treacherous. Should you stumble, it is my duty to catch you," he asserted. Song Qingyue glanced back at the entourage that followed him, uncertain of where her Phoenix 9 had been placed amidst the throng. However, given his authoritative tone, which left no room for dissent, she turned and continued onward, albeit with utmost caution, fearful that a misstep might indeed necessitate his support. Having arrived safely and without incident at the courtyard of the Taoist temple, two neatly arranged rows of Taoist priests stood solemnly on either side. Song Qingyue quickly positioned herself a step behind Li Zhao. The altar for the ceremonial rites was already prepared, with the memorial tablet of the late Princess Ning, consort of the Marquis Su, placed at the center, surrounded by various ritual implements and talisman papers arranged upon the incense table. Even for someone like Song Qingyue, who held little belief in such matters, the atmosphere compelled her to suppress any hint of irreverence. Following Li Zhao's lead, she respectfully inserted 3 tall incense sticks into the incense burner in the courtyard. Subsequently, she accompanied the procession of priests into the hall, first bowing and offering incense before the statues of the 3 venerable ancestors, Yuqing, Shangqing, and Taiqing. Then, she and Li Zhao each presented a brass lotus lamp before the longevity tablet of Princess Ning, with Song Qingyue also placing her handwritten scriptures beside it. The Marquis Su, noticing her prior effort in transcribing the scriptures, felt a sense of satisfaction and nodded at her with a smile, inviting her to sit beside him. With her heart finally at ease, she followed Li Zhao to a side of the main hall, where she sat cross-legged, listening to the priests as they played music, recited scriptures, and performed rituals. Throughout the morning, the Marquis Su and Li Zhao rose several times to stroll around the courtyard or to change clothes and visit the restroom. Given their noble status, none dared to comment, but Song Qingyue, feeling discomfort, endured and remained seated for the entirety of the morning. Sitting cross-legged for such a long duration was akin to a form of torture, and by the time she stood, her legs had lost all sensation. As she felt her body weaken, a hand reached out just in time to steady her. She looked up to meet Li Zhao's bright, dark eyes and heard him chuckle. "So, you two experience leg numbness?" Song Qingyue blinked, refraining from voicing her complaints, gritting her teeth as she endured the intense discomfort in her legs. Seeing that she could hardly walk, Li Zhao simply wrapped his arm around her waist and moved forward. Song Qingyue struggled, her annoyance evident as she exclaimed, "I can stand for a while." "Very well, then stand for a moment." He halted, yet still kept his embrace firm around her. "We are not even married yet. Please refrain from such behavior in front of others." Her delicately trembling eyelashes seemed to tease his heart, prompting Li Zhao to tighten his grip around her slender waist. His gaze deepening. "Fear not, they would not dare to speak out of turn." Chapter 82. How deep is the affection as soon as the door closed? The most favored attendant of the Prince of Su, Wang Changshi, promptly presented a plate of steaming meat buns, smiling, "Your Highness, they have just been steamed and are still warm." The Prince of Su, satisfied, took a bun, devouring it in 2 or 3 bites, before reaching for another, consuming it in the same manner. Wang Changshi swiftly brought tea, attending to the prince's dining needs. These were no ordinary meat buns. They were crafted from meticulously stewed dompa pork, diced and combined with shredded ham, bamboo shoots, and mushrooms, a specialty of the royal kitchen, truly exceptional in flavor. The Prince of Su had consumed 4 buns before he finally exhaled a contented sigh. If he were to be forced to eat vegetarian for 49 days, he would rather be put to death, as he could not endure even a single day of such deprivation. The Prince of Su was indeed a straightforward individual, albeit somewhat lacking in restraint. While the prince and his father were in the mountains, the court became a cacophony of chaos over the promotion of the 4th prince. Prince Jing, particularly stirred up by the Qin family of Qingyue, who were making a great fuss. The emperor's disdain for the Qin family grew, extending even to the previously favored concubine Chen. He was in a rather foul mood, as Feng Kuan had been dispatched on an errand, and now he found himself unable to locate anyone to engage in a game of chess. The emperor pondered for a moment and thought of Prince Su. This 3rd son, like his mother, concubine Ming, possessed a notoriously irritable temperament and had never shown him much respect. Furthermore, he would not allow the game to be manipulated in his favor like others might. Thus, he summoned Eunuch Yin to the Ministry of War to call for him. Currently, Prince Su held an honorary position there. Eunuch Yin bowed and said, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? His Highness the Prince has taken leave." The emperor then recalled that in a few days it would be Qingming festival, and Prince Su had submitted a petition a few days prior requesting a few days off to perform rituals at a temple for his deceased first wife. The emperor, fiddling with his jade chess pieces, mused that this wayward son still harbored some genuine affection for his late spouse. In those days, he had opposed their union. Yet Prince Su had persisted, fervently seeking his consent, and when he refused, the prince had taken matters into his own hands, making the marriage known throughout the capital, forcing the emperor to acquiesce, which had nearly provoked the old Marquis Qingyue to take up arms against him. At that time, the emperor had been infuriated, punishing the prince by sending him to Lingnan. Now, reflecting on those events, he wondered if the young Prince Su had truly been so impassioned, or if his motives were merely to gain military power from the Ning family. Surely, the emperor could not believe that his son was so deeply sentimental. That scoundrel's reputation for debauchery was well known. Did he think his father was unaware? The emperor snorted in disdain, cursing, "This unfilial son has stirred up so much trouble. And now he has the audacity to retreat to the mountains for peace." Enough of this. He carelessly tossed the chess pieces onto the board, stood up to stretch his weary back, and said with a gloomy tone, "Let us proceed to the cabinet." Chapter 83. The chief examiner of the spring examinations, originally scheduled to take place every 3 years, the spring examinations should have announced their results in February. However, due to the passing of Empress Su, the emperor mandated a period of mourning for 3 months, thereby postponing the examinations by the same duration. While it was said that discussions were to be held, there was truly little to deliberate. It was merely a formality to report the work arrangements. The examinations, occurring every 3 years, followed established customs, and aside from the slight delay, everything else would proceed in accordance with past practices. The only matter requiring discussion was the selection of the chief examiner. The imperial examinations of the Great Zhou were to be conducted simultaneously in Beijing and Nanjing, with approximately 200 candidates admitted in Beijing and around 100 in Jianming. Each location would have 2 chief examiners and 12 associate examiners, resulting in a total of 14 examiners from both the north and south. The position of chief examiner was highly sought after, as those who emerged as successful candidates would honor the chief examiner with the title of master, much like how in the previous examination. One of the chief examiners was the father of Liang, who was affectionately addressed as teacher by his son-in-law. Several cabinet elders were engaged in a heated debate over the selection of the chief examiner when a eunuch outside announced in a loud voice, "His Majesty has arrived." The room erupted as all the officials hastily rose to pay their respects. The emperor wasted no time. Having been informed en route that the cabinet was deliberating on the candidates for the chief examiner, he directly took a look at the proposed list drafted by the Minister of Rights, Lord Yin. I have heard that several ministers seem to have reservations regarding the list of candidates. The chief minister, Yan Jiyuan, rose respectfully and addressed the emperor, stating, "The issue is not substantial. It merely requires the removal of a few names." "Is that so? Which names ought to be eliminated?" inquired the emperor. Yan Jiyuan glanced at Song Jianming, who had remained silent in the corner, and remarked, "I believe that Minister Song is unsuitable and should be removed." "Why is that? Does Minister Song not deserve to be the chief examiner?" The emperor, who had intended for Minister Song to draft the questions on civil affairs, noted that Song Jianming's achievements in Ling and over the past decade were undeniably substantial. It would be entirely appropriate for him to set the questions. And even if he could not serve as the chief examiner, being a deputy examiner would suffice. Yan Jiyuan smiled and replied, "It is not that Minister Song is unworthy, but rather that both his eldest and second sons are participating in this examination." Song Jianming then stood and candidly expressed to the emperor, "For years ago, my eldest son passed the imperial examination and my second son succeeded last year. As for my youngest, he has yet to prove himself, having performed inadequately in the provincial examinations. This year, he merely wishes to attempt it for the sake of experience." "Is that so?" The emperor regarded Song Jianming with a half-smile. "Minister Song need not be so modest. Few in our dynasty achieve success at such a young age. And your humble words may merely be an attempt to showcase your family's accomplishments before your fellow ministers." As the emperor spoke, several senior officials in the cabinet coincidentally chuckled, though their laughter carried an undercurrent of envy. It was one thing for Song Jianming himself to have once been a youthful top scholar, but for his sons to also excel, this was enough to provoke a sense of jealousy among others. Lord Song clasped his hands in a gesture of supplication towards his colleagues, as if seeking mercy. The emperor sighed with regret. It was indeed inappropriate for a father, whose 2 sons were to participate in the examination, to serve as the chief examiner. After lingering in the cabinet for a little over half an hour, the emperor finalized the list of candidates for the chief examiner. The identities of the 2 chief examiners and the 12 co-examiners would only be determined on the day of the imperial examination, personally confirmed by the emperor himself. The examination questions would also be drafted by the chief examiners on that day, ensuring that no questions could be leaked in advance. However, as a senior official, Lord Song was not without his advantages. After all, he was already aware of the prospective candidates for chief examiner. Confident in the knowledge and capabilities of his two sons, Lord Song had always kept them by his side during his tenure in Guangzhou, ensuring they were well-versed in current affairs and the law. He firmly believed that his sons could easily surpass the majority of their peers. The reason for their less-than-stellar performance in previous local examinations was that Lord Song had not overseen their studies, allowing them to prepare on their own without sufficient effort. A few days later, someone from the legitimate branch of the Song family came to visit Lord Song. Understanding that this visit pertained to this year's spring examination, he promptly invited the visitor into his study. He reiterated to them, without reservation, the advice he had given to his sons just the day before. Among the visitors was a candidate of similar age to Lord Song, who, in fact, was slightly older. Sitting in the study, listening to Lord Song's eloquent discourse, he felt somewhat uneasy. Song Jianming pretended not to notice. After all, it is rare for someone to attain the status of a top scholar, and one must be prepared not only mentally but also physically. In his own backyard, the esteemed Song constructed a near-identical replica of the examination hall, creating a series of examination booths for his two sons and several candidates from the main branch of the Song family to experience and practice in advance. Although, as a high-ranking official, he believed that the Ministry of Rites would not allow his sons to draw a foul booth near the latrine during the actual exam. He could not dismiss the possibility of someone sabotaging them. After all, he had offended many and encroached upon numerous interests over the past 6 months. While certain individuals could not retaliate against him directly, targeting his sons was a distinct possibility. With only 2 months remaining until this year's spring examination, the capital buzzed with activity. Both the Song residence and that of old Master Song welcomed several relatives arriving to take the exams, including members from the Song family, visitors from the Liang family, and those related by marriage. This year, to his delight, even a gentleman from Aunt Chao's household had come to the capital to sit for the examination, truly a cause for celebration. The already modest abode of old Master Song became increasingly cramped, with the guest quarters filled to capacity. One young man from Jianming, arriving a few days late, found himself unable to secure accommodation at home and was sent to inquire at the other branch of the Song family. This young man, eager to make an impression on old Master Song, was left disappointed as he had to find temporary lodging at that other Song residence. The steward hesitated to mention that the influx was due to everyone flocking to the younger Song's side this year, making it impossible to accommodate anyone else at the main Song residence. Chapter 84. The disturbance from the second household. The atmosphere at Song Jianming's residence was rather lively, and with an increase in family members, the potential for instability grew. For instance, in the quarters of Song Jianming's 2 younger brothers, the sudden influx of over 10 scholars, some of whom were still unmarried, sparked inappropriate intentions. On this particular day, just as Lord Song finished his official duties and had yet to change into his customary attire, his wife, Madame Liang, summoned him to the main courtyard with an unusually grave demeanor, as if a significant crisis had arisen. The main courtyard was shrouded in tension, its doors tightly shut, while a group of servant girls and matrons stood outside, creating a barrier that suggested no one was to enter. Upon entering the hall, Song Gulao noticed several individuals kneeling on the floor. Among them was a cousin of Madame Liang, named Liang Jianhui, who was 22 years old and had come from Shandong to participate in the spring imperial examination. Additionally, 2 of the second household's nieces, Song Ping and her mother, Zhao, were kneeling at the side, weeping profusely with handkerchiefs in hand. Lord Song's legitimate younger brother, Song Jianshu, appeared furious upon seeing his elder brother enter. He threw himself at his feet, wailing, "Brother, you must adjudicate this matter. Is it permissible for the Liang family to bully us in such a manner? This scoundrel from the Liang family has sullied my daughter's purity by sending her love poetry, and here is the evidence. Yet he refuses to admit it." Meanwhile, Liang's nephew, filled with indignation, clasped his hands and addressed Lord Song. "Uncle, you must not heed their baseless accusations. I have done nothing wrong. I have not even laid eyes on this Miss Song, let alone send her any love poetry. I, Liang Junhua, have studied for many years and am certainly not ignorant of such matters. As for that so-called love poem, I have never composed one." Lord Song gazes at his younger brother Song Jianshu and his family with utter exasperation. Does he truly believe it is simple to cultivate a few of his own disciples? The audacity to pin his hopes on the scholar dwelling in his household is simply reckless. Bring that poem to me for inspection. Liang promptly presented the poem penned by the eldest daughter of the second household, Song Pingyin. Lord Song merely cast a cursory glance before addressing his brother. Are you mistaken? This is not Junhua's handwriting. Such an obvious discrepancy should not escape your notice. Are your eyes failing you? With that, he placed the paper on the candle holder and set it ablaze. The elder of the second household, Song Jianshu, was instantly struck dumb. This was a direct act of destroying evidence, leaving no witness to contest it. Is this truly how matters are to be handled? Enough. Everyone disperse. There was never any poem to speak of. I shall treat today as if nothing ever occurred. Should anyone dare to mention it before me again, they will find me utterly unforgiving. At that moment, Song Ping burst into tears while her maid knelt down, repeatedly bowing her head, exclaiming, "My lord, you cannot do this. 3 days ago, my young lady fell in the garden, and it was Master Liang who fortuitously passed by and summoned a doctor. Many witnessed it." Lord Song fixed his gaze upon the maid, his demeanor growing increasingly ominous. He chuckled darkly and, pointing at her, inquired of the second matron, "Zhao, is this how your household conducts itself?" Madame Zhao, the second wife, was immediately intimidated by Lord Song's imposing aura, her complexion turning ashen, rendering her speechless. However, Song Pingyin, possessing a bolder spirit than her mother, boldly inquired, "Uncle, do you truly harbor such disdain for our branch of the family? For the sake of the Liang clan, you disregard the purity of your own niece. How could one be so treacherous?" At this, Song Jianming could scarcely contain his laughter, for he had never encountered such audacity in a lady of high standing. Song Pingyin's face quickly drained of color, whether feigned or genuine. She fainted on the spot. With a frigid glare cast towards Liang Jianhui, she commanded, "Follow me to the study." Liang Jianhui felt a chill run down his spine. By the time he accompanied Lord Song to the study, his back was drenched in sweat. His face flushed crimson as he suddenly knelt before Lord Song, lowering his gaze. His lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. "Speak, do not blame yourself," Lord Song remarked, his displeasure palpable as he took a moment to suppress his anger. Striving for a calm demeanor, "Exiled is already betrothed. Do not entertain such thoughts any longer." "Yes, I understand," Liang Jianhui mumbled, his head bowed, his face resembling a pig's liver in hue, overwhelmed by shame and wishing to vanish into the earth. Lord Song then summoned Song Quan, inquiring about the individuals responsible for cleaning Liang Jianhui's quarters and delivering his meals. Song Quan, having previously investigated, answered fluently. Lord Song clenched his fists, seething, "Investigate. Conduct a thorough inquiry. And as for the servants from my second brother's residence, replace every one of them that they brought from Jiangling. Such occurrences I wish to never witness again." Addressing Liang Jianhui, I inquired, "Are the servants and scholars around you to be investigated by me, or shall you take it upon yourself?" Liang Jianhui stammered, I shall handle it myself." At that moment, his complexion turned ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Had it not been for Song Quan's support behind him, he might have succumbed to fainting. Indeed, having stirred such a significant calamity and allowing others to grasp his shortcomings. Had it not been for Lord Song's timely intervention, it would have been the esteemed Miss Song Yaxin whose reputation suffered. How could Lord Song possibly let him off lightly? Chapter 85. The tactics of the Liang family. After bidding farewell to Liang Jianhui, Lord Song remained alone in his study, brooding for a considerable time. Liang Shi entered with dinner, exclaiming, "TSK, this is all your fault, my husband." Lord Song immediately glared at her. "What does this have to do with me?" Liang Shi tenderly cradled Lord Song's face and smiled. "Were it not for your striking appearance, our daughters would not be so captivating." Lord Song huffed a couple of times, feeling somewhat appeased, and pulled Liang Shi onto his lap, affectionately nuzzling her neck for a while. Suddenly, he recalled Song Qingyue, who was still on the mountain, meditating and adhering to a vegetarian diet. The thought of that wretched Li Zhao also being on the mountain caused his eyelids to twitch, prompting him to voice his concern. "How is Wei faring on the mountain? Has anyone been sent to check on her?" Liang Shi chuckled. "Mama Su went to Sanqing Temple yesterday to deliver some clothing. Do not worry, my husband. She is well, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is taking great care of her." Speaking of this, Mrs. Liang could not help but feel a surge of pride, thinking to herself how endearing her daughter was, even before marriage, already capturing the attention of her future husband. Surely, she would secure her position in her new family. However, Lord Song harbored a different sentiment. With a furrowed brow, he remarked, "Send 2 more capable matrons to oversee the situation." Noticing Mrs. Liang's bewilderment, he leaned closer to her ear and spoke in a hushed tone. "Do you recall how His Royal Highness the Prince managed to wed a lady from the Ning family?" At the mention of this matter, Mrs. Liang was momentarily taken aback. But then, as if recollecting something significant, she gasped and covered her mouth in astonishment. "Could it be that my husband is concerned?" Lord Song, filled with anxiety, insisted, "In any case, we must dispatch 2 individuals to keep watch, lest an incident arises." Mrs. Liang nodded in agreement, promising, "I will make arrangements first thing tomorrow." This matter directly pertained to the reputation of Song Qingyue. Although the couple was already betrothed, any indiscretion before their marriage would be deemed improper and could invite scandal. Given that Song Qingyue was of lesser birth, any such occurrence would subject her to even more scrutiny in the future. After discussing Song Qingyue, Mrs. Liang recalled another issue and, embracing Song Jianming, inquired, "By the way, my husband, have there been any developments regarding the house?" Lord Song sighed, "We are still searching. Rest assured, my dear, once we find a suitable residence, I will discuss the matter of separating households with my father. If they cause a ruckus, we can simply offer them this house. What do you think of this plan?" When Song Jianming married into the Liang family, it was the esteemed Mr. Liang who financed the acquisition of this residence. Although it was not counted as part of the Liang family's dowry, Mr. Song was not the kind of man who would shamelessly appropriate his wife's possessions for his own family's benefit. Mrs. Liang did not hesitate to express her stance. "My husband may act as he sees fit, but you must reimburse me later." Mr. Song chuckled heartily and playfully pinched her nose, inquiring, "From whom did my dear wife learn such astute ways?" To which she replied, "Naturally, I learned it from my husband." "Very well. I shall reimburse you at the market rate this year. You shall not suffer any loss, my dear." In the Yinyu pavilion, Mrs. Chow was arranging her hair in front of the mirror when her maid, In Hong, reported, "Tonight, the master is resting in the main chamber." She scoffed lightly, "Indeed. The mistress has her methods, and is sure to create a scene early tomorrow morning. Once she does, we shall have quite the spectacle to witness." Today happened to be Anton's birthday, and it was certain that Mr. Song would have visited her courtyard. Ever since Mr. Liang departed from the capital, Mr. Song had become less cautious around Mrs. Liang, visiting the concubine's quarters with increasing frequency. No one could discern Mrs. Liang's true feelings, as she revealed nothing outwardly. Meanwhile, emboldened by her youth and beauty, Anton had grown increasingly brazen, openly bullying the less favored Aunt Xiao and Aunt Chun, and on several occasions, instructing her servants to deliberately pilfer provisions from other courtyards. Chao Yinyang desired the sauerkraut fish, and so she too wished for the sauerkraut fish. Yinyang craved the crab shell pastry, and thus she too sought the crab shell pastry. She even dared to seize the delicacies prepared specially for the main courtyard. Previously, Liang Shi had chosen to remain oblivious, but Chao Yinyang understood that the mistress would not truly allow such behavior to go unchecked. Behold, had she not found the opportunity? Indeed, and Yinyang, feeling slighted because Lord Song did not accompany her on her birthday, unleashed her fury by smashing dishes and throwing cups within her quarters. The following evening, she even wept her way into Lord Song's study. Initially, Lord Song offered gentle words of comfort, but Yinyang, buoyed by his soft reassurances, grew emboldened, taking the chance to disparage the mistress, claiming that the mistress was indeed jealous, fully aware that it was her birthday, yet intentionally obstructing the master from visiting her. At that moment, Liang Shi entered with the evening meal. Witnessing this scene, her anger causing her to clutch her chest and gasp for breath, her eyes reddening. Seizing the opportunity, she remarked, "I find Yinyang's temperament truly disagreeable. It has influenced Baowan to mimic her. Whenever she encounters any discontent, she erupts into tears and wails incessantly. This cannot continue." Lord Song, with a serious demeanor, responded with a thoughtful hum and suggested, "Then let us assign another to care for her." Liang Shi wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, regaining her composure, and added, "Among the concubines, Chao Shi possesses the gentlest disposition. Qingyue has been raised exceptionally well under her care. Why not entrust Baowan to Chao Yinyang?" Lord Song finally displayed a hint of a smile, affirming, "The mistress's arrangements have always been most prudent." Little did she realize that by merely uttering a few words of criticism towards Liang Shi, she would not only find herself confined but also see her 3-year-old daughter, Song Baowan, taken away from her. In her courtyard, those who had once served her were either dismissed or replaced, and even the 2 stewards responsible for her accounts vanished without a trace overnight. It felt as though a series of sharp slaps had struck her face, leaving her utterly defenseless. In the main hall, Lady Liang accompanied Song Yaxin and Song Yushi to meet the household stewards, simultaneously instructing them on the management of domestic affairs, including how to handle concubines, with no reservations. Although Song Yushi was of illegitimate birth, her estrangement from her aunt over the years had faded, and Lady Liang's kindness had drawn her closer to her. Song Yaxin remarked, with fifth sister gone, father has no excuse to visit Aunt in S courtyard anymore. Song Yushi added, not long ago, and was so arrogant. I thought mother was indifferent, but she was actually here waiting. Lady Liang advised. In the face of such matters, it is crucial for you to remain composed and seize the opportunity. Once you act, do not hold back. Once you deal with the troublemaker, others will naturally reconsider their positions, and peace will follow. Furthermore, do not display tears frivolously. Excessive crying diminishes its worth. When you arrive at your husband's family, if you encounter grievances, refrain from weeping before him. Instead, write to your mother, and she will devise a solution for you. Song Yaxin then clung to Lady Liang's arm, playfully saying, understood, mother. Third sister had previously promised to support me and second sister. Upon hearing this, Lady Liang chuckled and replied, seeking out your third sister is also a fine idea. She has always been resourceful. I observed that the crown prince was utterly captivated by her charm. You ought to take a lesson from this. Dealing with concubines is of secondary importance, while winning the heart of one's husband is paramount. Song Yaxin and Song Yushi blushed and nodded in agreement. Such sentiments, in the past, would have made them feel embarrassed to even listen, and they likely would not have comprehended them. However, now that their wedding dates are set, their hearts are increasingly filled with anxiety, making them more receptive to such sage advice. In the Sanqing temple, Li Zhao found himself in a state of distress. Yet, her demeanor, neither rejecting nor actively pursuing him, left him utterly perplexed. Each day, her cool and detached manner, coupled with her businesslike approach, seemed to indicate an utter obliviousness to his affections, which drove him to the brink of frustration. At times, he longed to emulate his father, to take decisive action and assert control, lest he be led around by a mere girl. One morning, after the priests had completed their chanting and paid homage to the deities, Song Qingyue presented a scroll of scripture she had copied the previous night. Following this, Li Zhao invited her to stroll through the back mountain after lunch. Song Qingyue nodded in agreement, and after their meal, she arrived at the back mountain gate accompanied by two elderly and stern-looking maids. Their presence irked Li Zhao. Having them around would surely hinder any chance of holding her hand. Song Qingyue lowered her head and explained, my father instructed the maids to stay by my side at all times. Please do not make things difficult for them, Your Highness. Li Zhao ground his teeth in irritation. It was evident that Minister Song did not trust him. Thus, he resolved to disregard the rules. Li Zhao deliberately chose an exceedingly arduous path. Initially, Song Qingyue followed him, panting and gritting her teeth, resolutely refusing to take his hand, relying solely on her own strength. However, upon reaching a certain ravine, even the cobblestone path vanished from sight, and the two elderly women trailing behind had long since fallen out of pace, disappearing from view. As Song Qingyue stepped onto a slick stone, she nearly lost her footing. But at the critical moment, Li Zhao reached out, pulling her into his embrace. The young beauty leaned in closer, and the more she looked, the more entrancing he appeared. His complexion resembled that of a peeled egg, fair and smooth, evoking an irresistible urge to lean down and steal a kiss. Yet, Song Qingyue deftly turned her head away. Avoiding him, Li Zhao, feeling a touch of awkwardness, asked with a hint of frustration, why are you dodging? Does this air fail to capture your favor? I do not harbor any disdain for you. Song Qingyue retorted, her voice tinged with ire. Look at you. Your current demeanor speaks otherwise, Li Zhao declared, refusing to relinquish his hold on her. With a playful audacity, he pinched her cheek, his grip surprisingly firm, causing Song Qingyue to cry out in pain. Ow, ow, ow. Li Zhao. She glared at him fiercely. Li Zhao raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Oh, I had thought Miss Song was an emotionless puppet, unable to endure any longer. Song Qingyue struggled vehemently, and in a fit of temper, she disregarded everything and leaped into the ravine. Li Zhao, caught off guard by her fierce resistance, froze momentarily in shock, failing to catch her as she plunged into the depths. At that moment, he could only abandon all considerations, shedding his outer garment and diving into the water after her. The current in the ravine was swift and tumultuous, making it nearly impossible to grasp hold of anyone. The two individuals drifted downstream along the current until they slid into a crystalline pool below. Though the pool appeared shallow, it was, in fact, quite deep. Not even someone as tall as Li Zhao could touch the bottom, and a bamboo pole measuring 2 to 3 meters would fall short as well. In a state of panic, he swirled around in the water until, after a while, he caught sight of Song Qingyue's small head bobbing rhythmically in a calmer section of the stream. To his astonishment, she was swimming towards the shore with remarkable skill. And in no time, she reached the bank, climbed out, and awaited him with a composed expression. Li Zhao exhaled in relief, a smile creeping onto his lips as he swam over to her. However, as he approached the shore, Song Qingyue removed her practical leather boots designed for traversing mountainous terrain and hurled one at his face, just as he managed to scramble onto the bank. A few guards from the royal residence emerged from seemingly nowhere and promptly returned his outer robe, which he had earlier discarded. Startled, Song Qingyue wondered if these individuals had been following them the entire time. Were they the legendary shadow guards? She had been completely oblivious to their presence. The display of their formidable prowess was truly daunting. Noticing that she still had the presence of mind to scrutinize the male guards, Li Zhao's expression darkened. He swiftly enveloped her with his dry outer robe, covering her head. "What are you doing, scoundrel?" she protested. Li Zhao removed his damp clothing, and one of the guards offered him a dry outfit in exchange. He glanced at Song Qingyue, hesitating for a moment, as he found it unacceptable for her to wear garments that had belonged to another man. Observing her nestled against him like a timid quail, he felt a sense of comfort wash over him. He playfully tapped her pert little nose and chuckled. "You little vixen. I had no idea you were such a proficient swimmer." Song Qingyue cast him a sidelong glance, inquiring, "Do you know me well?" "Indeed, more than you might imagine." Li Zhao replied with a hint of pride. "You've placed spies in my household," she exclaimed. With a chuckle, Li Zhao neither confirmed nor denied it. "So, when did you secretly learn to swim?" "I've never learned. It's an innate ability," Song Qingyue answered candidly. Li Zhao lowered his gaze, meeting her cat-like, crystal-clear black eyes, momentarily taken aback. "Do you not believe me? Have you ever encountered a young lady willing to learn swimming?" Song Qingyue asserted with conviction. Observing the spirited expression that had replaced her previously aloof demeanor, Li Zhao felt a surge of delight. The fluttering emotions ignited within him as he gazed into her playful yet reproachful eyes, longing to lean down and kiss her, but she cleverly shielded herself with her robe. Retreating like a turtle, Li Zhao clicked his tongue in frustration and jestingly scolded, "Little vixen." In the courtyard of the Sanqing Temple, a group of nannies and maids watched with trepidation as the palace guards came to retrieve clothing for the third young lady, their hearts racing with dread. They mused, "Is the young prince truly so impatient? Our lady has yet to come of age." They felt their lives were at stake. Would the master be furious if he uncovered this matter? The warm bathwater had long been prepared, and as two nannies attended to Song Qingyue's bath, they were particularly cautious, checking for any unusual marks on her body. They silently prayed for the blessings of Ba, relieved to find nothing amiss, and chose to believe the young prince's story that she had merely stumbled into a pond. Chapter 87. He is not the male lead. The following day, Song Qingyue intended to feign illness to decline visitors. However, Li Zhao seemed to have anticipated this, arriving early with a physician to check her pulse, expressing concern that she might have caught a chill from falling into the water the previous day. Thus, her ruse was rendered futile. Observing Song Qingyue's robust health, Li Zhao, with an air of theatricality, summoned an array of exquisite vegetarian breakfast dishes, over a dozen in total. Afterward, he proposed taking Song Qingyue out for a horseback ride. Furrowing her brow, Song Qingyue instructed everyone in the room to step outside, indicating she wished to converse privately with His Highness. Li Zhao's loyal attendant, the Huangmanlang, promptly complied, vacating the premises without hesitation. The maids and matrons attending to Song Qingyue, seeing the royal servants had withdrawn, reluctantly followed suit. Li Zhao regarded Song Qingyue with keen interest. But as the matron closed the door, she suddenly contorted her face, slamming her chopsticks down onto the table, and addressed him with utmost seriousness. "Li Zhao." "Ah, this young master is listening," he replied nonchalantly, taking her hand and gently kneading it, adding, "Speak your mind, but do not hurt yourself. Li Zhao, please be sincere. You came to this mountain to honor your late mother, not to engage in romantic discourse with me." Song Qingyue's expression was exceedingly grave. Li Zhao stared at her, his eyes wide with surprise, and after a prolonged moment, burst into laughter. "If my mother truly watches over us from the heavens, she would undoubtedly wish to see her son and his future daughter-in-law live harmoniously. As you stand before me, yet to cross the threshold, you already resort to banging the table and raising your voice in reprimand. Oh dear, I wonder if my mother would feel a pang of sympathy for this young lord. Song Qingyue. Noticing her pout, speechless, Li Zhao playfully pinched her fair cheek and remarked, however, I find this behavior quite delightful. It is far better than being overly polite like a wooden puppet, which feels rather distant. This young lord does not favor such demeanor. Song Qingyue pressed her lips together. Contemplating for a moment, then, with a conflicted expression, lifted her gaze to inquire, Isn't it better to treat each other with respect and courtesy? Li Zhao found himself at a loss for words. Who would wish for an intimate bond with the one they are destined to share their life with? Unless one truly felt no affection or harbored genuine disdain, it would be a struggle to settle for mere civility. His countenance darkened. You indeed disdain this young lord. I do not disdain you. I am. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated confessing her fear of falling for him. The anxiety of becoming a mere shadow of herself in the throes of jealousy over other women, rather than transition from intimate lovers to bitter foes. Wouldn't it be wiser to maintain a respectful distance from the outset? Yet, as she beheld the fierce, hawk-like intensity in Li Zhao's eyes, the words failed to escape her lips. He was not the protagonist. Far from being a deeply devoted hero, he was a man driven by ambition, with a romantic disposition at an absolute zero. Yet somehow, he captivated every woman to whom he extended his charm with an S-grade playboy persona. Song Qingyue reiterated this to herself. She could not expect him to offer a lifelong commitment. Since such expectations were futile, why waste breath on an irreconcilable ideological clash with him? Thus, she boldly declared, I simply detest you. This time, it was Li Zhao's turn to be taken aback. He had anticipated that Song Qingyue might not yet harbor feelings for him, but to outright loathe him seemed excessive. Why? What had this noble heir done to evoke such disdain? Was there something he was unaware of? Speaking of this, Song Qingyue grew increasingly assertive. What have I done? Li Zhao truly could not fathom it. Ever since their encounter in Baoding, he had treated her with kindness. You threw me down from a tree several zhang high on our first meeting. On the second occasion, you imprisoned me in a dark room for an entire day, depriving me of food and water, even threatening to chop me up for a stew. Is that not sufficient? You nearly took my life on 2 occasions. Is that not enough reason for me to detest you? Song Qingyue's face flushed with anger, her chest rising and falling as she breathed heavily. As if those 2 incidents alone were enough to incite her utmost loathing for Li Zhao. He was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that a child as young as she could possess such memories, and moreover, that she could retain them for over a decade. If not for Song Qingyue's mention of it, he would have nearly forgotten about throwing her from the tree. In a moment of panic, he grasped her hand and hastily explained, I admit I was foolish the first time. My temperament was poor then. But I never intended for you to truly be harmed. My father was standing beneath the tree. I knew he would catch you. I merely wished to frighten you, to see if you would truly not cry. I never anticipated you would remember for so many years. As for the second time, enough. Song Qingyue struggled to extricate her hand from his grasp. Rising to her feet, she pointed towards the doorway and declared, Leave. I despise the sight of you. Had I known you were Li Zhao, I would have left you to perish in Baoding. Her words were rather excessive. For not only did Li Zhao refuse to release her hand, but he also boldly pulled her onto his lap, enveloping her in his embrace. With a playful flick of her nose, he chuckled, Look at you, so incensed over a trivial matter from over a decade ago. Why such a fiery temper? Trivial matter? You are not the one who was hurt. It is easy for you to speak. She retorted, and he leaned closer, brushing against her smooth cheek. His warm breath whispering in her ear, Let us not stand while we speak. We can sit, and when we are wed, we may even recline. You. Song Qingyue pushed his face away with her hand. You are nothing but a rogue. A bandit. Indeed, and you once claimed you would be the bandit's wife, saying it would bring you great prestige among the outlaws. Is that not what you said? Do not tell me you have forgotten, he continued, securing her flailing hands and tightening his grip around her waist, leaning in to plant a forceful kiss on her cheek. Song Qingyue's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief as she observed his handsome yet audacious smile. It was evident that this was no noble prince. Beneath the surface, he resembled a lawless pirate. You bandit, she accused in indignation. Li Zhao, with an air of audacity, declared, This young master is indeed a bandit. You must honor your words, my esteemed consort. Observing Song Qingyue's continued sulking demeanor, he found amusement in her frustration, tightening his embrace as he nuzzled her neck with his cheek and rested his chin upon her shoulder. His tone softened as he confided, in any case, You shall learn this once we're wed. I was rather spoiled by my stepmother, and it was only out of desperation that my father took me to the military camp in Lingnan. Our encounters in childhood occurred during my most unruly phase. You are not much better off yourself. Song Qingyue rolled her eyes, prompting a hearty laugh from Li Zhao. After a while, she asked, laced with concern, "What about His Highness and the current princess of Su?" Li Zhao responded with a resigned smile. "After all, she is my father's legitimate wife, and publicly, she has always treated me better than her own children. To show her disrespect would be my folly. This young master is not so foolish. Will she trouble me in the future?" Song Qingyue inquired. Li Zhao pondered for a moment before answering honestly, "Yes." With a sigh, Song Qingyue leaned wearily against his chest. "I knew it. Marrying you means I can forget about a peaceful life." Feeling her body gradually relax in his embrace, Li Zhao felt a surge of joy. Tilting his head, he placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Fear not, for this young master will stand by you. You need not fear her." "I wish to cancel the engagement," she exclaimed. "Impossible." Li Zhao, in a moment of fervor, bit her ear and whispered in a low, commanding voice, "The imperial decree has been issued. In life, you are mine, and in death, you shall remain my ghost. Even if I were to perish, you must still come to guard this prince." From his peripheral vision, he noticed her eyelashes tremble, and her body, which had relaxed, tensed once more. Li Zhao sensed he had misspoken, but upon hearing her express a desire to break off their engagement, an uncontrollable surge of anger welled within him. She belonged to him. Wholly and completely, from the past to the future, she was his alone. Song Qingyue felt the pain of his embrace tightening around her, and his earlier words plunged her into an icy abyss. Li Zhao was merely a side character, an antagonist, a scion of royal lineage. She ought not to harbor any hopes simply because of his kindness. She found no desire to argue with him, recognizing their differing worldviews. Ultimately, they could never coexist. With a barely audible sigh, she lowered her head and softly pleaded with him, "I understand, Your Highness. Please do not be angry. It is too tight and constricting." Li Zhao realized that Song Qingyue was genuinely upset with him, yet he found himself at a loss for how to respond. He merely tightened his embrace, unrepentant for his words. This was his truth. This was his stance. He desperately wanted to hold on to her. He tilted his head to observe her, his gaze traversing her delicate complexion until it settled upon her rosy lips. His throat tightened with a mix of frustration and longing for her reticence in revealing her heart to him, and in a moment of impulsive desire, he seized her lips with his own. A short while later, as the maids entered to tidy up the remnants of their meal, they caught sight of Song Qingyue, head bowed, clutching a handkerchief to her mouth, standing at a considerable distance from the prince. "Inquired my lady, shall we venture out for a ride today? If so, I can assist you with your attire." Song Qingyue, still covering her mouth with a handkerchief, waved her hand and replied, "Not today. I am feeling rather unwell and will rest indoors. Please escort His Highness on my behalf." With that, she rose and retreated behind the screen, lying down on the bed. Li Zhao coughed discreetly into his fist, clearing his throat, and said, "Miss Song, do take care and rest well. Come, let us proceed to recite scriptures for my mother." With hands clasped behind his back and head held high, he led a group of young attendants and guards away. Outside, the anxious little Lingnan had been waiting but was hesitant to intrude. Finally, he hurriedly reported, "Your Highness, your cousin has also come to pay respects to the royal consort." As little Lin spoke, he suddenly noticed a faint mark on his master's lips. Momentarily taken aback, "Your Highness, this. Get lost. It's none of your business." Li Zhao exclaimed in exasperation, yet as he touched the imprint on his lips, a sense of delight washed over him. He then inquired, "Which cousin?" "Miss Ning," came the reply. Miss Ning, whose full name is Ning Yueyao, is the sole legitimate daughter of Duke Ning Hansong of Jinyuan. The eldest daughter of the Duke is his niece, who has long since married and moved away. Had it not been for Song Qingyue, perhaps she would have been the chosen one for his future bride. However, with her arrival, it would be impolite not to meet her. Reluctantly, Li Zhao conceded, "Very well, let us go greet her." Chapter 88. Such blessings Ning Yueyao had long been awaiting in the rear courtyard of the temple. Upon seeing Li Zhao's arrival, she hurriedly rose, yearning to rush over and act coyly. Yet, recalling her grandmother's words that she was now a grown lady and could no longer behave so recklessly, she settled for a distant greeting, sweetly calling out, "Cousin." Li Zhao glanced at her with a stern expression, remarking, "You have certainly grown taller in the months we've been apart." "Cousin, I have heard that you are engaged," she stammered. Yes, it is a marriage bestowed by the emperor, Li Zhao replied, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he seated himself upon the couch, while a young attendant busily prepared the tea. And what about me? Qingyue gazed at Li Zhao with tear-filled eyes, her lips pressed tightly together. Li Zhao scoffed lightly. You are inquiring of me? Do you wish for this heir to play matchmaker for you? Of the few I am close with, there is only your fourth brother and Huang Huai from the Pingyang family. He is decent enough, but he too is already engaged. I am afraid I cannot assist you in this matter. My apologies. With a sigh, Li Zhao shot a glare at the maid beside her. The maid blinked, steeling herself as she approached to offer her handkerchief to her young mistress, only to be met with Qingyue's sharp retort. Get away. Do I not have my own handkerchief? I do not need yours. The maid cast a glance at His Highness, observing him sipping his tea with an air of indifference, and, pouting slightly, she retreated in dismay. Qingyue sobbed inconsolably, yet Li Zhao remained unperturbed, calmly seated beside her, pouring himself a drink. Only when she had wept to her heart's content did Li Zhao pour a cup of tea, sliding it towards her. His words bore no semblance of comfort. This year's premium tea is excellent. You should indulge in it. Dear cousin, I have already informed you that this marriage is bestowed by the emperor. What purpose does your weeping serve? Do you have feelings for her? Li Zhao found himself amused by the girl's obstinacy. What are my feelings? Whether I adore her or not is inconsequential. The imperial decree has been issued. The only possible consort for this prince is her. Qingyue bit her lip, seemingly resolved, and declared, if you do not cherish her, I could. Qingyue. Li Zhao's countenance darkened, his once gentle, peach blossom eyes now sharp as a hawk's, fixing upon the second daughter of the Ning family. You are the sole legitimate daughter of the Duke of Ning. Her reprimand rekindled a wave of grievance within her, prompting yet another bout of tears. Li Zhao, growing weary of her distress, understood that the more he urged her to cease, the more fervently she wept. There was no need for further explanation. Silence would eventually soothe her. He instructed his attendant, once Qingyue has finished crying, escort her down the mountain. Casting a stern glance at the matron standing at the door, he admonished, Are you not aware that it is improper for a young lady to visit the prince unaccompanied? If you cannot persuade her otherwise, seek my grandmother at the Duke of Jinbei's estate. Such occurrences must not repeat. Before the marks on her lips had completely faded, Song Qingyue spent 2 days transcribing scriptures in her room. When Li Zhao arrived, he was thwarted at the door, not permitted to enter. Thus, he resorted to various means to send gifts inside. Upon learning that she was engaged in her scriptural work, he presented an exquisite set of writing implements on the first day, an elegant green wolf hairbrush with a sandalwood and rhinoceros horn handle, a renowned ink made from deer glue and pine soot featuring plum blossom carvings, and fine chinks and tang paper adorned with gold leaf and infused with jasmine fragrance. Most remarkable was a squaring stone intricately sculpted in the shape of a toad. Had it been bestowed upon Lord Song, it would have graced his incense altar. The maidservants and matrons in the room were overjoyed at these offerings, their smiles wide. Even the 2 stern old matrons sent by her father to prevent Li Zhao from becoming overly eager could not suppress their laughter, their faces crinkling with delight. One of them held the toad ink stone, examining it from every angle, exclaiming, The young master truly cares for our girl. She is indeed fortunate. As Song Qingyue continued her transcription, she merely shook her head, saying, When you are favored, all is well. When you are not, nothing is right. Even the act of breathing feels wrong. What value does a fleeting affection hold? Moreover, anything casually taken from his royal residence is of no lesser quality. Presently, this may be my fortune, but in the future, when he has concubines, favored ladies, and beauties, such blessings will belong to others. Nurse. I would rather not have such fortune. The elderly women found themselves at a loss for words, having never encountered a young lady with such profound thoughts. Yet, gazing upon her serene and transcendent demeanor, they were inexplicably rendered speechless, for the lady spoke the truth. Her reflections echoed the wisdom typically imparted by elders to daughters before marriage. It was a mystery from whence she had gleaned such insights. On the 4th day, Song Qingyue felt an urge to leave her quarters. After all, she was on the mountain to pray for the late princess, and it was only fitting to witness the rituals performed by the Taoist priests. To avoid an encounter with Li Zhao, she rose before dawn, freshened herself, adorned her appearance with a touch of elegance, and consumed a couple of plain buns before proceeding ahead. She offered the scriptures she had copied in the past 2 days at the memorial tablet of the late princess, then knelt on the cushion to recite prayers alongside the priests. Qingyue, the 4th son of the Duke of Jinbei, ascended the mountain early that morning in search of his sister. He first went to the main hall to pay respects to his aunt and, upon entering, stumbled upon Song Qingyue, her hands clasped in prayer, kneeling with her head bowed in reverence. Her profile was exceptionally beautiful, captivating him so that he could scarcely look away. After a considerable moment, the charming Ningxi realized his impoliteness and hurriedly turned to avert his gaze. The entire Sanqing temple had been temporarily sealed off due to His Highness the Prince of Su performing rituals for the late princess, leaving only this unfamiliar young lady to kneel there. She could only be the legendary future consort of the prince, Miss Song. Indeed, such unparalleled beauty existed in the world. Amidst the fragrant mist, she resembled an ethereal fairy, so exquisite that one could liken her to a figure sculpted from jade. Ning Yuan blinked, pondering that a Zhao claimed to have fallen for Miss Song San at first sight. Could it truly be love at first sight, and so soon? Li Zhao knew that Song Qingyue typically despised rising early, so her early awakening today must have been an attempt to evade him. He let out a huff and turned towards the main hall. Upon entering the courtyard of the main hall, he spotted his cousin Ning Yuan leaning against the wall. Lost in a daze. What brings you here? She's in the southern courtyard's chamber. She likely hasn't risen yet. Li Zhao indicated the way. All right. I shall go at once, Ning Yuan replied, still somewhat bewildered, and hurried away as if fleeing. What is the matter with him? Li Zhao inquired of the guards in the courtyard. Li Zhao furrowed his brow, contemplating briefly before striding into the grand hall. A single glance revealed everything. His fourth cousin Ning Yuan was merely 3 months his junior, yet he had always been exceptionally intelligent, well-versed in both literature and martial arts, excelling in poetry, chess, and painting. However, he was notoriously reckless and charming, harboring a dreadful habit of being rendered immobile in the presence of a beauty. Fortunately, Ning Yuan possessed enough awareness to recognize that this was the future consort of the Duke of Su, refraining from any indiscreet behavior. Still, this matter vexed Li Zhao immensely. He wished he could hide Song Qingyue away so that no one could see her freely. Chapter 89. A forceful sale even when the emperor privately tested him. He continued to play the game of ambiguity. Your Majesty, as for the matter of the heir, it is not I but your own desires that dictate it. As a mere subject, what right do I have to interfere? Your Majesty, is this not an undue burden upon me? You also have a son. And I too have a son. With the spring examination approaching, I am truly preoccupied and unable to think of anything else. Upon hearing this, the emperor slammed his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, Nonsense! How can your son be compared to mine? Lord Song immediately knelt before the emperor, looking quite aggrieved, and said, That is why I have mentioned, Your Majesty, to follow your own wishes. You are in the prime of your life. Delaying the establishment of a successor is not a pressing matter. Those individuals are too eager in their demands, yet you turn your pressure upon me. The emperor clicked his tongue. Rise and speak properly. Are you truly feeling aggrieved? Lord Song cautiously got up from the ground, lowering his head as he meticulously adjusted his official robes. The emperor recognized that he was attempting to be clever again. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his voice and said, Lord Song, I know you are astute. Help me devise a solution. Lord Song remained silent for a while, seemingly pondering deeply before suggesting, Why not assign them some tasks to perform first? The establishment of a successor is a matter of national significance that warrants careful consideration. When the time comes to assign duties, how you judge who performs well will still depend on your judgment, Your Majesty. The emperor, appearing somewhat pleased, revealed a faint smile. It is indeed you, young Song, who can alleviate my worries. Lord Song immediately lowered his head obediently and replied, In my youth, I was personally appointed by Your Majesty as the top scholar. I am ever grateful for your recognition. Alleviating your concerns is my duty. However, it is rather disconcerting that such a loyal and capable minister has become connected with the third prince through marriage. The emperor, filled with contemplation, pondered what reward to bestow upon Song Jianming after his departure. He inquired of the eunuch beside him, Song Jianming has resolved a significant dilemma for me. What do you suggest I should grant him? Eunuch bowing respectfully, replied with a smile, I have heard that Lord Song is currently in search of a residence. A few days later, Lord Song was summoned by the chief eunuch Lu Jin of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, who informed him of an excellent vacant property available for purchase. Upon glancing at the address, Lord Song was taken aback, for the estate had once belonged to a princely residence, and the princess of that house was a direct descendant of the esteemed Song family, his cousin. The garden was indeed splendid, yet it was a royal estate. Lord Song expressed his trepidation. Eunuch Lu chuckled softly. There is no need for concern, my lord. Back in the 4th year of Jianming, when the Prince of Ping was stripped of his title, the estate was divided. One half was granted to the esteemed minister Yan long ago, while this half has remained unoccupied until now. Despite this, Lord Song shook his head. This is the former royal residence. Without the emperor's approval, I cannot dare to proceed. Elder Song. Eunuch Lu grasped Lord Song's hand and winked. Would we dare to sell this estate without the emperor's consent? Realizing the implication, Lord Song was both astonished and enlightened. Is this the emperor's intention? Eunuch Lu nodded, smiling expectantly at Lord Song. What is the price? Lord Song felt uneasy under Lu's intense gaze. With a grin, Lu extended 3 fingers. 30,000 taels? Surely you jest. 300,000 taels. Good heavens. Lord Song gasped in disbelief. Indeed, the Internal Affairs Office was rather unyielding. The residence graciously bestowed by His Majesty was being demanded at such an exorbitant price. Eunuch Lu gently patted Lord Song's hand and remarked, my lord, it is well known that you are not lacking in silver. This splendid residence is a token of His Majesty's goodwill towards you. You must not let it go to waste. Though Lord Song was skeptical, he understood that Eunuch Lu's words reflected the emperor's intent. The sovereign was in dire need of funds, and thus, acquiring the residence had become imperative, compelling him to part with the silver. Sighing, Lord Song lamented that despite spending 100,000 taels more than anticipated, he had at least resolved a troubling matter. Upon returning to his estate, Steward Song Quan reported that the investigation into Liang Juanhui had concluded. It turned out that individuals from the second household had bribed servants close to Liang Juanhui to steal his poetry. Lord Song was not surprised. He simply nodded and inquired, have all necessary actions been taken? Steward Song replied, all members of the second household have been replaced with our own. The previous servants have been dispatched to the northwest for road construction. As for the third household, I summoned all their servants and executed the culprits in their presence. Young Master Liang was quite frightened. He seems to have fallen ill and has called for a physician who has administered medicine, advising him to rest. How to handle the subordinates was naturally a skill possessed by Song Quan. However, matters concerning the second and third households proved to be troublesome, leading him to awkwardly inquire about the eldest daughter of the second household. As for Lord Song's attitude towards the second and third households, he harbored no deep-seated resentment towards his second and third brothers. Although they had bullied him in their youth, they were merely children at the time, and it was only natural for them to mimic the behavior of their elders. The hardships he endured were not entirely the fault of the children. After all, it was their father who mistreated him, and the harsh treatment came from the Lin family, while the unborn Miss Song Pingyin bore no responsibility whatsoever. Lord Song believed that he should not misdirect his anger. As long as they recognized their mistakes and sought to amend them, he would not mind providing a good home for those nieces and being a support for those nephews, provided they proved themselves worthy. In Chapter 90, Wool and Sheep Oil, Song Yaxin and Song Yushi gathered in Song Qingyue's chamber to engage in embroidery. All 3 had received instruction from Aunt Qin, yet none of them took the art of feminine needlework to heart. Their skills could only be described as passable. Instead, they preferred managing finances and engaging in business. During their time in Guangzhou, the regulations were lax, allowing them to come and go freely without remark. However, upon arriving in the capital, they were compelled to adhere to decorum. With a recent lack of social gatherings, they found themselves quite bored and thus resorted to needlework. With their 2 elder brothers set to take the examination in a few days, the 3 resolved to create something special for them. The capital's climate was frigid, and the weather in April was hardly warmer than the coldest days in Guangzhou. Song Yaxin was crafting knee pads, while Song Yushi was busy making arm sleeves. In her hands, Song Qingyue held a piece of canvas, contemplating making waterproof backpacks for her 2 elder brothers. However, an idea about sweaters suddenly crossed her mind. The sheep at the farm had multiplied to over 100. Could she shear their wool and transform it into yarn for knitting? Having learned the most basic knitting techniques from her grandmother, she mused that it should indeed be feasible to create yarn. After all, it had been a while since she had devised any new ventures, so why not give it a try? She approached her father with this notion, inquiring whether it would be possible to borrow a few skilled workers from the Ministry of Works to explore how to spin the shorn wool into yarn. Upon hearing that his youngest daughter had conceived yet another innovative idea, Song's father was determined to provide his utmost support. Within a few days, Two craftsmen familiar with the construction of cotton spinning machines were borrowed from the ministry and accompanied Song Qingyue to the farm to assess the situation. As soon as Song Yaxin and Song Yushi learned of their sister's new undertaking, they could not remain idle at home and decided to join her at the farm to observe. The three sisters busied themselves at the farm for over a month. They were so engrossed in their endeavors that they completely forgot about the important examination day for their brothers, resulting in a thorough scolding from Liang Shi. With a glare from their mother, Song Yaxin pouted and sweetly protested, "Mother, whether we are here or not, we cannot influence how well our brothers perform in their exams." Song Yaxin continued to sulk, lamenting, "Father is truly biased. In the past, you indulged the third sister in her pursuits. But now that I and the second sister wish to join in, you accuse us of lacking decorum. Have you now even learned to retort?" Lord Song, in a fit of anger, tugged at his beard, inadvertently pulling out several strands. He cast a glance at Song Qingyue, his tone unconsciously softening. "Ah, Yue, before your brother's examination results are announced, just stay at home." "Father, I understand my mistake," Song Qingyue replied obediently. She glanced at her elder sister, Song Yaxin, who shot her a glare. In response, she stuck out her tongue playfully, offering a beguiling smile before continuing, "In these past few days, my sisters and I have been accompanying our mother in this household, paying respects to Confucius and, also to the three pure ones, or perhaps even to Guanyin, as a gesture of our sincerity. What do you think, father?" That seems acceptable." Lord Song expressed his satisfaction with the compliance of his third daughter. The imperial examination typically consisted of 3 rounds, each lasting 3 days, culminating in a total of 9 days. Lady Liang had led the young ladies and gentlemen of the household in offering incense for 9 consecutive days, reverently worshipping the images of Confucius, Guanyin, and the 3 pure ones, performing their rites thrice daily. During this time, Li Zhao sent a box of calming tea. Expressing concern that the elders of the Song household might be overly anxious and unable to sleep well. Thus, he arranged for the imperial physician to prepare it, and included several boxes of small trinkets for Song Qingyue. Consequently, the sisters hurried to Song Qingyue's room to see what these delightful items were. Upon discovering several boxes, she assumed they contained hairpins or jewelry, which she could share with her sisters. The 2 elder sisters would surely not envy her possessions, and the youngest, Baowan, nearly 3 years old, had a fondness for sweets. The only potential troublemaker was Song Tranqian, now 11, a tender age marked by sensitivity and vanity. After the 3 elder sisters secured engagements with the most distinguished households, her heart became increasingly restless, consumed by an incessant desire to compare herself with them. The more she found herself lacking, the more determined Song Tranqian became to make a fuss, lavishly spending Lady He's silver, terrified of falling short in comparison to her elder sisters. Yet, in truth, no one in the household truly paid heed to her antics. Upon hearing that the son of the Duke of Su had sent gifts to her third sister, she eagerly followed, curious to discover the nature of these treasures. Though described as trinkets, the exquisite silk boxes were quite substantial. When the first box was opened, Song Qingyue was taken aback to find a meticulously crafted model of a Ming-style warship made of gold and silver. The sails, rigging, cannons, and tiller, along with the sailors, were rendered with astonishing detail, appearing remarkably lifelike. At the prow stood a general clad in armor, a pistol at his waist, and a telescope in hand, exuding an air of formidable authority. Leaning in for a closer look, Song Qingyue mused that the figure bore a striking resemblance to Li Zhao, with his proud and arrogant demeanor. As the subsequent boxes were unveiled, they revealed a gilded silver telescope, a palm-sized, intricately designed bronze compass, and, astonishingly, a delicate hand pistol. What on earth was this? This display struck a sensitive chord in Song Tranqian, igniting her fury as she shouted at Song Qingyue, "What are you doing? You can't even touch it. So what if she is marrying a prince? What is so remarkable about that?" In a fit of rage, she seized a box from the table and hurled it to the ground, wiping her tears as she stormed out of the room. In a room full of young ladies, the servants were frightened, having just witnessed a sudden outburst of anger. What could have caused the 4th sister's distress? Song Yushi curiously peered through her telescope. "I don't know. Something's amiss. Let's not pay her any mind," Song Yaxin remarked as she picked up the broken compass from the floor, frowning at the shattered glass surface. It was a pity that it had been damaged so soon after arrival. Song Qingyue examined the compass, realizing that the glass was not merely a common circular pane, but rather a convex lens with magnifying capabilities. While the glass factory in the south could indeed produce window panes and various colored glass lamps, Such optical lenses were beyond their current capabilities. A letter would need to be dispatched to the artisans in the south to seek their expertise in crafting this type of glass. Despite the technological limitations of the era, Song Qingyue noted that as long as one was willing to overlook costs, the workers below could invariably devise methods to fulfill the demands of their superiors. By meticulously documenting techniques and gradually improving them, opportunities to reduce costs for mass production would inevitably arise. Isn't that rather perfunctory? Song Yushi interjected. At the very least, shouldn't we embroider a pouch for him? Song Qingyue shook her head, deeming the gesture too intimate. She preferred to avoid any semblance of ambiguity with Li Zhao. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, why not gift him the first sweater I create? If that proves unfeasible, a scarf would suffice. That's splendid. How innovative. Song Yashin clapped her hands in delight. You two truly are a match made in heaven. The items the heir presents to you are unparalleled, just as the gifts you bestow upon him are equally unique. That's not the case at all. Song Qingyue gazed down at the broken compass in her hand, letting out a sigh. If only it were a pocket watch instead. After all, what use was a compass for someone who rarely ventured beyond her home? Yet, in this age, even a clock was a rarity, so she had no hopes for a pocket watch. Setting aside her thoughts, she resolved to focus on completing the sweater. The 9th day of the imperial examination was swiftly approaching, prompting the family to gather at the entrance of the examination hall to await the candidates. Song Chunhai and Song Qinshu emerged, their unkempt beards giving them a disheveled appearance akin to beggars. Upon seeing their brothers in such a state, the sisters could not help but laugh, with Liang playfully teasing them. It appears as though the examination hall was akin to a battlefield. Having traversed from the county examination to the imperial examination, this was not their first experience. The eldest son, Song Chunhai, replied, Mother, please refrain from jesting. We are not always in such a disarray. How have you yet to grow accustomed to it? Now that our 4th brother has also passed his preliminary examination, and with our 5th brother's determination next year, there is no need for you to worry so. Yang sighed, Indeed, my heart is burdened with endless worries. To which Su Mama chimed in with a smile, The boys in our household are diligent and promising. It is only natural for you, madam, to feel a sense of joy amidst your concerns. Meanwhile, Song Qianqian, trailing behind, shot an accusatory glare at her twin brother, Song Qinxing. You are going to take the county examination this year, aren't you? If you fail, just wait and see. With a pout, Song Qinxing retorted, But I am only 11. Your second brother became a scholar at the age of 12. If you cannot even pass the preliminary examination, it would not be embarrassing just for you, but for me as well, Song Qianqian declared. Song Qinxing turned his head, rolled his eyes at her, and muttered softly, Father always says there is no need to rush. If you dislike studying, you can manage the household affairs when you grow up. With so many assets at home, do we really have to worry about food? Can't you strive a little harder? Song Qianqian stamped her foot in frustration. However, Song Qinxing remained indifferent, replying, What does it matter if you get admitted? Our father holds such a high position now. As long as he doesn't make mistakes, he can still serve for at least a decade or more. As long as he is around, our elder brother and second brother will always be overshadowed. They might end up spending a decade or two in the local government, just like our father did back in the day. Do you think they can ascend smoothly? He chuckled. I need to find an opportunity to discuss the education of our 4th sister with Lady Liang. Annie is still a bit narrow-minded and lacks experience. She is not quite suited for teaching children. Chapter 92. The whole family weaving yarn before the results were even announced. Someone from Qingyue Manor sent a large basket of yarn. Song Yashin picked up a ball of yarn, exclaiming in surprise, Oh, it can really be made into yarn. But how do we use such thick yarn? Song Qingyue pondered, Let us dye it first. This color looks rather dull and unattractive. Song Yushi then suggested. Then let us visit the dye house tomorrow to choose a few colors. The next morning, the 3 sisters went to the largest dye house in the western part of the capital to select colors and inquire about prices. Currently, the new batch of silkworm cocoons had not yet been cultivated, and cotton would not be harvested until autumn, making this the dye house's quiet season. The owner of the dye house, surnamed Fong, was a well-known royal merchant in the capital and had familial ties with the Ming family through marriage. Upon hearing that the esteemed heir to the Duke of Su's estate, the 3rd daughter of Elder Song, along with her 2 sisters, wished to visit the dyeing workshop for a batch of goods, the matriarch of the Fong family, Madame Fong, personally came forth to attend to them. With a mere glance at the wool yarn, she remarked, Is this sheep's wool? Such discerning vision. Song Qingyue felt a surge of admiration for her. The dyeing workshop primarily dealt with cotton and various silks. How was it that Madame Fong could identify sheep's wool so effortlessly? Madame Fong explained, Miss Song, you may not be aware, but during the winter, we also engage in dyeing businesses involving both sheep and cow wool, hence my familiarity. However, I have only encountered wool felt and cow felt before. I have yet to see wool spun into yarn. Understanding dawned on them. Then dyeing the wool shouldn't be too difficult? How long might it take? Song Qingyue inquired. Madame Fong replied, given the current weather, it would require approximately 5 days. However, during summer, it might only take 3 or 4 days. Impatiently, Song Yushi asked, so today we select the colors, and we can return in 5 days to collect them? Song Qingyue nodded. Indeed, this time we merely wish to experiment. Should the opportunity arise in the future, we may have to trouble Madame Fong further. Miss Song, you are too courteous. Should you require anything, simply give me a command, and I shall ensure everything is arranged perfectly, Madame Fong responded respectfully. On the day the results were announced, the Fong family's dyeing workshop happened to deliver the freshly dyed wool yarn. Master Song donned a sky-blue robe adorned with bamboo patterns, his head wrapped in a black scarf. Accompanied by several young gentlemen and scholars residing in his home, he sat in the main hall, sipping tea and awaiting news. Meanwhile, the family members, idle yet content, occupied themselves behind a delicate gauze screen in a side chamber, where they followed Song Qingyue's lead in learning the art of knitting. This endeavor rendered the young scholars, still unwed, quite anxious. Although the 3 eligible daughters of the Song family were already promised to others, everyone knew that each of these ladies possessed a beauty akin to celestial beings. The prospect of appearing foolish before such enchanting maidens, especially if they failed their examinations, was a source of great concern. Song Qingyue herself was a novice in this craft, only familiar with a few basic stitches. Learning from her grandmother how to cast on, change rows, and bind off had proven quite challenging, let alone creating intricate patterns. However, Liang, with her deft hands, quickly grasped the technique and soon produced a more uniform piece than Song Qingyue. Similarly, Song Yaxin and Song Yushi learned at a swift pace, though like Song Qingyue, their work appeared uneven and crooked. Yet, as with any skill, practice would surely lead to improvement. It resembled the art of net making, albeit slightly more complex. Madame Chow, also engaged in knitting, remarked cheerfully, this is splendid. If we craft garments for autumn and winter, they shall provide warmth. It is simple to knit and gentle on the eyes. How clever our 3 young ladies are. If one were a lad, surely he would achieve the highest honors. Song Qingyue hastily waved her hands, declaring, I cannot even pass the scholar's examination. Aunt Chow, please do not flatter me. Laughter erupted among the family, a stark contrast to the anticipated tension that the day of the examination results typically brought. Chapter 93. The results of the imperial examination. Just as laughter and banter filled the air, a young servant rushed into the hall, breathless and exuberant, exclaiming loudly, he has succeeded. The eldest young master has succeeded. The eldest son has succeeded. He appeared as if he had just completed a marathon, his face and hair drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as he stammered, the eldest son, ranked 52nd. A smile instantly blossomed on the previously expressionless face of Song Qinghai. Lady Liang exclaimed, reward him. Quickly reward him. Madame Su retrieved 2 10-tael silver ingots from a box and handed them to the sprightly young servant. Thank you, madam. Congratulations to the eldest son. Congratulations to the eldest son. The servant accepted the silver, beaming with delight as he retreated to rest. After a considerable pause, another young servant burst in, shouting, Master Tong Jiu has succeeded. Master Tong Jiu has succeeded. He ranked 98th. Tong Jiu was a cousin of the Song family from Jianming, and the Tong family was also prominent in Jianming, with ancestral ties to a former minister. Although Tong Jiu's grandfather had been a successful candidate, his forebears had only achieved the status of Jiren, never progressing to Jinshi. Tong Jiu wished to embrace the eldest son of the Song family in joyous camaraderie. Yet upon glancing at Song Erlang, Song Qinxiu, he restrained his exuberance. Lady Liang clutched her chest, still anxious. The most promising of her children were these 2, upon whom she had invested the greatest effort in education. Both were dear to her heart, and it would be ideal for them to succeed together. At that moment, the sound of gongs echoed from outside the grand door, as young servants ushered in the jubilant officials, who announced with great fervor the eldest son of the Song family. Song Qinghai, ranked 52nd in the imperial examination. Congratulations, Elder Song. Congratulations, Lady Song. Madame Su promptly approached with silver in hand, her face beaming with joy. Thank you, esteemed officer. Would you care to stay for a cup of tea before departing? The constable initially declined, engaged in polite conversation with Madame Su, when suddenly another young servant burst in, exclaiming, Master Shirsan, 156th. This announcement heralded the arrival of a relative from Jianming named Song Jianchu, a man whose name already suggested a connection to the illustrious Song family. At 32 years of age, he was on the brink of marrying off his eldest son, having finally achieved the distinction of a successful candidate in the imperial examination, a cause for celebration indeed. The constable, still present from earlier, thus received another portion of the reward silver intended for Master Shirsan, and comfortably settled down to partake in tea, perhaps hoping for yet another bounty. After a considerable wait, the second officer bearing good news arrived, announcing with a resounding clang of his gong. Meanwhile, Song Qingyue sat quietly at the side, seemingly undisturbed as he sipped his tea. Yet, the hand that grasped the cup trembled slightly. The absence of news regarding his younger brother, Song Qingyue's rank, could imply several scenarios. Either his position fell below 153, or he had failed altogether. It is crucial to note that only approximately 300 candidates are admitted in a single examination session, with a third of these spots allocated to Nanjing. Consequently, only around 200 candidates could be accepted in Beijing, making the possibility of not being admitted quite real if his rank was indeed worse than 153. However, there remained a glimmer of hope. His name could be among the top 20, announced last in a flourish of triumph. Just as Master Song grappled with anxiety regarding his second son, a young servant, heir, burst into the room like a firecracker, shouting, "We did it! The second young master has succeeded. He ranks 19th on the red list." 19th. As he exclaimed, he collapsed onto the ground. Second master, 19th. 19th. The previously tense expression on Song Qingyue's face finally relaxed, a blend of tears and laughter shimmering in his eyes as he gazed at his father and elder brother. Song Qinhai, filled with joy for his younger sibling, approached and patted his brother's shoulder. Suddenly, Song Qingyue embraced his elder brother's waist and burst into tears, his tears and snot staining his brother's attire. Meanwhile, the first-ranked official from the examination hall, still sipping tea, had not yet departed. Sumama, with a smile, presented a third pouch of reward silver, causing the official to beam with joy, his eyes nearly disappearing in delight, realizing that lingering for another cup of tea was indeed a wise choice. Heir ran as if his life depended on it, and Master Song personally bestowed upon him a banknote of 50 taels, which incited envy among the numerous servants present in the hall. With the red list now revealed, no one had come to share the news of failure, truly indicating that they had not passed. In the hall, joy clashed with sorrow, yet the two sons of the master had both achieved success, and their ranks were commendably high. Regardless of their own disappointments, those who had failed dared not display excessive despondency before Elder Song. The main hall buzzed with excitement for a considerable time before two more officials arrived to announce the joyous news. For a single prefectural door to be honored with 4 gongs was a monumental glory. Lady Liang, holding one son's hand, was so overwhelmed with happiness that she struggled to find the words to express her elation. The recently celebrated Song Jianchu and Tong Jiulong were utterly delighted, each receiving a magnificent red envelope containing 900 taels of silver from Lord Song. Meanwhile, the remaining candidates who did not make the list were also graciously consoled and encouraged by Lord Song, each receiving a red envelope with 100 taels of silver. This gesture allowed everyone to share in the joyous atmosphere. Furthermore, those who wished to continue their studies at home were assured they could do so peacefully, and those desiring to bring their families to the capital were encouraged to voice their needs, as Lord Song, now a man of considerable means and influence, would surely make the necessary arrangements. The remarkable growth and prosperity of the Song family can be attributed to their unwavering commitment to support scholars from both their own lineage and that of their wives. For instance, the main branch of the Song family generously nurtures nearly 100 students, including children of scholars and candidates for the imperial examination. Each year, the officials from the examination hall must visit the Song residence multiple times to pay their respects, prompting families throughout the capital to strive for similar endeavors. Though none have yet been able to gather such a plethora of scholars and candidates, for many years, no family has been able to rival the Song family in the realm of imperial examinations. Now, with 2 branches of the Song family residing on the same street, The historical intrigues between the newly affluent Lord Song and the late Grand Tutor Song are becoming increasingly known, leading to amusing discussions among the people of the capital as they witness familial disputes within the Song clan. One of the examiners, Kai Hamlin, relayed this amusing tale to the emperor, who could not help but chuckle. Despite the undeniable talents within the Song family, the emperor harbors a certain aversion towards families of such entrenched power, who would wish to see so many officials, all linked by the surname Song, wielding influence in a realm that is ostensibly theirs. Does this kingdom truly belong to the Li family or to the Song family? The imperial examination papers were meticulously transcribed by dedicated individuals, and the grading process was conducted anonymously. The family surname Song neither cheated nor broke any laws. Their intellect was simply exceptional. What could one do in such a situation? Observing the internal strife within that family brought a sense of delight to the emperor, who inquired, "Did not Song Jianming's 2 sons participate in the imperial examination this time? What were their results?" Kai Hanlin anticipated the emperor's question and replied, "The eldest son of the Song family ranked 52nd, while the second son, exhibiting considerable talent, ranked 19th. The emperor gasped. Perplexed, could it be that those of the surname Song are inherently more intelligent than others? Even Kai Hanlin felt a twinge of envy and remarked, "This humble minister cannot ascertain the reason. Perhaps the Song family excels in educating their children." "Indeed," mused the emperor. "Should I not appoint members of the Song family as tutors for the young princes and grandsons in the palace? If they are adept at teaching children, they could assist in the education here." However, he quickly recalled that such thoughts could not be expressed in front of Kai Hamlin, who was one of the esteemed scholars in the Palace Academy. In the Song residence, the 4 successful candidates dared not be complacent, for the palace examination awaited them in a few days. As the content of the palace examination was drafted by the cabinet, Lord Song had been confined within the palace for several days, prohibited from returning home or receiving visitors. Only food and clothing could be sent through the eunuchs. Personal contact was impossible, and items were allowed in but not out. This was the case not only for Lord Song but also for several other esteemed officials. Lady Liang devised various ways to ensure the household cooks prepared delicious meals to send to the palace, fearing that Lord Song might suffer any indignities while confined. Song Jianming indeed found it difficult to adapt to the cold soups and dishes delivered from the imperial kitchen, preferring the self-heating meals sent from home that brought him joy. Whenever the esteemed cabinet ministers observed Song pouring water into the copper container at the bottom and covering it, they watched in admiration as steam began to rise. In just a moment's time, he could indulge in a steaming hot meal, evoking their envy. "Song, how does this self-heating meal box work?" finally inquired the inquisitive chief minister, Qingyue. With a hearty laugh, Song opened the meal box for their inspection, revealing that this 4-layered container was specially designed, resembling the steam pot used in Yunnan's renowned dish, steamed chicken. Each layer fit together perfectly, with a small vent hole left in the center, while the bottom layer remained empty. Prior to dining, one simply needed to place a packet of quicklime, which accompanied the meal, into the container, add water, and it would naturally heat itself. "Marvelous. Simply marvelous," praised Minister Wu, who often aligned with Song. "If this method were presented to His Majesty, surely the ladies of the court and the princes would also savor warm meals." However, the ministers felt somewhat displeased, though it seemed a trivial matter. The fact that this clever method would benefit Song Jianming alone left them feeling rather irked. That afternoon, when the emperor arrived at the cabinet, Minister Wu could hardly contain his excitement as he relayed the matter of the self-heating lunchbox to the emperor. Upon hearing this, the emperor expressed great interest. Typically, dinner is served in the inner palace, where favored concubines have small kitchens. However, breakfast is often taken after the morning court session, either in the Qingyue Hall's side chamber or the imperial study side chamber, and sometimes even in the cabinet's side chamber alongside the ministers. These locations are of utmost importance, where merely lighting a few lamps is already a significant affair, and cooking is strictly prohibited. Unfortunately, the imperial kitchen is situated quite far from these places. While summer is manageable, in the icy depths of winter, no matter how well the food is kept warm, it arrives barely warm enough for the emperor to enjoy. The lunchbox utilized by the Song family effectively resolves this dilemma, prompting the emperor to smile and inquire what rewards Minister Song desired. Minister Song humbly replied, bowing low, that he did not dare claim credit, attributing the clever idea to his third daughter's ingenuity. "Third daughter?" The emperor stroked his beard, recalling who it was, and asked, "Is she not the betrothed of the heir apparent of Prince Su?" Minister Song nodded, affirming, "Your Majesty has a remarkable memory." The emperor, pointing at the kneeling Song Jianming, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "This is no mere cleverness. Everyone knows that water reacts with quicklime to boil. Yet no one had thought to use it in a lunchbox for warming food. I also recall that cement and concrete were concocted by your third daughter during her childhood play with mud." Minister Song confirmed, "Indeed, it was she." The emperor uttered a casual remark in jest, saying, "That young Zhao is quite discerning." However, his words were met with silence. Not even the esteemed Lord Song dared to respond. Observing Song Jianming's timid demeanor, crouched on the ground, the emperor felt a sense of satisfaction. The other ministers, however, disdained Song Jianming's sycophantic behavior towards the emperor, lamenting that a figure of such stature, a pillar of the nation, displayed no semblance of the noble spirit befitting a scholar. What a petty man! A treacherous sycophant. Chapter 95, the era of early marriages. The following day, as Song Qingyue was engaged in knitting with her sisters at home, she suddenly received a delicate amber round box and a pair of small red and white agate auspicious symbols as a reward from the palace. Yet, since it was a bestowal, she felt it necessary to inquire about the reason behind it. The palace attendant, the jovial Gonggong Xiaowu, hinted with a broad smile that it was due to Lord Song's self-heating lunchbox. Realization dawned upon Song Qingyue, and the Liang family promptly presented a purse to the attendant. Xiaowu was an apprentice of the young Gonggong Deng and a disciple of the chief eunuch In Hongwan, who served closely beside the emperor. It was said that rewards from the Song family were quite abundant, and this time, it was a rare opportunity for him to undertake such a lucrative errand, which delighted him immensely. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyue understood the implication of Liang's words and reassured her mother, "There is no need for concern." She leaned closer to Liang and whispered, "If the knitted garments truly come to fruition, it might very well lead to a military supply order." Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she affectionately took Song Qingyue's arm, exclaiming, "Indeed, our Weiu is the most astute." Song Qingyue chuckled and said, "If this comes to fruition, both elder sisters will certainly share in the credit. And we shall undoubtedly allocate a share of the profits to you both as a reserve." Liang's smile broadened, but then a wave of melancholy washed over her as she remarked, "It is a pity that you shall all be married off next year. How swiftly time passes. Just yesterday, you were still mere children, and in the blink of an eye, you are to be wed to others. My heart feels heavy with reluctance." Song Qingyue, clinging to Liang's arm in a playful manner, replied, "Then, mother, why not allow me to stay for another year?" Liang countered, "Will the Prince of Su accept that?" With a lift of her chin, Song Qingyue asserted, "The imperial edict for marriage does not specify a date. I wish to linger at home for a few more years." After pondering seriously for a while, Liang ultimately shook her head and said, "By next year, when you come of age, the Prince of Su's heir will be 21. Have you ever seen a young lord from a princely house marry at such a late age? If we were to delay further, it is likely that a secondary consort would enter before you. Would you be willing to accept such a fate?" At the mention of this, Song Qingyue could not help but feel a surge of frustration. The male protagonist of the novel, Li Yin, possessed an awkward status. Although he was ostensibly the legitimate eldest son, he had emerged from the womb of a concubine brought along by the princess. The internal strife within the Jing prince's residence was intense, and given that the Jing prince had fallen out of favor, the residents had not appointed an heir for many years, leaving them without any oversight from the palace. However, the situation was quite different for the Prince of Su. Li Zhao's mother was the lawful wife of the Su prince and the esteemed daughter of the Duke of Zhenbei. When Li Zhao turned 1, he was officially conferred the title of heir to the Prince of Su by royal decree. Logically, he should have taken a wife 2 years ago. In the novel, Li Zhao wedded the legitimate eldest daughter of the Shen family, Shen Baozhen, at the tender age of 19, subsequently taking 2 concubines at the ages of 21 and 23. In the first life, Meng Wanfeng was the second concubine Li Zhao acquired at 23. When she entered the prince's residence, Li Zhao's rear courtyard was already occupied by a primary wife, a concubine, and several gifted maidservants from the palace. According to the timeline in the novel, in this life, Meng Wanfeng became involved with Li Yin, prompting Li Zhao to take another girl from the Meng family as a concubine. Now, with Li Zhao postponing his marriage, could it be possible that he intends to marry himself? Once he marries himself, the concubine would likely enter the household shortly thereafter. This is certain, as it is customary for a prince's heir to have 1 primary wife and 2 concubines, in addition to achieving the objectives of political alliances. Would Li Zhao forsake political unions with other families for the sake of himself? That is utterly implausible. to solidify his position. He must also bear children by the age of 15 or 16, and those must be male heirs. Otherwise, should the concubine bear a child first, it would surely create further complications for him. Upon returning home and seeing the gifts sent by Li Zhao, the flicker of suppressed joy within Song Qingyue vanished entirely. All she felt was a throbbing headache, an unsettled stomach, and an overwhelming sense of discomfort throughout her body. Chapter 96. The Successful Candidate. Suddenly realizing that she would have to coexist with Li Zhao's concubines and beautiful women, potentially enduring the palace intrigues that the protagonist faced in her previous life, Song Qingyue's mind was consumed with thoughts of fleeing from the marriage. Yet, upon observing her two brothers preparing for the palace examination, she found herself unable to act on such a drastic decision. Yet, deep within her, the anxiety and fear accumulated day by day, growing heavier as time passed. She chose to immerse herself in the art of knitting, a skill she had not practiced for many years, and thus she had to rediscover it step by step, learning anew how to knit sleeves and the shoulder portions. Although she had to unravel and reknit several times, overall, the process went rather smoothly. This time, the wool sent from the estate was thicker, allowing her to work more swiftly. Generally, the final rankings of the palace examination are similar to those of the preliminary examination. However, in this dynasty, the preliminary examination was divided into northern and southern testing grounds. During the palace examination, the scholars from Nanjing would travel north to participate, and the results would be publicly announced on the same afternoon. The Song family did not await the news at home, but instead secured a front-facing private room at the largest tavern, Xian Kulai, near Chongwenmen, conveniently located close to the imperial city. As the time approached for the scholars to parade through the streets in their official robes, the Song sisters each held a pair of knitting needles, their hands constantly weaving. Song Yaxin and Song Yushi were nearing completion of their scarves, while Song Chanqian had recently begun to learn, just starting her journey. On the other hand, Song Qingyue had fashioned a pullover with a round neckline. Currently working on the collar, she anticipated that by the time her two elder brothers donned their scholar robes and paraded through the streets, her sweater would be finished. At that moment, the fourth son, Song Shinrue, who was leaning against the window, shouted, "Mother, I see Gu'er. He has just entered the shop." Shortly thereafter, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside, and it seemed Gu'er had stumbled, nearly rolling into the room. Yet, this did not hinder his exuberant exclamation, "Madam, our second son has achieved the top honor in the palace examination." Not only did joyous sounds erupt from the private quarters of the Song family, but also the adjacent rooms stirred with activity, likely due to Gu'er's booming voice being audible to all. Mrs. Liang, filled with excitement, embraced her eldest daughter, and the entire family was enveloped in elation. Su Mama even knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times towards the imperial palace. Who would have imagined that achieving the 19th position in the provincial examination would lead to securing the coveted title of a first-class scholar in the palace examination? It must surely be attributed to his good looks. Indeed, it was quite true. Among the 50 individuals summoned to the Grand Hall to engage with the Emperor, Song Qinyu, at the tender age of 18, was the youngest, possessing a countenance as refined as jade, with rosy lips and pearly teeth that endeared him to all who beheld him. During the emperor's inquiries, the second young master of the Song family felt a tinge of nervousness. However, having traveled extensively over the years and witnessed firsthand how his father cultivated local economies, coupled with the influence of his younger sister, he proved to be quite perceptive. His thoughts were bold and innovative, as he directly proposed that artisanship should not be relegated beneath agriculture. With the advent of maize, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, once the populace was capable of satisfying their hunger, it was imperative to elevate the status of craftsmen across various trades to vigorously advance industrial technology, ensuring agricultural stability and fostering national prosperity. He cited observations from his experiences in Lingnan and Jianming, articulating with reasoned clarity why the development of industry would not impede agriculture, but rather would stimulate its growth. The more he spoke, the more eloquent he became. Although his viewpoints were audacious, no one could easily refute him at that moment. The emperor's eyes sparkled with increasing delight, particularly when Song Qinyu spoke of the construction of cement roads, how it would facilitate the exchange of resources across regions, bolster the national treasury, and enhance the central government's control over remote areas. The emperor, in his enthusiasm, exclaimed good thrice and appointed him as the third-place scholar, thus surpassing the record set by his father, Song Jianming, who had achieved this honor at the age of 19. Song Qingyue jested, Our elder brother is simply too handsome. Otherwise, he would certainly have secured the top position. Lady Liang dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, weeping yet laughing, and remarked, "Do not speak foolishly. The emperor is wise. He has honored your second brother with the title of third-place scholar. Long live the emperor." Having said this, she knelt on the ground and bowed thrice towards the imperial city, wiping away her tears. She then instructed Su Mama, "Today, the entire household shall be rewarded. Ensure that even the sweepers and gatekeepers are not overlooked. Everyone shall receive a bounty." The servants erupted in joyous cheers. Lady Liang continued, "And send someone to convey the news to the princess of Yichang's residence, the Duke of Wei's manor, and the residence of the Prince of Su. This is a momentous occasion that must be shared with our esteemed relatives, for the Song family boasts not only the illustrious Song Golao but also a remarkable son. We have a promising future ahead." Within the span of a tea break, the lists for the second and third ranks, as well as the names of fellow scholars, were successively posted. The eldest son, Song Chenhai, ranked 66th in the second category, a most auspicious number. Lord Tong Xian, placed 87th. And Song Jianshu ranked 124th, all of which surpassed their performance during the imperial examination, filling everyone with immense joy, particularly concerning the esteemed Song Jianshu. His performance during the imperial examination was rather lackluster, instilling within him a profound dread of securing a third-class degree alongside the successful candidates. Achieving such a rank would effectively prolong his probationary period indefinitely, akin to failing the examination outright, an outcome far more disheartening than merely missing the mark, as it would preclude any further opportunities for examination. Thankfully, despite his less than stellar ranking, attaining a second-class degree, coupled with the influence of his esteemed elder cousin, Minister Song, would afford him considerable leeway when appointments were made in the future. However, were he to secure a third-class degree, even Minister Song would be unable to salvage his predicament. In Chapter 97, concerning the influence of the Prince of Su, within the private room of the establishment known as Qingyue, the banquet for the Song family was fully arranged. Coincidentally, the family of the top scholar, Xing Shangqian, had also reserved a private room at Qingyue. The proprietor of this establishment, a man of great generosity, graciously waived the banquet fees for both the top scholar and the flower-bearer, personally coming forth to toast. Claiming to partake in their joyous occasion, Madame Liang, filled with delight, declared to the proprietor that she would treat every table of guests in the restaurant to a jar of premium Jinhua wine. The neighboring Xing family, hailing from the affluent Luzhou prefecture of southern Jili, had accompanied their son, Xing Shangqian, to the capital with their children. While the Xing family may not possess the same vast wealth as the Song family, it was customary for the family of the flower-bearer to host a banquet. Thus the household of the top scholar felt compelled to do the same. Consequently, an additional jar of fen wine was provided at every table, elevating the feast as both Jinhua and fen wine are considered the finest selections available. The Qiangyue was abuzz with the families of numerous tribute scholars, all eager to pay their respects and extend their congratulations to Minister Song, flowing into the private room in a steady stream. Lady Liang personally took a wine cup to toast Lady Xing next door. Upon learning that the mother of the celebrated scholar, a daughter-in-law of the current cabinet minister and a lady of the second rank, had come to pay her respects, Lady Xing was momentarily overwhelmed with anxiety, regretting that she had not been the one to visit first. After all, she was the wife of the top scholar, and there was a notable difference in their statuses. However, Lady Liang was unconcerned with such matters, having grown accustomed to a more relaxed demeanor during her time in Lingnan. After consuming 3 cups of wine, she felt slightly tipsy and engaged Lady Xing in conversation for quite some time, even inviting her to bring the children over to visit before departing. The atmosphere was lively for a spell until a procession suddenly appeared downstairs, heralding the arrival of a magnificent carriage at the entrance of the tavern. The servants reported that the son of Prince Su, along with the esteemed young lady of the royal residence, had arrived. Song Qingyue furrowed her brows in discontent, after a day filled with joy and celebration. What business did he have intruding on their festivities? Suddenly, she felt a gentle nudge on her arm. Song Yushi gazed at her with envy and exclaimed, "Go greet him. He has come to support our gathering." Song Yashi nodded in agreement, secretly wishing that Su Yozhong would also come by. For today was a momentous occasion for the Song family, and as the prospective son-in-law, he ought to extend his congratulations. "Look at Li Zhao. No matter how noble your family background, can it surpass that of a prince's heir? He has come. What reason do you have not to?" As Li Zhao ascended the stairs, he was surprised to find Song Qingyue waiting for him at the landing. A wave of warmth surged through him, and he quickly climbed the steps, seizing her delicate, fair hand, captivated by the joy radiating from her eyes. "What brings you here?" he asked, unaware of the potential complications his presence might create. Song Qingyue, however, did not bestow upon him a pleasant demeanor. Following closely behind was a young lady, panting as she approached, who lamented, "Ever since you laid eyes on Miss Song San, you have completely disregarded me. Is this how a big brother ought to behave?" Upon glancing sideways, Song Qingyue recognized the eldest daughter of the Wang family, Li Hua, who, being of illegitimate birth, had yet to be conferred the title of county princess, let alone that of a duke. In these tumultuous years, with unrest in the four corners of the realm, northeast plagued by the Jurchens and Tatars, northwest troubled by the Walla and eastern Chagatai, southwest beset by the unruly local lords of Yunnan and Guizhou, and the east grappling with the menace of Japanese pirates, war, both grand and petty, had never ceased. Such conflicts invariably drained the treasury, leading the emperor to become exceedingly miserly regarding titles. Among the various princely households, none of the illegitimate sons or daughters had yet been granted any titles. Nevertheless, despite Li Hua's current lack of a noble title, Song Qingyue still offered her a respectful greeting, for she was indeed a daughter of the Wang family, a granddaughter of the emperor. Li Hua immediately brightened, returning the courtesy, and exclaimed, "I wish to witness the procession of the successful candidates and implored my elder brother to escort me here. I hope my sudden visit does not cause you any displeasure. Your presence is our honor." "We are delighted to have you," replied Song Qingyue, ushering her inside. She allowed Li Hua to proceed first, while Li Zhao followed closely behind, once again seizing Song Qingyue's hand. The two walked hand in hand to the entrance of the private room, but Song Qingyue forcefully withdrew her hand from his grasp. Li Zhao, mistaking her actions for shyness, chuckled and offered his congratulations to the now inebriated Master Song. As an outsider, Li Zhao's arrival necessitated a separation of the seating arrangements by gender. Fortunately, the private room was spacious enough, and the establishment promptly provided screens and an additional set of tables and chairs. Meanwhile, Song Qingyue introduced the eldest daughter of the Wang family to her mother and sisters. Before long, two imposing carriages came to a halt in front of the Xian Kulai, with Su Yozhong and Zhang Yuanshao arriving as well. What stance does the Su family of the Duke of Wei truly hold? Have these two already been ensnared by the treacherous duo of the Prince of Su, much like her father? Furthermore, who was it that orchestrated the connection between Su Yozhong and the elder sister? Upon reflection, her family had never had any prior relations with the Duke of Wei. The Su family, being a lineage of military generals, and the Song family, being of scholarly officials, were utterly disparate. It seemed that there were no signs or forewarnings regarding this marriage proposal. It appeared to have been hastily arranged after her engagement to Li Zhao. Yet, did the Su family truly lean towards the Prince of Su in the original text? She recalled that it was mentioned the Su family had maintained a neutral stance until the protagonist, Meng Wanfeng, healed the matriarch of the Su family, prompting their support for the Prince of Jing. Contemplating the marriage alliances of the Prince of Su, including the Meng family of the Marquis of Baoding, the Ning family of the Marquis of Jinbei, the Fang family of the Earl of Rongchang, and the Guo family of the Earl of Anyang, along with the Su family of the Duke of Wei, one could surmise that there might be even more connections. Such a consolidation of power could potentially lead to rebellion. What has the Prince of Su accomplished in terms of expanding his influence over the years? Would the emperor be too frightened to sleep if he were to uncover the truth? Does the emperor know, or is he aware yet powerless to act? In this version of the Prince of Su, which diverges entirely from the original narrative, could the protagonist, Meng Wanfeng, still single-handedly overturn such a formidable adversary? Chapter 98. Those who wish to hook up as Song Qinyu, adorned with flowers atop his head, rode through the streets on a magnificent white steed. He drew forth a chorus of gasps from the maidens around him. When passing by the residence of Xianku, several sisters of the Song family, disregarding all notions of decorum, waved their handkerchiefs while leaning out of the window, calling out, "Second brother! Second brother! Second brother!" Upon hearing their enthusiastic cries, Song Qinyu lifted his gaze and smiled at them. His smile was as enchanting as a blooming peach blossom, captivating all who beheld it, resulting in a cascade of admiration. The Song family had prepared a bouquet in advance, crafted by Song Qingyue, resembling a wedding bouquet, adorned with pink, pale yellow, and lavender roses. elegantly tied with a triple-layered blue ribbon into a bow. Leaning out of the window, Song Qingyue exclaimed, "Second brother, catch this." She deftly tossed the strikingly beautiful bouquet down to Song Qingyue, who caught it with ease. The onlookers gathered on the street below craned their necks in curiosity, wondering which young lady possessed such a melodious and delightful voice. As they looked up, they beheld the maiden, her lower face veiled. Yet her captivating eyes suggested she was undoubtedly a great beauty. Li Zhao, displeased, shot him a glare and muttered, "I have told you before. The sisters of the Song family are all quite lovely." Su Yozheng scoffed, "It is rumored outside that the prince has been enchanted by the Song family's illegitimate daughter. I thought it merely jest, yet here we are, witnessing this day." Li Zhao chuckled softly, "When good fortune arises, it is you, Su, whom I think of first. That Ning Yuan fellow does not possess such luck." Su Yozheng chuckled and nodded, pleasantly surprised that Li Zhao could find him such a well-bred and attractive wife. He was utterly satisfied, especially since she hailed from a family of scholars, which made her gentler than the fierce daughters of military families. Her speech, laced with the soft and melodious accent of southern maidens, filled his heart with delight. "What are the plans on Ningxi's side?" Li Zhao sighed. "That dashing rogue. How could this heir dare introduce him to a lady? That would be causing harm, wouldn't it?" Su Yozheng exclaimed in astonishment. "I never imagined that your highness possessed such compassion." Li Zhao raised his chin with a sense of pride. "It is only natural. I have always been benevolent." Su Yozheng shook his head in disbelief. In truth, Li Zhao had no such kindness. He merely feared that a failed match would lead to enmity, ultimately putting himself in a position of discord with both parties involved. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuanshao was not particularly acquainted with either Li Zhao or Su Yozheng. However, as the son of the Marquis of Wuqing, he belonged to the military faction. Jiang Yuanshao, though, pursued a civil service career, albeit not through the conventional examination system. Initially, he benefited from his mother being a princess, securing a nominal official position. Later, due to a fortuitous opportunity, he was discovered by officials of the Dali Temple for his exceptional talents, which led to his gradual promotion by the emperor, ultimately becoming the right vice minister of the Dali Temple. Throughout his journey, Jiang Yuanshao found himself in a rather awkward position, unable to connect with the relatives who indulged in frivolities, and he had no ties to the noble military families. Furthermore, he faced exclusion and isolation from the scholarly elite who dedicated themselves to years of rigorous study and the civil service examinations. All along, he yearned to integrate into the circle of civil officials. This time, his marriage to a second wife, especially to the daughter of the esteemed Song Golao, is indeed a stroke of fortune for him. The occurrence of this union is remarkably fortuitous. Originally, his mother, the Princess Duan Yi, had little acquaintance with Song Golao, leaving him bewildered as to how such a marriage fortuitously landed in his lap. However, he has since learned that it was the crown prince's son who orchestrated this connection. Unexpected yet fitting, the situation unfolds. In truth, Princess Duan Yi had assumed that the Wang family had remained distant in Lingnan for many years, far removed from the court's intrigues, and that Ming Shufei was of little favor. Thus, it seemed improbable that the crown prince would ever be linked to the Wang family. Even if her younger son were to become a brother-in-law to the crown prince's son, the Duani residence would remain unscathed by the disputes over succession. Yet, it appears that circumstances are otherwise. Li Zhao noticed that Jiang Yuanshao seemed burdened with thoughts and chose not to intrude, recognizing that such matters require time for reflection. He raised his cup, toasting Jiang Yuanshao over the intermediary Su Yozheng, and then drained it in one gulp. Jiang Yuanshao, gazing at the cup in his hand, smiled with an air of resignation, shaking his head and sighing before ultimately acquiescing to Li Zhao's encouragement to finish the drink. Some matters leave no room for dissent. The bait lies before him, and by the time he realizes it, he has already taken the hook. Chapter 99. The Street of Officials Downstairs. The procession of officials advanced for a short while before the crowd caught sight of Song Qinghai. Although he could not enjoy the same equestrian splendor as his younger brother, Song Qinghai was still youthful and handsome, attracting many young ladies who tossed flowers in his direction. Not only flowers were thrown, but handkerchiefs and purses were also cast into the air. On this occasion, Song Yaxin tossed the bouquet to her elder brother. Although it lacked the flamboyance of the second brother's ceremony, Song Qinghai was nonetheless elated today. He raised his gaze to see his younger siblings waving at him from the upper floor, and a broad smile blossomed upon his face. This smile rendered Li Hua, the esteemed young lady of the Wang family, utterly entranced. For reasons unknown, She found herself more captivated by the gentle and benevolent smile of the elder song master than by the strikingly handsome second master, whose beauty was almost excessive. Blushing, she longed to gaze at him yet dared not, clinging to the windowsill as she gazed dreamily downstairs. It was the first time in her life she had witnessed such a scene, loud, grand, vibrant, and complex, all of it dazzling and mesmerizing, including the array of distinguished gentlemen who passed below. During the gathering, Li Zhao was summoned by Mo Xiang, who was beside Song Qingyue, stating that the young lady wished to speak with him. Su Yozhong cast a sidelong glance at him, a knowing smile playing on his lips, while even the usually composed Jiang Yuanxiao raised his wine glass to urge him to go forth. Li Zhao, possessing a thick skin and a charming smile, confidently followed Mo Xiang. This marked the first time Song Qingyue had actively requested a private meeting with him, and the excitement bubbling within Li Zhao far exceeded what he outwardly displayed. Having consumed over a gene of strong liquor earlier, he was now pleasantly tipsy. Upon entering the private room, without fully grasping the situation, he lunged forward, embracing Song Qingyue and exhaling a breath reeking of alcohol, inquiring, "What is this? Have you finally been unable to resist seeking me out? What madness is this? My mother is present," Song Qingyue exclaimed, exasperated. At that moment, Li Zhao sobered up considerably, realizing that not only was Lady Liang in attendance, but also a host of maids and matrons were present. Ahem. He composed himself and greeted his future mother-in-law. Li Zhao replied affirmatively, only to turn back to Song Qingyue, perplexed. The maid had not been clear in her communication. It was not a private conversation, and he felt quite embarrassed. Song Qingyue, somewhat irked, remarked, "I initially intended to arrange a private meeting with His Highness, but considering it may not be appropriate for us to meet alone, and with an elder present today, I thought it best to invite His Highness in advance to discuss matters." She retrieved a hand-knitted sweater from the maid's bag and presented it to Li Zhao. "Here, Your Highness, take a look." The repeated address of Your Highness ignited a flicker of frustration within Li Zhao. However, with Lady Liang in attendance, he refrained from expressing his discontent. Suppressing his irritation, he examined the pullover. "What is this?" "It is woven from sheep's wool," she explained. Li Zhao touched the fabric, noting that while the coarse wool felt somewhat prickly, it appeared thick and warm. He tugged at it, discovering it had an unexpected elasticity, surpassing that of wool felt. Song Qingyue continued, "This wool is simply sheared from the sheep, unlike furs which require the slaughtering of the animal. The northern and northwestern regions have vast tracts of land unsuitable for cultivation. I was contemplating whether we could utilize such wastelands, similar to Qingyue Manor, to raise cattle, sheep, horses, or even chickens. We could shear the wool each season, transforming it into sweaters, and the cost would not exceed those of cotton transported from the south." Li Zhao raised an eyebrow. "Are you considering military supply business?" Li Zhao carefully folded the sweater and handed it to Lin Wanfu behind him, stating, "There is nothing inconvenient about this. What is yours. Can this prince allow anyone to bully you? If heir possesses the ability to supply the military needs, then pursue it with confidence. Leave the matters of sales to me. Is that true?" Song Qingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was the first time Li Zhao had witnessed such a joyful expression on her face, igniting a fervent warmth within him. However, due to Lady Liang's presence, he merely nodded and took a sip of tea, suppressing the impulse to embrace and kiss her, and feigned nonchalance as he continued. "The Duke of Northern Defense is my uncle. As long as the products are good and the price is fair, he has no reason to refuse. What about the Ministry of War? With my presence, you need not worry." Song Qingyue, still somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "I plan to produce 50,000 pieces before winter descends this year. What do you think, Your Highness?" Li Zhao chuckled. "You could produce 100,000 or even 200,000, depending on your capabilities." Rising, Song Qingyue bowed to him, saying, "Then I shall express my gratitude to Your Highness in advance." Seeing her treat him with such courtesy stirred an inexplicable irritation within Li Zhao. He glanced at Lady Liang and clasped his hands, saying, "Could I have a private word with you, madam?" Having already received such significant assistance from the young prince, Lady Liang felt it inappropriate to act as an obstacle. Clearing her throat, she waved her handkerchief at Song Qingyue, saying, Go on. I, as an elder, shall not hinder you." To her astonishment, Liang had so easily sold herself. Song Qingyue felt an urge to weep, but before she could utter a word, she was pulled away by Li Zhao, who intended to drag her into a small, secluded changing room. A changing room? Wasn't that the legendary place for clandestine affairs in ancient times? If anyone were to see her emerge alongside Li Zhao, Would she still have the audacity to show her face? Song Qingyue began to struggle, resolutely refusing to enter. No need for that. Whatever needs to be said can be spoken right here. This is the corridor. There are people coming and going. Let them come and go. What secrets could possibly necessitate such furtive whispers? Li Zhao found himself at a loss. Turning his head slightly, he caught sight of several curious faces peeking around the corner. With no other option, he positioned himself in the corner of the corridor, effectively shielding Song Qingyue, and lowered his voice, saying, "What I wish to convey is that you might refrain from addressing me as Your Highness. It sounds rather distant." Song Qingyue kept her head down, remaining silent for an extended moment. Li Zhao grew anxious, uncertain of her thoughts. "Speak to me. Why are you like this again? What are you truly thinking?" In truth, Song Qingyue was not contemplating much. She was merely feeling a fear of marriage in the presence of Li Zhao. She wished to live a comfortable and carefree life within the Song family and had no desire to enter the royal mansion. I was thinking about wool. Yet, Song Qingyue still lacked the courage to voice her true feelings. Upon hearing her words, Li Zhao felt a sense of relief wash over him, fearing that she might utter something he was reluctant to hear. Aware that her words were untruthful, he grasped her hand and echoed her sentiments, saying, "Do not worry. If you require assistance, simply send someone to the Wang residence to seek me. All right?" Seeing Song Qingyue nod obediently, Li Zhao smiled and gently pinched her cheek before releasing her. After the grand official commendation on the imperial street, the evening also promised the looming banquet for the newly ranked scholars, a gathering of esteemed guests that continued until dusk. In the subsequent half-year, Song Qingyue spent little time in the capital. One reason was her desire to avoid Li Zhao, not wishing to encounter him, and the other was her commitment to acquiring land for a livestock farm near the Great Wall, necessitating her personal oversight. The vast expanses of land, ravaged by prolonged warfare, had become desolate and uninhabited. Accompanied by a substantial retinue of guards, she rode through the area to survey it. Naturally, she did not wish to be the unfortunate victim of raids by the nomadic tribes from the north. Therefore, for each parcel of land she secured, she had her men construct fortifications using bricks and concrete, creating bastions that were both defensible and formidable. The necessary weapons for defense were to be procured through the official channels, and given her status as the future consort of the Prince of Su, Song Qingyue easily garnered the support of the local military commander. Each fortification required only 5 guards for its defense, and with each estate encompassing approximately 300 acres. She planned to construct merely 3 fortifications, summing up to a total of 15 individuals, along with provisions for 15 sets of crossbows and blades. Such requirements were scarcely worth mentioning. Additionally, she needed to dig wells and excavate ice cellars, as well as construct reservoirs for water storage. The northern and northwestern regions are not blessed with abundant water resources, making it imperative to prepare for drought in advance. During the winter, it is prudent to accumulate a sufficient amount of ice and snow. Come summer, if water proves adequate, the ice can be sold to earn some money for fodder. Conversely, if water is scarce, the ice and snow can be melted down to serve as drinking water for cattle and sheep. The issue of captives is relatively easy to resolve. Yet the proposition of exchanging grain for sheep with the outsiders stirred considerable debate within the court. Meanwhile, Song Qingyue must procure wool shears from various blacksmiths in the capital. Given the substantial quantity required, and considering they are iron tools, she must also report to the court. In addition, she needs to recruit workers and train them in sheep shearing. She even takes the initiative to practice on goats herself. In the court, Li Zhao exerts tremendous effort to negotiate with the emperor about the exchange of grain for sheep. The details of how he ultimately persuaded the emperor remain unknown to Song Qingyue. She is simply aware that every request she made of him was executed smoothly. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the autumn harvest in the north has largely concluded. While recruiting workers is relatively straightforward, training them demands considerable effort. There are those who are willing to work diligently to earn money to support their families. Yet there are also many who merely seek to indulge in free food and drink without contributing. If she refrains from reprimanding them, it only fosters a culture of laziness. Yet, if she chastises them too harshly, they might retaliate by causing chaos in the workshop and damaging the machinery. The spinning machines, crafted from wood and bamboo, are quite fragile and can be easily broken. This situation has become a source of considerable frustration for Song Qingyue and the managers. Subsequently, there arose a necessity to instruct everyone in the art of knitting. Song Qingyue summoned all the maids and servants available to assist her from her household. Fortunately, her family was supportive, and nearly every courtyard allocated at least 3 attendants to aid her. Many of the maids had already learned the craft of knitting from their respective young ladies. Thus, from August to October, for 2 full months, Song Qingyue resided at Jianming Manor, training the maids and servants sent from her home in the art of sweater making, who would then impart their knowledge to the recruited female workers. This won't do. Look here, it falls apart with just a tug. Song Qingyue frowned at the finished products presented to her, admonishing them. We are producing these for the military. If we fail, the consequences could be dire. What shall we do, miss? These individuals are exceptionally difficult to manage. Just yesterday, we caught several attempting to steal yarn. Imo-shan exclaimed anxiously. This was the first time she had not borrowed staff from several aunts' households to run the factory, and the chaos was overwhelming. Song Qingyue unethically contemplated. Perhaps I should persuade father to take a daughter of a northern magnate as a concubine? Managing this enterprise is truly arduous and troublesome. After a long day of labor, when Mo Yun presented the statistics to Song Qingyue that evening, she felt a wave of nausea. The rework rate is exceedingly high. Beside her, Imo-xiang remarked, Miss, many individuals are merely here for the meals and have no intention of working. At the current rates you provided to His Highness, we are certain to incur losses this year. In truth, Song Qingyue had originally envisioned a highly efficient production line, where those responsible for knitting sleeves would solely focus on that task, while others would attend to the front and back pieces, culminating in a final assembly by designated personnel. She did not aspire to become a malevolent capitalist exploiting workers. Instead, she aimed to provide meals for her employees. To her dismay, she discovered that many were merely slacking off during work hours. This idea found its first proponent in Ma Yan, who wholeheartedly supported it. Song Qingyue, clutching her head, waved her hand for them to proceed with the plan. She had also envisioned offering women an additional source of income, gradually elevating their status within the household. For those unable to care for their children, she even contemplated funding a free daycare to educate the children in literacy and other subjects. However, while her ideals were lofty, the reality proved to be starkly different. Chapter 101. Coal. By mid-November, a heavy snowfall blanketed Baoding. Song Qingyue dispatched individuals to collect the finished goods. Some were reluctant to sell all the sweaters they had crafted, opting to retain a few for personal use. Additionally, there were several substandard products that could not be accepted, coupled with initial training losses, resulting in the original plan of producing 50,000 sweaters being reduced to merely 30,000, all of uniform size. It remained uncertain whether the border soldiers would appreciate them. Feeling a sense of betrayal towards Li Zhao, Song Qingyue included a complimentary shipment of 1,000 jars of the initial version of anti-dryness skincare oil for the northeastern border troops. The process of creating this skincare oil was not exceedingly complex. It merely involved collecting the floating debris from the water used to wash the wool, boiling it, filtering it twice, and then evaporating the moisture, leaving behind the wool oil. This wool oil, unrefined and untreated to remove odor, retained a faint scent reminiscent of sheep. However, the conditions at the border are arduous, and no soldier is without a hint of odor. They are quite unperturbed by the faint scent of mutton. At this moment, Li Zhao is supervising the construction of concrete bunkers in the area west and north of the Great Wall, according to the design plans devised by Song Qingyue. It was her architectural blueprint that ultimately persuaded the emperor to permit Song Qingyue to exchange grain for sheep beyond the pass. The cost of this endeavor is considerably less than erecting another Great Wall upon the vast plains. Unlike modern bunkers, these fortifications feature an aperture at the top for signaling with smoke, serving a similar purpose to that of the Great Wall in conveying messages. Additionally, to facilitate the transportation of goods from her estate, Song Qingyue constructed a road across the desolate prairie, which can also be utilized for military logistics. Consequently, the court has indeed gained a significant advantage from Song Qingyue's contributions. Various factors culminated in the emperor's agreement to allow Song Qingyue to trade grain, tea, and cloth for sheep with the nomads, undoubtedly aided by Li Zhao's persuasive efforts. It has been over half a year since he last saw Song Qingyue. Each time he receives a letter from her, he finds joy that lingers for days. To his surprise, this time, along with a knitted sweater, she has sent him the delightful gift of wool oil. Your Highness, you've perused that letter countless times. Further glances will yield no new revelations. Ning Yuan remarked nonchalantly while enjoying roasted lamb nearby. Go away and enjoy your lamb, Li Zhao retorted, unwilling to engage. Ning Yuan, however, merely hummed and stubbornly refused to depart. Each time Song Qingyue wrote, Li Zhao persistently followed her, scrutinizing every letter. The correspondence was consistently formal, yet this infatuated fool managed to extract hints of ambiguity from her stiff prose. Qingyue found it increasingly intolerable to witness this self-deception, as Li Zhao stubbornly refused to confront reality. It was painfully evident that Miss Song harbored no feelings for her future husband, and likely did not wish to marry him at all. In Qingyue's opinion, Li Zhao would be far better off marrying his second sister, who was wholly devoted to him and had resolutely refused to wed anyone else. She even insisted on becoming his concubine, causing quite a stir in their household, to the point where their grandmother had lost the energy to urge him towards marriage. Qingyue mused that if it were possible, he would rather marry the third Miss Song himself. She appeared to be a woman of cold disposition, and even if he continued his flirtations elsewhere, she would likely remain indifferent. Moreover, as Li Zhao's ally, this arrangement would fulfill the objective of allying with the Song family while sparing everyone from discomfort. And it would also allow his sister to achieve her desires, an exquisite plan indeed. However, this notion was one he dared not voice. Should he do so, Li Zhao would undoubtedly retaliate with fury. It was clear to him that Li Zhao was genuinely smitten with the third Miss Song. Oh, the world is filled with lovesick individuals. Qingyue could only roll his eyes at this absurdity. As winter descends upon the northern regions, the chill is indeed unbearable. Song Qingyue dares not succumb to lethargy within the warmth of her home. Instead, she dispatches her subordinates to the newly established sheep farms in the north, urging the farm heads to implement adequate windproof and insulating measures for the livestock shelters. Simultaneously, she tirelessly ventures to Jin province to engage with local affluent merchants regarding the prospect of coal mining. To her astonishment, she discovers that open-pit coal mines are already in operation in this era. Should she wish to partake in the coal business, she must delve into the extraction of underground coal deposits. However, the coal here is relatively inexpensive. Song Qingyue procures several carts of the cheapest bituminous coal and transports them to the northern farms, instructing workers to construct heating pipelines. This coal, unrefined and sulfur-laden, emits toxic fumes, making it insufficient to merely place a charcoal basin within the livestock shelters. Instead, she must excavate a flue, traversing the animal enclosures, allowing the coal to burn externally. Thus, through the chimney effect, ventilation occurs naturally within the flue, rendering the need for exhaust fans obsolete. In the evening, wrapped in a thick woolen blanket, Song Qingyue calculates her accounts. To her dismay, not only has she failed to earn a single coin this year, but she has also incurred a loss of nearly 50,000 taels. Gazing at her extensive work plan for the coming year, she feels a sense of unreality. Despite being a business owner, why must she rise early and toil endlessly? This contradicts her aspirations of a life spent idly counting riches. She cannot labor alone, exhausting herself without profit. It is imperative that she finds an assistant, someone both intelligent and capable, who will not resort to deceit, embezzlement, or engage in unprofitable ventures. The only individual who comes to mind is the original protagonist, Meng Wanfeng. Although Song Qingyue found Meng Wanfeng's deeply melancholic demeanor somewhat unbearable, she nonetheless possessed a commendable character. She would never repay kindness with enmity. Moreover, endowed with the aura of a protagonist, Song Qingyue firmly believed that any enterprise handled by Meng Wanfeng would inevitably yield profit. Thus, shortly after the Laba festival, an unexpectedly surprising guest, Song Qingyue, arrived at the Meng residence. At this juncture, the matriarch, Madame L, had been confined to the ancestral hall, and her restless younger sisters had been brought under the control of Meng Wanfeng. The authority of the household had fallen into the hands of a favored concubine, whom Meng Wanfeng had elevated. The relationship between Meng Zhili and his eldest daughter, Meng Wanfeng, had plummeted to an all-time low. Yet, given that Meng Wanfeng had already been promised to Li Yin as his wife, the family, particularly Meng Zhili, though internally dissatisfied, dared not provoke her. However, the hypocritical and cold-hearted Meng Zha father, who favored his concubine over his wife, was genuinely apprehensive and respectful towards Song Qingyue. He could scarcely fathom that his daughter, ostracized by the elite circles of the capital, had established a connection with the third young lady from the Song family, who was to wed the heir of the Su Wang. His unannounced visit, lacking a formal invitation, was indeed a breach of etiquette. Seated in the tea hall of the Ming residence, clad in a fox fur cloak and cradling a pumpkin-shaped brass hand warmer, Song Qingyue smiled and remarked, "Not at all. The visit of Miss Song truly elevates the humble abode of the Ming family, and how could I possibly perceive it as a breach of decorum. Meanwhile, Lord Ming hurriedly instructed his servants to stoke the Kong in the main hall and to attend to Song Qingyue's needs. Chapter 102. The uninvited benefactor Song Qingyue was becoming increasingly exasperated by the incessant inquiries from Meng Wanfeng's sisters and concubines regarding her two brothers. Ever since they laid eyes on her, they had been subtly probing for information, particularly the two legitimate young ladies from the Liu family, who seemed to openly express their desire to marry Song Qinshu and Song Qinhai. However, the situation was complicated by Meng Zhili's recent demotion to an 8th-rank official. With the Eastern Palace absent, their uncle, the esteemed gentleman from the Liu family, had now found himself managing affairs at the Shun Junwang mansion. The Meng family's fortunes had plummeted, leaving Song Qingyue baffled as to why these women dared to entertain such lofty aspirations of marrying into the esteemed Song family. Surely, this was an era that valued matching social standings? It appeared that Meng Wanfeng's sisters had yet to come to terms with their family's fallen status. Upon seeing Meng Wanfeng, Song Qingyue felt as though she had encountered a savior. She hurriedly approached, warmly taking Meng Wanfeng's hand and smiling. "I have been waiting for you. Please, take me to your room. It has been quite some time since we last spoke." As she surveyed the modest courtyard, she was astonished to find that Meng Wanfeng had chosen to reside here even after gaining authority at home. "Surely, this cannot compare to your elegant chamber, Miss Song-san," she remarked. While engaging in conversation, Meng Wanfeng ordered someone to prepare hot water and light the charcoal stove. "Next time you have something to discuss, simply send me a note, and I will come to you. The conditions here are rather inadequate," she replied. To Song Qingyue's surprise, there was no heated floor in Meng Wanfeng's room. They relied on a charcoal stove for warmth. Fortunately, Meng Wanfeng could at least afford silver-threaded charcoal, which was not pungent at all. Song Qingyue did not pick up on her words, but instead inquired, "I have heard that Miss Ming is engaged in the business of a pharmacy, a jewelry shop, and a tea house?" "Oh, it seems that the extraordinarily impressive tea house from the novel has yet to commence operations." Song Qingyue chuckled lightly and continued, "Ever since I witnessed Miss Ming weeping so sorrowfully at our esteemed elder's funeral, you have occupied my thoughts. I have longed to inquire about your well-being, and today I could no longer resist the urge to visit you, hence my unannounced arrival." As Song Qingyue spoke, her pace slowed, imbued with a sense of gravity. Meng Wanfeng felt an inscrutable depth to this individual. In her previous life, there had never been anyone quite like Song Qingyue in the capital. It was as if she had emerged from thin air. Noticing Meng Wanfeng's silence, Song Qingyue continued, "If you find yourself in need of silver, I would be willing to lend you some, with an interest rate of 20% per annum, which is indeed lower than what is customary. However, I would be even more delighted if you would consider allowing me to take a share." Meng Wanfeng could not help but laugh, exclaiming, "So, Miss Song has come today specifically to offer me financial assistance?" Song Qingyue waved her hand, finally steering the conversation toward the crux of the matter. "I currently possess a business opportunity, yet I find myself overwhelmed. I believe that Miss Ming is a capable individual. Hence I wish to inquire if you would be interested in joining me." Meng Wanfeng shook her head, replying, "Miss Song, please spare me. I truly have no money. Have you not seen the dilapidated state of my home? We are on the verge of not being able to make ends meet. How remarkably candid Miss Ming is." Song Qingyue shook her head and then boldly proclaimed, "As long as you contribute your efforts, I have the funds. If you assist me in my endeavors, I can offer you a 10% stake." "Ha ha." Meng Wanfeng looked at Song Qingyue as if she were foolish, exclaiming, "Isn't this supposed to be a gift of silver to me? What is the reason behind this? We don't seem to be that close, do we?" Disregarding her teasing, Song Qingyue retrieved a pre-prepared plan from her sleeve, laying it out on the small table with utmost seriousness. "I intend to acquire land in the northwest for raising sheep. Cattle and horses can be included as well, depending on how you, Miss Ming, wish to manage it. However, my aim for these sheep is not for their meat, but rather for their wool, which I plan to use for producing wool yarn and extracting lanolin. I have brought samples with me. Take a look." Today, she was accompanied solely by Fengjiu. From the cloth bag in her hand, she produced a knitted sweater, a wool scarf, a wool hat, a pair of long woolen socks, and a jar of refined lanolin, which had been deodorized and scented with spices, spreading them all across the table. These were all items that Meng Wanfeng had never encountered before. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the displayed samples, and she picked up the jar of lanolin to inhale its fragrance, remarking, "Why does it smell so pleasant?" Song Qingyue replied, "This jar has been refined with rose essential oil. The process is a bit intricate. I also have a more affordable version, which has the same moisturizing effect, though it carries a slightly stronger sheep odor and lacks the pristine whiteness of this jar. Meng Wanfeng seemed particularly intrigued by the lanolin and inquired, "How much silver does one box sell for? I would like to offer it in my treasure pavilion." Song Qingyue remarked, "This box is quite expensive. Its cost alone is around 1 or 2 taels. Moreover, this is something unique to my shop, not found elsewhere. Selling it for 20 taels is hardly excessive, is it?" Meng Wanfeng was taken aback by Song Qingyue's audacity to propose a 20-fold price increase. She retorted somewhat irritably, "Miss Song, in the past, my monthly salary was merely 5 taels." Song Qingyue grasped Meng Wanfeng's hand and whispered, "The prices in the shop are marked this way. When the managers from various places come to procure goods, they will undoubtedly expect a discount. If that fails, you could always offer smaller, unscented jars of inferior quality, the most affordable kind that everyone can afford." Meng Wanfeng rolled her eyes. "Miss Song, you truly have a knack for business." The Duke Jing had been rooted in the northwest for decades, and Meng Wanfeng was the beloved fiancée of Li Jia. In Song Qingyue's perspective, this task should have been a mere formality. However, Meng Wanfeng shook her head. "You must discuss this matter directly with young Master Jia. I cannot assist you." Song Qingyue raised her eyebrows in surprise, and upon realizing her lapse in composure, she refrained from pressing further. Meng Wanfeng seemed reluctant to elaborate, simply stating, "I can only help you arrange a meeting. When are you available?" Song Qingyue replied, "I'm not busy before the new year." "Very well. I will send you a letter once the date is set." Meng Wanfeng responded readily. "Thank you," Song Qingyue said. As she left, she thought of the various allies who sought to befriend the protagonist, each eager to offer gifts, assistance, and secrets. Look at her now. Had she not become one of those eager benefactors? Indeed, she was rushing to give away money. Chapter 103. The true male protagonist. How should one articulate this? Song Qingyue did not perceive him as more handsome than Li Zhao. Yet he certainly did not pale in comparison. Their charm merely differed in essence. This gentleman's features were more conventional than Li Zhao's. His skin, bronzed from years of military service, radiated a robust health. His gaze was resolute, and his posture upright, exuding an aura of righteous vigor, akin to a guardian of the Republic who could be entrusted to raise the national flag in Tiananmen Square. Indeed, his appearance aligned perfectly with the archetype of a valiant, straightforward, and loyal individual. Li Yu felt slightly uncomfortable under Song Qingyue's unwavering stare, clearing his throat and inquiring, "I heard from Wanfeng that Miss Song intends to acquire land in the northwest for sheep farming?" Song Qingyue then produced the items she had previously shown to Meng Wanfeng, laying them out for Li Yu to examine. However, the jar of refined sheep oil infused with rose essential oil had been replaced with the most economical variant, retaining the unrefined mutton scent. "What is this?" Li Yu exclaimed, astonished by the unfamiliar product. "It is made from wool," Song Qingyue enthusiastically promoted. "Look at this woolen hat. When placed beneath a metal helmet in winter, it would surely provide much greater comfort. And this sweater, it possesses elasticity. It is easy to don and doff, and when layered over an undershirt, it offers considerable warmth." "Are you considering military supplies?" Li Yu queried. Song Qingyue shook her head, stating, "Whether it pertains to military needs is yet to be determined. My immediate desire is to secure several plots of land in the northwest and begin raising sheep." "Can you assist me, sir?" Li Yu smiled gently. "How much land are you wishing to enclose?" "Well, at least 3,000 to 4,000 acres, she replied. "That is not a difficult task. In the northwest, there exists vast expanses of grasslands and deserts. However, I must first express that the region has been plagued by perpetual conflict, with the Walla and Eastern Chagatai peoples exhibiting a disregard for reason. It is not uncommon for one to awaken one morning to find their flock of sheep completely ravaged." Li Bai earnestly cautioned. Song Qingyue genuinely harbored fears regarding this, and she cautiously inquired, "Have you heard about the construction of roads and fortifications beyond the Great Wall in the northeast, particularly along the territories of the Jurchen and Tatar?" Upon hearing this, Li Bai's eyes sparkled with interest. He was evidently more invested in this matter. "If possible, I would indeed hope for the establishment of similar defensive structures in the northwest. I have seen the architectural blueprints of the fortifications, and they are truly ingenious," Song Qingyue replied. "Those fortifications were originally designed by me to protect the estate I built near the Great Wall. Thus, I also intend to construct several fortifications for the estates in the northwest. However, the cost of road construction may be considerable." My notion is to establish a factory in the northwest, producing and selling locally to avoid the cumbersome logistics that consume both manpower and resources. Should you be willing to assist in finding someone to undertake this venture locally? I would gladly impart the technology to them and request only a modest 2% equity share. This is an excellent idea. Not only is Miss Song astute, but she also possesses a heart for the greater good, Li Bai sincerely praised. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his compliment, Song Qingyue simply wished to avoid the exhaustive hustle and bustle and hoped to earn some royalties while enjoying a more leisurely life. When it was time to depart, Li Bai personally escorted Song Qingyue to the rear corner gate, his demeanor noticeably warmer than when they first met. Rest assured, Miss Song, I shall have Wanfeng get in touch with you should there be any news. He spoke while standing beside the carriage. Song Qingyue nodded in gratitude, saying, I await your good news, young master. In truth, this garden originally belonged to him. Meng Wanfeng had expressed a desire to open a tea house, and he had merely lent it to her for her use. What do you think of Miss Song-san? Meng Wanfeng inquired, having emerged from the side room, a smile illuminating his face as he directed his gaze toward Li Bai. Li Bai lowered his eyes in contemplation and then smiled, replying, Indeed, she is a beauty. However, Meng Wanfeng countered, she is more than just a beauty. I dare say she surpasses many noble ladies in the capital. He continued, I maintain that Li Zhao is not a man blinded by desire. At this mention, Meng Wanfeng's expression darkened. That is because you do not understand him, he stated. Young master, let us not forget that the collapse of the Eastern Palace was orchestrated by the Prince of Su and his son. The Empress and the Crown Prince have shown favor to your Jingwang residence. Yet the Crown Prince has indeed committed many misdeeds, Li Bai remarked, his brow furrowed, revealing a wavering resolve regarding the vengeance against the Eastern Palace. Meng Wanfeng felt a sense of helplessness. Even Li Bai's subordinates had been unable to uncover any transgressions committed by Li Zhao, leaving her with no means to present the accusations she had repeatedly leveled against the Prince of Su. However, she had undeniably experienced those events in her previous life, and it seemed illogical for them not to recur in this one. Yet, without substantial evidence, she could not persuade Li Bai to resolutely confront the Prince of Su and Li Zhao. Thus, she could only resignedly reiterate, You do not understand, Li Zhao. Li Yi gazed down at the young girl before him, who, though yet unripe for marriage, wore an expression laden with gravity. He was acutely aware of the tribulations she had endured at home, and his heart swelled with compassion, coupled with a profound sense of empathy. Gently, he ruffled her hair and spoke softly, Do not dwell too heavily on your thoughts. Rest assured, I shall protect you in the days to come. My lord, Meng Wanfeng hesitated, yearning to articulate her feelings, but Li Yi placed a finger on her lips, silencing her with a tender smile. I understand, he continued, that your feelings for me may be rather indifferent. However, since I pledged an alliance with you and promised a betrothal, I shall honor that commitment unwaveringly. Now that the imperial decree has been issued, should I renounce our engagement without cause, what would others say of you? Unless you have fallen for another, why not simply marry me instead? I vow to cherish you for all my days. Meng Wanfeng gazed deeply into his eyes, sincerity radiating from her very being. She wished to refuse, yet found herself rendered speechless. Li Yi chuckled, and in his dark, sparkling eyes, it seemed as if stardust danced. Meng Wanfeng realized that her heart had once again been ensnared. Chapter 104. No longer a child, Feng Jiu conveyed two pieces of news. Firstly, after months of extensive renovations, the Song family finally moved into their newly acquired residence this month, a property forcibly purchased by the emperor for 30,000 taels of silver. Secondly, in recent days, Song Qingyue had met privately with the eldest son of the Jingwang manor, Li Yi, on 2 occasions. The first meeting pertained to the matter of sheep farming in the northwest, which Li Yi was already aware of during his time in the northeast. The second meeting, however, was initiated by Li Yi himself, as he sought Song Qingyue's South Council regarding road construction and the establishment of fortifications in the northwest, much to Li Zhao's displeasure. Even if the northwest requires road construction or the establishment of fortifications, such matters pertain solely to the cabinet and the 6 ministries. They have nothing to do with Li Zhao. How could it be that he alone has the privilege of meeting Song Qingyue? Lady Liang, accompanied by the Song siblings, stared in astonishment as Li Zhao's guards unloaded bag after bag of goods from the carriage, filling the courtyard with an array of local produce. Mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, honey, dates, and an abundance of ginseng, deer antlers, and precious medicinal herbs. Each of the 4 women, Lady Liang, Song Yaxin, Song Yushi, and Song Qingyue was presented with a snowmink cloak. And as a final gesture, Song Qingyue received a white tiger skin, which Li Zhao claimed to have personally hunted. In the meantime, Song Qianqian, clutching a snowmink scarf, pouted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Why is my gift not a cloak like everyone else's?" Her words instantly froze the smiles on the faces around her, prompting Song Yushi to glance at her in disbelief, wondering what had gone awry in her mind to utter such a statement. Noticing Li Zhao's displeasure, Song Yaxin quickly interjected, "Since you are fond of it, sister, shall we trade?" Lady Liang swiftly intervened, reprimanding, "The prince has bestowed this upon you. You should graciously accept it rather than being ungrateful and nitpicking. Is this how your aunt has taught you to behave?" Never before had her biological mother spoken with such sharpness. Song Qianqian was immediately taken aback, trembling with fear and rendered speechless. Yet, feeling utterly wronged, she stubbornly bit her lip, refusing to apologize. Take the fourth young lady away, confine her for half a month to learn proper etiquette. With that, Song Qianqian burst into tears, wailing as the maids dragged her away. Liang respectfully addressed Li Zhao, remarking, "The child has been rather spoiled, and I fear she has brought embarrassment upon His Highness." Li Zhao, holding a teacup, smiled gently and replied, "She is not so young anymore. It is indeed time for her to learn some proper etiquette." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present in the hall turned serious, particularly that of Song Quan, who was stationed by the screen. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His twin sister, Song Qianqian's brother, Song Qinxing, paled at the words. And after once more apologizing on behalf of his sister to Li Zhao and his biological mother, he withdrew. The commotion caused by Song Qianqian had dampened the spirits of the gathering, and Song Qingyue hastily grasped Li Yao's sleeve, gazing up at him with a soft voice. A heavy snowfall blanketed the courtyard a few days ago, creating a serene and enchanting scene. "Might I take your highness for a stroll to admire the wintry landscape?" Li Zhao gladly acquiesced, personally draping a silk and marten fur cloak over her shoulders and taking her hand as they strolled leisurely through the front garden. Despite being merely half the size of the former prince's residence, the estate still felt significantly larger than the previous dwelling. The sudden absence of the second and third branches of the family, along with Song Qianqian's father and his horde of concubines, rendered the surroundings both spacious and comfortable. In truth, this garden had been entrusted to Lord Song by the Ministry of Internal Affairs in June, but upon its handover, the entire estate was empty. Following renovations, the purchase of furnishings, saplings, stones, and other necessities, a considerable sum of 70 to 80,000 taels had been expended under Liang's meticulous management. Chapter 105, the youth in elegant attire and fiery steed as they leisurely wandered through the rather unadorned courtyard. Song Qingyue felt the chill of her hand enveloped in the warmth of Li Zhao's grasp. It was quite comforting. He still enjoyed gently caressing the back of her hand with his thumb, when suddenly, her fingers brushed against an irregular protrusion within his palm. Was it a scar? She pondered. "I heard that Li Yin inquired about the road construction and fortress building in the northwest a few days ago. Well, he really can't decide much. Such a grand endeavor certainly requires the Ministry of Works to take the lead. He is merely anxious and curious," Song Qingyue replied nonchalantly, swiftly redirecting the conversation. "By the way, there are several winter sweet trees ahead that have blossomed recently and are quite fragrant. Shall I take your highness to gather a few branches?" "Where?" Li Zhao interjected, preventing her from changing the subject. "You must not associate too closely with the Prince of Jing." The Hui concubine and the Prince of Jing were once favored by Her Majesty the Empress during their youth. My fourth uncle grew up in the Eastern Palace alongside the Crown Prince." The conversation halted at this point. He certainly would not boldly disclose the extent of his father's efforts in dismantling the Eastern Palace. He continued, "If you encounter any difficulties, seek me out. If I am not in the capital, write to me. Do not go looking for Li Yin anymore. But that pertains to the northwest." Song Qingyue murmured softly. Li Zhao chuckled, lowering his gaze to meet hers. "What of the northwest? Is it beyond the reach of the heir of the northwest?" Song Qingyue, taken aback for a moment, furrowed her delicate brows and softly muttered, "Your reach is rather extensive. What, are you afraid?" Li Zhao halted his steps, gazing intently into her eyes as he inquired. Song Qingyue felt a pang of grievance. "Do you want me to speak the truth? Very well. I am afraid every single day." With that, she withdrew her hand from his grasp, only to take it again, flipping his palm over to reveal a grotesque scar. Effortlessly, she shifted the topic. "What is this?" "It's nothing, just an old injury from a small cannon explosion." Song Qingyue delicately traced the scar with her slender, pale fingers and inquired, Does it hurt? Yet, before he could respond, he seized the back of her head with his other hand and fervently kissed her lips. MMM. MMM. Li Zhao enveloped her in his embrace, resting his forehead against hers, his breath uneven as he asked, after such a long separation, "Do you miss this heir?" "Why would I miss you? I would rather forget you." Song Qingyue spoke the truth. The mere thought of Li Zhao irked her, especially considering the pressure of their impending marriage. However, his delight in her words was palpable, and he lifted her effortlessly, spinning her around with laughter that echoed for dozens of yards. His laughter was truly captivating. Youthful and dashing, dressed in fine garments, he embodied the very essence of a gallant gentleman. "Put me down," she exclaimed, playfully striking his arm. As he complied and lowered her, he bent down to plant a heavy kiss on her rosy cheek. "Your birthday is on the 8th of July. I'll have the Astronomical Bureau select the nearest auspicious date. Once you turn 15 next year, we shall wed. You heir, I can hardly wait." His gaze was so bright, it was blinding. Song Qingyue dared not meet his eyes. Averting her gaze, suddenly recalling something, she interjected, "How many tigers did you hunt this time?" Li Zhao pulled her into the pavilion, firmly seating her on his lap, enveloping her with his cloak, their cheeks affectionately brushing against one another. Song Qingyue furrowed her brows, glancing around. Fortunately, the maids were kept at a distance by the guards of the royal residence and remained oblivious to their proximity. He leaned close to her ear, chuckling softly, his magnetic voice causing her ears to flush crimson. To catch one is already quite an achievement. To prepare the hide, one must be cautious, aiming precisely for the eyes to ensure a swift kill. "What, do you find one insufficient?" "Not that. I was pondering whether it would be better to present the tiger's skin to His Majesty first. Otherwise, if he learns of it, it could be troublesome." Song Qingyue grasped his arm, speaking cautiously, "It's not that I dislike it. I appreciate your intentions, Your Highness, but at this moment, we must tread carefully. I fear the consequences." Song Qingyue nodded earnestly twice. Li Zhao chuckled, leaning in to peck her lips, saying, "Do not worry, nothing will go amiss. Trust me, if things go awry, we shall escape by boat to a distant land, find a small island, and raise a brood of children, living a life akin to immortals." Song Qingyue's delicate brows knitted once more as she pouted, muttering, "Do you take me for a sow, to bear a brood?" Li Zhao playfully pinched her nose, "Little one. You are still young, yet you ponder far too much." Song Qingyue leaned her head against his shoulder, falling silent. If she did not consider more, would she not be left completely at Li Zhao's mercy? Even someone as astute as Lord Song is not immune to the firm grasp of the Prince of Su and his son. At this moment, she even contemplated that perhaps a life abroad would be more bearable. If the Prince of Su were to ascend to power, an endless series of battles would await her. Relying on Li Zhao seems futile. Just moments ago, Li Zhao had mentioned her birthday, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. Li Zhao's own birthday fell on the 23rd day of the 12th month, just 4 days prior. Last year, at this time, the Empress had recently passed, and no one was able to pay attention to such matters, herself included. This year, she had genuinely forgotten. Should she hastily rectify this oversight by sending a birthday gift, or simply let it slide? After much contemplation, Song Qingyue resolved to make amends and prepare a gift. She rose from her bed and penned a letter to Qingyue Manor, instructing the artisans to select the finest cashmere to craft a thick and warm cashmere sweater for him. The following afternoon, within the Qianqing Palace, the Emperor and Feng Kuan were engaged in a game of chess, while Li Zhao prepared tea beside them. A conspicuous white tiger skin was spread across the warm couch, where the Emperor sat, unconsciously stroking the luxurious hide as he played. After a challenging game, the Emperor emerged victorious and, in high spirits, beckoned to Li Zhao. "Come here. Let me see if your chess skills have improved over the years." Li Zhao, appearing somewhat troubled, replied, "Your Majesty, please do not put me in such a predicament. I am so busy that I hardly have time to study chess." "Enough of that. Come and sit." Feng Kuan rose and stood to the side, leaving Li Zhao no choice but to obediently take a seat. As the grandfather and grandson engaged in their game, Feng Kuan appeared to be observing the chess match. Yet his true focus lay upon Li Zhao. He found it perplexing that, despite having gifted the tiger skin to Miss Song Sin just yesterday, it had reappeared in the Emperor's presence today. Fortunately, he had not yet disclosed this matter to the Emperor. Otherwise, he would have fallen into Li Zhao's cunning trap. Over the years, the Emperor had grown increasingly distrustful of him. Should the Emperor perceive him as attempting to sow discord between the royal family or suspect him of being aligned with a particular faction of princes, it could lead to dire consequences. As Feng Kuan pondered this, a cold sweat broke out upon him. Few who held the position of commander of the Qingyue ended their careers unscathed. Had it not been for his long-standing acquaintance with the emperor and his past merits in saving the emperor's life, along with his cautious conduct in recent years, he feared he would not be able to secure his own safety, especially given the emperor's increasingly suspicious nature. The game did not last long. In a matter of moments, the emperor defeated Li Zhao decisively, leaving him feeling aggrieved and blaming his grandfather for being excessively ruthless. The emperor laughed heartily, offering Li Zhao a few pointers before inviting him to join for dinner. During the meal, Li Zhao casually broached the subject of his wedding. It had been a full year since the empress's passing, and as a member of the younger generation, he was eligible for marriage. However, with Miss Song Qingyue's 15th birthday approaching in July of the following year, the wedding would have to be postponed until after that. Additionally, as the third daughter of the Song family, it was preferable that her marriage did not precede that of her two elder sisters, which might delay the event until the year after next. Li Zhao nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, when has the future princess consort ever aired?" The emperor observed the expressions of his attendants, seemingly preoccupied with the two concubines who had entered the palace early to serve him. He was reminded of the delicate and timid visage of Song San, prompting an inward exclamation. Indeed, the charming little girl was truly endearing, and it was likely that his interest in the palace's concubines would dwindle. The two noble women, one surnamed Yin and the other Shen, hailed from official families. However, their selection for service in the inner court as potential concubines for the princes indicated less than illustrious origins. Miss Yan's father was a captain in a military garrison in Shandong, while Miss Shen's father served as a county magistrate in Hunan, neither of whom were regarded as significant officials in Li Zhao's eyes. Upon entering the royal palace, the two were assigned to the splendid pavilion, sharing residence with the two who had entered 6 years prior, being treated to abundant delicacies and comforts, provided they caused no disturbances. Li Zhao had little interest in women of no utility. Chapter 106. A large family on the New Year's Day of the 36th year of Jianming. It had been a full year since the empress's passing. The capital appeared exceptionally lively this new year, as if striving to compensate for the previous year's somberness. On the first day of the new year, Lady Liang, a woman of second-rank nobility, rose early to meticulously apply her makeup, preparing to enter the palace to pay her respects. Rising at dawn, she bathed and styled her hair, which, at over 2 feet in length, required considerable time to dry. Only when the sky began to brighten did she complete her coiffure. After a simple breakfast with Lord Song, she set forth toward the palace gates, mindful to limit her water intake to avoid the need for the restroom within the palace. With the absence of Her Majesty the Queen, this year's New Year's banquet in the palace was jointly presided over by the esteemed concubine Chun and concubine Meng, both of whom held the rank of first-class consorts. Although the newly elevated concubine Hui now occupies a high position, her humble origins prevent the emperor from favoring her in the eyes of the elder statesmen and loyal ministers. As for Song Qingyue, she had yet to wed Li Zhao, thus rendering her ineligible to partake in such a palace feast, sparing her the ensuing turmoil. Upon rising, she listened to the excited and chatty by Mama recount the grandeur of the Liang family's adornments. "Oh dear, young lady, you should have seen the lady's magnificent attire. Such splendor can only be attained through several lifetimes of fortune." Yawning, Song Qingyue replied with a smile, "Perhaps in the future, Mama might also enjoy such blessings." "Do not jest, my dear. Where could an old servant like me find such fortune? Perhaps in the next life. One can never be certain," she mused. Recalling that some elder maids in the palace, upon being granted titles as ranked female officials, gained the privilege to don phoenix crowns and cloud robes, she considered that Mama might indeed have opportunities in the future, perhaps even to attain a position such as a lady-in-waiting or a palace matron. Early in the morning, the kitchen was bustling with activity. From a distance, the mournful cries of pigs could be heard. Dressed and ready, Song Qingyue made her way to the kitchen to experience the warmth of the preparations. In the northern regions, it is customary for chefs to prepare a feast featuring pork during the new year, including pig bones, head meat, hand-pulled pork, streaky pork, freshly made pig's blood sausage, and a complete array of pork offal simmered alongside pickled vegetables, bubbling away, filling the courtyard with an enticing aroma that could be detected from the kitchen entrance. Regrettably, there are no sweet potato noodles available at present, and today it is too late to prepare them. Song Qingyue contemplated the opportunity to make the noodles in the future, believing that they would be delightful when stewed together. The chef from the south, observing the scene, deemed the dish insufficiently elaborate and insisted on adding fish balls, tofu skin, and freshly sprouted bean sprouts to the pot of pork stew. A dispute arose between the two chefs, while in the courtyard, the plump ducks quacked in disarray. Soon to be bled and plucked for the pot. The Song family had invited a troupe to perform, beginning a 3-day series of theatrical performances since the new year. The shows featured traditional Yuan dramas, which were quite accessible. Among them, Song Qingyue's favorite was The Sword Tale, which narrates how Gao Qiao and Tong Guan bullied Lin Chong's family, culminating in Lin Chong's resistance and eventual rise to the Liangshan stronghold. Though timid by nature, Song Qingyue delighted in watching the martial artists wield their weapons. In an era devoid of special effects and editing, their genuine skills were captivating. Song Yaxin favored the Pipa tale, while Song Yushi preferred the Jingshai tale, both of which belonged to the romantic genre of this era, much to Song Qingyue's chagrin, as she found little patience for such narratives. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her from enjoying sunflower seeds and engaging in idle chatter on the side. Last year, on the 5th day of the new year, old Master Song passed away, leaving the Song residence rather desolate. However, several aunts and sisters-in-law brought their children to enliven the atmosphere. Due to Song Jianming's decision not to align his children's birth order with that of his two legitimate younger brothers, the hierarchy among the young men and women of the Song family remained quite straightforward. If one were to include the cousin ladies and gentlemen, the number could swell to nearly 300 or 400. This year, the residence of Song Jianming is adorned with vibrant flowers and flourishing prosperity. From 2 promising young gentlemen to 3 daughters destined to marry into prestigious families, everyone yearns to make an appearance at this grand estate and familiarize themselves with its inhabitants. Naturally, it is not feasible for hundreds to attend. The visitors primarily comprise legitimate offspring or notably distinguished illegitimate sons, amounting to nearly 100 individuals. From New Year's Day to the 3rd day of the new year, the sisters Song Yaxin, Song Yushi, and Song Qingyue found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of acquaintances to recognize, with more than half bearing the surname Song, a collection of names resembling tongue twisters. Nearly impossible to remember. Madame Liang bears the brunt of the responsibilities, aside from the early morning obligation of accompanying Lord Song to the palace for New Year greetings. She, as the head matron, must navigate the chaos of hosting such a large gathering. Not only must the banquet be splendid, but she also strives to maintain order amidst the bustling crowd, leaving her utterly exhausted. With the household staff stretched thin, she even borrowed 100 servants from the legitimate branch of the Song family to assist. Fortunately, several of the concubines are quite capable. Despite any minor grievances that may exist among them, they recognize the necessity of uniting efforts to ensure the occasion is executed flawlessly, safeguarding the dignity of their esteemed master. Song Yaxin and Song Yushi are somewhat acquainted with a few peers, as interactions between the 2 branches of the Song family are relatively frequent. In contrast, Song Qingyue has been engrossed in her own pursuits. Throughout the previous year, she was preoccupied with the wool workshop in the north, often absent from home, thus lacking opportunities to meet those from the legitimate branch. However, having memorized the royal genealogy, Song Qingyue is aware of a distant aunt and a cousin who have also married into noble families. However, that aunt of mine is quite unfortunate. Shortly after her marriage over 30 years ago, her husband, a prince, was stripped of his title due to a grave error. As for my cousin, the firstborn daughter of our esteemed uncle Song Jianchua, she wed the great-grandson of the founding emperor, the 3rd son of the Duke of Qingyue, placing her a generation above herself. This distinction is of little consequence, as my second sister also married into a family with a higher generational standing. When one considers that Jiang Yuanqiao is the cousin of His Highness the Prince of Su, he is, in essence, Li Zhao's maternal uncle. The inhabitants of the royal residence endure considerably more hardships during the New Year celebrations, for their kinship is even more extensive and intricate than that of the Song family. My cousin is unlikely to have the opportunity to meet them during this festive season. Apart from these 2, the remaining individuals worth remembering are the few esteemed aunts and the several cousins who have married into prominent families. Yet, no lineage can surpass that of Song Qingyue and Song Yaxin, one of whom is wed to the heir of a princely house, while the other is married to the heir of a ducal residence. The Jiang family boasts a grand princess and is itself a noble house. Thus my second sister's marriage elevated her to the rank of a 4th-grade noblewoman, accumulating layers of prestige that evoke envy, even if she is a secondary wife. Hence, it is others who seek to curry favor with them. Chapter 107. Suffocation after the 3rd day of the new year. Invitations to various banquets have been incessant. The Liang family must attend gatherings hosted by various dukes and marquises, while their own household receives numerous New Year calls from the colleagues and subordinates of Lord Song. Initially, my brothers Song Chenhai and Song Qingyue could assist our mother at home, but now that both have achieved the status of Jinshi, they have returned to the government office on the third day of the new year. Elder brother Song Chenhai is currently working as a junior official in the Ministry of Works, while second brother Song Qingyue, having achieved the distinction of being a top scholar, serves as an editor in the Hanlin Academy. During the New Year festivities, numerous suitors have come to inquire about the marital prospects of the two brothers, akin to a ceaseless stream of fish crossing the river. The three sisters, Song Yaxin, are frequently summoned to assist the Liang family in evaluating potential brides. The sisters approach this task with utmost diligence, knowing that the future matriarch of the Song family will be chosen from among these young ladies. It is imperative to select someone who possesses beauty, a commendable character, good health, and exceptional abilities. Naturally, a noble lineage would be the icing on the cake. After attending numerous gatherings and discreetly observing over 100 young women, the four women, mother and daughters, finally compiled a short list for the final interviews. Madame Liang intends for the sisters to interact further with these selected candidates, announcing, "Perfectly, we shall host a lantern festival at our residence on the 15th. We will invite the young gentlemen and ladies from these families. You can enjoy yourselves and surely glean some insights. What are you discussing? Do share it with me." Ma Yun was helping Song Qingyue wash her long hair and remarked, "Miss, you may not be aware, but the other day, Madam sent her attendant, Sinan, to become the favored companion of the eldest young master." "What?" Song Qingyue sat up straight, nearly pulling her hair. Ma Xiang added from the side. The entire household is abuzz with this news, claiming that Sinan is truly fortunate. After all, he is the eldest young master. He is both gentle and talented. Even esteemed young ladies are lining up to marry him. Song Qingyue's expression darkened as she replied, "What fortune is there in that? She will likely have to consume fertility-preventing medicine, which is quite detrimental to one's health. So, do you have any thoughts on this matter?" Mo Yun and Mo Xiang chuckled. "What thoughts could we possibly have? Serving the young lady brings us the greatest joy." Song Qingyue snorted coldly. "Let me make myself clear. Do not even think about it. Do you remember my aunt? Is my father not talented? Is he not gentle? Is he not a paragon of virtue? What happiness have my aunt and Aunt Xiu found? By the way, these two are the ones who bore children and elevated the status of their aunts. My father has 4 other concubines. Have you seen any of them live joyfully?" Silence. "Is the money I earn for you insufficient? Jealous of those who serve as concubines? Even if I fall from grace. No, even if I were to be cast aside, I would never let you become concubines. If you entertain such thoughts again, leave at once." Mo Yun and Mo Xiang, merely 14 or 15 years of age, were frightened by